As soon as you crossed over, you went to online loans. Under your leadership, all the young and old in the village followed you to do online loans. In just half a day, you bankrupted the online loan company. Not only did you successfully become a so-called rich young master, but you also successfully led Tizai to avoid its original fate. You thought you would live your new life like this, but unexpectedly your biological parents found you. It was not until this moment that you realized that your soul had traveled to a book about a real and fake young master, and that you were the real young master who was destined to have a tragic end. At this time, your adoptive father Lin Yaodong took out a paternity verification report from his sleeve. I won't hide it from you, actually I picked you up on the roadside. Looking at the parent-child report on the table, you inexplicably had a bad feeling in your heart, so you decisively used the three-piece set of shameless tactics. No, Uncle Dong, I don't want to leave, how can I live without you? In fact, your memory was awakened when Uncle Dong was preparing to wholesale rock sugar, and you already knew that you were adopted by an elderly couple, but you never expected that your biological parents would come to your house. Looking at you howling there, Lin Yaodong couldn't help but kick you in the butt. I didn't say I wanted to drive you away, I just wanted you to go back to your biological parents and enjoy your childhood there. You rubbed your kicked butt and said with a face full of resentment, I am almost 18, I have no childhood anymore, and besides, the grace of raising is greater than the grace of giving birth. That family has never taken care of me since I was a child, why should they let me go back with them based on a paternity test? You are right. Lin Yaodong drank a sip of tea slowly and said casually, yesterday, the chicken of Lin Weinsai's family was lost at the east entrance of the village, and the day before yesterday, someone blew up the toilet at Lin Tiadon's house, and the day before yesterday. You were stunned when you heard this. I can't hear you, ABA. So what if he did these things? The only thing I have done in my life is to be tough, even if it is dug out by people from the future thousands of years later, his mouth will still be hard. And what's wrong with blowing up the toilet? This thing, like a straight natural wooden stick, has a natural attraction to boys. TSK, looks like I have to use my trump card. Looking at Lin Hong, who looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, Lin Yaodong continued to maintain a calm expression and said, there is one more thing. Just now, Lin Leiahan's wife Wang Boden came to me and said that she wanted to be a matchmaker between you and her daughter Lin Huairu. If you don't want to leave, then come with me later. I'm leaving. This time, without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, Lin Hong immediately hid behind a pillar and said, where are my biological parents? I'm leaving right now. If it were an ordinary matter, he would not be afraid of it, but Lin Huairu was different. Although it has the same name as the White Lotus in a courtyard full of beasts in a certain movie, this one weighs more than 200 kilograms. The way it moved at high speed looked like a modified truck with full physical defense features. Once before, he didn't pay attention to the other party and was knocked several meters away. He almost crossed over again on the spot, and the most terrifying thing is that this guy has a special liking for me. He wants to stick to me no matter what, and the Iron Mountain support that came from time to time was really too difficult to bear. It was at the village gate. I didn't let them in. Looking at Lin Hong with a nervous face, Lin Yaodong had a faint smile on his lips. Mock up, with your mediocre kung fu, you still want to tease me, Uncle Dong? Go back and practice for a few more decades. Okay, Before he finished speaking, Lin Hong's expression froze on his face, because at this moment, a garbled sound of electric current suddenly appeared in his mind. After the electric current sound ended, a mechanical voice randomly sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host for binding the true and false young master system. The object of the time travel is the real young master in city. The true and false young master. The mute true young master. After listening to the system prompt sound coming from his mind, Lin Hong now had only one thought. So where the hell did this come from? Is this still domestic? I'm living peacefully in the world of Tizai, and you suddenly show up in front of me, a real or fake young master? Let me ask you, are you polite? System 1008611 system is dedicated to serving you. If you have any doubts, you can come to me. As long as I have time, I will answer your questions. You're just a customer service representative. Looking at the formulaic answer from the 1008611 system, Lin Hong instantly felt a pain in his balls, because it reminded him of his past life, those guys who mostly just apply formulas and never solve the problem. Thinking of those bad memories and the extremely fucked up name of the system, he immediately roared in his mind, System, I'm going to be in trouble. I'm not a tortoise, get out of here. The real young master in the true and false young master article, unless it is the kind that is reopened, otherwise, everyone would be entreated and bullied by the fake young master. He doesn't have any special hobbies, so there's absolutely no way he would go there. Half an hour later, inside a car driving on the road. I'm sorry, Sister Tong. I admit that I spoke a little loudly just now. At this moment, in Lin Hong's sea of consciousness, he was speaking to the system of the virtual white-haired girl beside him. You didn't explain yourself clearly at the beginning, so you really can't blame me for misunderstanding you. Forget it, I don't want to bother with you. Seeing Lin Hong's playful smile, System 1008611 twitched its lips helplessly. Anyway, I'll issue tasks later. Just complete them. After saying this, she fell into standby mode and started slacking off. As the saying goes, taking a shit at work without getting paid is a disrespect to your current job. In order to show her love for this job, she would squat there for at least an hour with her phone in her arms. As he watched the system girl gradually disappear, Lin Hong's consciousness gradually returned to his body. From the conversation I just had with the other party, I learned that this system is not the traditional Turtle Man system. She is the product of the aggregated resentment of all male readers, and her main role is to help the real young master, who should have been miserable, change his fate. The more miserable the fake young master is, the more rewards Lin Hong, the host, can get a thinking. Back to the rules he had just seen, a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of Lin Hong's mouth. It seems that the next few days will be very interesting. Another hour and a half later, in SZ City, in the parking lot of a European-style villa area. Master, we're here. After parking the car, Lu family's housekeeper Wang Dachui quickly got out of the car and respectfully opened the door for Lin Hong. After getting off the car, Lin Hong looked at the building in front of him and said, "Butler Wang, please take the luggage to my room first." On the way to Lu's house, he had already briefly investigated the current situation at home, although it is not as exaggerated as a sow giving birth to piglets as in other stories about real and fake young masters, but at present, in addition to his father and mother, the Lu family also has 3 sisters who are related to him by blood, without exception. These sisters have achieved considerable success in their respective fields. As for the one left in the family, he is naturally the fake young master. Based on the book titles in this world and the system's prompts, he could tell with his but that this fake young master must be a guy who whimpered all the time. After all, it is not difficult to analyze from the learning materials of nearly 10 TS that these fake young masters are basically players who have eaten peaches and are cool. However, facing the request made by Lin Hong, Wang Dachui was as if he was cast under a spell and was embarrassed and stood there. What's the problem? Looking at the motionless Wang Dachui, a very early idea suddenly popped up in Lin Hong's mind, that is this family, perhaps the best kind in the true and false young master stories. After picking the person up, you can choose one of the 3 exclusive 3-piece sets for a real young master, the one for the stairwell, the one for the air-conditioned room, and the one for the nanny's room. The room master and the others are not ready yet, so, meeting Lin Hong's calm gaze, Wang Dachui threw the question to the Lu family without any burden. My name is Wang Dachui. I never thought that after 30 years in the industry, I would actually encounter a top-notch company who would go out of their way to bring their own son back from outside and then not give him a place to live. He has been in the industry for more than 30 years, and the last time he encountered such a speechless thing was last time. Forget it, let's go in first. Seeing Wang Dachui's somewhat embarrassed look, Lin Hong didn't continue to make things difficult for the worker. After pulling his suitcase, he walked towards the main entrance of the villa, asking in his mind, "System girl, shouldn't you issue some tasks at this time?" "System, please do not disturb me in the toilet, Lin Hong. I don't know why, but I always feel like I'm seeing myself slacking off in the past. Everyone squatting in the toilet, please consciously bubble up, wavy dash." At the same time, inside the restaurant on the first floor of the Lu family villa, Lu Jigua, the Lu family's parents, Xiao Wanqing and Lu Rumo, the Lu family's second daughter, were comforting the fake young master Lu Zishuan in an old-fashioned way. "Xiao Wanqing, Zishuan, don't worry, you will always be a good child to your parents. Lu Jigua, don't think too much, just be at peace and live the same as before. Lu Romo, yes, you are my brother. As for that guy, I won't admit it. It's quite lively, but it seems that I came back at the wrong time." Just when Lu Rumo finished speaking, Lin Hong came to the restaurant led by Wang Dachui. After taking a quick look around and making sure that he couldn't overturn a marble table for the time being, he decided to give up learning from Brother Crow for the time being and instead use another way to greet this group of mentally ill family members. Anyway, he came here just to have fun, so it doesn't matter if he is kicked out. At worst, he could just hide in the next city for a year or two, and then return to Tazai after Lin Huiru got married. "But if you don't welcome me, then why did you take me back?" As he spoke, he slowly walked to the dining table and said, "Originally, I thought you had something to do, so you asked Butler Wang to come and pick me up alone. I didn't expect that." Although Lin Hong did not finish what he said next, almost everyone present was smart. Therefore, the following words automatically came to everyone's mind. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire living room froze. Seeing this, the fake young master Lu Zishuan immediately jumped out. After squeezing out a few tears, he said with an aggrieved look, "Brother, don't blame Dad, Mom, and Sister, it's all my fault. If I hadn't been feeling unwell, they would have come to pick you up." This sentence not only showed that he was well behaved in front of the Lu family, but also gave Lin Hong a message that means you are not as good as me in their hearts. If green tea rhetoric were rated, Lu Zishuan's words would at least be rated 8. After hearing Lu Zishuan's words, the confusion on the faces of the Lu family members was obviously reduced a lot. At the same time, a thought arose in my mind. That is to say, children who have been raised since childhood are indeed more sensible. Unlike this noisy one who comes back from outside. If it was the honest Lin Hong before he awakened his memory, he might have been blocked by this sentence, but he is no longer the same person he was back then. Even without mentioning his previous life, he has helped the young men in the village deal with the White Lotus and Green Tea girls over the years. Even if the total amount is not 1,000, it must be at least 800. And he really didn't take a cannon fodder like Lu Zishuan. Seriously. So, you are the younger brother who took my place, right? After looking at Lu Zishuan with a half smile, Lin Hong propped his chin with his hand and said solemnly, "But listen to my advice, young people still need to be more restrained. Look at your pale face, I guess your health must not be very good on weekdays." As soon as Lin Hong finished speaking, Lu Rumo couldn't help but yelled, "You're talking nonsense. Zishuan is usually in good health. Why have you tried it, you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Rumo was speechless for a moment. And no matter what she says, it will be bad. Look at you, you're already red and warm after just a few words. Facing Lu Rumo's angry gaze, Lin Hong did not have any unnecessary emotional fluctuations. Instead, after making a joke, he continued in a relaxed tone, "But since little brother Zishuan is usually in good health, why do I feel uncomfortable just when you were going to pick me up? Of course, I don't doubt that you did it on purpose, brother Zishuan, I'm just curious, this seems a little too coincidental. But I happen to know a doctor at the People's Hospital, how about I ask her to check you out?" Considering his familiarity with the routines of more than 2,000 true and false young master novels, it would be of no use whether he confronted them head-on or chose to swallow his anger at this time. The best way is to treat others in their own way and use the principles of yin and yang to deal with the green tea method. As some old man with a goatee said, only magic can defeat magic. Lin Heng's words also made several people from the Lu family subconsciously look at Lu Zishuan, who was standing aside. They hadn't thought about this before, but now after being reminded by the other party, it seemed like every time Lu Zishuan felt unwell, it was just a coincidence, always when they were about to go find Lin Hong in person. Damn it, why is the situation different from what I expected? Seeing that several people from the Lu family were looking at him, Lu Zishuan cursed Lin Hong in his heart while maintaining a pitiful appearance. "Brother, you misunderstood, I really don't feel well, the family doctor has already seen me, I really didn't lie to you." Wow, you guys have this fancy thing called a family doctor. As he spoke, Lin Hong glanced at everyone in the Lu family, then said with a smile, "But I'm very curious. Of course, I'm just curious. Doesn't your family doctor always tell you that young Master Zishuan is under too much psychological pressure and needs to rest well? After all, it follows the usual routine of true and false young master novels. When a family doctor appears, he is usually the one who makes fake medical records for the fake young master." "How do you know?" Upon hearing this, Lu Rumo subconsciously widened his eyes. She really couldn't understand why Lin Hong, who had just returned, knew about this. "Why, Miss Luer, don't you even watch the cliched drama about the real and fake young master at 8 o'clock tonight?" Seeing Lu Rumo's inexperienced look, Lin Hong shrugged his shoulders and explained, "It's all based on the plot. Every time the real young master has a family member who needs to take care of him, the fake young master happens to be sick. Moreover, the diseases they suffered were all caused by accumulated depression and internal injuries. This kind of disease cannot be detected without an instrument. Since things have come to this, I might as well just give him a brain replacement gift package." When they heard Lin Hong say this, the expressions on the faces of the three Lu family members changed again and again. As for why, that was of course because what Lin Hong said was completely consistent with the previous description given by the family doctor. Every time Lu Zishuan fell ill, the other party used this ambiguous excuse. "Aw, what the hell is this damn bastard saying?" Seeing that Lin Heng's words were getting more and more outrageous, the expressions on the Lu family's faces began to change constantly. At this moment, the false expression on Lu Zishuan's face couldn't help but crack for a moment. He never expected that this guy who just came back would say such words, but even though he wanted to beat the other person to death on the spot, his expression quickly returned to that harmless look. "Haha, brother, you really love to joke. It's better to sit down and eat first, otherwise the food will get cold and become unpalatable. As long as he can get through this crisis first, he has plenty of ways to deal with the other party. When that time comes, he will definitely make Lin Hong understand what cruelty is." Well said, it is indeed time for dinner. After snapping his fingers, Lin Hong shrugged helplessly, "But there is still one problem. So where do I sit?" When he arrived, he found that there was no place for him. The reason why he didn't bring it up was because he was waiting for this guy Lu Zishuan. After all, in the novel about the real and fake young masters, the real young master doesn't seem to have the option of sitting at the table to eat. After hearing what Lin Hong said, the already ugly faces of the Lu family members couldn't help but become even uglier. "Brother, don't you like me? If so, I will move out immediately." Whoa, the expressions of the Lu family members had obviously become even uglier. Lu Zishuan immediately used his usual tricks, pretending to be pitiful and miserable. After this wave of operations, the expressions of the Lu family members were obviously much more relaxed. Damn, this family's brains are really not normal. Looking at the Lu family members who began to waver because of the green tea remarks, Lin Hong muttered to himself. Then, he looked straight at the crying Lu Zishuan and said, "Tell me, what are you all so excited about? Am I not just stating a fact? But brother Zishuan, how can you slander me like this? I clearly didn't say anything just now. But I just heard from Butler Wang that it seems that my room has not been prepared at home. So if you want to move out, it's not impossible. This way, I also have a place to live." You want to act pitiful, so I'll play with you, even with his eyes closed. He was better than his opponent in confusing right and wrong. After being blocked by Lin Hong, all the pitiful speeches Lu Zishuan had prepared in his mind were stuck in his throat. For a moment, it was difficult to say anything, and it was difficult not to say anything, which made me feel very uncomfortable. Alright, let's eat first. Seeing the atmosphere instantly solidified, Xiao Wanqing, who had been silent for a while, broke the atmosphere and said, "Butler Wang, bring a chair for the young master." Although Lin Hong is her biological son, Lu Zishuan has been raised by her for more than 10 years. Even a dog would develop a very deep bond over such a long period of time. Therefore, before something really happens, she still hopes that the two can live in peace. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Seeing this situation, Lin Hong decided to quit while he was ahead. Some things can only be enjoyed slowly. Reaching a climax all at once is not pleasant, and after talking for so long, his mouth was indeed a little thirsty. But no matter what, he finally overcame a problem that the real young master had to face after entering the door. That is, you can't eat at the table. An hour later, in the back garden of the Lu family villa, maybe he was afraid that Lin Heng's verbal attacks were too powerful. Later, Lu Zishuan did not cause any trouble while eating. The reason why everyone came to the back garden was because of Xiao Wanqing's suggestion. She wanted to improve the relationship between them by taking a walk, but I can only say that her idea is good, because after arriving at the back garden, she and Lu Rumo gradually focused their attention on Lu Zishuan, and as time went by, the two of them gradually ignored Lin Hong, who was standing beside them. However, Lin Hong didn't have any special feelings about this situation. After all, I have traveled into the novel of the true and false young master. Isn't it normal to be ignored by so-called relatives? In addition, compared to these NPCs with poor brains, what he cared about more was a guy in his mind who had just finished slacking off. Hey, aren't you being a little irresponsible as a system? Looking at the system eating chips and dancing in the consciousness space, Lin Hong rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. I just had such a strong output of firepower. Logically speaking, shouldn't it trigger a quest or something? Such a unique system made his head buzz, but then again, you won't choke while eating potato chips while dancing. I was squatting in the toilet just now and didn't notice you. Hearing Lin Heng's complaints, the system girl jumped off the dance machine and took out a tablet from her chest. I'll post it to you if there's any. Don't disturb me while I'm exercising now, bastard. If her figure becomes deformed, how can she win the title of this year's most beautiful Miss System? Just when Lin Hong was about to complain about something, the sound of tea instantly brought his thoughts back to reality. Brother, what are you thinking about? Looking at Lin Hong with lifeless eyes, Lu Zishuan put on a smug smile. Mom and sister didn't ignore you on purpose. It's just because you're new here, so they're not used to your presence yet. In his opinion, the reason why Lin Hong became like this was due to the neglect of the Lu family's mother and daughter. After all, judging from Lin Heng's reaction just now, he should be more eager to gain the approval of his family, but now his biological mother and second sister simply ignored his existence. Faced with this situation, I think the other party's faith in Taoism must have begun to break. And since this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he naturally wants to step on the other party. TSK, didn't you brush your teeth? After coming to his senses, Lin Hong distanced himself from Lu Zishuan with disdain. You're talking so tea-smelling. Were you a green tea spirit in your previous life? Brother, how could you? Shut up, you're a 1,000-year-old fox. What's the point of playing Liao Zhai? After interrupting Lu Zishuan's green tea speech, Lin Hong curled his lips in disgust and said, just stay away from me. I feel uncomfortable seeing you. Instead of arguing with this guy, it's better to chat with the system girl, although you can only look at it and not eat it, but chatting with a beautiful lady with a body of B95W55H85 is more enjoyable than arguing with a green tea girl. You are indeed very eloquent, but what's the point of saying that? I'm the one who has the final say in this family. Seeing that Lin Hong had completely lost his temper, Lu Zishuan was too lazy to maintain that false expression. After putting on a ferocious smile, he lowered his voice and threatened, I advise you to be sensible and get out of the Lu family, otherwise, I will let you experience what it means to live a life worse than death. Hearing this, Lin Hong looked at Lu Zishuan with disdain as he wore a crooked dragon king-like smile. Then, in the other person's shocked gaze, he immediately started to talk foul-mouthed. You idiot, you think you are playing the villain? Since you don't understand when I talk to you nicely, don't blame me for my foul mouth, you. Faced with Lin Heng's sudden insult, Lu Zishuan's facial expression instantly went out of control, but the next second, he put on that crooked-mouthed Dragon King smile again. Country bumpkin, prepare to be punished. The moment he finished speaking, he slapped himself on the right cheek without hesitation. Then, he staggered and fell towards the swimming pool behind. TSK, it's the same old routine again. Looking at Lu Zishuan floating in the swimming pool, Lin Hong immediately looked at him as if he were an idiot. How dare he use this old trick from hundreds of years ago? Don't underestimate the cracking ability of male predecessors. Faced with the age-old question of who to save first if both your wife and mother fall into the water at the same time, the experts in the comment section can all solve it. You actually dare to show off this little trick you used to beat yourself, while Lin Hong was Watching the monkey show, the system girl in his mind finally issued the first task. A system releases task, expose the false accusations of the fake young master and leave a deep impression on the family. Mission reward, bone-breaking hand, the best way to punish people, eye of observation, see clearly who is a normal human being, normal human, deviation value 100, brainless deviation value minus 100. At this time, the mother and daughter of the Lu family, who heard the noise, rushed to the edge of the swimming pool. After seeing Lu Zishuan in a dishevel in the swimming pool and Lin Hong standing on the shore looking like he was watching a show, a big drama appeared in their minds. Lin Hong, why did you push Zishuan into the water? After frantically pulling Lu Zishuan ashore, Lu Rumo immediately shouted angrily, "You're going too far. Do you know that this can easily lead to accidents?" Originally, she was still feeling guilty towards her new brother because of what had just happened, but after this incident, all the guilt turned into disappointment and anger. "Zishuan, don't be afraid. Mom is here." After caressing Lu Zishuan's gradually swollen cheek with heartache, Xiao Wanqing angrily said to Lin Hong, "What do you want to do? Why did you hit someone?" Like Lu Rumo, she was also filled with disappointment towards Lin Hong. "How, are you so sure it was me who hit you?" Ignoring the two people's angry looks, Lin Hong grabbed a servant who wanted to leave and asked, "Where do you want to go, young man?" In response to Lin Hong's question, the servant stammered, I'm going to get a towel for Master Zishuan." "No rush, could you please take us to the monitoring room?" After reaching out and patting the other person's shoulder, Lin Hong raised his eyes and looked at the Lu family mother and daughter in front of him. "There must be surveillance here, right? If you want to know what happened, why don't we go and see it together?" In fact, he has always been wondering what the authors of those fake young master novels are thinking. Unless you are a mentally ill person, you will definitely go back and check the surveillance footage first. Is there really such a thing as someone who would argue with someone for more than 10 chapters and then go to the monitoring room, or who doesn't go to the monitoring room? If he follows this routine, even if he returns to the monitoring room, there will probably be something wrong with the video inside. After all, the guy next to him seemed to breathe faster for some unknown reason after hearing the words "check surveillance." The moment he heard that Lin Hong wanted to check the surveillance, a hint of cracks appeared on Lu Zishuan's originally pitiful face. "Why doesn't this guy play by the rules? Shouldn't you argue with yourself at times like this? What does it mean to say you want to check the surveillance right away? Doesn't he know that in the world of true and false young master, it is assumed that no one can check the surveillance? How could he say such a horrifying thing without any expression?" After hearing Lin Hong say that he wanted to check the surveillance, the angry expressions on the faces of the Lu mother and daughter froze. If this was really done by the other party, then he shouldn't say such a thing. Could it be that things are not what they think? "Whoa, brother, I know you hate me, I will move out of the house as soon as possible." Seeing hesitation on the faces of the Lu family's mother and daughter, Lu Zishuan immediately began to change the subject. "Mom, second sister, let's go back to I'm so cold." Whoa, no matter what, he couldn't let the two of them go to the monitoring room. As long as he can get back to the room safely, he can modify the surveillance footage through the computer. In the past, when he went in and out of his mother and sister's rooms to do bad things, he always used this method to get away with it. I think I can get away with it this time with this trick. As long as the video editing is completed, it doesn't matter how eloquent you, Lin Hong, are. It's just yellow mud falling on your crotch. It's also shit. Seeing that Lu Zishuan wanted to run away, Lin Hong certainly would not let him do as he wished. He had just arrived at the Lu family, so it was definitely not as easy for him to do anything. So the best way is to deal with the opponent in this swimming pool to avoid some minor accidents. That should not happen. Stand right here and don't move, or I'll break your legs. Got it? After a friendly exchange with the servants, he slowly walked up to the group and said, "I think we should sort things out first. How about that? What you up to?" Although he had some doubts that Lin Hong did not do it, Lu Rumo still chose to stand on Lu Zishuan's side. After all, one is the younger brother who just came back, and the other is the younger brother who has been by his side for more than 10 years. Comparing the two, the weight of the former is still too low. What to do, of course, is to prove my innocence. As he spoke, Lin Hong looked at Xiao Wanqing, who was silent beside him. "Aunt Xia, I think you will definitely satisfy me with this small request. Lu Zishuan, you want to kill people and destroy their hearts, so I will play the same trick on you." If Xiao Wanqing admitted it herself, I think the other party's inner thoughts would be very interesting. As for whether the other party will agree to this, it can be seen from the sudden silence. If Xiao Wanqing firmly believed that she was the one who pushed Lu Zishuan into the water, well, there's no way she could be so quiet at this moment. After a few seconds of silence, Xiao Wanqing raised her eyes slightly and looked at Lin Hong, and said word by word, "But I hope you won't lie to me. One more thing, you can call me Mom." The suspicions just now at the dinner table, and now this has suddenly happened. Even the person who had originally firmly believed in Lu Zishuan began to waver. Is this adopted son of mine really as innocent as he appears to be? Mother! Seeing the other party agree to Lin Hong's request, Lu Zishuan's face immediately showed disbelief. "Don't you believe me?" Obviously although his face was tearful, he had already greeted the other person hundreds of times in his heart. In Lu Zishuan's view, Xiao Wanqing's behavior was undoubtedly a betrayal of himself. Lu Zishuan's grief-stricken look made Lu Rumo subconsciously want to say something. But before he could say anything, Xiao Wanqing silenced him with a look. As the actual person in charge of the entire Lu family, her words are like imperial edicts. Let me describe it in another way. I have decided to do this. Who is in favor and who is against? Therefore, from now on, we just need to leave time to Lin Hong. She also wanted to see what the other party wanted to do. Okay, Auntie. As he spoke, Lin Hong reached out and pulled Lu Zishuan up from the ground. You said you keep dropping pearls every day, no matter what. Could it be that you want to go to Thailand? Brother, you, Before Lu Zishuan could finish his green tea speech, Lin Hong raised his hand and slapped the other person's intact left cheek with a large brush. The slap was very powerful. Not only did it cause the opponent to spin 3.5 times in the air, but several white objects also flew out. About 2.5 seconds later, Lu Zishuan finished spinning and fell heavily into the pool. Zishuan. After throwing the white object with ketchup on her face to the ground, Xiao Wanqing angrily shouted, Lin Hong, what on earth do you want to do? Don't worry, there will be an answer soon. After waving his hand to interrupt Lu Rumo, who was about to roar, Lin Hong said to the servant who was trying to reduce his presence as much as possible, Hey, little brother, please go down and help me fish this guy out. After all, I have practiced with Uncle Dong for a period of time, and my data are not comparable to that of ordinary people. Lu Zishuan, a weak and timid green tea girl, would probably slap back if she got slapped. Okay, master. Seeing Lin Hong being so cruel, the servant didn't dare to say anything. After nodding in response, he jumped directly into the swimming pool and pulled up Lu Zishuan, who was already in a coma, but judging by how full his belly was, if he had been a little slower, we could have started eating right away. Although he was a little disappointed that Lu Zishuan did not pass away immediately, Lin Hong did not feel too much upset. After all, no matter what, this guy is the destined son of the original world. If it was really so easy to die, he would feel strange. Here, the evidence you want is here. After slowly walking to Lu Zishuan's side, he used his toes to straighten his face and said to the two of them, Let me give you some common sense. There's a very clear difference between hitting yourself and being hit by someone else. At this point, Lin Hong pointed to the distinctly different red and swollen slap marks on the left and right sides. Look at where I hit you. The thumb is clearly pointing towards the mouth. This is because I hit him with my right hand and he was hit on the left side of his face. The thumb of the other palm print is pointing towards the ear. So what does this mean? This means that the slap mark was made by Lu Zishuan himself with his right hand. After listening to Lin Heng's explanation, Xiao Wanqing and Lu Rumo's expressions instantly changed from gloomy to stunned. Obviously, neither of them had thought that the truth of the matter would be like this. They thought that Lu Zishuan, who was kind and simple, turned out to be such a scheming guy. Lin Hong, whom they thought was barbaric and unreasonable, was actually the innocent one. I'll give you a friendly price for this science popularization, $99.99 will do. Besides, I have something I want to tell you. Looking at the two people's shocked expressions, Lin Hong slowly came to a wooden railing. After patting it to make sure everything was alright, he turned to look at the mother and daughter of the Lu family. Remember, it was you who wanted me to come back, not me who insisted on coming back. I don't want this to happen a second time, because I actually have a pretty bad temper. If I really wanted to hit this guy. The moment he finished speaking, he slapped the wooden railing with his palm. Crack! With a crisp sound of wood breaking, the handrail of the wooden railing instantly broke into 2 sections. Damn, this is definitely redwood. So hard. Feeling the stinging pain in his palm, Lin Hong endured the discomfort and put it behind him, and continued to speak to the two of them. I'm not bragging. If I really wanted to hit this bastard, he would break at least 2 bones with this slap. If he wasn't worried about not meeting the task requirements given by the system, he wouldn't have been talking so much to the other party. As for this last one, it is just to ensure that the mission requirements can be completed. However, the hardness of this wood was beyond his expectations. Xiao Hong, looking at Lin Hong with a calm face, Xiao Wanqing opened her mouth slightly, but I found that for a moment, I didn't know what to say, because her actions just now seemed a bit excessive. And not only did he wrongly accuse the other party without any basis in fact, but he also said extremely vicious words. If everything is alright, I'll go back to my room. Facing the other party's extremely complicated look, Lin Hong shook his head indifferently. By the way, if you don't believe it, you can check the surveillance, but before you check it out, be sure to keep an eye on this guy. Sometimes, some things don't need to be explained too clearly. Some small reminders will make it easier for people to think of many things. Okay, your room is on the 3rd floor. After giving the servants by the swimming pool a meaningful look, Xiao Wanqing turned to Lu Rumo and said, Xiao Mo, take your brother to his room. The original layout of the villa should have been for boys to live on the 2nd floor and for girls to live on the 3rd floor. However, since Lin Heng's room was not ready yet, Xiao Wanqing decided to let him live on the 3rd floor temporarily. Anyway, there are more rooms on the 3rd floor, and they are all the size of master bedrooms. Lin Hong did not refuse Xiao Wanqing's proposal. Instead, he turned his head to look at Lu Rumo, who was standing beside him, and said with a smile, Thank you for your hard work, Miss Lu Air. Simple physical harm is only temporary, only mental stimulation is permanent. For example, the village chief was tied to a wooden stake and stabbed for 3 days and 3 nights. Therefore, if one wants to severely torture Lu Zishuan, the green tea girl, of course the first thing to do is to attack his heart. If the Lu family members were normal, they could at least try to get it, but no matter what, Lin Hong has overcome the hurdle that a real young master must face, that is, the frame up from the fake young master who said, "I rolled down the stairs, brother, why did you push me? It's okay, at least it's not a pinky color. No, that should be called magenta." After taking a quick look at the overall layout of the room, Lin Hong felt quite satisfied. Apart from the cute style, there is nothing wrong with it. At least his treatment is 10,000 times better than those real young masters who live in the nanny's room, air-conditioned room, or attic as soon as they come back. "Hey, system girl." While pulling out the wooden splinter from his hand, Lin Hong called out to the system in his mind, "I think I've completed the mission." It was definitely achieved that the green tea girl's false accusation was exposed, and the subsequent shock it brought to the mother and daughter of the Lu family was also achieved. I have exposed the true face of the green tea girl, and I have also broken the armrest with a slap to show my fighting power. If this isn't shocking, then it's a bit fake. In fact, it's enough to expose it. Looking at Lin Hong, who was grinning and picking at the wooden thorn in his hand, the system girl thought for a while but still didn't say this. Otherwise, this unfortunate kid would probably have a mental breakdown. Thinking of this, she simply started to announce the results of this mission. "Congratulations on completing the mission. Expose the fake young master and leave a deep impression on the family. Mission rewards are being distributed. Bone-breaking hand, the best choice for punishing people. Observation: I see clearly who is a normal human being. Normal human deviation value 100. Brainless deviation value -100. As the system prompt sounded, Lin Hong suddenly felt an itch on his head. Damn it, this guy needs to grow his brain again. After that wonderful feeling disappeared, the specific usage of the bone-splitting hand began to appear in his mind. TSK, next time let's try it on that guy Lu Zishuan. Should I remove his femur first or his corpus cavernosum? No, the corpus cavernosum doesn't seem to have bones. How about borrowing one from Brother Kuan and then plugging it in to operate it? Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. Just as Lin Hong was thinking about where to dismantle Lu Zishuan first, there was a sudden knock on the door. At this point, are they still trying to cause trouble for me? Thinking of this, Lin Hong turned on the recording function of his mobile phone, then stood up and walked towards the door. If these guys do anything excessive later, he will just take out his cell phone and call the police. In fact, he was quite puzzled by this when he read the novel before. Why don't those real young masters call the police after being wronged? The behavior and practices of those bird people are completely child abuse. If the matter is exposed, not only will the company end up in jail, but the company's stock price will also suffer a small loss. If he were one of those real young masters who had been wronged, he would have to cheat a few small targets as startup capital. Once the economy develops, they will send those who abused their family members to Africa to work in mining. After opening the door, Lin Hong discovered that the person standing at the door was Lu Rumo, who had brought him to the room. After putting on that fake smile, he smiled and asked, "Miss Lu Er, what do you want to talk to me about?" The only difference from just now was that a line of numbers appeared above Lu Rumo's head, with a deviation value of 10. I think this is the function of the observing eye, to determine whether the other person's brain is normal, with 0 as the dividing line. Negative numbers indicate a mental problem. A positive deviation value means that the brain is more like that of a normal person. Lu Rumo's 10 points mean that her current behavior is at least like that of a normal person. Your hand is injured. After hearing the faint sense of alienation in Lin Hong's words, Lu Rumo pursed her lips and took out a medicine box from behind her back. "I'll help you deal with the next one, otherwise it will be terrible if the situation worsens. And if you don't mind, you can just call me second sister." Although the boy did not show any abnormality during the time he went upstairs, but out of a doctor's intuition, she still noticed something was wrong before leaving. So after leaving here, she immediately went to the housekeeper to get the medicine box. "Come in." Meeting the girl's eyes filled with nervousness, worry, and other complex emotions, Lin Hong thought for a moment before finally making way. "Thank you for your hard work, Lu Er. Second sister." According to the routine of traditional true and false young master novels, these so-called family members must have a priority awakening person. Perhaps Lu Rumo is one of these people. If that's the case, then he wouldn't mind getting along well with the other person. After all, having a sister who dotes on her brother is actually a very happy thing. As for why he knew so much, we have to talk about a friend. But this is a long story, so let's just cut to the chase and skip it. Anyway, he has never been abused, so there is no need to fight to the death with this group of people. Using family members to severely abuse the fake young master is a good choice, isn't it? It's not hard, it's not hard. I'm your sister. As he spoke, Lu Rumo also walked into the room carrying a medical kit. After arriving at the 3 x 3 bed with ease, she opened the medical kit and said to Lin Hong, "Xiao Hong, come here. I'll help you with the injury on your hand first." When they were young, this room would occasionally be used by the sisters as a secret base. Therefore, she naturally knew the layout inside very well. "Okay." Looking at Lu Rumo, whose number above his head didn't change at all, Lin Hong also slowly walked to the bedside. At least judging from the current situation, the other party should not want to do anything to him. Even if Lu Rumo wanted to do something, he would not be afraid at all. After all, in front of Dabadu, the main thing is equality for all. Hiss, it hurts. When Lu Rumo saw the condition of the boy's palm clearly, he immediately frowned and carefully began to deal with the splinter with tweezers. Looking at the other party's serious expression, Lin Hong cooperated and said nothing. After all, he didn't know what to say at this moment. So keeping silent is undoubtedly the best option at the moment. So for a moment, the only sound in the room besides the breathing of the two people was the ticking of the clock. A few minutes later. Okay, now I'm going to disinfect you. After putting the tweezers aside, Lu Rumo picked up the alcohol and looked up at Lin Hong, saying, "It's a little painful, just bear with it." Hearing this, Lin Hong just nodded calmly and agreed. After all, compared to the injuries sustained during training, this kind of injury can only be considered a minor one. However, the calmer he appeared, the heavier and more nervous Lu Rumo became. While carefully treating the wound with a cotton swab, she lowered her eyes and spoke softly, "I'm sorry, Xiaoheng. I shouldn't be so hostile to you without knowing the truth." Looking at Lu Rumo, who suddenly apologized to him, Lin Hong chuckled and shook his head. "It's okay, just use your brain a little more in the future." After looking up and meeting the boy's clear eyes, Lu Rumo felt mixed emotions for a moment. "You say he can talk, but it makes you want to slap him." "I can't speak, but there's nothing wrong with what I say." However, the more indifferent the boy acted, the greater the pressure Lu Rumo felt. "I think the other party must be very disappointed with his so-called family members." "Okay, I said it's okay." As he spoke, Lin Hong reached out and took the tweezers from the other person's hand. "If you really feel bad, go down and give that guy 2 big bags." Although in terms of blood relationship and age in this life, the other person is nominally the sister of this body, but if we really talk about actual age, he could be the other person's dad. Facing the boy's half-joking look, Lu Rumo also showed a smile on her face. "You little brat, I'm obviously your sister, okay? However, it is not impossible to deal with Lu Zishuan. Not if he does that again next time. I will definitely punch him in the face." Sometimes small actions can speak louder than words. Compared to Lu Zishuan's personality, who needs the whole family to coax him when he gets angry, Lin Heng's seemingly indifferent action instantly revealed the difference between them, and there is nothing wrong with not letting Lu Zishuan enter the room while he is taking a shower. So, that guy is angry for no reason. When thinking about what happened in the past, Lu Rumo began to wonder if he and his family had been bewitched. Otherwise, facing such obscene things, how could she possibly comfort Lu Zishuan? Yes, you are right. Looking at the deviation value on Lu Rumo's head, it suddenly rose from 10 points to 60 points. Although he didn't know what happened, Lin Hong could roughly confirm one thing, that is, my second sister will definitely be the first biological sister to awaken in the novel of the true and false young master. If the plot had gone according to normal, the other party would have chased the husband and the brother to the crematorium. You could just be more perfunctory. After collecting his scattered thoughts, Lu Rumo took out a medical bandage and wrapped it around the boy's hand while continuing, "By the way, Xiaoheng, did you already know that there was something wrong with that guy, Lu Zishuan?" Although this happened, she still had an inexplicable affection and heartache for Lu Zishuan in her heart, but everything is afraid of comparison, even people are no exception. After comparing the two of them, these inexplicable emotions gradually dissipated, and this is why she chooses to call the other person's name directly. "Actually, I'm quite surprised. Didn't you feel that there was something wrong with him before?" Looking at Lu Rumo wrapping bandages around himself, Lin Hong asked a common question shared by many netizens: "Just look at his low-level green tea tactics. Anyone with a normal IQ can see through it, right?" Faced with Lin Hong's question, Lu Rumo's movement of tying the bandage froze slightly, and a somewhat embarrassed expression appeared on his face. She didn't know why, but she never thought there was anything wrong with Lu Zishuan before. No matter what out-of-line things the other person does, she will subconsciously think that it is right. Don't think about it. They didn't awaken their independent personalities before. Perhaps sensing Lin Hong's curiosity, the system girl who had just finished exercising on the bed took the initiative to explain, "Your actions now have gradually awakened their independent personalities. After fully awakening, they will no longer be NPCs that only act according to the plot. So that's how it is. I was saying those plots were really unreasonable." After getting the answer from the system girl, the doubts that had been weighing on Lin Hong's heart were quietly resolved, but the next second, he felt the bandage on his palm seemed to be a little tight. It goes without saying that someone must be looking for a way to get through at this moment. In order to prevent his wounds from continuing to suffer, and also to have an existence that could give Lu Zishuan a soul attack. Therefore, Lin Hong decisively continued, "By the way, second sister, do you want to learn how to identify green tea? Since the other party can awaken her own personality, it means that she is no longer an NPC who only develops according to the plot. In this case, with a little training, you might awaken faster." "Okay." Hearing Lin Hong change the subject, Lu Rumo felt relieved. At least he didn't have to answer such an embarrassing question. At the same time, a hint of curiosity appeared on her face. "But distinguishing green tea is something that can't be learned overnight. It's actually not difficult. This kind of thing can be learned easily through the internet. As he spoke, Lin Hong opened his phone with his left hand. As for TV series, I recommend you watch The Temptation of Going Home and The Legend of Shinyuchu. Both of them have both green tea and white lotus characters. It's just that one is a little lower level and the other is a little higher level. If you don't like watching TV dramas, you can also read novels, such as this one. The Real Young Master, will never be wronged. If novels are not acceptable, then it's still possible. Just when Lin Hong was promoting happiness to Lu Rumo, at this time, in the monitoring room of the Lu family. Lei Yongxin, you'd better explain everything clearly. Looking at the servant kneeling on the ground, the butler Wang Dachui said seriously, you have 10 seconds left. 10, 9, 8. Next to them, Xiao Wanqing sat in the main seat with an expressionless face. She had just checked the surveillance camera by the swimming pool, and the content of the picture was very clear. The so-called incident of being beaten and falling into the water was all directed and acted by Lu Zishuan alone. Later, when Lin Hong proposed to check the surveillance, the eye contact between Lu Zishuan and the servant was also analyzed frame by frame by the slow-motion video. She has lived for so many years, and Xiao Wanqing is not a simple and naive girl. So some things are already very obvious, aren't they? As the countdown got closer to midnight, Lei Yongxin gritted his teeth and told the truth. Master Zishuan used his eyes to tell me to delete some of the surveillance footage. He's asked me to do this before. After all, as the saying goes, it is better for me to die than for my friend to die, so Master Zishuan, you can go with peace of mind. Take the person down and keep an eye on him. Then have someone come over to check the existing surveillance data. The Lu family's video surveillance is stored on the hard drive in the control room, with an effective coverage period of 2 months. The fact that Lu Zishuan is so skilled in the operation shows that this is not the first time he has modified the surveillance content. So she wanted to see what the other party had done. Yes, ma'am. After paying respectful tribute to Xiao Wanqing, Wang Dachui grabbed Lei Yongxin by the scruff of the neck with one hand and dragged him out. This damn guy actually dared to embarrass himself in front of the master. If he doesn't let him experience what electrotherapy is like tonight, he wouldn't be called Wang. As for the date with Wu Ma, it seems that it will only be postponed a little bit. After everyone left, Xiao Wanqing propped up her chin with one hand, revealing a thoughtful expression. Zishuan, I hope you won't let your mother down. If Lin Hong was present at this moment, he would have discovered that the deviation value above the other party's head was continuously increasing. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, in the lobby on the first floor of the Lu family villa, Zishuan, don't cry, my sister won't let you be wronged in vain. At this moment, a beauty with a small wavy hairstyle and a similar appearance to Lu Rumo has 8 points. After comforting Lu Zishuan softly, he turned to Lu Rumo on the side and said, second sister, why do you want to protect the guy who just came back? As soon as he came back, he beat Zishuan like this, and he had no education at all. If it takes a while, will even we dare to do it? Third sister, can you calm down first? Looking at Lu Rushue, who was full of firepower in front of her, Lu Rumo couldn't help but frown slightly. Shut up and stop crying. After a big sinus was thrown on Lu Zishuan's face, she said directly in a cold voice, Lu Zishuan, tell yourself what's going on. As a twin sister, she knows her sister's character very well. It's definitely not possible to say it on your own. Solve the current troubles, we can only do it from the source, and the reason why the other party is making trouble now is because of Lu Zishuan. After going back to see the works recommended by Lin Hong last night, she became more and more convinced that Lu Zishuan was a liar. And no matter what, as long as it is not good for him, he will hum and show that he has been wronged and is for. Why a big sinus passed? It was naturally because of the agreement last night. Second sister, what are you doing? You shut up and let him speak for himself. After interrupting his sister's speech, Lu Rumo continued to look at Lu Zishuan coldly. You'd better think about it clearly. Damn stinky bitch, dare to hit me. Covering the left face that was slapped by the opponent, Lu Zishuan still maintained a pitiful expression while greeting the opponent in his heart. Second sister, me. Oh ha. Sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have made my brother unhappy, woohoo. This sentence not only put himself in the position of the victim, but also put all the faults on Lin Hong, and the most important point is that he did not mention what happened to Lin Hong's slap was so powerful yesterday that he didn't wake up from bed until after 7 in the morning. I can't find where Lei Yongxin's goods have gone. So at this meeting, he was not sure if the other party had taken care of the surveillance video. Therefore, in this way, it is undoubtedly the safest. Okay, don't cry. After interrupting the other party's crying with a wave of his hand, Lu Rumo turned to Lu Rushue on the side and said, Xiaohong was right about that incident yesterday. So you are not allowed to trouble him, you know? Facing Lu Zishuan, who was crying, the trace of disgust in Lu Rumo's heart also quietly dissipated a lot. Even the big sinuses that had originally wanted to fan over stopped directly, and for this change, even Lu Rumo herself did not notice it. Why? He beat Zishuan into a pig. That's it. Looking at Lu Zishuan's left face, which was about the same as the second brother, Lu Rushue said with a look of resentment, I don't care, that guy must pay the price. Xiao Xue, you. But just when Lu Rumo wanted to say something, there was a sound of footsteps on the stairs immediately afterwards. A clear voice that belonged to the boy alone reached the ears of several people. Yo, is it so lively in the morning? After a few people went looking for fame, I saw Lin Hong, dressed in homewear, staring at a few people condescendingly. System girl, what's the matter with Lu Rumo's value? Just as a few people were observing Lin Hong was also observing a few people, but to be precise, he was observing Lu Rumo more appropriately. Her value obviously reached 72 last night, but now it has fallen back to 65. How to say that Lu Zishuan is also the son of luck in this world? Naturally, it is not so easy to deal with. In the face of Lin Hong's question, the system girl also directly began to understand. Before the value did not reach 100%. The characters will still be imperceptibly re-influenced by the opponent, but once the value becomes a positive 100, Lu Zishuan will not be able to continue to influence her. However, this imperceptible influence process depends on the affected person's existing impression of Lu Zishuan. If the impression is very bad, the process will be relatively slower. Similarly, once the value is negative 100, then the opponent will give up on Lu Zishuan. However, this kind of general needs to be eaten both physically and mentally, so the conditions are more difficult to achieve. Good guy, isn't it the same as opening it? After listening to the explanation from the system girl, Lin Hong also had to sigh that the son of luck was as terrifying as ever. You bastard, why are you bullying Zishuan? And looking at Lin Hong, who was leaning on the railing in a daze, Lu Rushue couldn't help but scold loudly. I'm telling you, only Zishuan is my only younger brother. You'd better be honest and figure out your position for me. Otherwise, I will let mom and dad kick you out. Listen, what a familiar speech by a fool. Lu Rushua's voice made Lin Hong take back his thoughts and put his gaze on her at the same time. After seeing the big negative mark on the opponent's skull, his face also showed such an expression. At this time, the prompt sound of the system girl also suddenly sounded in his mind. Release task, expose Lu Zishuan's true face and let Lu Rushua know that he is a clown. Task reward, master photography technology. You can't do bad things, otherwise you will be ruined if you throw away the notebook. System girl, your last sentence is somewhat unorthodox, right? Looking at the font prompt behind the task reward, Lin Hong inexplicably thought of a certain man called the Ancestor Master in his mind. A system. Don't you reflect on why you think of it? Lin Hong. Hey, what kind of look are you looking at? Just when Lin Hong was still arguing with the system, Lu Rushue, who was staring at him with a pair of mentally handicapped eyes, also rubbed his anger up. As the third daughter of the Lu family and an internationally renowned designer, when has she ever been seen with such eyes? Don't you know what my eyes look like? Looking at Lu Rushue, who was still screaming underneath, Lin Hong also temporarily gave up fighting with the system. You vomit. But just when Lu Rushue wanted to continue talking about something, a slipper flew into her mouth very accurately. The world is finally quiet. After imitating a wave of Xiaoming's slippers, Lin Hong walked downstairs and said to Lu Rushue, did you wake up in the morning without brushing your teeth? Can the mouth be so smelly? Wow. Vomit. After pulling the slippers out of her mouth forcefully, Lu Rushue immediately squatted on the ground clutching her throat and retched, how dare this guy, he actually threw the slippers directly into his mouth. Third sister, are you okay? Seeing that it was time for him to play, Lu Zishuan immediately came to Lu Rushue's side, and looked at Lin Hong on the side with a distressed expression. Brother, I know you complained that I robbed you of your life. But you shouldn't target the third sister, no matter what she says, it's yours. Before the voice fell, a slipper was firmly drawn on Lu Zishuan's nose after bypassing Lu Rushue in an arc-shaped trajectory. Don't talk to me here early in the morning, I'm not interested in listening. Looking at Lu Zishuan, who was half kneeling on the ground with his nose covered, Lin Hong reached out and took a pair of new slippers handed over by Steward Wang after pulling out his ears. I have to say that as the head of the family, Wang Date is still very discerning. At least people know who is in charge here now. Seeing that Lu Zishuan was injured, Lu Rushue also resisted nausea and hurriedly stepped forward to check. After seeing the very obvious slipper mark on the opponent's face, she immediately said angrily to Lin Hong on the side, you bastard, how dare you do this to us? You wait for me, I must let mom and dad kick you out. Oh, I'm so scared, are you just graduated from kindergarten? Talk about mom and dad every day. Ignoring the angry appearance of the other party, Lin Hong put on his slippers without delay. Then, he spoke in a half-joking tone, and you care so much about Lu Zishuan, is it possible that you like him? But although you are not related by blood, if you are really interested in him, is it a bit too much? Perverted. After all, I have been together as siblings for more than 10 years, only people with perverted hearts will like each other in this relationship. Of course, except for Sister Cheong, because it was pure love. You. What are you talking nonsense about? In the face of Lin Hong's teasing, Lu Rushue immediately blushed and roared loudly, how could I be such a person, you? Don't slander me. In fact, when she first learned that Lu Zishuan was not her own brother, her heart hadn't changed much, but when Lin Hong said that just now, she realized that something seemed wrong. I don't know when I started, but I do seem to have a little meaning. But when she thought of the word perverted that the other party said, she immediately suppressed this thought from her heart. It is absolutely impossible for her, Lu Rushue, to be a pervert. Looking at Lu Rushue with an excited expression, Lu Zishuan understood that the previous efforts must have been in vain. When he knew that he was not Lu's family, he expressed a certain sense of intimacy that surpassed his siblings when he got along with several girls. In addition to stabilizing the position of the Lu family, this also means that they want to eat the three-layer donburi of the sisters. After all, each of the three sisters of the Lu family can have a facial value of more than 95 points. In addition, everyone has different temperaments because of their work hobbies, and their style and charm are also different. If you can put it under your command together, it would be the realization of the ultimate wish in every man's heart. Damn bastard, can this kind of thing be said clearly? After facing Lin Hong in his heart for a while, Lu Zishuan immediately put on a look of shame, anger and embarrassment. Brother, why are you slandering me and the third sister? Obviously we are just siblings. This sentence is also careful. It not only clarified the relationship with Lu Rushue, but also explained that he was the other party's younger brother, and you, Lin Hong, are at best just a stranger who was related by blood. Hearing this, Lin Hong walked slowly to the sofa. He used a smile-like expression and joked to the two people with different expressions. Look, you are in a hurry again. Don't scream. It's really hard for me not to doubt that you are so excited. Is it possible? Am I really right? Judging from Lu Rushue's extremely excited reaction, perhaps the other party really had this idea before. After all, in the traditional true and false young master text, the first version of the false young master can generally come together with these so-called sisters. As for the second edition, the real young master is resurrected. And what's the matter with your fake young master? Lin Hong naturally noticed Lu Zishuan's caution, but just because he noticed it, it didn't mean he would care. After all, to combat things like Taoism, the premise has to be right or not. You are talking nonsense. I don't have that kind of perverted idea. After quickly arriving in front of Lin Hong, Lu Rushue raised her eyes and glared at him. You bastard, I won't let you go. If you don't like him, how can you selectively lose your brainstem? Looking at Lu Rushue with a look of indignation in front of him, Lin Hong bent over and shortened the distance from the opponent. When the faces of the two of them were about 20 centimeters away, he stared straight into each other's eyes and said word by word, do you know the truth about yesterday? Are you screaming here? The truth isn't the truth. But before Lu Rushue could finish speaking, Lin Hong directly covered her mouth with her hand, and turned to the steward Wang on the side and said, Lao Wang, show Miss Lu San what I asked you to do yesterday. Take a look. Yesterday, except for chatting with Lu Rumo about some messy things. He also learned more or less about the basic situation inside the Lu family. As for Wang Daxing's contact information, he had already got it last night. Although Lu Rushue wanted to say something, however, because his mouth was covered by Lin Hong, his hands were not as long as the other party, therefore, she could only make a woo-woo sound in place. Good young master, please wait a moment. While speaking, Wang Dasheng had already taken out his mobile phone and began to operate it on the screen. Seeing this situation, Lu Zishuan's complexion also changed drastically in an instant. Listening to the tone of the other party, it was obviously the video by the pool last night. Brother, let go of the third sister, or else. Before the other party could finish speaking, Lin Hong kicked him in the stomach with his long legs. Looking at Lu Zishuan, who couldn't afford to fall to the ground, he curled his hands disdainfully. I said don't talk to me about tea. I am a person who is severely allergic to green tea. Anyway, it's impossible to get along well with this guy, so why let each other go? I am not the great Buddha of Lesan. Do you still have to endure it if you have the opportunity not to beat it? At this time, Wang Sledgehammer had already raised his mobile phone in front of the two of them. Young master, Miss San. This is the video from last night. You are indeed very talkative, but it can be said that there is a fart. Now I am not in charge of this family. I advise you to be interesting and get out of Lu's house, otherwise, I will let you realize what life is better than death. You idiot, think of yourself as a villain. You hillbilly, get ready to accept the sanctions. Nah, this is the so-called truth. While speaking, Lin Hong also loosened the right hand that was holding the opponent's mouth. Then my dear Miss Lu San, excuse me, do you have anything to say now? Hearing this, Lu Rushue immediately recovered from her stunned state. At this moment, she felt like a clown. In the picture, Lin Hong didn't do anything from beginning to end. Lu Zishuan was all picking things up by himself, but without knowing the truth, she was paranoid that Lin Hong was deliberately causing trouble for Lu Zishuan. Not only that, but so many excessive words were said to him. After taking a breath, Lu Rushue turned to look at Lu Zishuan, who was still clutching her stomach. Zishuan, you'd better make it clear what's going on. Although I can't believe that the gentle and kind brother in my mind would actually do such a thing, but the facts were right in front of her, and she couldn't bear not to believe it. So now what she wants to know most is why Lu Zishuan did this. Third sister, listen to me explain, things. Meeting Lu Rushua's disappointed gaze, Lu Zishuan was really panicked this time. However, his panic was not all because of Lu Rushua, but more because of that video. Now that the video is still preserved, that means Lu Zhiguo and Xiao Wanqing may have seen it too. When he thought of that picture, he suddenly felt a numbness in his scalp. At this time, the noise made by several people also successfully attracted Lu Zhiguo and Xiao Wanqing. Looking at Lu Zishuan's hesitant and unclear appearance, Lu Ruxuotan roared in disappointment. Come on, why on earth did you do that? Looking at Lu's father and Lu's mother, who were getting closer and closer, and Lu Rushue, who was constantly questioning herself, Lu Zishuan immediately decided to escape here first, and then thought of an excuse to settle the matter. Me. Halfway through struggling to stand up from the ground, he decisively closed his eyes and fell directly to the ground. There is no mistake, his way of escape from here is very simple. That is one of the necessary skills of the fake young master, pretending to be dizzy, and pretending to be pitiful, pretending to be sick, commonly known as the three major brainwashing tools of the fake young master. As soon as these three weapons appear, they can often guide the surrounding people to launch a violent attack on the real young master. It is really an essential skill for the fake young master to travel at home and kill people to get more goods. Zishuan, what's wrong with you? But due to Lu Zishuan's sudden coma, Lu Rushue also changed her aggressiveness just now, almost in an instant. The whole person became panicked. Hey, it's a bit boring. Looking at the Lu family members who were inexplicably messed up into a pot of porridge, Lin Hong asked Steward Wang on the side, Lao Wang, are you ready for breakfast at home? After all, he is not an ancestor, so this advanced photography technique is not necessary compared with this dispensable skill. He felt that eating was more important. My daily diet is very regular, and I don't affect the rhythm for this kind of thing at all. You still want to eat at this time? You really are an uneducated person. Hearing Lin Hong say that he had to go to dinner first, Lu Rushua's brain fell into an abnormal state again. Steward Wang, leave him alone. Now, immediately, go and call me the family doctor right away. No, Lao Wang, go and bring me breakfast. The timing of this guy's fainting was so coincidental. It would be a pity if I didn't bring it for dinner. After hearing Lu Rushua's dog barking, Lin Hong, who had planned to leave, sat decisively on the sofa beside him, and Miss Lu San, are you stupid? A doctor as big as the second sister is here. What family doctor are you going to find? The moment the words fell, the faces of several people except Lu Rushua inexplicably changed, because the point in time when Lu Zishuan fainted, it seemed very coincidental, just like when I was going to see Lin Hong. I was so uncomfortable just now. You have gone too far. You still doubt Zishuan and me. Shut up, you. After scolding the right one with a look in his eyes, Lin Hong looked at Lu Rumo on the side again. Second sister, you should be able to tell whether you are really dizzy or fake dizzy. If it hadn't been for following Uncle Dong's self-cultivation for a while, he would have really almost slapped him up just now, but he really couldn't understand how the real young masters and the traditional true and false young masters endured it. Just this kind of stupid family. Huan Yisan is at least the kind that started in 3 years. You. But when Lin Hong yelled like this, Lu Rushua wanted to fight back, but after seeing the other party's emotionless eyes, he calmed down instantly like a frightened quail. When did she think that the 3 daughters of the dignified Lu family had been treated like this before? Okay, third sister, be quiet for me. He looked at his trembling sister and Lin Hong, who looked unhappy. After Lu Rumo nodded, he began to popularize science for a few people. There are actually many ways to tell if a person is unconscious, the most common of them. After hearing that Lu Rumo started to learn how to tell if he was really unconscious, Lu Zishuan, who was lying on the ground, said that his mentality had collapsed. NMD, why don't you play cards one by one according to the routine? Shouldn't you take yourself to the room at this time and let the family doctor come over to diagnose it? What kind of plane is this doing now? How is this different from the original script? If the family doctor doesn't come, how can he use Zishu Wuyo's illness to alienate Lu's family from Lin Hong? In addition, if Lu's family finds out that he is pretending to be in a coma, he will end up. All in all, Lu Zishuan's heart was as broken as a certain eggplant at this time. The famous classic line is as follows: I collapsed, I really collapsed. The above are the more common ways. After roughly introducing several ways to distinguish, Lu Rumo turned to look at Lin Hong, who had already eaten. Xiaohong, what do you want to do, sister? Cooperate with you. Due to these waves of harassment by Lin Hong, her invisible influence has been eliminated. At least during this time, the impression of Lu Zishuan in her heart returned to that shameless green tea image again. You also missed one kind, so let's use that kind. After placing the breakfast in the tray, Lin Hong took out his mobile phone and squatted down beside Lu Zishuan. Are you ready, second sister? Hearing this, Lu Rumo also understood the other party's way of saying it. As a result, after she took Lu Rushua's palm, she placed it on Lu Zishuan's arm. After all this was done, she nodded to Lin Hong. Well, come on. Some things can only be more convincing if the parties concerned feel them firsthand. Okay, then let's start. While speaking, Lin Hong also clicked the play button on the screen. Next second. An extremely loud curse of great compassion also exploded instantly in the living room of the Lu family. Hiss. Because of the very close distance, Lu Rushua subconsciously rubbed her ears. What the hell do you want to do? Isn't Zishuan still unresponsive? In her opinion, as long as this situation is normal, people will definitely react, but Lu Zishuan is still in a coma after such an analysis. The other party must have really fainted, but in fact, Lu Zishuan at this moment only felt his brain buzzing. If it weren't for supporting his body with great perseverance not to move, he would have covered his ears in the first place. Did your brain fall into the placenta? With such a loud voice, a normal unconscious person would have woken up a long time ago. Ignoring Lu Rushua, who was about to faint with qi, Lin Hong looked at Lu Zishuan, who was still in a coma. In disgust, Lu Zishuan, you are not a vegetative person. I can't get up so loudly. Is it because there is too much shit in my ears? Damn it, he must be lying to me. Hearing Lin Hong's naked ridicule, Lu Zishuan comforted himself in his heart while continuing to pretend to be unconscious, because he didn't know whether what the other party was saying was true or not. He didn't dare to move now that it was true. If Lu's family finds out that he is pretending to be dizzy, the consequences may be. Lu Zishuan, I will give you one last chance. Without waiting for Lu Rushua to say something, Lu Rumo on the side directly threw a large pen pocket on Lu Zishuan's face. If you continue to pretend to be asleep, let me let you experience what it's like to be in a real coma. Lu Rushua, second sister. Lu Zhigua, Xiaoma. Xiao Wanqing, Imor. Looking at the three nervous-looking people, Lu Rumo took a deep breath and explained to several people, Xiaohong is right. In this case, most people would have woken up a long time ago. In addition, people's muscles will only be relaxed when they are in a coma. Having said that, she turned her head and looked at Lu Rushua from the side. I have said that, don't you understand? After listening to her sister's explanation, Lu Rushua still didn't know what was going on. She just felt it very intuitively the moment Lu Zishuan heard the great compassion mantra. His arm muscles tightened significantly. Lu Zishuan, you'd better get up for me right away. Looking at Lu Zishuan, who was still pretending to be unconscious, Lu Rushua's eyes were also full of disappointment. The things the other party did and the current performance made her feel like a fool and a clown before the eye and the mockery of the other party. Do what you think is right. Damn, why is this happening? Feeling the anger and disappointment mixed in Lu Rushua's words, Lu Zishuan seemed to have 10,000 fond men galloping in his heart, but he also understood that if he got up now, everything would be over. Therefore, he could only go to the dark one way and continue to pretend to be unconscious. I'm so stupid. Looking at Lu Zishuan without moving, Lu Rushua felt like a joke. She used to think she knew each other very well, but now it seems that is just what the other party wants him to see. Thinking of this, she smiled at herself and then turned and walked upstairs. If she continues to stay here, she is not sure if she will do anything less rational, seeing that the other party's state seemed to be wrong. Lu's father and Lu's mother hurriedly followed. As for Lu Rumo's words, he went to the restaurant with Lin Hong. Her younger sister had parents watching, so Lu Rumo was thinking about how to comfort Lin Hong. After all, these things that happened this morning may extinguish the affection that the other party has finally developed for this family. Therefore, for a while, Lu Zishuan was the only one in the entire living room lying on the cold floor. If the spotlight shines at this time, then BGM must be. I rub against the smooth floor. No, it's a skewer. It should be the snowflakes fluttering, and the north wind is xiao xiao. A few minutes later, on the dining table of the Lu family, Xiaohong, I'm sorry, I didn't hold your third sister in time. Looking at Lin Hong, who was tapping on his mobile phone while stuffing bread into his mouth, after thinking about it for a while, Lu Rumo decided to take matters into his own hands. After all, neither Lin Hong nor Lu Rushua are younger than her. As a sister, she also hopes that the two can live in harmony. As for Lu Zishuan, she had already been completely excluded. If she was the one before, there is still a glimmer of hope for her, but with the other party's commotion in the morning, this glimmer of hope was also completely shattered. In contrast, her change value also came to a positive 95 points, with only the last 5 points. You can truly get rid of the control of the plot. Second sister, it's none of your business. After sending out the edited news, Lin Hong finished drinking the fish fillet porridge in the bowl and said, there is no need to take everything on your body, just take advantage of the situation. He naturally knew what the other party was going to do, but it was just like he said. It didn't matter to him what Lu Rushua would do in the future. In addition to avoiding Lin Huiru, he came here with a vacation mentality. Therefore, if Lu Rushua can change, she will change, and it doesn't matter if she can't change. Anyway, the soldiers came to block the water and cover it with soil. Seeing things that can be solved with a lot of money in your pocket, what do you want to do so much? If it weren't for the pleasant relationship with Lu Rumo, he wouldn't say these things. Hey, can't you be a little bit like a child once in a while? Looking at the young man's appearance of the old god being there, Lu Rumo didn't know what to say for a while. Her younger brother is a bit too sensible, and she seems to be saying something wrong. In comparison, Lu Zishuan is simply a lump of rice fields. I was 18 a few months ago, so I'm not considered a child. As he spoke, Lin Hong also stood up from his seat. You can eat slowly, I have something to go out. The Lu family is only a temporary vacation place, and there are goals to continue to struggle outside. Although relying on the shortcut of online loans, Tazai has achieved short-term freedom of wealth, but if you want wealth to last for a long time, you have to make corresponding efforts. However, after being a social animal for so long in his previous life, it is naturally impossible for him to go the old way again. And to be honest, since you have money, why bother to work hard by yourself? Let me take you away. Where are you going? Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Lu Rumo also stood up from his seat. She still wants to stay with each other for a while to enhance her feelings for each other. Now that there is a ready-made opportunity, she will naturally not let it go easily. Hearing this, Lin Hong roughly thought about the agreed time and distance with the other party. After confirming that he might not be able to catch up by taxi, he nodded decisively and agreed. That's okay, then I'll work hard for you next. A free driver, don't want it for nothing. What stupid thing to say, you called me second sister, didn't you? After reaching out and grabbing the young man's arm, Lu Rumo happily took him outside. By the way, Xiaoheng, where do you want to go? Are you going to meet friends? You'll find out later. Looking at the bright 95 on the opponent's skull, Lin Hong planned to try a wave to push it to 100. After all, it's fun to fight with green tea, but it's a bit annoying to have too many green tea helpers. Just like Lu Rushua just now, she didn't behave like a normal human being, and maybe it's really just like the ancients said. Chao Chao and Chao Chao arrived. The two of them were passing by the living room, only to find that Lu Rushue, who was supposed to be upstairs, didn't know when. She came to Lu Zishuan's side again. Moreover, she still lowered her head, and her body also exuded an aura of not being near strangers. Looking at Lu Rushue, who was not in the right situation, Lu Rumo pursed her lips and said slightly worriedly, Sanmei, are you okay? Second sister, I'm fine. Hearing the other party's voice, Lu Rushue also recovered from her contemplation. After turning her head and looking at the two of them, she took a deep breath and bowed to Lin Hong. Sorry, Xiaoheng, I just couldn't speak my mind. I hope you can forgive me. Good guy, this is a complete enlightenment. Looking at Lu Rushua's head, I don't know when it has become a deviation value of positive 90. Lin Hong also had to say with emotion, sure enough, people can only grow rapidly after experiencing hardships. Lu Zishuan's operation in this wave directly caused the opponent to go from a negative 90 to a positive 90. It's okay, it's not a big deal anyway. After retracting his divergent thoughts, he waved his hand to Lu Rushue indifferently. If it's okay, you can play slowly, and we'll go first if we have anything else to do. Instead of continuing to wrangle with each other here, it's better to end quickly and leave quickly. After all, the man I am going to meet next is a man who will affect the entire Chinese market pattern in the future. If you don't hurry up and hold your legs now, how about you won't be able to drive a car in the future, Xiaoheng? Seeing that Lin Hong forgave herself so simply, the expression on Lu Rushua's face also changed several times in an instant, and finally settled on guilt. I'm really sorry, sister, I shouldn't have said that to you. Obviously I was hurt like that by myself, but I still chose such an understatement to forgive. In comparison, what she had done before was nothing short of. Damn me. Thinking of this, the deviation value on her skull soared up again, and until the moment the deviation value reaches the apex, Lu Ruxuatin felt refreshed for a while, as if some invisible shackles in her heart had quietly dissipated. At this moment, she seemed to be a lot more relaxed. I'm going. But looking at the bright 100 deviation value on the opponent's skull, Lin Heng's eyes flashed with shock. He never expected that the first person to formally awaken would be Lu Rushua. After all, it stands to reason that this person should be Lu Rumo. Lu Zishuan, do you think I'm stupid? After withdrawing the little pearl from the corner of her eyes, she turned her head and looked at Lu Zishuan, who was still in a coma, and said mockingly, it seems that I really underestimated you before. The moment the words fell, she kicked Lu Zishuan's little partner fiercely. What? Next second, a scream comparable to the screams of northerners when they first saw the cockroach in the south resounded in the entire Liuzhai in an instant. Second sister, Xiaoheng. Looking at Lu Zishuan, who was clutching Xiaozilu like a shrimp on the ground, Lu Rushua looked at the two people not far away with a smile on her face. Go ahead and get busy, remember to come back early. After saying this, she continued to attack Lu Zishuan. If you don't vent the anger in your heart now, you will have to fall asleep tonight, cuckoo. Looking at Lu Rushua, who imitated Zhou Xingqi's famous scene, Lin Hong subconsciously glanced at his little partner, then silently pulled Lu Rumo away from here. He was worried that if he continued to stay, his friends would be unnecessarily frightened later. As for Lu Rumo's words, she only has disgust for Lu Zishuan now, and naturally she doesn't have any intention of stopping her. After all, sometimes, only venting the pressure in your heart is the right solution. An hour later, in an office building in the center of the city, brothers. A middle-aged uncle in his 30s looked excited and laughed happily at the people next to him. I got it, we got the investment. How much is it? 100 million, 100 million. Is it RMB? Or is it Zimbabwe currency? Of course it's RMB. While speaking, the middle-aged uncle pulled over Lin Hong, who was standing next to him. It's this boss Lin, he wants to invest 100 million in us. The boss is mighty, XN ahem, everyone calm down. Looking at the hot eyes of the group of old men in front of him, Lin Hong smiled and waved his hand. I am very optimistic about the future development of our Xiaomi mobile phones. I hope you can create an era that belongs to us alone. Wow, XN. Looking at the delighted crowd, Lin Heng's face was also full of smiles. These are all good cows and horses who will work for him in the future. Naturally, he is satisfied with how he sees it. After a lively discussion with everyone for a while, Lin Hong and Lu Rumo walked into the office with Lei Jun. Mr. Lei, you have been the CEO of Jinshan for so many years, it seems that there is no need to be so excited about this money. Looking at Lei Jun with a red face, Lin Hong signed the final equity contract while speaking half-jokingly, "You can't make a mobile phone so expensive, have you used up all your savings?" You know, in the world of the previous life, this man was ridiculed as a systematic existence. When many people were still in college, they had already earned the first million in their lives. After graduation, he received more than 500 solicitations. After that, in just 10 years, most people accumulated wealth that could not be accumulated for several generations, or even dozens of generations. To this day, he still remembers the famous saying, "Are you?" Off topic, it was that sentence when I was at my most depressed. There were only 4 billion cold ones in the card. Ha, that's not true. As he spoke, the expression on Lei Jun's face gradually became serious. "This career is my dream, and your investment is undoubtedly an affirmation of me." The price of mobile phones on the market now remains high. Even the simplest old-fashioned machine has to be sold for thousands of dollars. He wants to create a brand new era, so that digital products are no longer unattainable. IT should enter millions of households and become a tool that can bring convenience to people's lives. I believe you can do it. After putting away one of the 3 contracts in his hand, Lin Hong handed the other 2 copies to the other party. "By the way, Mr. Lei, have you considered making cars in the future?" For some unknown reason, he suddenly thought of the legendary Xiaomi car accidentally connected to N. Accidentally clicked on the order page, accidentally selected a personal model, and accidentally entered my name and ID number. After that, I accidentally touched the agreement to agree to the purchase, and accidentally paid the deposit, and accidentally entered the correct bank card password. Car. This thing is too far away, right? After reaching out to take the contract handed over by the other party, Lei Jun chuckled and shook his head. "But your young people's thoughts jump so fast. Why did you jump into the car all of a sudden?" "It's nothing, I just think you might be interested in the future." After glancing at the message sent on the mobile phone, Lin Hong stretched out his right hand while continuing to speak. "Uncle Lei, the bank should have already allocated funds. Happy cooperation. I wish us all a bright future." Looking at the right hand handed over by the young man, Lei Jun also held it together, and said in a firm tone, "Happy cooperation, Kobayashi." Both of them are smart people, so sometimes things don't have to be said too clearly. If you agree with each other, you can naturally come together. A few minutes later, on a street in Guangdong, after parting with Lei Jun, Lu Rumo finally asked the question that had been in his heart for a long time. "Shohong, did you really live in a small village before?" Whether it was Lin Heng's conversation with Lei Jun or the 100 million invested, she felt very dreamy. Even, she wondered if she hadn't woken up yet. Hearing this, after Lin Hong put down his mobile phone, he turned his head and looked at Lu Rumo beside him. "I do live in a small village, but no one stipulates that a small village must be poor, right? It seems. It is indeed such a truth." Welcoming the clear eyes of the young man, Lu Rumo nodded subconsciously, and immediately said, "But is it really okay for you to invest 100 million? In her opinion, Lei Jun's company is not only small in scale, but many things are also in the conceptual stage. For such a company, there is no need to invest at all, except for the fact that the other party was once the CEO of Zishuan. She temporarily couldn't see any other value of the company. Rest assured, their value far exceeds this 100 million. Although MIUI is not yet online, their story has come up with the correct answer on Blue Star. 2 sets. The world is different, mobile phones are expensive. However, it was too troublesome to explain this matter to the other party, so Lin Hong didn't want to bother. Just like stubborn parents always think that a child who has just turned on the computer for 2 minutes has actually been playing games all day. No matter how you defend, they can always find a reason to refute you. Looking at the other party's still worried gaze, Lin Hong turned on the co-pilot of the vehicle and said, "Instead of struggling with this, how about you make a bet with me?" "Bet?" "Yes, let's just bet." At the same time, in the lobby on the first floor of the Lu family, although your son's cavernous body is very severely damaged, it can still be restored as long as it is cultivated for a period of time. A middle-aged man dressed as a doctor, after handing the report in his hand to Lu Zhigua, exhorted solemnly, "But you have to be restrained in the past 6 months, otherwise, it will not only affect normal physiological functions, but may also cause." Although the doctor's words were not finished, Lu Zhigua, who can be regarded as a past person, would not understand what the other party meant. If Lu Zishuan suffers another injury in the past 6 months, or uses something once, then the other party will probably only be able to become the same person as the head of the organization in the future. "I know Dr. Zhang, it's hard for you to come here." After nodding to express his gratitude to Dr. Zhang, Lu Zhigua looked at the room. This time, Lu Zishuan lay flat on the ground like a maggot, and kept crying to Xiao Wanqing, "Apart from this, do you have any other problems?" This doctor is not the previous family doctor, but he specially found it from the hospital. As the ruler of a large family, he is the only sober existence among the few. The initial deviation value was 20, at least it can be regarded as a normal person. Therefore, since Lin Heng's speech at the dinner table, he has asked people to investigate the basic situation of the family doctor. Of course, there is absolutely no coercion in this process. He is just an honest man. How could he do such a thing? And after this investigation, a lot of little secrets were really pried out of the opponent's mouth. For example, when they were going to Tazai earlier, Lu Zishuan's so-called discomfort was all fake. "No, your son's physical indicators are all normal, that's it." After a pause for a few seconds, Dr. Zhang decided to tell what he knew. It's just that there is some kidney loss, plus physical deficiency. In addition, this time the cavernous body is severely injured, which may affect reproductive function and use time. It is conservatively estimated that there will be about 5 breaths. After saying this, he also subconsciously glanced at Lu Zishuan not far away. At the same time, he shook his head subconsciously with disdain in his heart. It's not as good as someone like myself who has a tigress in his family. Isn't this a proper waste? I see. You have worked hard to come here for a special trip. It's not hard work, this is what I should do. After letting Steward Wang send Dr. Zhang away, Lu Zhigua's face instantly became gloomy. As the saying goes, the family is ugly. Lu Zishuan is still his Lu family now, and what he lost is naturally his Lu Zhigua's old face, combined with the things the other party had done before. He had already raised the idea of throwing it out of the house. As a traditional man, he can still tell who is more important to his biological child and his adopted son. If Lu Zishuan is honest, it's not that he can't keep the other party. After all, based on the size of the Lu family, let alone a Lu Zishuan, even if they have another 100, they can afford it. But the opponent's successive harassment operations made Lu Zhigua completely abandon this idea. Although the farmer and the snake are just a story, they are the truest portrayal of this meeting, right? But as a good traditional man, he still wants to see his wife's decision. Lu Zhigua, swore that he was definitely not raking his ears. He just loved his wife more. Mom, I know I was wrong, so you can forgive me this time, okay? At this time in the room, Lu Zishuan couldn't care about the pain coming from the next 3 roads anymore, and was holding on to Xiao Wanqing's trousers and crying constantly, I will be obedient in the future, and I will never provoke my brother again. As long as you don't get kicked out of the Lu family, you still have a chance. So in any case, he has to find a way to stay, and Lu Zhigua's gloomy face outside the house was obviously telling him that he was in a bad mood now. So the only hope left at the moment fell on Xiao Wanqing. Although the other party doesn't care about the company's affairs, she is in charge of most of the things in the family. As long as Xiao Wanqing can speak, then he can stay in Lu's house, and as long as he can stay in the Lu family, there will be opportunities to take care of Lin Hong slowly in the future. All the property of the Lu family belongs to him, including the 3 sisters. Looking at Lu Zishuan, who couldn't stop trembling and her face was covered with tears, the deviation value on Xiao Wanqing's forehead was also declining at a slow rate. Anyway, she has also raised each other for more than 10 years. After such a long time, even a dog will have a lot of affection. What's more, it's a person coupled with the influence of the will of the world. Her idea of sending the other party away began to gradually weaken, and just when she was about to say something, there was a crisp sound of footsteps at the gate. Immediately afterwards, Lin Hong and Lu Rumo walked in side by side. Yo, auntie, you are busy. After perceiving that several people were looking at him, Lin Hong closed the phone and returned to his pocket. Leave me alone, just keep going. Anyway, let me finish reading what Avery looks like in Pinru's clothes. After muttering in a low voice, Lu Rumo also retracted his gaze and looked at Xiao Wanqing in front of him and said, Mom, we are back. Well, let's take a break first. After smiling and nodding at the two of them, Xiao Wanqing looked at Lu Zishuan from the side again. Zishuan, what you did is really disappointing to my mother. Even if Xiao Hung is back, we don't have the slightest snub for you, but why do you still have to do such an excessive thing even if this is the case? If Lin Hong and the two came back a few seconds later, they would already be ready to let the other party stay directly, but now, she temporarily dispelled this idea. At the very least, it can't be so simple to expose this matter. Even if Lu Zishuan wanted to stay, he had to teach the other party a profound lesson. Mom, I really know I was wrong. And while the two of them were still pulling, Lin Hong also asked the system girl in his mind, System girl, why can't I lose the deviation value of Xiao Wanqing as soon as I show up? When he first entered the door, he still saw the deviation value on the opponent's forehead boasting, do you have to look for me when I'm about to fish? Unhappy is unhappy, but the system girl still explained, explain according to the setting of the novel world. If Lu Zishuan is the protagonist, you are the villain, therefore, your whole body has a magnetic field, which can reduce Lu Zishuan's brainwashing ability to a certain extent. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Hong also immediately understood Xiao Wanqing's deviation value problem. Good guy, you are born with a certain anti-intelligence buff, although the effect may be general, it can at least play a certain degree of inhibitory effect. It's no wonder that when Lu Rumo appeared on his own in the morning, the deviation value on his forehead was also stable at a certain value. Originally, he was still wondering if this change was because Lu Zishuan showed his feet unexpectedly. The most important reason was actually on his own body, but just when Lin Hong wanted to ask about something, Steward Wang handed over a tray. Young master, let's have some melon seeds. Watching a play with melon seeds is the best in thousands of years. As an excellent and qualified housekeeper, it is naturally impossible for him to let the owner's house go to the theater. It was disrespectful to the owner's family, and it was also a blasphemy of his professional ethics. King Sledgehammer. This is absolutely not allowed to happen. Good guy, I'm just a good guy. Looking at the sudden appearance of Wang's sledgehammer, as well as the melon seeds on the tray in the opponent's hand. This moment, even Lin Hong couldn't help but say good guy. He originally thought it would be outrageous for him to stay to watch the show, but he didn't expect there to be a more outrageous host. Ahem, thank you for your hard work, Lao Wang. After coughing and bringing the melon seeds over, Lin Hong thought for a while and continued, then what, you can get one for me. Will 2 bottles of happy water come over? Since the other party has done this, it's not too much to ask for another bottle of happy water. Good young master, I'll get it right away. After saluting Lin Hong respectfully, Wang Dai turned to Xiao Wanqing on the side again. Madam, if you need anything, I will let the back kitchen prepare it for you. Looking at Steward Wang with a serious face, Xiao Wanqing twitched the corners of her mouth helplessly. No, you can go down. Although she had long known that the other party was a bit maverick, she only truly understood the meaning of these words today. Steward Wang, good madam. Nah, second sister, these are for you. After dividing a part of the melon seeds to Lu Rumo, who was still a little confused, Lin Hong turned to Xiao Wanqing and said, just go on, don't worry about the 2 of us. Damn it, do these 2 guys think they are watching a monkey show? Looking at Lin Hong and Lu Rumo, who looked like they were watching a play, Lu Zishuan had already scolded flowers in his heart, but soon, he thought of a way to help him stay in Lu's family and make Lu's family disgusted with Lin Hong. Under the premise of resisting the severe pain from his little partner, Lu Zishuan quickly got up and came to Lin Hong with a slide, then he hugged Lin Hong's thigh tightly, and said loudly and sadly, brother, I really know I was wrong, so you can forgive me. This time, please have mercy on me, I won't dare anymore, woohoo. Now it is too difficult to beg Lu's family to let him stay, so he can only choose to take the lead in a detour like this. If Lin Hong let go, then he would naturally be able to stay at Lu's house, and if Lin Hong doesn't agree, he can continue to cry and pretend to be pitiful. This will not only allow the Lu family to see the ruthless side of each other, but also have a great chance to increase the compassion of several people. Maybe when their hearts softened at that time, they would stay in. The Lu family by themselves. Thinking of this, Lu Zishuan's eyes also flashed with resentment. As long as he can stay with the situation, he must let Lin Hong experience what it means to be desperate to betray his relatives. But in the next second, Lin Hong directly pressed his head, took out his mobile phone and clicked one nut after making sure that he had taken the photo he wanted. Lin Hong kicked Lu Zishuan out for several meters. This sudden move made everyone present stunned in place. After a while, Xiao Wanqing and Lu Rumo came back to their senses. Looking at Lu Zishuan, who was wailing not far away, Xiao Wanqing subconsciously wanted to go up and check the current situation. At any rate, it has been raised for more than 10 years, and some behavioral habits have been engraved in her body. Unless she is as thoroughly enlightened as Lu Rushue, she will not be able to get rid of this habit completely. But before she could start to feel excited, Lin Hong raised his mobile phone and said, with a smile, Zishuan, I like it very much that you can admit your mistake to your brother. However, your eyes make me very unhappy. Eyes? Hearing his brother's laughter, Lu Rumo subconsciously turned his head and looked at the opponent's mobile phone. In the next second, she understood why the other party was talking like this, because the screen of Lin Hong's mobile phone showed Lu Zishuan's facial expression just now. The color of resentment hidden in his eyes was unobstructed in front of the advanced photography skills comparable to the ancestor. Lu Zishuan, you are still hiding very deeply. Looking at the photos in the phone, Lu Rumo's last bit of affection for Lu Zishuan in his heart also dissipated. She really didn't expect that the other party would be dishonest at this time. Oh, it's true that only by letting it down can the deviation value be changed. Seeing Lu Rumo's head completely turned into a deviation value of 100, Lin Hong muttered in his heart, while waving his mobile phone to Xiao Wanqing not far away, Mother, I think you should take a look at this and make a decision. Hearing this, Xiao Wanqing glanced at Lu Zishuan not far away, then turned her gaze to the ugly-looking second daughter. In the end, the reason and curiosity in my heart suppressed my body's instincts. Ignoring Lu Zishuan, who was wailing on the side, after slowly approaching the 2 of them, she looked down at Lin Hong's mobile phone screen. After seeing the contents of the screen clearly, the original tangled color on Xiao Wanqing's face also quietly disappeared. Originally, she thought that after this lesson, Lu Zishuan should converge a little bit, and Lu Zishuan's apology just now did give her the illusion that the other party had already admitted her mistake. But now the resentful eyes of the other party in the photo are like big-eared scrapers constantly pumping her face. Once again, she was deceived by Lu Zishuan, and once again, she doubted her biological child because the other party pretended to be pitiful. Thinking of this, the deviation value on her head increased rapidly and positively, and directly broke through to the 100 mark. This also means that she has become the first in the Lu family after Lu Rushue and Lu Rumo. The 4th normal person. As for the 3rd normal person, it was Lu Zhigua who had been observing here not far away. In the face of Lu Zishuan's repeated lies, plus what the doctor had just said, he was also completely disappointed in his adopted son. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Wanqing looked at Lu Zishuan not far away with disappointment on her face. Lu Zishuan, you really let me down. Mom, I. Hearing Xiao Wanqing's obviously disappointed voice, Lu Zishuan came to several people regardless of the pain in his body. I really know I was wrong, please don't help me get out. I won't dare from now on, please, woohoo. Lu Zishuan's mentality at this moment really collapsed. In any case, he couldn't think that Lin Hong would suddenly make such a move. If it weren't for the current situation, he would want to grab Lin Hong by the neck and ask him if he was sick. Who is a good person who suddenly takes out his mobile phone to take pictures when he apologizes to others? That's enough, you don't know you're wrong, you know you're going to be kicked out. After pulling out the trousers that were being held by the other party, Xiao Wanqing spoke to the maid who looked like a flower on the side. Shanhua, Xia, he will take him up to pack his things. After you are ready, take it directly to the apartment near the school. Although the deviation value is normal, after all, it has been raised for more than 10 years, and there is still a trace of affection. In addition, the purpose of this is to avoid people gossiping. For example, as soon as the biological son comes back, he doesn't care about the life or death of the adopted son or something. In the future, Lin Hong will definitely step into the circle of high society, so she does not want these remarks to have an unnecessary impact on her. Seeing Chanhua, Xiaoyi grabbed her arm from left to right, and Lu Zishuan immediately struggled frantically. No, Mom, please don't drive me away. But no matter how tragic he cried, he still couldn't change being dragged away from here by the two of them like a pig. Looking at Lu Zishuan, who was dragged upstairs, Xiao Wanqing just wanted to turn around and say something to Lin Hong, but in the next second, she only felt that her heavenly spirit cover seemed to be about to jump up. Second sister, it seems that I won this bet. Ignoring Lu Zishuan, who was dragged away, Lin Hong turned to look at Lu Rumo aside. Please call my card on time for the next year's salary. When he came back, he made a bet with the other party, betting that Lu Zishuan would definitely admit his mistake, crying out if it doesn't work on Lu's father and Lu's mother's side, the other party will definitely come to him and cry for forgiveness. After all, in the computer recycle bin in his previous life, he didn't read the study materials of those teas for nothing. As far as Lu Zishuan's little green tea trick was concerned, how could he not guess it? Strictly speaking, these small methods played by the opponent are long out of date in front of the traverser. Okay, even the lines that the other party had just said, he retold to Lu Rumo almost exactly the same. As for how Lu Zishuan would continue to swipe rewards after he was kicked out of the house, he was not worried, because no matter what world they are in, the protagonists and villains are like the negative and positive sides of magnets. Even if there is no deliberate interference, they will continue to attract each other. Therefore, even if he didn't specifically go to Lu Zishuan, the other party would definitely come to trouble him. As for killing the opponent, he didn't have this idea for the time being. After all, killing chickens to lay eggs is undoubtedly the stupidest thing in the world. No problem, I'm willing to bet. Greeted by Lin Hong's smile, Lu Rumo also smiled and shrugged. But my sister will have no income for the next year. So my dear brother, do you want to consider supporting your dear sister? The hospital's salary for 1 year was only, and she didn't care about it at all. It is no exaggeration to say that the small treasury she has accumulated in the past 20 years is completely enough to buy a son of the wind. Instead of caring about these things, it is better to take this opportunity to have a good relationship with your own brother. No, I don't believe you used to be a moonlight tribe. If you want to make money from yourself, you don't even have to think about it. Oh, my sister is really out of money for the Yue Guang clan. Seeing that no one else was discussing the so-called gambling appointment, Xiao Wanqing twitched the corners of her mouth helplessly. Although he had just been entangled for a long time, in the eyes of the two of them, it was just a bet. Thinking of this, she felt it necessary to establish the majesty of the head of her family. Amor, come here for a while. After putting on a warm smile, she waved towards Lu Rumo. Mom has a big baby, you and I will go to the room and take a closer look. Lin Hong had just returned, and even the other party refused to call his mother. So at this stage, it's better not to scare the other party. Therefore, Lu Rumo is naturally the only one who can stand up to prestige at present. Cuckoo. Hearing his mother's call that he couldn't be more genial anymore, Lu Rumo, who was still gag-ing with Lin Hong, instantly stiffened. At this moment, she recalled the fear of being dominated by her mother. TSK tisk TSK. My poor second sister, I hope you can come out completely. Looking at Lu Rumo, who was led away by Xiao Wanqing, Lin Hong smiled and shook his head before walking in the direction of the kitchen. I've been busy for a long time, and I'm a little hungry this time. In addition, it will take a while before the meal point. So, he planned to eat the whole thing by himself first, and the moment Lin Hong walked into the kitchen, a middle-aged woman with lingering charm immediately came to him. Master Xiao Hong, do you have any orders? Mother Wu, do you have anything to eat now? After smiling and nodding at Wu Ma, Lin Hong raised his eyes and looked around the kitchen, hoping to find something to eat directly. Wu Ma, formerly known as Wu Xiaomei, she is not only the daughter-in-law of the housekeeper Wang Dashang, but also the head of the back kitchen of the entire Lu family. At present, the Lu family's diet is basically the sole responsibility of the other party. Young master, there is no food to eat directly now. Wait a moment, I will call the chef right away. While speaking, Wu Ma also handed a menu to Lin Hong. This is the menu at home, you can see if there is anything you want to eat. I will prepare the ingredients for you first. In order to keep the taste of the dishes from being affected, the Lu family has a place dedicated to cultivating ingredients, except for certain special ingredients. In addition to live animals that are difficult to raise, such as tuna, there are basically some live animals in reserve. Okay, then I'll take a look first. After reaching out to take the menu handed over by Wu Ma and briefly flipping through it, Lin Hong's expression instantly became extremely exciting. After forcibly suppressing his soul of Tutsao, he also decisively threw it aside. Get me some tomatoes, tripe, and noodles and I'll cook by myself. Even if he wanted to break his head, he didn't understand what the person who invented that dish thought. Now that ants are on the tree, the strange name of the dish can no longer satisfy their curiosity, right? You have to afford some away 18 styles, crow flying, Dungguanzai hurdle, black tiger afu, 9-runner Ilias and so on. Let's not say that he doesn't know what these dishes are, even if he knows the name, he has no appetite, young master, this. Hearing that, Wuma just wanted to say something, but when she thought of the words Wang Dashing said, she held back the rest of the words. Wait a minute, I will go and prepare for you. The newly returned young master can do whatever he wants. The big deal is that the kitchen is fried, and it will be fine to redecorate it at that time anyway. It was all the money of the master's family that was used, so she still didn't worry about these useless things. A few minutes later, Wuma delivered the tomatoes, tripe, and noodles she had just picked. It's been a long time since I cooked, and I don't know if the craftsmanship is rusty. After letting Wuma leave first, Lin Hong began to process the ingredients in front of him. Since the death of the old couple who adopted him, he hasn't cooked in person for a long time except for ordering a takeaway occasionally. I basically ate and drank at Uncle Dong's side. As for why Wuma left, who likes someone to stare behind his back when cooking? I don't know. I thought he was going to make an authentic 9-turn large intestine just like Xiao Pang. The only complicated thing about tomato beef brisket noodles is probably the washing of tripe, although it has not yet reached the location of the large intestine, but the things stored in it are actually only one step away from the large intestine. Fortunately, the tripe sent by Wuma has been cleaned up, so he only needs to perform blanching and other steps. But just as Lin Hong was concentrating on handling the ingredients, a sneaky head suddenly appeared at the door of the kitchen. Feeling an inexplicable coolness coming from behind, Lin Hong quickly turned his head and looked at the kitchen door. He is the same as someone in Uchiha's crazy laughter Sanjia, the kind of person who can't pee behind his back. Therefore, he is extremely sensitive to the surrounding perception, especially the piece behind him, and this habit is also related to the previous encounters of this body. After all, the Tazai that used to be was really poor. Therefore, there will always be people from outside the village who look down on them, and there will even be bullying. Therefore, since he was very young, Lin Hong has developed the habit of not turning his back on others. At least in this way, when someone is going to bully him, he can perceive something wrong and run away as soon as possible. Damn it! The moment he turned his head to look at the kitchen door, Lin Hong almost couldn't hold back using the legendary Kobayashi kitchen knife and nothing else, because the shape of someone at the door at this moment looks like Fituman, a frequent visitor in Thai horror movies. Only one head was exposed, and the body belonged to the invisible kind that. Well, you are cooking. Seeing that her voyeurism was discovered, Lu Rushue also walked out of the door in embarrassment. Why didn't you call the chef over? They were in the staff dormitory next door. In order to ensure the daily life of the family, the Lu family also built a dormitory area for servants in some areas behind the villa, except for some homes that are locally and relatively close. Most of the servants of the Lu family live there. After all, there is no need to rent, and there will always be many people willing to stay. As for the cost of living in the staff dormitory, naturally, sometimes it is necessary to work extra shifts occasionally. I'm just going to fill my stomach. Briefly. After withdrawing his gaze from Lu Rushue, Lin Hong continued to process the ingredients in his hand while saying, Miss Lu-san, is there anything wrong with you coming here? This guy's crazy behavior in the morning made him still fresh in his memory at this meeting. As a male creature, that scene is so terrifying that it can't be more terrifying. Okay, even the nightmare of Sichuan and Chongqing Man, compared with the scene of the labor management Shudao Mountain, can only be regarded as sprinkling water. As for what is still called Miss Lu-san, that's because things that are too easy to get will not be cherished by others. And no. There's nothing wrong, I just want to talk to you. Looking at Lin Hong, who was concentrating on handling the ingredients, Lu Rushue pursed her lips and whispered, You can call me the third sister. Although she had already apologized to Lu Zishuan when she abused Lu Zishuan in the morning, but in fact, in my heart, I was still a little bit upset after all, especially after chatting with her second sister for a while. Her apologies to Lin Hong couldn't help but deepen. The other party obviously did nothing, but he said such vicious words. Every time she thinks back to the picture in the morning, an idea comes to her mind. That is, I really deserve to die. Why, I don't want to drive me out anymore. After cutting the tripe into suitable pieces and putting it in the pot, Lin Hong turned his head and looked at Lu Rushue, who was twitching beside him. But we are indeed siblings in terms of blood relationship. As long as you are not confused, there is nothing wrong with me calling you third sister. Fishing, you have to stop in moderation. In case the fish decouples, it is yourself who is in trouble. In addition, Lu Rushue is now a normal person, and it is not impossible to communicate with her briefly. Of course, the premise is that she can be used by herself to deal with Lu Zishuan. Welcoming the clear eyes of the young man, Lu Rushue said nervously, Xiaoheng, may I call you that? I had already called each other that in the morning, but after all, it was her who was in a state of anger. Now that her anger has subsided, she has become an ordinary little girl again. In other words, she is a bit inexplicable in a state of anger. Tiger. Or it can be called the awakening of the second personality. Yes, didn't you already call this morning? After smiling and nodding at Lu Rushue, Lin Hong added a fishy 3-piece suit to the pot while smiling and said, So, third sister, is there anything wrong with you coming to me? Originally there was. Looking at the boy's back, Lu Rushue couldn't help but hang a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. But it's okay now, hee. Sometimes, the relationship between people can be reflected in small details. For her, one sentence of the third sister is enough to explain everything. What? Listening to the other party's headless words, Lin Hong blinked suspiciously. Why did this disappear for a while, and then inexplicably became a riddle? Man, this is not Gotham, so there is something that can't be explained directly, hee. I won't tell you. Looking at the boy's somewhat confused appearance, Lu Rushue blinked playfully. With a weird appearance, maybe there will really be a sense between the bloodlines, and she feels very comfortable staying by each other's side. Of course, this is normal and comfortable, and the friends who want to be crooked should be more conscious, but it is precisely because of this that Lu Rushue will show such a true self. I in the eyes of outsiders. He may be a high-profile beauty designer, but in the family, she is just a little girl who has not grown up. It's shameful to be cute, especially to my brother. After glancing at each other speechlessly, Lin Hong turned his head and continued to cook. As long as Lu Rushue is not thinking about how to pit herself, she can be used a little bit, then let her do whatever she likes anyway. There is no love between the two. Dog-blooded siblings abuse the environment. In essence, they are just ordinary people who have just met. A bit contradictory. I'm not. Grunt, grunt, grunt. Before the voice fell, there were bursts of protests from Lu Rushue's stomach. Hearing the cooing from her stomach, Lu Rushue's face also became embarrassed and blushed. This image that has just been established finally seems to be about to collapse again. When I came back by plane from a foreign country early in the morning, I was busy quarreling with Lin Hong before I had breakfast. After the misunderstanding was resolved, he was busy beating Lu Zishuan again. So until this meeting, her stomach was already empty. Would you like some? Looking at the other party's expression that was gradually annoyed into anger, Lin Hong decisively pointed to the noodles on the side. I'm making the soup base now, and I'll add more noodles later. God knows if this pussy will use her pussy legs after she becomes angry. Although you only need to slap yourself down, you can definitely make the opponent doubt your life, but there will always be a lot of unnecessary things in the follow up. So the current optimal solution is naturally as silky as dove and has changed the subject. Anyway, Wuma gave enough ingredients, so there is no problem with 2 more people. Okay, then I'm welcome. Seeing that Lin Hong didn't laugh at herself, Lu Rushue quietly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, there was a trace of joy in her heart. This feeling is very wonderful, and Lu Rushue doesn't know how to explain it. Perhaps this is the so-called blood relationship. Well, it will take about half an hour. If you are really hungry, you can eat some fruit to cushion it first. Tomato tripe noodles are similar to tomato beef brisket noodles, both of which need to be put in a pressure cooker to make a soup base, and this time, it takes almost 15 to 20 minutes, coupled with the time it takes to process the ingredients. A 30-minute guarantee is enough. Don't worry, it won't take long anyway. Looking at the tomatoes washed on the side, Lu Rushue stretched out her hand and picked up the kitchen knife on the side after rolling up her sleeves. Let me help too. Otherwise, I'll do it myself. Looking at the opponent's posture with a kitchen knife, Lin Hong inexplicably thought of a term. Kitchen killer. It is commonly known as a little expert who enters the kitchen once, and the kitchen has to be scrapped once. As for why I think so, who is a good person who cuts a tomato and raises the kitchen knife directly above his head? Don't worry, I don't miss watching the chef cook at home, okay? At the moment the words fell, the kitchen knife in Lu Rushue's hand slashed fiercely towards the cutting board. If there is no accident at this time, the accident will happen soon. The sharpness of the kitchen knife and the acceleration of gravity caused the tomato to be divided into 2 parts, and at the same time, it also ejected out towards the left and right sides, and half of them, coincidentally or not, flew directly to Lin Hong's face. Looking at the empty cutting board in front of her, the contentment on Lu Rushue's face gradually turned into embarrassment. Perhaps feeling the gaze of her own brother, she muttered in a low voice, "It's strange, I don't think they all do this when they cut bones. Why do I just pop open when I cut tomatoes? This is unscientific." Lin Hong. And just as the chickens flew and the dogs jumped in the kitchen, it was located in Lu Zishuan's room on the 2nd floor. No, this is not true. Lu Zishuan has been sitting on the ground since he was thrown into the room by 2 reproductions of Ruwada. He couldn't believe that he was really given up by Lu's family. Why is Lin Hong going to be thrown out like a bereaved dog when he comes in? No, it's not right. I still have a chance. Recalling the earlier conversation between the servants downstairs, he hurriedly took out his mobile phone and sent a message to some people. In the evening, at 6:15, Lu Zhai was in the middle of the house. The situation is slightly different from the previous 2 days. Today, the hall on the 1st floor of the Lu family was specially cleaned up and used as a venue for future guests' activities. As for the reason for this, it is natural to announce Lin Hong's identity to everyone. Originally, Lu's father and Lu's mother were afraid that Lu Zishuan would be sad, so they did not plan to hold this banquet, but the other party's actions in the past 2 days made them understand what a white-eyed wolf is. Therefore, for Lin Hong's biological child, naturally, there is a lot of different care. This time, in the room on the 3rd floor, the 2 sisters Lu Rushue and Lu Rumo were standing next to Lin Hong from left to right, and explained to him the general process of the waiting recognition banquet. In fact, the whole process is complicated, but it is also simple to say it is simple. It was Lu Zixin who introduced him to other people, and he had to take this opportunity to get acquainted with these people. Xiao Hong, don't be nervous. Seeing the vehicles that continued to enter the villa one after another, Lu Rushue patted Lin Hong lightly on the back. When something happens to hide behind my sister, we will help you deal with it. At this time, Lu Rumo on the side also spoke in time. Your third sister is right, you will be responsible for eating and drinking later, and leave the rest to us. The two of them have a unified opinion anyway, so they should protect their newly returned little brother. Don't worry, second sister and third sister, I know what to do. Looking at his sister who was the same as the two old mothers, Lin Hong finally understood the pain of laying down his eldest son in his previous life. Once, he was very envious of the other parties carrying old sister, but now he just wants to say one thing. So old, dad blamed you wrong. Having a sister does not necessarily mean happiness, it also means skull pain. Although the three women acted together, the power of these two talking in his ears was not weak. Moreover, the main starting point of the other party is for his own good. He has no place to say it at all. By the way, Shohon, there is one more thing I want to tell you in advance. At this moment, Lu Rumo seemed to suddenly think of something. After reaching out and holding Lin Hong's arm, he said with a serious expression, one of the people who will come later is your fiancé, but you also know that before, it was Lu Zishuan who had a marriage contract with her. So if something happens later, you have to remember to tell your sister as soon as possible. Do you know? Well, sure enough, there is a creature like a fiancé. After hearing the other party's instructions, Lin Hong couldn't help but complain to himself in his heart. No matter which book is true or false in the world of young Master One, there will definitely be a magical creature like a fiancé, and these kinds of creatures all have one thing in common, that is, almost all of them entered the life of the true young master in the image of Bai Yaya. And after entering the life of the true young master, he will immediately evolve from Bai Yaya to a resentful woman. And the subsequent confrontation between the true and false young masters, without exception, all of them were the existence of the vanguard army. Just put aside the facts, isn't there anything wrong with you? But if you are a fiancé, you will meet the real young master who uses resurrection coins, then the opponent will often be the first to defect. Therefore, Lin Hong, who is well aware of the urinary nature, naturally cannot take the initiative to have too many intersections with each other. After all, in the world of true and false young master literature, the love brain is usually the shortest-lived existence. After converging his slightly divergent thoughts, Lin Hong turned his head and nodded with a smile to the two sisters next to him. I see, I will come to you if I have something. That's fine. After getting the answer he wanted, Lu Rumo also nodded in satisfaction. Afterwards, she couldn't help but ask again, do you remember the process just now? I'll repeat it with you again, that is, first of all you want. Seeing that she was about to start talking about her second sister again, Lu Rushue on the side couldn't help but interrupt. Those of the second sister are not important. Now let's think about it, how Shohan will match it later. Although the time is too short now, it is not enough for her to design a set of clothes, but as a good designer, using existing clothes to achieve the perfect outfit, she can still easily do it. That's right, then try on the clothes first. While speaking, Lu Rumo turned his head and looked at the young man beside him. At the same time, a smile of unknown significance hung from the corner of her mouth. Shohan, let my sister help you match it. Things like Barbie dolls can be said to be a must-have toy for every girl's childhood, and the younger brothers who have older sisters are naturally oversized Barbie dolls in the eyes of each other. Yes, try on the clothes first. After locking the door of the room, Lu Rushue also walked slowly in the direction of Lin Hong with the same smile. No, what are you doing behind closed doors? Looking at the two sisters whose eyes gradually became abnormal, Lin Hong swallowed subconsciously. If for some unknown reason, he always felt as if he had fallen into some unknown morgul. An hour later, in the living room on the first floor of Liujia Villa, let me introduce to you, this is my biological son Lin Hong. After patting Lin Hong on the shoulder next to him, Lu Jigua introduced to the guests in the audience. At the same time, he is also the only male in my Lu family, please take care of it in the future. The moment the words fell, the guests in the audience also applauded very shamelessly. As for the original Lu Zishuan, no one in the wealthy family has anything to worry about. Therefore, if you should inquire about it, don't be curious about what you shouldn't inquire about now. They just need to remember one thing, that is, in the future, there will be only one young master in the Lu family, Lin Hong in front of him. And compared to Lu Zishuan, they also felt that Lin Hong was more like the young master of the Lu family. As for the reason, it is also very realistic. It is naturally excellent temperament and appearance. Lin Hong's own appearance is very good, not to mention the careful dressing of the two sisters of the Lu family. It is no exaggeration for the current Lin Hong to use the previous sentence to describe Yen Ruyu, the son of the world. Although this dress is as far as Lin Hong himself is concerned, he doesn't actually want to accept it so much. If it weren't for something wrong with the occasion just now, he would have thought that he was the one who was weak and easy to tear down. Thank you all for joining us. Next, let my son talk to you briefly. After the applause almost calmed down, Lu Jigua handed the microphone to Lin Hong on the side. Come on, introduce yourself to everyone. As a child of his Lu family, this kind of thing must be experienced. If he is by his side now, I am not afraid that something will happen to the moth. So it's not bad to take advantage of this opportunity to practice courage for the opponent. Good old dad. After reaching out and taking the microphone handed over by the other party, Lin Hong turned and looked at the guests in the audience. At the same time, an imperceptible smile hung from the corner of his mouth. Next, let me briefly talk to you, first of all. It's rare to have this kind of opportunity, and he also wants to try a few simple words from the leaders in his previous life. Don't get me wrong, he really just said a few simple words. Really. Half an hour later, next to a small pool in the Liu family garden, after more than half an hour of brief remarks, Lin Hong came here quietly. There are too many vipers in the living room, and he needs fresh air to relieve his tired brain. And just when Lin Hong was wandering aimlessly, thinking about what to do later, a few rustling movements brought him back to his senses in an instant. This time, this place. Is it possible that there are a pair or more pairs of wild mandarin ducks around, doing something exciting? It's just that after looking for fame, Lin Hong curled his lips in disappointment, because it is not some wild mandarin ducks that create Jingjing, but a few girls in dresses. At this time, these girls were surrounding a girl who looked very bullied in the middle. As for why it is easy to bully when it looks like it is because the girl has long bangs. In addition, he kept his head down and couldn't see his appearance clearly, giving people a feeling of submissiveness. However, the bumpy figure wrapped under the dress was enough to make many people get carried away. After all, if you don't mind, it's actually the same when the lights are turned off. System girl, what's the situation with that girl? Looking at the deviation value of up to 99 on the girl's forehead, Lin Hong subconsciously stopped his footsteps. Deviation value is something that only the more important plot characters will have, like ordinary A, B, C, D, NPC. There is no such thing, and this is the first time he has seen this deviation value of 99. Or for the deviation value of a positive number, except for Liu Jigua. There is only this girl. That girl is one of the heroines of this book. After meeting Liu Zishuan, the deviation value will gradually become abnormal. After putting down the PS5 in her hand, an imperceptible grin hung from the corner of the system girl's mouth. You can make contact in a normal human state. She still gets along well. In the first chapter, this guy beat himself up. How can he not do a little bit of work? If she missed this wave of hidden surprises, she would have to get up and slap herself when she fell asleep in the middle of the night. Although the brain will die if you fall in love, being stabbed is also a good way to die. Is there any benefit? Looking at the girl who was constantly being pushed by several people, Lin Hong asked in his heart. While walking slowly towards several people earlier, he learned about the prototype of this world from the system girl. The ending of the beginning of this book is the happy big bedroom of the fake young master. Therefore, he was not surprised that the girl was one of the female protagonists. After all, even the two sisters in his family are still the original heroine. If the variable of oneself did not appear, it is estimated that Liu Zishuan would have to eat Sister Donburi in the later stage. Looking at Lin Hong, who was very honest, the system girl curled her lips disdainfully. If you love it or not, I'm going to play games. She really didn't look down on this host who was arrogant and upright. Although this product looks dirty, it is estimated that it is quite rare to go to the male frequency. After all, being kind-hearted in a place like the male frequency can be life-threatening. Maybe you just saved people in the morning, and at night they will destroy your whole family with their backhand. Cut, look at your stingy look. While speaking, Lin Hong also quietly came to a place not far from a few people. At this distance, he could vaguely hear the words of those people. Vixen. Just like your mother. Who are you here to hook up with? TSK TSK TSK. It seems that this is the heroine of a sad routine. Listening to these intermittent cursing words, Lin Hong also walked slowly behind a few people in the midst of complaining. How many people? Is it inconvenient for Fong to take me to play together? Hearing the movement from behind, several girls who were pushing the heroine also turned around subconsciously. After seeing the visitor clearly, one of the girls who looked about 70 or so said disdainfully, "Who do I think I am?" It turns out to be the young master who was newly returned from the Liu family. The moment the words fell, several surrounding girls also chattered and said, "The young master who was picked up in the country is quite a match for the illegitimate daughter." That's right, they are all guys who can't get on the table. For the one in front of him, it is said that he was the guy who was picked up from the country. The second generation of them, who are more wasteful, naturally look down on each other in their hearts. In addition, a few people had been hanging out with Liu Zishuan a lot before, so naturally they hated Lin Hong. Hearing this, Lin Hong ignored the barking of several girls. Instead, she focused her gaze on the heroine behind a few people. "Hey, are you okay?" I'm fine." After shaking her head slightly at Lin Hong, the heroine said in a cold voice, "You go, I can handle it myself." She didn't want to trouble others, and she had already gotten used to this kind of thing a long time ago. Facing these words that made him leave here, Lin Hong just chuckled and shook his head. "It's okay, then please close your eyes for a while." "Hey, you guy still wants to be a hero to save the United States." After moving a few steps towards Lin Hong, the leading girl said disdainfully, "If you have the ability, you can hit me." Ah. Before the voice fell, Lin Hong slapped the opponent's face directly. The strength of this blow was very great, and it directly allowed the girl to complete a wave of aerial rotation for 3.5 weeks. Cuckoo. Looking at the companions who fell to the ground and twitched constantly, the remaining girls all swallowed and spat in unison. Seeing Lin Hong walking towards him and others, several girls were immediately frightened and their expressions faded. What do you want to do? There is a price to pay for smelly mouth. What do you guys think? While speaking, Lin Hong also walked slowly towards the people in front of him. He is not very good-tempered, and the other party can still smile as if it's okay when they are all flying dragon rides. Don't keep working hard, so comfortable. 1 minute later, looking at the few girls who were crying and running away, Lin Hong curled his lips disdainfully, except for the first one to take the lead to fight by himself, and the other guys were all pinched by him without saying a word. Sure enough, most of the so-called girlfriends are the most unreliable creatures in the world. Okay, you can open your eyes. After retracting the gaze placed on several people, Lin Hong walked slowly to the heroine. You are safe now. Do you need me to take you back to the hall? Thank you. Looking at the pure and clear eyes of the young man in front of her, the heroine pursed her lips and said softly, "It has caused you a lot of unnecessary trouble. So I'll do the next thing by myself. Don't worry, I won't help you if I'm really troublesome." After smiling at the girl and waving his hand, Lin Hong came to a simple self-introduction. My name is Lin Hong. What's your name? Shinyuchu. My name is Shinyuchu. Seeing that the other party didn't mean to leave, the girl pondered for a while and continued, You'd better stay away from me, otherwise, they will keep coming to trouble you. Just those few, do you think they dare to come back? While speaking, Lin Hong also noticed that the position of the girl's elbow was rubbed against the skin. You wait for me here for 2 minutes, and I will be back soon. Hey! Looking at the young man who turned around and walked away quickly, Shinyuchu's heart was mixed for a while. At the same time, an inexplicable feeling also lingered in her heart. A few minutes later, let's deal with the wound on your hand first. After placing a medicine box on the swing, Lin Hong turned and beckoned to the girl not far away. Seeing that the other party did not move, he added, You don't want the wound to get infected, do you? Hearing this, Shinyuchu, after struggling for a while, still stepped in the direction of Lin Hong. When she came to the edge of the swing, she planned to reach out and take the medicine box to deal with it by herself. Seeing this situation, Lin Hong did not stop Shinyuchu's movements. After all, they were full of plans, and the two had only known each other for more than 10 minutes. Therefore, it is indeed a bit impolite to have physical contact directly with the hands. He is not the dragon king, and he can't walk when he sees a woman. In addition, he can clearly feel it. Under Shinyuchu's seemingly weak appearance, there is actually a tough heart hidden. But in the next second, Lin Hong was stunned by the girl's saw operation. Whoever disinfects the wound directly pours the whole bottle of alcohol directly on it. Especially girls, from beginning to end, they look like they didn't change their color. As if doing so was the correct way to deal with it, why don't I do it? Seeing that Shinyuchu was still trying to make a wound in the same way, Lin Hong hurriedly spoke to stop the other party, and explained, There is not much alcohol, you will definitely have wounds that you can't handle after you wait like this. Hearing this, Shinyuchu subconsciously looked at the scratches on his arm and the remaining small half bottle of alcohol. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded softly and said softly, Then I'll trouble you. It's not troublesome, you can sit here. While speaking, Lin Hong squatted down and took out the tools in the medical box, while pointing to the swing in front of him. Good. It might hurt a bit, so bear with me. After cleaning the dust on the wound with clean water, Lin Hong wiped the wound on Shinyuchu's wrist with a cotton swab. Little by little, although the light here is not particularly bright, he can still see many large and small wounds on the girl's fair arms. Some wounds have been scabbed, while others have just been left behind. In addition to these wounds, there are many scars that are very long-lasting at first glance. These wounds and scars are very conspicuous on the girl's fair arms. Sorry. I scared you. Perceiving that the young man was observing the wound on his hand, Shinyuchu was about to withdraw his hand while speaking. No, I was just wondering why you didn't resist. After reaching out to hold the girl's arm that she wanted to take away, Lin Hong continued to clean up the wound while softly saying, These injuries are very painful, right? Fortunately, I'm used to it. Looking at the young man who lowered his head to clean up his wounds carefully, Shinyuchu pursed his lips and explained softly, I'm just an illegitimate daughter of the Shin family. If you resist, you will cause unnecessary trouble to the family. Of course, whether it is causing trouble to the family or something else, probably only the girl herself can know, sometimes blindly tolerating, in exchange for more serious oppression. If that group of people bully you in the future, you will tell me to. I don't believe that a few big sinuses go down, and they dare to come out and jump. Feeling the helplessness and loss in Shinyuchu's words, Lin Hong was putting down the cotton swab in his hand. Then, he raised his eyes to look at the girl in front of him, and said with a serious expression, If you can, please learn to protect yourself. Don't let yourself get hurt again, okay? Perhaps it was the shadow of herself that was seen in the girl's body, and Lin Hong's heart had mixed feelings for a while. When Tazai village was still very poor in the past, he was often bullied by children in other villages. It was precisely because of these encounters that he understood one thing, that is, the best weapon to face the bully is often his own fist. Only if they hurt the other party and are afraid of it, they won't dare to provoke you. This moment, the moonlight fell lightly on Lin Hong's face, and the soft light outlined his handsome features. Those clear eyes were deep and bright, and people couldn't help but want to get stuck in them. Looking at such a young man, Shinyuchu subconsciously asked, Why are you so nice to me? Why? Facing the girl's sudden inquiry, Lin Hong's face also showed a warm smile. Just think of it as empathy. So learn to protect yourself. At least don't let yourself get hurt easily, you know? I see. Looking at the young man's pure and sincere smile, the corners of Shinyuchu's mouth couldn't help but have a shallow arc. And thank you, Lin Hong, you are really a good person. Hey, why did you suddenly send out a good person card? But I am. Before the voice fell, Lin Hong's eyes widened subconsciously. At this moment, there happened to be a breeze blowing while blowing up the girl's hair. It also completely exposed the delicate and pretty face to the air, exquisite and compact facial features, with a trace of baby fat on the white and tender cheeks, with a head of jet black and bright long hair. It makes it look like a beautiful moon elf, especially those ethereal black eyes, inexplicably aroused the desire of others to protect, and this kind of unreal beauty seems to have come out of the second dimension. How? What's the matter? Seeing the young man staring at him blankly, Shinyuchu blushed and lowered his head. Yes. Is there anything on my face? Ahem, no. I didn't. Perceiving the girl's blushing cheeks, Lin Hong turned his head a little embarrassedly. That's what looks so good, so I was a little stunned for a while. In fact, he should have thought of it a long time ago. No matter what the other party said, it was a heroine with her two sisters as a lesson from the past. How could she not look good? But one thing I have to say is that Shinyuchu has completely grown up on his aesthetic point. If you have to describe it, it's probably because she is light and soft and easy to tear down, and she doesn't know the world. Lolita. Hearing what Lin Hong said, Shinyuchu felt that his cheeks seemed to be redder. After holding back the inexplicable emotion in her heart, she whispered like a mosquito, such as, "If you like, you can watch it." This stupid girl. Looking at the girl who was about to bury her face in Mount Everest, Lin Hong shook her head with tears and laughter, and said softly, "Give me the other hand, and I will take care of it for you." At this moment, he felt like a weirdo, but it's the kind of weird maze who will show up at the intersection in the middle of the night and then tell little Loli to ask her to go to the house to see the goldfish. Good. Hearing this, Shinyuchu stretched out his right hand, very well behaved. Like the previous arm, this hand also has a lot of old injuries. Some wounds that have been relatively old for a long time have turned into faint scars, but even so, Lin Hong still handled those wounds carefully for him. It looked like he was treating a rare treasure. This moment, the moonlight will be so quietly sprinkled on them. It was as if there was only each other left in the whole world. Looking at the young man in front of him who carefully helped him deal with his wounds, Shinyuchu couldn't help but cautiously call out, "Lin Hong." Hearing this, Lin Hong stopped the movement of his hands, raised his head and asked softly, "What's the matter?" Can you teach me, just teach me how to protect myself." This passage seemed to drain all Shinyuchu's courage, and after she finished speaking, she lowered her head again, but the slightly shaking body can reflect the tension of the opponent now. And if you are rejected, maybe you will cry in the next second. Yes, as long as you are not afraid of hard work. Perceiving Shinyuchu's slightly trembling body, Lin Hong's eyes flashed with helplessness. Those who are bullied are like this, and they don't have the courage to express their true thoughts in their hearts. After hiding this trace of emotion, he smiled and nodded to the girl. In fact, the best way is to refuse the internal consumption of spirit, and let's go crazy if we have something. The best way to protect yourself is nothing less than to learn to arm yourself. In addition to arming oneself with weapons, all that is left is some things on the fist. In the words of old Master Kong, it is if your excellency doesn't listen to me, then I also know a little bit about boxing. Since the bully does not understand people's words, it is undoubtedly the best choice to punch directly. As for getting used to each other, everyone is a human being for the first time. Why should I let you rely on you to go to the toilet to learn from the third brother, or just learn from the dog when you eat? I'm not afraid of hard work, you believe me? At this moment, a look of determination also appeared on Shinyuchu's face. Okay, I believe you. Looking at the girl's serious peach blossom eyes, Lin Hong smiled and said softly, "Then the first step is to learn to be confident." When she was just being bullied, this girl kept her head down all the time, looking like an angry little daughter. In this state of mind, it's no wonder not to be bullied by those people. Be confident. After whispering in a low voice, Shinyuchu timidly looked at the young man in front of him. You can tell me what should be done specifically? It's actually very simple. The first step is to learn to raise your chest and look up, and don't keep your head down all day. Raise your chest and look up. Is it like this? As the words fell, Shinyuchu instantly straightened his body, and because the girl suddenly straightened her waist, the evil that was originally hidden in the loose dress was also about to come out. This situation has to make people wonder whether these fabrics will break apart in the next second because they can't bear the evil. This time, Shinyuchu, who noticed something was wrong, also hurriedly and shyly put his hand on his chest. No. Don't look at it anymore, okay? What, the moon is so big today? After a word of nonsense, Lin Hong turned his head in embarrassment. It's not that he is unstable, readers. Ask yourself. Don't you have to be shocked when you see a loli of Robin's size? It's really big. Seeing the boy's somewhat embarrassed behavior, Shinyuchu's mouth also unconsciously hung a faint smile. If you ignore the fact that the moon hanging on the heads of the two of them at this moment has only a shallow arc shape, then maybe the picture will appear a little more natural. After calming down some excitement, Lin Hong stood up from the ground. You can go home and practice by yourself with confidence. And the next time, I will teach you a few easy-to-use moves. Although Shinyuchu was temporarily confident, his eyes were very happy, but you can't embarrass your body's health just for the momentary happiness of your eyes. He is not Injiping, and he has not practiced the swordsmanship that requires two pieces of meat to be lost. Easy-to-use moves, just like you just did? While speaking, Shinyuchu waved his hand in the air twice. Lin Hong slapped it down just now, but the little sister who took the lead directly came with a wave of packages that rotated in the air for 2.5 weeks. If she could, she would actually like to do so. After all, just watching the big sinuses wave, you can't help but be happy, okay? No, that kind of thing requires strength. Looking at Shinyuchu's silly appearance, Lin Hong felt that she really had to teach her Shaolin Ju Shui, and King Kong had a lot of money. This girl estimated that when she hit someone, she had to cry out in pain first. It's not that kind. What is that? Hearing this, Shinyuchu's face also showed a trace of curiosity. She was also looking forward to what the young man in front of her would teach herself. It's a quick way to defeat the enemy. Let me teach you something first. And just when Lin Hong was about to teach Shinyuchu, a somewhat cold voice suddenly appeared and broke the harmonious atmosphere between the two of them. Lin Hong, you are really here. After looking for fame, I saw a beautiful girl with a cold face and a face value of about 95 points walking towards the two of them quickly, and behind her, followed by Zishuan, a green tea. When he saw the two goods together, Lin Hong had already roughly determined who the girl was. In addition to the far better appearance value than the average passerby A, B, C, D, the large negative 90 deviation value on the forehead is undoubtedly not indicating the identity of the girl this time. This place, this kind of face value, this kind of deviation value, if this product is not the legendary fiancé, who else can it be? Now that the two of them are here together to find themselves, he can think of what the other party wants to do with his ass. Therefore, without waiting for the girl to speak, Lin Hong was the first to speak. I am not interested in you. If you want to retire from marriage, go to your family and make it clear by yourself. After confirming the meaning, just go directly to my father. If there is nothing else, please leave now. Lin Hong's words directly stuck all the words that Lang Qingqiu just wanted to say in his throat. You said all my words. What did I say? Brother, how can you treat Qingqiu like this? She just wants to talk to you about something. You are too much like this. Seeing that Lin Hong was so ignorant and arrogant, Zishuan had already reached the extreme in his heart. But how could he, who was well versed in the way of green tea, give up such a rare opportunity, taking advantage of the current time when the two of them do not know each other and do not pay? Gonghuo is undoubtedly the simplest and most effective. As long as the relationship between the two is completely deteriorated, it will be impossible for Lang Qingqiu to marry Lin Hong in the future. This way, in order to maintain the relationship between Lang Lu's two families, he will definitely be able to return to the Lu family. As for Shinyuchu beside Lin Hong, he also noticed it early in the morning. However, because the girl was not in a state of self-confidence, her face was also blocked by long bangs. It makes the whole person look very ordinary. And there is also the title of an illegitimate daughter of the Shin family. With so many buffs stacked together, Zishuan couldn't afford any interest in it at all, and Lang Qingqiu also regained her self-confidence under Zishuan's speech, and instantly returned to her original appearance. After posing as the best in the world for her mother, she spoke to Lin Hong in a high-profile manner. Lin Hong, it is impossible for me to be with you. A guy like you who tried his best to get rid of Zishuan as soon as you returned to Lu's house is disgusting. Are you in a hurry when you go out? Looking at Lang Qingqiu, who obviously didn't look like a normal person, Lin Hong quietly stood in front of Shinyuchu. What do you mean? In the face of the boy's sudden question, Lang Qingqiu's pretty face showed a little puzzled look. It seems that it is indeed quite urgent. Glancing at Zishuan hiding behind the girl, Lin Hong said indifferently, otherwise, it's impossible to say such a brainless thing, isn't it? You. As soon as these words came out, Lang Qingqiu instantly understood what the other party meant. This guy is mocking himself for being brainless in the dark. Looking at the girl with flushed cheeks who was annoyed by her few words, Lin Hong curled his lips disdainfully. It's a bit boring to chat with these two abnormal guys. In contrast, it is better to teach Shinyuchu. This girl is fun. Just when he was about to use King Kong's big sinuses to fly the two of them out the next second, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Trigger task, angrily attack his fiancée, and leave a deep psychological shadow on him. Task reward, deviation value solidifier. After being affected by the host and tends to a normal value, it will not become an abnormal person again. Didn't you go to play games? Looking at the sudden task prompt, Lin Hong secretly complained in his heart, I seriously doubt if you are cheating on your teammates. Cut, it's not okay. Looking at the 0-20-0 display bar in the upper right corner, the system girl curled her lips disdainfully, and muttered in a low voice, I knew I would continue to play PS5, lol now I don't even play with dogs. I don't know when it started, the spirit of this game and the quality of the game have begun to decline precipitously. I am also a cheap hand, so I will start playing a game again. He was not killed by the opponent's aura, but was almost killed by the teammate of the strong-mouthed king. So she is very upset now, and wants to find an entertainment project to vent her boredom. TSK, I believe you are a ghost, your bad system is very bad. After secretly complaining to himself in his heart, Lin Hong took out his mobile phone and said to Lang Qingqiu in front of him, don't be unconvinced if you say you don't have a brain. Do you know the truth? Call me right here? Listening to Lin Hong's familiar speeches and movements, Zishuan's eyes widened suddenly. The other party doesn't know that in the female frequency world, it is impossible to use the same trick over and over again, and if you don't decide to make a video, then how can I play it? Isn't this an obvious bullying of honest people? What do you mean? Seeing Lin Heng's actions, Lang Qingqiu frowned suspiciously. I don't know why, she always feels that things don't seem to be as simple as she thought. Qingqiu, let's go see mom and dad first. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Lu Zishuan wanted to take the girl away from here first. As long as he can leave here, and without Lin Heng's intervention, he will definitely be able to explain clearly to the other party. Zishuan doesn't. Before the voice fell, Lang Qingqiu's eyes widened instantly. Therefore, Lu Zishuan, who was just standing next to him, was flying out at a very exaggerated speed at this moment. In his original position, a pair of long, slender, and straight legs appeared. Judging from the degree of distortion of the opponent's facial features when he flew out, the strength of this kick can be at least about 150 kg. But before Lang Qingqiu's brain could fully react, a wide palm directly held her head immediately. Afterwards, a mobile phone screen was placed in front of her. You are indeed very talkative, but it can be said that there is a fart. Now I am not in charge of this family. I advise you to be interesting and get out of Lu's house, otherwise, I will let you realize what life is better than death. You idiot, think of yourself as a villain. You hillbilly, get ready to accept the sanctions. They all said you brought your mind when you went out. Looking at Lang Qingqiu's shocked appearance of the same style as Lu Rushua, Lin Hong loosened his right hand and restrained the opponent. Just a brainless guy like you, why do you think I must be you? Zishuan, what's going on? After being stunned for a while, Lang Qingqiu calmed down. Afterwards, she looked at Lu Zishuan, who was struggling to get up not far away, in disbelief. She couldn't believe that the sunny and cheerful teenager in her impression would have such an unbearable side. Clear. Qingqiu, listen to me explain. Due to Lin Heng's kick in the stomach, Lu Zishuan only felt a little difficult to breathe at this moment. I want to explain, but I can't say coherent words at all. Okay, then explain what the hell is going on. Seeing Lu Zishuan's extremely uncomfortable and painful appearance, Lang Qingqiu finally held back the idea of leaving thing. Here's the thing, TSK, you deserve to be a fiancé. Looking at the negative 50 deviation value that still exists on Lang Qingqiu's forehead, Lin Hong finally saw what is called the faithful dogleg of the fake young master. You must know that after Lu Rushua made this move, she directly returned to a positive deviation value, but due to a kick in the stomach, Lu Zishuan could only speak intermittently. But this behavior made Lang Qingqiu mistakenly think that he had nothing to say. Forget it, come to me when you want to talk. After taking a disappointed look at Lu Zishuan, who fell to the ground, she left here without looking back. The other party's behavior disappointed her, but Lin Heng's rude behavior also upset her. Therefore, leaving here has undoubtedly become the best choice at present. Clear. Qingqiu, you wait for me. Looking at the girl who turned around angrily, Lu Zishuan couldn't help scolding her mother in her heart. It's okay if you want to go, but you really take me with you. You slipped away by yourself, but left me alone? Lin Heng's kick just now made him seem to see Tainyo, whom he had never met before. If you stay here, you won't have to meet Tainyo again later. Hey, since you are here, don't leave in a hurry. After stepping on Lu Zishuan, who was squirming, with one foot, Lin Hong turned to look at the girl on the side. Shinyuchu, do you remember what I just told you? He was worried that there was no place to find experimental subjects, so how could he let go of such rare teaching equipment? Remember, you said you want to teach me a way to quickly defeat the enemy. While speaking, Shinyuchu also walked slowly to the young man's side, and if you don't mind, you can call me Yu-Chu. I always feel that if this girl turns black, she will definitely be very terrifying. Looking at the girl's gradually red cheeks, Lin Hong couldn't help but smile at the corners of her mouth. If you don't mind, then I will call you Yu-Chu from now on. Good. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Shinyuchu's face. Lin Hong, let it go. By the way, Yu-Chu, there may be 100 million points in the next teaching. Stimulation. Welcoming the girl's clear eyes, Lin Hong stepped Lu Zishuan's head into the soil with one foot and said with a serious expression, so if you feel scared or uncomfortable, just tell me to stop, okay? I will persevere. Looking at the serious young man in front of him, Shinyuchu's face also showed the same serious expression. I don't want to let you down. Therefore, I will definitely study hard. At this moment, there is an inexplicable sense of romance between the two of them, the strong little white flower in the guardian knight. If you ignore someone who was constantly struggling. Half an hour later, it was still next to the swing in the courtyard of the Lu family. In this half-hour period, Lin Hong and Shinyuchu talked about the whole process of how to quickly remove bones and install bones, and the girl is also very talented, and she can already dismantle the enemy's bones well. As for putting it back, it will take a while to practice. Originally, he wanted to continue practicing for a while, but the banquet had already come to an end. Therefore, this short-lived teaching can only usher in the end of the horn in advance. And looking at the boys fading back, an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of Shinyuchu's mouth. Lin Hang. At this time, in the lobby of the villa on the first floor of the Lu family, due to the fact that the guests had already left, the servants of this meeting also began to gradually restore everything around them. What's wrong with this guy? Looking at Lu Zishuan, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog with incontinence, Lu Rushua covered her nose with disgust and said, "Why do you look like you are facing difficulties?" Facing the invisible driving of his third sister, Lin Hong stepped forward and held Lu Zishuan's right hand. What? Accompanied by a click, that right hand completed the whole process from disassembly to reloading in just a few seconds. A few people from the Lu family, looking at Lin Hong's skillful appearance, an idea appeared in their hearts inexplicably. That's the kung fu that the other party disappeared at night. Wouldn't they all be doing this, right? Stop screaming. I've been screaming all night. After throwing away Lu Zishuan's arm in disgust, Lin Hong spoke to the Lu family on the side. This guy came to me with Lang Qingqiu at night and said. After roughly describing Lu Zishuan's bringing Lang Qingqiu to make trouble, and being taught a lesson by himself, Lin Hong turned his head and showed a warm smile to the Lu family, and said as if he knew it, "You have no problem with me doing this, right?" Looking at the young man who was asking for advice, the Lu family couldn't help but think at the same time, what's the use of us having opinions? You've done it all, okay. After beckoning to the maid on the side, Lu Zhigua glanced at Lu Zishuan, who was incontinent, in disgust. Throw this guy out for me. Now that something has happened, it has no effect on tangling, and the reason why this happened was the result of Lu Zishuan's deliberate search for trouble. Therefore, it is impossible to blame Lin Hong, so just throw Lu Zishuan out. As for whether the other party will go out and talk nonsense, at this point, he believed that the servant could get rid of it well, but hearing Lu Zhigua say that he was going to throw himself out, Lu Zishuan was about to cry with excitement. At this meeting, he ignored the disgusted gaze of everyone in the Lu family, and immediately said in a hoarse voice, "Hurry up. Take me quickly. Throw it out." God knows what kind of encounters he has experienced in these half an hour. Not only were the bones of the whole body disassembled many times, but they were also out of alignment several times. If it weren't for Lin Hong's mouth being blocked by the mop he used to wash the toilet, he would have been tempted to bite his tongue and kill himself. Looking at Lu Zishuan, who was dragged out like a dead dog by two people like Flowers and Jade, Lu Zhigua shook his head helplessly. He really didn't know what happened to him in the previous 10 years, and he would actually think that the other party was a good dust collector. After putting these thoughts aside for a while, he turned to look at Lin Hong on the side. What are you going to do with the Lang Qingqiu matter? The patriarch of the Lang family had saved his life before, so he made a baby kiss with the other party, and the person who got married was the generation of the Lang family, the only daughter, Miss Lang Qingqiu. With the help of the Lu family over the years, the Lang family has also vaguely stepped into the first echelon of the upper-class circle. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that the Lang family felt that they had the right to challenge the Lu family. My personal opinion is to cancel the marriage contract. I am not interested in that kind of stupid woman. Meeting Lu Zhigua's critical gaze, Lin Hong continued to speak without delay. The Lang family is in the raw material business, and the main partners have been the Lu family before. In recent years, due to the relationship with the capital, the cooperation with the Lu family has begun to become more and more perfunctory. After learning of Lang Qingqiu's existence, he used his network to check it out. All in all, the Lang family is a litter of white-eyed wolves. After the development of the Lu family, there was a faint tendency to kick it away. Hearing this, Lu Zhigua subconsciously glanced at the people next to him. At the beginning, he thought his family had told Lin Hong about it, but when he looked at a few people, he found that he was wrong. As a result, after suppressing the confusion in his heart, he asked, "These? How did you know?" "I know this, in fact, my younger brother is him." After getting the permission of Lin Hong's eyes, Lu Romo on the side couldn't wait to start telling about what he knew. Guarding a secret can't be said. It almost didn't suffocate her. Now that she finally got a chance to be released, she has to describe her brother's feet. Well, Xiaoma, you're not kidding mom, are you? After listening to the description of her second daughter, Xiao Wanqing's first reaction was whether the girl had been drinking secretly at night. Otherwise, how could the words spoken be like this? The cerebellum is missing. Although a small goal is not much for the Lu family, it is different from taking it out of Lin Hong's hands, and according to Lu Romo, this small goal seems to be only a part of Lin Hong's assets for Lin Hong. Mom, I'm telling the truth. Seeing that the Lu family didn't believe in themselves, Lu Romo immediately came to Lin Hong's side. Brother, quickly prove to them that I am telling the truth. Just the way you describe it, I almost don't believe it myself. Okay. Seeing Lu Romo's aggrieved appearance, Lin Hong couldn't help but complain in his heart. In the description of the opponent, he successfully transformed into Tony Stark, and his wave was the kind of hundreds of millions of Daolu, and Mr. Lei was directly conquered by his charisma just because he said a word. Don't say that others don't believe such an outrageous explanation, even he himself thinks it's magical enough. However, considering the other party's pet brother attributes, Lin Hong still said to the Lu family, in fact, it's not as exaggerated as the second sister said. I just like to invest, plus there are a few office buildings in the city center. Oh, by the way, I remember one that seemed to be next to Lu's. I remember that one. It seems to have been rented to a courier company called Anywhere. Listening to Lin Hong's description, the expressions on the faces of the Lu family were wonderful for a while, because compared to Lu Rumo's description, Lin Hong's explanation seems to be a little more magical. And just when the Lu family was still in shock, dozens of kilometers away from Lu's house, at the entrance of a very secluded alley, after kicking Lu Zishuan out of the big gold cup with one kick, Ruhua said mockingly, "I didn't expect Lu Zishuan, one day you will be thrown out too." This guy used to have a set on the surface and a set on the back. When the Lu family was there, they were polite to their servants, but once the Lu family was gone, the other party's ugly face was completely exposed. There have been people who have reported this kind of thing to the master's family, but without exception, they all ended in being expelled. Therefore, after a long time, no one will take care of this matter anymore. Holding the salary and singing songs, what do you care about these? Shit, even if I'm kicked out, I'm not comparable to you dog minions. After struggling to get up from the ground, Lu Zishuan stared viciously at Ruhua in the big gold cup. After this period of rest, he was able to barely control his body. He vowed that as long as he regains his power, he must make the opponent's life worse than death. Dare to taunt yourself like this, you already have a way to die like a flower. Yes, you were so noble. Looking at Lu Zishuan with a hideous face, Ruhua glanced meaningfully at the entrance of the alley. Afterwards, a playful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. I hope you can continue to be noble, Lu Zishuan. As soon as the words fell, she pulled on the car door. This alley is not an ordinary alley, but a gathering place for a group of special enthusiasts. She also learned about it by accident, just in time for Lu Zishuan to experience it. Damn stinky woman, damn Lin Hong, I won't let you go. Looking at the big gold cup that was gradually leaving, Lu Zishuan cursed as soon as he started, but he didn't notice that a figure was walking towards him behind him at this time one day. What do you want to do? I warn you. Ah. Stop it, beast. At this time, in Shinyuchu's boudoir in the Shin family villa, I'm home, I've worked hard for you tonight. After sending the message, Shinyuchu leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window next to L's bed. The same time, a shallow smile quietly appeared at the corner of the girl's mouth. After about a few seconds, the girl's mobile phone also made a pleasant prompt sound. Okay, remember not to touch the water on the wound. Okay, I remember. Recalling the bits and pieces of getting along with Lin Hong at night, Shinyuchu originally wanted to say something, but after glancing at the wall of the room, he deleted all the contents of the chat box and changed it to, I'm going to rest, good night. Lin Hong, good night. Just think of it as a dream, after all, people like me. After putting down the phone, Shinyuchu walked slowly to the wall on the left. I saw that it was full of all kinds of strange tools, and a knowledgeable person could see at a glance that these were commonly used in ancient prisons. Just when Shinyuchu was about to reach out and pick up the whip in front of her, the young man's words unconsciously lingered in her ears again. If you can, please learn to protect yourself. Don't let yourself get hurt again, okay? Protect yourself. After pursing her lips, Shinyuchu finally retracted her arm, turned around and walked out of the room. Mississippi. And watching Shinyuchu walk out of the room, the housekeeper on the side also hurriedly stepped forward and asked, is there any need? Collect information about the 4 families of Li, Xia, Wu, and Wang. When the liquidation comes, I don't want to see them again. At this moment, Shinyuchu's face was like frost, and he still looked like an airbag. If you change your outfit, you will be a proper queen of high coldness, good patriarch, I will arrange for manpower to do it. While replying, the housekeeper couldn't help muttering in her heart, who do you think you provoke badly? You have to provoke this person. Isn't this the light in the toilet and looking for Baba? Outsiders may not know, but how could they, the people in Shinjai, not know Shinyuchu's methods? It can only be said that those who underestimated her or insulted her did not end up in the end. For example, Shinritian, the last patriarch of the Shin family. Well, go ahead. After waving his hand to the housekeeper, Shinyuchu walked in the direction of the basement. Now that the Shin family still has some old things on it, she still needs to keep a low profile before sending them away completely. However, according to the reports of those unexpected designers, it shouldn't take long for this day to be completed. Only when she thoroughly mastered the Shin family could she completely implement her plan. Not long after, there were bursts of screams from the basement, and this night is destined to be a sleepless night for many people. The next day, the first floor of Liujia Villa. Shohong, how about my sister take you to buy something after breakfast? After swallowing the Xiaolong Bao in his mouth while wiping her mouth, Lu Rushua said to Lin Hong, who was reading the newspaper and drinking porridge, you are about to start school soon. You have to buy something that you can use. The school that Lin Hong previously attended was a public school near Tazai. Although it's pretty good in the local area, it's not very ranked in the entire GD. Therefore, the Lu family and his wife hit it off immediately and directly transferred their academic status to Shenzhen Middle School. This is one of the best middle schools in Shenzhen, and it is also the school where the Lu family sisters once attended. In the words of the Lu family and his wife, now that you, Lin Hong, have returned, it is natural to give you the best educational resources. Even this so-called educational resource is not so suitable for Lin Hong. For example, any normal student would like to receive a birthday gift that is actually a 3-year simulation of the 5-year college entrance examination. Let's not go anymore. I feel like I'm fully prepared. Recalling the pile of study materials that Ruhua moved to the same room yesterday, Lin Hong only felt that there were 2 big heads. It's hard to get back to work for a lifetime, and they have already achieved economic freedom. He really didn't want to have another hell life in his senior year of high school. That's simply not a normal life. Okay, especially the teacher will pua from time to time, and you will be liberated when you arrive at the university. He really wants to say that there is a der. And the university also has final exams, okay? In addition, he used to be quite puzzled when he read those true and false young master essays, that is, your true young master has been resurrected once, so why do you have to cling to the college entrance examination, use the evidence of your family's abuse to make a fortune? After that, it was used as a startup capital to cooperate with Foresight, and directly accumulate net worth. At that time, as long as the net worth is enough, it is not to retaliate as much as you want. Hey, let's go, let's go. Seeing that Lin Hong didn't have any thoughts of going out, Lu Ruxue immediately came to his side. After reaching out and grabbing her shoulder, she said coy and coquettish, "Sister, I'm going on a business trip tomorrow. You can't even want to go shopping with your sister, right?" Looking at the strange man holding his arm in front of him, Lin Hong really wanted to try to say something about you and your mother, but considering Lu Ruxue's shocking record, he temporarily gave up this tempting idea. After all, compared with the happiness of the second half of your life, all curiosity will become boring. Go, just stay with your sister. Seeing that Lin Hong still hadn't promised herself, Lu Ruxue simply squatted down on the ground. There is quite a kind of posture, the appearance of crying to you when you don't agree with a word. Okay, I'll go to the head office. After nodding helplessly, Lin Hong pulled out his arm in vain. Whether you are a sister or I am a brother, why do you feel a bit different? Smelly brother, of course I am my sister. After comparing Lin Hong playfully with a wink, Lu Ruxue also got up from the ground numbly. You eat slowly, I'll prepare what I want to bring out first. Looking at the helpless teenager, she couldn't help but feel a chuckle in her heart. It seems that the on how to handle Gao Lang's younger brothers and sisters that I stayed up late to study last night was indeed not in vain. It only took the first trick to make his brother change his mind in an instant. That if you have time, you must finish reading the remaining tricks. This stinky brother can't escape from the palm of his hand. I always feel chilly somewhere. Seeing Lu Ruxue's back leaving cheerfully, Lin Hong rubbed his arm subconsciously. I don't know why, he always feels weird, but for a while, I couldn't tell what was strange. That feeling is probably described as, there is always Diao Min who wants to harm me. Pun I am, can you drive, you pounce guy? Looking at Lu Ruxue, who was angrily facing a forcibly blocked vehicle, Lin Hong finally understood one thing. That's something like road rage. It seems to be really gender neutral, and I don't know if it's my own illusion. He always felt that if he hadn't been in the car, Lu Ruxue might have just stepped on the accelerator, but fortunately, although Lu Ruxue was cursing all the way down, she was swearing, but he never made any American-style stops, or overtaking, or the like, and this also made Lin Heng's heart that had been hanging a little bit retracted. As for the remaining 100 million points, let the opponents hang. If there is a choice, he vowed not to take the other party's car in the future. It takes money for others to take a car, and she, Lu Ruxue, is terrible. Okay. Let's go, Xiaohong, let's start at the level of electronic equipment. After locking the vehicle, Lu Ruxue naturally pulled Lin Heng's wrist and walked slowly towards the elevator in the parking lot. With that gentle appearance, it was completely impossible to see that she was still greeting someone else's old mother in the last second. Third sister, road rage is a bad behavior, let's change it a little bit in the future. Looking at the girl next to him who seemed to have changed her face, Lin Hong sighed helplessly. Then, he said solemnly, if you meet someone with a bad brain, what if you really have a wave of American-style hurricane with you? It's okay, our car is expensive, strong and safe. Originally, I wanted to say that the safety factor of the car is high, and Lu Ruxue is not afraid of being hit by others. After seeing the boy's unusually serious eyes, he silently held back what he wanted to say. Well, it's a big deal. I'll just change it in the future. The smelly brother is for the sake of her own safety, so it is naturally impossible for her to be stubborn with the other party. It's a big deal to bear with it when you drive in the future. It's not a big deal. Remember what you said. When I go back, Steward Wang will help you connect the driving recorder to my mobile phone. While speaking, Lin Hong subconsciously stretched out his hand and knocked on the opponent's head. If I find something wrong, don't think I'll talk to you in the future. After all, in one chapter, this product was almost set away by a passing mud car because of road rage and people racing, because the audience feels that letting the protagonist know beforehand will reduce the entertainment a lot. Therefore, even if the system girl has an idea, there is no way to tell what will happen in what time period. I can only briefly describe to Lin Hong what may happen in the future. As for why it is possible to happen, but not necessarily. That's because Lin Heng's existence disturbs the original time and space, so that the timeline will not follow the original trajectory. In other words, there is a disorder in the timeline, and no one is sure if it will happen later, but just in case, he still felt it necessary to remind Lu Ruxue. After all, he can still feel who was really good to himself. Hiss. Rubbing her head that was suddenly knocked on, Lu Ruxue unceremoniously pinched the boy's cheek with her hand. Smelly brother, do you dare to hit me on the head? Do you think I can't carry a knife for my sister? Hiss, it hurts, let go, asshole. No, look at your stinky brother who dares to hit my sister. In this way, the two of them had a great battle in the elevator. The specific content is not good looking, so let's skip it first, and I'll just watch it for you. Anyway, the security guard of the monitoring room, Haratsi, has already flown out. 10 minutes later, in the electrical city of the shopping plaza, Xiaohong, what do you think of this? After handing an iPad to Lin Hong, Lu Ruxue said solemnly, at that time, you can download some learning materials into it, and it will be more convenient to watch. Yes, it's all your money anyway. Rubbing her cheeks that were still a little red and swollen, Lin Hong looked at the girl as if nothing had happened with a grudging expression. This girl's hands are really black, and it takes ingenuity to pinch people. Okay, don't be angry. Welcoming the appearance of her brother's grievances, Lu Rushue covered her mouth and sneered, "Sister, can you apologize to you? It's useful to apologize, and what do you want the police to do? I'm the one." Seeing Lu Rushue put her hand on her waist very skillfully, Lin Hong instantly felt that life was hopeless. You have to get it, you are the sister and you are in charge. He really didn't expect that one day, the 2 fingers zen that he hadn't eaten on his daughter-in-law would be eaten by his own sister. I'm afraid this trick is not a DNA inheritance move, otherwise, how could every woman be self-taught without a teacher? You know each other. Seeing that Lin Hong recognized him, Lu Rushue also moved her right hand away and handed the iPad to the envious brother. Help me get a brand new iPad, I want it. Okay, please wait a moment. Let's buy some clothes later, and some watches and the like, and don't you boys all like handmade things? I remember there was a shop nearby that was waiting for handmade things. Let's do it then. Halfway through speaking, Lu Rushue suddenly widened her eyes. At the same time, her face also showed an incredible appearance. Third sister, what's the matter? After perceiving the girl's weird behavior, Lin Hong also followed the other party's gaze. In a shop not far from the 2 of them, a person who shouldn't have appeared here appeared. At this moment, Lu Zishuan was holding a woman who could score 85 points in body and appearance, and they were shopping for items in the cosmetics store not far away. And it is not difficult to see from the interaction between the 2 that their relationship is not ordinary. At the very least, it is also the kind of seafood trading relationship. After rubbing her eyes to make sure she had read it correctly, Lu Rushue murmured in disbelief, "How could it be? That's not teacher who. Is there any problem?" Seeing the unbelievable appearance of his third sister, Lin Hong also tilted his head in confusion. Although teachers and students are in love or something, some are not that kind of thing. But in the current open social environment, in fact, as long as it is not against the moral bottom line, everyone will tacitly turn a blind eye to many things. You don't see that in the current ghost movies. Taoists even allow ordinary people to marry ghosts. If this were in the era of Uncle Gio, you wouldn't be able to send the ghost away with a bronze sword directly. That person was Lu Zishuan's governess, who was given to Lu Zishuan by her mother before, and speaking of this, Lu Rushue paused slightly, as if there was something unspeakable. And what? Facing the other party's half-spoken appearance, Lin Hong suddenly had a feeling of half-shit. Really, it's so unpleasant. What he hates most in his life are 2 kinds of people, one is half-spoken, and the other is and teacher who, she has a boyfriend. Welcoming Lin Hong's curious gaze, Lu Rushue gritted her teeth and said what she knew. I once met each other when her boyfriend came to Lu's house to pick her up. That time, I heard the other party say that the 2 of them seemed to be engaged and ready to get married. Good guy, is this okay? After listening to Lu Rushue's description, Lin Hong said that this paragraph seemed to be a bit too explosive. If he understands correctly, this teacher who has a fiancé and is still preparing to get married, but now with such an intimate interaction with Lu Zishuan, there is only one truth. That is, Lu Zishuan turned teacher whose fiancé green. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why the behavior of the 2 is so close. Thinking of this, Lin Hong took out his mobile phone and pointed at the 2 people in the cosmetics store, while turning his head to Lu Rushue and said, "Third sister, do you have the contact information of that unlucky child? The old king next door deserves to die for his sins." As a young man in a new era, it is naturally impossible for a creature like Lao Wang to be too chic, although Lu Zishuan's surname is not Wang, unlucky boy. Hearing this, Lu Rushue was taken aback for a moment. After reacting, she subconsciously asked, "Are you talking about the contact information of teacher whose boyfriend?" "Yes, it's his contact information." After using the technique of the ancestor to shoot Lu Zishuan and teacher who during the wedding, Lin Hong turned his head and smiled at Lu Rushue. "Don't you want to save an innocent poor child?" He swore that he just wanted to help a brother he had never met get out of the sea of suffering. Absolutely, definitely not for the sake of watching the excitement. This. Recalling what Lu Zishuan had done, and the conscience in his heart that was constantly troubled after thinking about it again and again, Lu Rushue finally took out her mobile phone. "I asked Steward Wang for it. He should have registered when he entered Liuzhai. Although it is cruel to tell the other party the truth, but it seems more cruel to hide this matter. Okay, then you can ask Steward Wang for it." While talking, Lin Hong also noticed that the 2 of them were leaving the cosmetics store. "Third sister, let's keep up." At the moment the words fell, he hurriedly pulled Lu Rushue in the direction of the 2 of them. "If you lose it, you won't be able to see the heat. It would be terrible if the location of the unlucky child could not be notified. Hey, slow down." Not long after the 2 left, the clerk who went to the warehouse to pick up the goods also returned to the store. "Hello guest, what you want?" Looking at the empty shop, the clerk was stunned for a while. "Damn, what about the agreed shopping?" Half an hour later, a young man and woman self-catering happy house was not far away. "Shohung, where is that person?" Looking at the 2 people choosing things in the store, Lu Rushue blushed and said to Lin Hong on the side, "If it's a little later, I feel it. It's almost too late. If she was just suspicious before, then now she is 100% sure that Lu Zishuan and Hulina are having an affair. After all, how could a person with a normal relationship come to such a shop? It's almost coming. I think the location is already downstairs. After glancing at the moving punctuation of the shared position, Lin Hong pressed the opponent's head back while asking, "Where are the people on your side?" The other party's appearance of a crazy woman is a bit conspicuous. In case it is discovered, it will not be good. He is still waiting to watch a wave of good shows, but he can't just lose it like this, otherwise, wouldn't it be in vain to buy the melon seeds just now? Oh, don't press my head, you stinky brother. Although she cursed and swore, Lu Rushua did not continue to make Cosfituman's operation. I just said that it has already arrived in the underground parking lot. It will probably take a few minutes. Shohung, are they leaving? Halfway through the conversation, Lu Rushua noticed that the two had already paid successfully and walked outside the shop together. It seems to be true, but it is. After glancing down at the positioning of his hand, Lin Hong had a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. It seems that we don't need to intervene. Why, people are not. What? Just when Lu Rushua wanted to ask why, a scream instantly attracted all her attention. Because she was familiar with this scream, she personally created a wave just yesterday. After looking in the direction where the sound came from, Lu Zishuan was lying on the ground clutching his little partner. I don't know, I thought he was in the Kos Wudong faction. And this sudden change also caused Teacher Hu on the side to let go of his hand subconsciously for a while. All the items in the bag fell to the ground. These include but are not limited to demon beasts, glass even tea and many other items. Zishuan, how are you Zishuan? After reacting, Hulina immediately turned her head and looked at the man on the side with an angry expression on her face. Wang Defa, you are crazy, why are you hitting people? Why do you ask me? Looking at Hulina, who dared to question herself, Wang Defa suddenly smiled angrily. I want to ask you, is this what you call overtime? Accompany a man to visit this kind of shop. If I don't come, will you have to get together? In any case, he didn't expect that his former gentle and lovely girlfriend would become like this. Moreover, as the old king next door, it is too shameful to be stolen from his house. Shut up, you don't have to worry about what I do. After pushing Wang Defa away, Hulina immediately squatted down and looked at Lu Zishuan, who fell to the ground with a worried expression. Zishuan, how are you? Don't scare me. At this moment, Lu Zishuan had already been crushed by countless divine beasts in his heart. Yesterday, I was given an in-death exchange by a drunk man. Fortunately, the other party was like a golden mushroom and didn't cause much damage to himself, and adhering to the idea that others hurt me, that I have to vent this hurt. He specially made an appointment with this female teacher who was interesting to him today, thinking that he could have an in-death exchange with the other party, but who would have thought that it would become like this now? Lu Zishuan felt extremely broken by the second trauma of the little brother, and I don't know if it's a psychological effect. He feels that his little partner seems to have no reaction. To put it simply, it just doesn't feel its existence anymore. Thinking of living the kind of life of cultivating the sword spectrum to ward off evil spirits in the future, Lu Zishuan's face instantly became ugly. Damn, how dare you? Thinking like this in his heart, Lu Zishuan also glared at Wang Defa with resentment, but after seeing the opponent's body shape clearly, he also decisively gave up the idea of a duel with the opponent's samurai. As far as the opponent's arm is thicker than his thigh, he will only go up and fight the opponent if his head is crazy. He is not Loki, he likes to be used as a pendulum. But although he couldn't match the opponent in terms of strength, he had already figured out a way to retaliate. After all, compared to physical trauma, mental stimulation is undoubtedly the most deadly. Chapter 26. Putting aside the facts, aren't you wrong? I'm fine, Nana, don't worry. After protecting Hulina to her body without trace, Lu Zishuan said with a sad face, I blame me for this. I didn't make it clear to Brother Wang. No, it's not your fault. Seeing Lu Zishuan's self-reproachful appearance, Hulina immediately held the opponent's arm distressed. It's all my fault, I didn't cut it off with him. You wait for me, I will finish the matter right away. After saying this, she also immediately got up and stared at Wang Defa fiercely. Wang Defa, it's over between us, please don't come to me in the future, I don't want Zishuan to be unhappy. He, Wang Defa, is just a small gym owner. How could he be compared with Lu Zishuan, the son-in-law of the Lu family? Even if she loses her mind, she knows how to choose. The Lu family casually took things out of her fingers, which was enough for her to be chic for the rest of her life. If you can conceive a child of the Lu family, it is not impossible for a mother to rely on her son. There is no mistake. Hulina is the legendary gold worshipper. I used to be with Wang Defa, mainly because I didn't have a choice. Now that she has Lu Zishuan, the young master of the Lu family, she naturally has the idea of abandoning each other. Okay, what a good one is over. Looking at the extremely strange woman in front of him, Wang Defa covered her head and smiled. Now that it's over, then give me back the 500,000 gift, as well as the house and these cars. He has prepared the three-piece wedding suit, the car, the house, and the gift. Among them, the car is written in the name of the other party, and the house is the common name of the two of them. Are you sick? Don't you want money for my youth? Seeing that Wang Defa actually wanted to take all these things back, Hulina immediately scolded angrily. Wang Defa, you lower-headed man, I can see through you today. Good guy, version T0 is simply terrifying. Hearing this explosive speech, Lin Hong not far away subconsciously glanced at Lu Rushue, who was nibbling melon seeds next to him. Third sister, what do you think of this matter? What do I think? Of course I stood and watched. After taking a blank look at her brother in anger, Lu Rushue complained and said, why didn't I find out before that this teacher who was so down? As long as the youth of girls is valuable, the youth of boys is worthless, right? Thanks to Xiao Wanqing's high-quality education, her three views can be described as surprisingly normal. Good love is a two-way journey, understanding and supporting each other, just like Xiao Wanqing and Lu Zhigua. As for raking your ears, it's just a sign of loving your wife. After all, both men and women are really going to fight, and men can really beat women when they are serious. Therefore, girls who have learned both hands are advised not to think that they can do it when they encounter danger. The safest way is to find as many people or safe places as possible to call for help. It's straight down. After receiving the death of his elder sister, Lin Hong rolled his eyes and put the melon seed shell in his pocket, but I'm curious if she will come to a super classic next quotation. What language? Before Lu Rushue could finish speaking, an angry reprimand broke out in the direction of Lu Zishuan and the three of them, putting aside the facts. Are you not wrong? And looking at Hulina, who broke out classic quotations, Lin Hong decisively took out a handful of new melon seeds. Good guy, finally appeared. This scene is no better than watching the national football team Bashi. There is a hanging heart over there that will die sooner or later, and here is a constantly fluctuating blood pressure power chart, although very angry, but not to the point of dying. Putting aside the facts, let me talk about your mother. Stimulated by Hulina's anti-sky remarks, the string called reason in Wang Defa's mind completely broke. Afterwards, he directly threw a large pocket on the opponent's face. What? This slap used almost 100% of her strength, and Hulina directly proposed a wave of aerial rotation experience package for 2.5 weeks, spinning and jumping yours. Off topic. I am the process of rotating. A white object also flew out of her mouth and fell on the floor not far away. Cuckoo. Looking at Hulina, who was slapped out, Lu Zishuan swallowed subconsciously. Then before everyone could react, she moved decisively again to protect Hulina between herself and Wang Defa. Sister Nana, how are you? Are you okay? It's okay. Do you think I look okay? Although she wanted to spray each other's face, Hulina endured it for the sake of future glory and wealth. It hurts, my face hurts Zishuan so much. Oh ha. Pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy, how could she not learn from the first lesson of fishing for girls? If Lu Zishuan weren't there, she would have to tell Wang Defa whether she would live or die today. This bastard actually dared to do it. Didn't he know that his face was very expensive? Almost all of the 500,000 bride price was spent on this. If it is broken, the opponent will have to pay 30W. Nana, don't be afraid, I'm here. After glancing at the opponent's somewhat offset jawline, Lu Zishuan suppressed the fear in his heart and said to Wang Defa on the side, why are you so excessive? You actually hit a girl. At a loss, he thought Hulina was 100% natural, but he didn't expect it to have been corrected the day after tomorrow. But in order to avenge Wang Defa's revenge, Lu Zishuan did not choose to leave directly. After all, this guy hurt his most important friend, how could he not retaliate back? But Lu Zishuan also thought about it, and immediately dumped Hulina after this incident. After all, he didn't want to walk on the road one day, and he was inexplicably hit by such a sudden, what the hell are you barking at the dog? Facing the bright provocation in Lu Zishuan's eyes, Wang Defa immediately rolled up his sleeves and prepared to teach the opponent a lesson, but Lu Zishuan's next wave of turmoil stunned everyone present. Chapter 27. The actors are all here, and the show seems pretty good. I saw that the moment Wang Defa rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Lu Zishuan, he immediately took a step back and protected Hulina in front of him. That silky movement, coupled with the accustomed expression. It's hard not to wonder if this guy used to do this kind of thing a lot. Good guy, is this the legendary one? Since you are affectionate and righteous to me, then I should protect you in front of me. Seeing Lu Zishuan's extremely silky show, Lin Hong instantly recalled an old man in the novel of his previous life. On some occasions, the opponent seems to be the most commonly used trick compared to Lin Hong, who was happy to eat melons. Lu Rushua's expression on her face has become a little ugly. Once before, Lu Zishuan was blocked by a punk, and she seemed to be protected in front of her by standing up for the other party. If it weren't for the police officers patrolling around that time, maybe he would have already. Thinking of this, Lu Rushue couldn't help exuding bursts of low pressure all over her body. Hiss. Feeling the inexplicable chill around him, Lin Hong took a few steps back silently after glancing at the girl next to him. I don't know why, he always feels that the other party is super dangerous now, but it's like the feeling when a rabbit uses a dangerous trigger and is about to overload. Ha 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 ha. Hulina, this is the man you like. Seeing that Lu Zishuan's behavior was simply not a man's behavior, Wang Defa also sneered mercilessly. I can actually use you as a shield. It seems that you are not very important to him. After living for more than 20 years, this was the first time he had seen such a wonderful thing. This laughter is a contempt for this kind of behavior, but also a mockery of my own blindness in the past. He has also seen that this kind of woman is not worth loving with all his heart. After all, if you can spend 800 yuan on love, why do you have to exchange it for a lifetime? And listening to Wang Defa's ridicule of herself, Hulina was actually as uncomfortable as her dead mother. Lu Zishuan's wave of operations is indeed enough, but for the sake of future glory and wealth, she still suppressed this negative emotion. Shut up, Zishuan, he just happened to help me up from the ground. That's right, I just happened to help Nana up from the ground. Seeing Hulina's face like this, Lu Zishuan immediately borrowed a donkey from the slope. Wang Defa, you can't blow your mouth because Nana chose me. If you do this, you will appear to be very unqualified, you know? Anyway, there was a human shield in front of him, and he was not afraid of what the opponent would do. Therefore, at this moment, he naturally chose to have full firepower, and the meaning of that sentence just now is also well understood. It is nothing more than that your fiancé chose me, then you can wear this green hat honestly for me. Damn, I can't stand it anymore. Seeing Lu Zishuan spewing trash while continuing to hide behind Hulina, Lu Rushue could no longer restrain the idea of blasting the opponent. Once upon a time, she was also used as a human shield by the opponent in this way. Although Hulina deserved this wave even if she was beaten, but this does not prevent me from being unhappy with the other party's behavior. Calm down, my third sister. Seeing that Lu Rushue rolled up her sleeves and was ready to go, Lin Hong hurriedly hugged the opponent from behind and turned to the end of the corridor. Don't worry, the starring actors have just arrived. This good show is just halfway through, so you can't just be messed with by the other party like this. Otherwise, even if he fell asleep at night, he would have to get up and slap the other party. Spoiler: dogs and troublemakers are undoubtedly the most hated creatures in the world. After seeing the visitor, Lu Rushue also calmed down. The arrival of the other party also meant that Lu Zishuan could no longer be arrogant. And the current situation on the field will definitely change differently. Let me down, son of a bitch. Due to the lack of height, her whole body is now in a semi-suspended state. At this second, she deeply felt the strong malice from her height. Lu Rushue's head of 1.68 meters is actually not short, but Lin Hong has a head of 1.83 meters. Under this height gap, Lu Rushue could only continue to use her short legs to try to jump in the air, and just when the two of them were still making trouble, the atmosphere of the few people on the other side was not so harmonious. Looking at Lu Zishuan, who was still provoking him, Wang Defa's face showed a trace of disdainful mockery. It's just a bus, you can take it if you want. I just hope you are careful not to be surrounded by a lot of passengers you don't know. If it was just that meeting, he would indeed be angry, but now he already wants to open it. It's just a woman who worships gold, so why is she worthy of his love, asshole? What do you mean by that? And hearing Wang Defa describe herself in this way, Hulina couldn't help but break through the defense first. On the spot, he stretched out his hand and pointed at the opponent's nose, and began to yell, if you can't get me, you have to frame me like this? Why didn't I see it before? You Wang Defa is such a down-headed man. Well, people like Nana are not worth your anger. I will in the future. Just when Lu Zishuan wanted to continue talking about something, the afterglow in the corner of his eyes saw a familiar figure in the crowd. When he saw the anger and disappointment on the opponent's face, his face turned pale in an instant. After hurriedly pushing Hulina away from him, he immediately spoke to the girl in the crowd. Shinyuchu is not what you saw. Can you listen to my explanation? At the same time, Lu Zishuan couldn't help but cry out for bad luck in his heart. How could Lang Qingqiu appear here too? I just want to eat some seafood this time. Why would God treat him like this? First, he suffered a fatal blow, then because of what happened last night, his fiancée, who had a lot of words for herself, actually appeared. I knew this would be the result, and he wouldn't come out to eat this seafood meal even if he was killed. Explain. What else do you want to explain? Looking at Lu Zishuan's extremely nervous appearance, the disappointment on Lang Qingqiu's face was overflowing. Lu Zishuan, you really disappointed me. She didn't believe Lu Rushue's news when she received it, but now. No, Qingqiu, listen to me. Ah. Before Lu Zishuan could finish speaking, a fist hit him directly on the nose from far and near. The tingling from the tip of his nose caused him to subconsciously cover his nose and squat on the ground. This guy is a scumbag, little girl, don't be deceived. After saying these words to Lang Qingqiu, Wang Defa glanced disdainfully at Hulina, who was still stunned on the ground. But the egg that flies don't bite, the one that can be stung is definitely a stinky egg. This sentence not only ridiculed Hulina, but also ridiculed Lu Zishuan. By the way, it can be described as killing two birds with one stone, directly completing a wave of double kills. Aha. Hearing this, Lang Qingqiu turned and left here after taking one last look at Lu Zishuan, who was squatting on the ground and wailing. The talking eyes around her made her feel extremely ashamed. She, Lang Qingqiu, the daughter of the Lang family, Miss Jean. When I used to go out, I faced complimenting and respectful gazes. Never before has there been such a moment of shame. No, Qingqiu, don't go, Qingqiu, I can't do without you. Ah. But before Lu Zishuan could finish speaking, Wang Defa kicked him in the face again. You green tea girl, see if I won't kill you today. There are two things that Chinese men must not tolerate. One is that some people say that they are like a small book, and the other is that some people give themselves a green hat. Stop, why are you hitting people? Seeing Lu Zishuan being slammed to the ground with a hammer, Hulina on the side immediately protected the opponent with her body, and shouted loudly, where is the security guard? Where is the security guard? Quickly control this guy. When Wang Defa ran into this kind of thing, she had no retreat. Therefore, bowing to Lu Zishuan became the only choice, otherwise, with Hulina's self-interest, how could she use Lu Zishuan as a meat shield? This is just to make more money. It's just that Hulina didn't realize at all that her behavior at this moment was undoubtedly sprinkling salt on Wang Defa's wound. To put it simply, it's like adding another layer of violent buff to the berserker.so. For a while, the screams of Hulina and Lu Zishuan continued to echo in the three-story corridors of the entire mall. Chapter 28. A small reminder and returning home, half an hour later, in the Electronic City. At the beginning, after reaching out to take the iPad handed over by the clerk's brother, Lin Hong turned to look at Lu Rushue from the side and said, "How about the third sister? After watching the farce just now, how do you feel?" Due to the intervention of the mall security guards, Lu Zishuan and the others were taken away by the police not long after, and the two people who had no time to watch, naturally also started shopping in the mall again. When I was passing by the Electric City, I unexpectedly met a certain shop clerk with a grudging face, and this is why they show up here to buy iPads. After all, the grievances of the clerk's brother just now are almost to the point where the cursed spirit is condensed, okay? Ha? Facing a sudden question from her brother, Lu Rushue was obviously stunned. She was watching a play the whole time she came down. How could she feel like a ghost? And it's not about writing essays or reading books. What does it mean to suddenly ask how you feel, third sister? Your beauty is in exchange for your IQ, isn't it obvious? Looking at Lu Rushue's puzzled gaze, Lin Hong slowly compared three with his hands. After all, according to the plot of the original work, this guy later willingly joined the fake young master's harem group, although this is almost impossible now, but the ghost knows if there is only one destiny in this world, therefore, he, the big villain, it is better to be careful everywhere. Looking at the gestures in the boy's hands, Lu Rushue glanced at the other person angrily. Fuck off. Your third sister, I want Yen Yu Yen. How can I be a junior if I want money and money? Who is she? Lu Rushue, Lu's third daughter, an internationally renowned designer. If you really want to count it, the people chasing her can be lined up from Shantao to Shanwei. So she went to be a junior or something for others, unless her head was crazy. Yes. Third sister, how could a rich and attractive person like you do that kind of thing? Looking at the girl like a proud peacock, Lin Hong turned his head to the clerk's brother on the side and said, "Brother, you said I was right." Brother clerk, yes. Cut. Let's go. There are still many shops that haven't been visited yet. Facing the praise of her younger brother, Lu Rushue smiled and gave the other party a blank look, then took her wrist and walked out of the Electronic City. It's so troublesome to fall in love or something, it's better to tease Bashi, who was here with his younger brother. Looking at the two sisters and brothers who left with a smile, the clerk couldn't help showing envious eyes. He really wants it too, such a gentle and lovely sister. Wang Lufei, you are lazy again, come and work for me. It's coming. After hearing the yelling from the store, Wang Lufei responded weakly, then turned around and returned to the store. If you think about it, at night when you dream of something, it's better to accept reality during the day. In the evening, at 8:35, in the screening hall on the 4th floor of Liujia Villa. No, don't fight anymore. No, if you fight again, you will die. Looking at the two unknown creatures lying limply on the sofa in the image of Guyu, Lu Rumo smiled and said while closing the door of the screening hall, "You two are quite enjoying it." Compared to Lu Rushue's more free profession, Lu Rumo, a heart surgeon, is very busy today. Several operations were arranged in the hospital, and she almost died of exhaustion without giving her a chance. In fact, it could have ended around 7:30, but because the patient did not survive an operation, she was stopped by her family for some time. But for this situation, Lu Rumo had actually become accustomed to it a long time ago. After all, a place like a hospital, but hey, don't mention it. Second sister, you are back. After saying hello to Lu Rumo, who walked into the screening hall, Lin Hong picked up the walkie-talkie on the side and said, "Mother Wu, please find someone to send another bucket of foot-soaking medicine bath." The life of the Lu family is too calm, so naturally he has to find a way to have some fun. Although there is no technician on the 88th, there is no chance to hear the widely circulated story, but getting something to soak your feet is still not a big problem for Lin Hong. Second sister, sit here and I have gossip to share with you. At this time, after Lu Rushue handed him a pack of snacks, she also talked about what happened today. Let me tell you, when I went shopping with Shohong today. And with Lu Rushue's narration, the expression on Lu Rumo's face gradually became extremely exciting. As a medical student, she usually focuses on pharmacology and surgery. If you really want to talk about emotional experience, she is probably only better than all the brothers who have been single for more than 20 years. Therefore, Lu Zishuan's commotion can be regarded as having opened up a lot of horizons for him. Oh my god, how could there be such a person? After briefly digesting the news of her third sister, Lu Rumo's face flushed slightly and she curled her lips. But Lu Zishuan is shameless enough, why didn't we find out before? Although the theoretical knowledge is a bit poor, as a doctor, I still know something. In particular, the heart surgery and gynecology of the hospital are relatively close, and on their side, from time to time, they will send some patients who are stuck. In the small talk with the nurses and doctors, Lu Rumo actually understood more than the average person in some aspects that he shouldn't know. Yes, I wonder if we have been bewitched. Hearing this, Lu Rushue also nodded with emotion. Otherwise, it doesn't seem to explain why we haven't found anything abnormal. By the way, brother, have you ever been in Miaojiang, so you can solve puzzles or something? You see, as soon as you came back, my second sister and I felt something was wrong. If I could raise goo, you would have fallen to the ground when we first met, okay? Seeing that the topic began to develop in the direction of fantasy, Lin Hong changed the subject while putting the medicated bath stick sent by Wu Ma in front of Lu Rumo, second sister. Try this. An old Chinese medicine doctor in the village used to teach me that it can slow down fatigue. Son of a bitch, do you still want to poison me directly? After glaring at Lin Hong viciously, Lu Rushue immediately looked at Lu Rumo pitifully. Second sister, look at him bullying me, haha. If it weren't for the bathtub, which was too comfortable, she would have to get up and let this smelly brother understand what oppression from her sister was. With the increase of contact with Lin Hong, Lu Rushue's behavior has also become more and more presumptuous. What's so weird about you, guy? Slightly, you care about me. Alright, stop it, you too. Seeing the mode of getting along between the two, Lu Rumo's mouth also hung with a very happy smile. Perhaps this is the mode of getting along between siblings in the true sense. What kind of thing was Lu Zishuan's before? People who didn't know thought they were just slaves to each other. Thinking of this, Lu Rumo's disgust for Lu Zishuan in his heart couldn't help but increase a bit. Chapter 29 Gifts and the Start of School. By the way, Xiaohong, my sister has a gift for you. After soothing the two noisy guys, Lu Rumo took out a sachet from the pocket of his jacket. This is a sachet that I personally formulated after consulting an old professor of Chinese medicine. The taste inside has a calming effect on the mind, and I hope it can relieve some of the learning pressure of senior high school for you. As a former senior in high school, she naturally understands how stressful the study is during this time. Therefore, she wanted to do her best to provide Lin Hong with some extra help as much as possible. Thank you, second sister, I will cherish it. After solemnly reaching out to take the sachet, Lin Hong carefully placed it in the pocket of his shirt. For this kind of purely kind gift, he couldn't think of any reason to refuse. After all, he is not the real young master who received the resurrection card once, and has never been betrayed by his so-called relatives. It is better to say that Lu Zishuan at this moment is more like the so-called true young master. As for the reason, I think everyone here understands it. If the taste fades, tell me, I'll mix it for you again. Looking at the appearance of Lin Hong carefully placing it on his chest, the smile on the corners of Lu Rumo's mouth couldn't help but become stronger. Compare your heart. If you change to Lu Zishuan, there is a high probability that he will only dislike this so-called gift, and then cry and make a scene for his family to buy him that kind of expensive thing. Second sister, you can't help but be a little too cunning. Seeing the deep affection between the two of them, Lu Rushue curled her lips with some taste. My gifts are not ready yet, so you can't wait for me anymore. As a designer, she naturally has to design something unique as a gift. Although there is now a rough prototype, there is still a long way to go before it is completed, and it's a bit too cunning to monopolize what my brother likes. Haha, that's not my fault. Looking at the obviously jealous third sister, Lu Rumo stretched out her hand and rubbed Lin Heng's head. Who told you to move slowly? I can't let Xiaohong study under pressure. What you said also makes sense. After muttering in a low voice, Lu Rushue looked at Lin Hong from the side. Xiaohong, you wait, my gift will definitely surprise you when the time comes. That. Welcoming Lu Rushue's determined gaze, Lin Hong couldn't help showing a suspicious expression on his face. Are you sure you are referring to surprise, not fright? Son of a bitch, how dare you doubt your sister? While scolding, Lu Rushue came directly and jumped to the boy's back, and pulled the opponent's cheek back with her hand. Apologize to me, asshole. But because his face was pulled back, Lin Hong could only speak inarticulately. You are a criminal beast, your waist is strong, let go, your face is about to crack. For specific appearance, please refer to Gintama or Crayon Shinchan. I won't. Today I want you to know the majesty from your sister. This kind of life is also quite good. Looking at the two noisy sisters and brothers, Lu Rumo slowly leaned on the soft sofa while putting the jade feet in the medicine bath in front of him. This moment, she inexplicably felt that it would be nice if she could keep going like this. The next day, Shenzhen Middle School, on the podium of the first class of senior high school, there is a new classmate in our class today. Do you know that everyone has to get along well? After saying this, Jia Zhengzhang, the head teacher of the first class of senior high school, beckoned to the door. Okay, classmate Lu, come in. Good teacher. Accompanied by a crisp voice unique to a young man, it sounded. A handsome man who was about 1.83 meters tall and looks like a sword-browed star also walked into the classroom with long legs, and this handsome guy, who was only slightly inferior to the readers, has also successfully attracted the attention of all members of the senior class. In this adolescence of sweating wantonly, who cannot bear spring. Of course, this refers specifically to girls. For boys, it's more about looking at it. It's him. Why is he here? The moment he saw the visitor, Shinyuchu in the back row of the corner of the classroom widened his eyes subconsciously. She never thought that she would meet each other here. Could it be? Is this the arrangement of fate? As excited as she was, there was Leng Qingxiu, who was in the front row, but unlike Shinyuchu, she was considering whether the other party meant to transfer to the Lu family. Does the Lu family want the opponent to form a team with themselves to replace Lu Zishuan's position? And just when everyone was thinking differently, Lin Hong had already come to the podium. After smiling and nodding to the students in the audience, he began a simple self-introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Lin Hong, and everyone will call me Lin Hong in the future. I in the next study career, please take care of it. Wow, he is so handsome. No, I don't feel like I can study hard in the next few months. The same goes for me. But, buddy, are you a man? What's wrong with the man? You are sexist, let me tell you. Listening to the gradually outrageous whispers in the audience, Jia Zhengzheng tapped on the blackboard helplessly. Be quiet. It's not long since the college entrance examination, so give me all your careful thoughts. Now you only have one task, and that is to study hard for me. If anyone dares to be caught by me in puppy love, you can just wait to invite your parents. And this is why he is unwilling to let Lin Hong transfer to class. I have to say that from the outside alone, he is no worse than he was 18 years ago. After hearing Jia Jingxing's words, the students all closed their mouths very tacitly. For children of this age, asking parents is undoubtedly the most serious thing. After all, once the parents are invited, there will be less of a meal of bamboo shoots and stir-fried meat, and more of a mixed double row set meal for parents. The most serious is that pocket money may be deducted. For children with less pocket money, the deterrent of asking their parents is not at all depressing. Cantonese people dare not say that they have depression, because in Guangdong, mild depression is equivalent to getting angry, and moderate depression is equivalent to severe depression. In the case of severe depression, it is equivalent to evil spirits. What is guaranteed to be received at this stage will have a rune water that will be burned to ashes. If there are grandmothers and grandmothers in the family, they may also receive a slap of love after returning from worshipping God, as well as a face wash package in their mouths. Therefore, it is impossible for something like depression to exist in Guangzhou at all. Okay, classmate Lu, you just sit in the last row first. Seeing that the students were quiet, Jia Zhengzheng also began to arrange seats for Lin Hong. As for why he was allowed to sit in the last row, except for his height of 1.83 meters, there was indeed only a place in the back row of the class. In the back row, there is a student who also gives him a headache. It's not that the opponent's grades are unqualified or something, but that the child is really a little too introverted. I hope that Lin Hong's arrival can make that child a little bolder. Chapter 30: The Silly Girl and the Popular Lin Hong, Good Teacher. After hearing Jia Jingxing's arrangement, Lin Hong also walked quickly towards the back of the classroom with his school bag. After arriving at the corner position, he smiled and said hello to the girl with her head down beside him. What a coincidence, Yuchu, I didn't expect us to be classmates. For him who planned to come to school to fish with such a little girl, maybe it will be a lot more fun, yes. Yeah, what a coincidence. Looking at the boy's still warm smile, a smile also hung from the corner of Shinyuchu's mouth. Please advise me more in the future, classmate Lin Hong. Since it was fate's arrangement, there was no reason for her to continue to escape. Please advise me more, classmate Yuchu. After putting all the school bags in place, he turned his head and joked to the girl next to him. Also, didn't we agree to change it? How do you feel? You still seem to be decadent today. Except that she is wearing the school uniform of Shenzhen Middle School, the girl is not much different from when she first met. Half of his face was still covered by thick bangs, and the whole person inexplicably gave people a gloomy feeling. This. That. Me. That. Facing the young man's inquiry, Shinyuchu became a little hesitant for a while. Even though she had an IQ comparable to a certain rocking rabbit, she didn't know how to answer this kind of question for a while. After all, her original plan was actually to stay away from Lin Hong, plus I don't know that the other party will suddenly transfer to his own class, so naturally it is impossible to make any special preparations. If she had known this would happen, she would change her look today. Okay, it's like I'm bullying you. Looking at the girl's tightly pursed lips, Lin Hong smiled helplessly and shook his head. Take your time, I will supervise you in the future. At the very least, you have to not be bullied, and people have to be cheerful. For this girl who had the same experience as himself, he also wanted to change the other party as much as possible. Although the surface of this society is very beautiful now, but in essence, it is still the rule of that person to eat people. Capitalists and workers are nothing less than former landlords and hired farmers. It's just that compared with before, current workers have more freedom. Not to mention that Shinyuchu is still a child of the Shin family compared to ordinary people. What she will face in the future is more cruel than this. In addition to having a life beyond the reach of others, the children of rich people also bear the pressure from the family. If you start to change it a little bit now, at least girls in the future can have more choices. After hearing Lin Hong's words, Shinyuchu also instantly understood what the other party meant. After quietly suppressing the imperceptible emotions in her eyes, she nodded to the boy obediently, and said softly, okay, I will work hard. What a silly girl. Looking at the soft and waxy little girl in front of him, Lin Hong stretched out his hand and took out a candy from his pocket. Here you are, I hope you will be happy every day in the future. Thanks. Thank you. After reaching out to take the candy handed over by the boy, Shinyuchu carefully put it in the pocket of his shirt. It looked like it was caring for a fragile treasure. It really looks like I used to. Thinking like this, Lin Hong subconsciously stretched out his hand and rubbed the opponent's little head. Don't worry, no one will bully you with me in the future. Feeling the warm touch on his head, Shinyuchu hurriedly lowered his head. At the same time, the originally white cheeks were also turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's a bit too much. Seeing the ruddy flush on the girl's cheeks, Lin Hong retracted his right hand and said softly, "I'm sorry," subconsciously. "No. It's okay." But before the young man could finish speaking, Shinyuchu spoke in that slightly cold voice, "If it's yours, I have no problem." Looking at the girl who was about to shove her head into Mount Everest, Lin Heng's mouth also had a slight arc at the corner of her mouth. She's really a silly girl. But just when the atmosphere of the two people was charming, the deserted Qingqiu in the front row was full of thoughts. Since Lin Hong entered the classroom, she has been paying attention to each other. Therefore, the interaction between him and Shinyuchu naturally did not escape Ling Qingqiu's sight, but it was precisely because of this that the doubts in the girl's heart became stronger. She really didn't understand what Lin Hong was thinking. If you want to be with yourself, what is the difference between his behavior and wearing a hat to her in person? Therefore, the time of this class also ended quietly in the girl's confusion, and as soon as class was over, Lin Heng's seat was surrounded by several bolder girls. Classmate Lu, where did you study before? Classmate Lu, why are you suddenly transferring here now? Classmate Lu, do you have a girlfriend? Classmate Lu. As the saying goes, three women play together. Although they are still only little girls, gossip's deterrent power is already comparable to adult women. Fortunately, Lin Hong is used to such scenes. Therefore, between a few words, all these girls were sent away. Looking at the teenager who smiled to say goodbye to the last girl, Shinyuchu clenched his fist silently. Classmate Lin Hong, he really is a person who can be liked by everyone wherever he goes. Just call me Lin Hong. You can do it after you try to change it. Feeling something wrong in the girl's words, Lin Hong stretched out his hand and rubbed the opponent's head. Funny, and how is the injury on his hand? As a senior sniper, he is still quite keen on changes and emotions. Therefore, there is a trace mixed in the girl's words. Unhappy, he can naturally clearly perceive it. It's almost okay. Feeling the warm touch on his head, Shinyuchu couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, he also pulled up the sleeves of his hands. Although Lin Hong talked and laughed with those girls just now, he always maintained a certain distance from each other, but now the other party actually touched his own head. Does that mean that he is fundamentally different from other people? Indeed, the good ones are almost there. Looking at the wound on the white arm that was about to heal, Lin Hong pulled down his sleeve and joked with a smile, "Put it down, it's so shaking that I can't open my eyes anymore." There is a saying that Shinyuchu's skin is really white. If it weren't for the normal hair color of the girl's hair and eyebrows, he would wonder if the other party had albinism. Then I will be tanned to a wheat color later, okay? Looking at the young man who was lowering his head to help his sleeves, Shinyuchu blushed and said, "In that case, it will be much more comfortable to look at." Welcoming the girl's expectant gaze hidden behind the bangs, Lin Hong stretched out his hand and knocked on the opponent's little head, then said with a serious expression, "You don't need to change it for others, you just have to be yourself." Perceiving the tenderness in the young man's words, Shinyuchu blushed and lowered his head, and just when the atmosphere of the two people is charming. At the door of the classroom of the first class of senior high school, a person suddenly ran in. Chapter 31, Green Tea comes, Lin Hong and Shinyuchu's small interaction and looking at Ling Qingqiu, who was constantly looking back in the front row, the faces of the people who came suddenly became extremely ugly. I have only been in the game for one night, is it possible that this lady has already changed her mind? There is no mistake, it is Lu Zishuan who was here. Due to a few punches with Wang Defa in the back, the behavior between the two was judged to be fighting each other later. Because no one guaranteed his release, he could only squat in the bureau until now. As for Wang Defa's words, he was released on bail as soon as possible. Qingqiu, I have something to tell you. After suppressing the anger and panic in his heart, Lu Zishuan immediately put on a warm smile and walked slowly to Ling Qingqiu's side. Let's talk about it. There is something about yesterday. In this situation, anger are useless. The most important thing is to stabilize Ling Qingqiu first, regardless of whether the Lu family really intends to give up on themselves or not. It and the Lang family have always been allies. As long as Ling Qingqiu follows herself wholeheartedly. If you think about it that way, the Lu family won't make things too ugly. After all, for businessmen, there is no eternal enemy, only eternal benefit. But it's a pity that Lu Zishuan thought about one thing wrong from beginning to end. That is, things like the association of interests are often based on the reciprocity of the relationship between the two parties. Once they are not equal, it is very likely that the encroachment of interests will occur, and between the Lu family and the Lung family, there is obviously inequality. But this is actually not to blame Lu Zishuan for his short-sightedness. After all, the previous Lu family spoiled him very much, and because of his good relationship with Lang Qingqiu, the Lu family gave the Lang family a lot of resources. By the way, it is precisely because of this that Lu Zishuan mistakenly believed that the status of the Lu Lang family was basically the same. As long as Lang Qingqiu is taken down, the Lu family has to worry about this relationship. I have nothing to talk to you about. Looking at Lu Zishuan who suddenly appeared, Lang Qingqiu frowned displeasure. Now please leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. What happened yesterday was absolutely inexcusable for her, after all, except for some people with special plots who would like to wear a cuckold, and Lu Zishuan's sudden appearance, as well as Leng Qingqiu's emergency response to IT also made the students in the first class of senior high school all tacitly let go of the matter at hand. After all, in the past few years of high school, the two of them have long been recognized as CP in everyone's eyes, and now this situation is obviously something big has happened. When melons can be eaten, most Chinese will stop and take a look, and not to mention, it's still this kind of melon delivered to the door. Therefore, most of the students in the first class of senior high school silently took out small snacks from the drawer for the first time, and this also includes Lin Hong. After dividing some melon seeds to Shinyuchu, he was also happy to join the melon-eating army. No, Qingqiu, listen to me explain, this is really not the case. Seeing the girl's appearance that she obviously didn't want to talk about it, Lu Zishuan immediately moved out of the excuse she had thought of in advance. You also know that I have moved out of Lu's house now and need to live outside temporarily. And the reason why teacher who was with me yesterday was actually because he wanted to help me buy daily necessities. Fortunately, the things purchased in the store yesterday had long been submerged in the chaotic crowd. Otherwise, Lu Zishuan's words are really unconvincing. After all, the purchase of daily necessities has nothing to do with the purchase of daily necessities. As for Lina's words, he is really not interested at all now, not to mention the opponent's high-tech face. In terms of worth alone, as long as you are not stupid, you know who to choose. And looking at Lu Zishuan's sincere appearance, the impatience on Leng Qingqiu's face also began to subside. Then, what's the situation with that man? He is. TSK, system girl, the quality of your product is also terrible. In the back row of the classroom, Lin Hong watched the dog blood love drama in front of him while asking, why is the deviation value of Leng Qingqiu still moving? And I don't have an anti-wisdom aura, so we don't feel that it's useful. I saw that with Lu Zishuan's balabala, the positive 10-point deviation value on Leng Qingqiu's head was actually decreasing rapidly. In less than 2.5 minutes, it had become negative again. The deviation value curing device needs to be personally influenced by you. After putting down the pango blood in her hand, the system girl explained to Lin Hong, it's an indirect influence like you did yesterday. The deviation value in this case will still be modified by the will of the world, and the protagonist, when he uses his full strength, will always be pitted by the top. It is an eternal truth that crying children have milk to eat. After listening to the explanation from the system girl, Lin Hong curled his lips regretfully. I see that I also said that there is a problem with the reward you gave, and I am going to pay for a wave of fake ones. It's a pity. System girl, fuck off. If she hadn't been busy snapping up pango blood as a collection, she would have to let this guy know what disaster is from her mouth. How could the most conscientious system in the 10,000 realms give people fakes? Obviously the worst is the worst, they are all authentic products with 9 yuan and 9 free shipping. Okay, cut, old ladies who can't afford to play. After complaining about the system girl, Lin Hong planned to continue watching the show. If you don't have a brain, you don't have a brain. Anyway, it's not yourself who broke the family in the end, but just as he was about to continue watching the play, he felt his sleeves gently pulled. Looking back, I saw Shinyuchu looking at herself cautiously. What's the matter? I peeled it off. After handing the peeled melon seeds to Lin Hong, Shinyuchu seemed to have thought of something and continued to speak in a low voice. I peeled it by hand, it's very clean. This is a bit of a foul, right? Looking at the pitiful appearance of the girl, Lin Hong felt as if his little heart had been stabbed hard. Such a simple and considerate girl is scarcer than a giant panda. Okay, I really don't understand what those people think. They would actually bully such a girl, but Lin Hong's day's behavior made Shinyuchu nervous. Yes. Sorry, I did something I shouldn't have done. In the girl's cognition, failure to accept is equivalent to rejection. No, I didn't mean that. Looking at Shinyuchu's trembling body, Lin Hong stretched out his hand and took the melon seeds in his opponent's hand. Then, he hurriedly explained, I was just thinking that if you give me all the melon seeds, you won't have anything to eat by yourself. It's okay. Seeing that Lin Hong took the melon seeds, the corners of Shinyuchu's mouth also hung with a shallow arc again. As long as you are happy to eat, it doesn't matter what I do. Looking at the silly and happy girl, Lin Hong finally understood what the system girl had said before. It was just that she helped her easily, and she is now so single-minded to please herself. If you change Lu Zishuan's goods, it is estimated that the girl will be eaten the next day and there will be no scum left. She's really a simple silly girl. After muttering in his heart, Lin Hong handed a part of the melon seeds to the girl's lips. Come on, Looking at the melon seeds next to his mouth, Shinyuchu opened his mouth obediently after pursing his lips. It doesn't seem to be impossible to accept feeding or something, and just as the two were feeding each other, Lu Zishuan on the other side had already fooled Leng Qingqiu. Chapter 32, Rewards Bring Motivation. That's the way it is, Qingqiu, you really misunderstood me. Seeing that Leng Qingqiu's expression had eased, Lu Zishuan immediately used the lore of the previous 100 trials. What kind of person am I, don't you understand? In the past, as long as this trick was used, no matter who it was, they had to admit their mistakes immediately. Even if he had premeditated to break into the bathroom of the Liu sisters, he could make everyone ignore the truth of the matter because of this sentence. Therefore, he believes that this time he can still easily handle the girl, and the facts are just as Liu Zishuan expected. After hearing these words, the trace of doubt in Lang Qingqiu's heart also completely dissipated. I'm sorry, Zishuan, I misunderstood you. After bowing his head to the boy and apologizing, Lang Qingqiu stretched out his hand and grabbed the other's arm. Do you have anything you want? Whether I buy it for you or not, it will be regarded as a gift of atonement. Liu Zishuan is angry equals buy gifts to coax each other. After so many years of getting along, she has also developed this habit. No need for Qingqiu, just solve the misunderstanding. After reaching out and holding the girl's weak and boneless little hand, Liu Zishuan asked seemingly inadvertently, by the way, did you go shopping in the mall yesterday? In fact, when he was at the police station, he had already learned the general situation from Wang Defa's mouth, and the reason why Wang Defa appeared there was all because of Lin Hong's notice. Then the same can be said. Lang Qingqiu is also very likely to have been called by Lin Hong. As for the purpose of the other parties doing this, it is more likely that it wants to break them up after all. Only by doing so can Lin Hong marry Lang Qingqiu instead of himself. It was Sister Rushua who asked me to go, saying that she wanted to buy something. While speaking, Lang Qingqiu subconsciously glanced at the position in the back of the classroom, but before I left, I seemed to see Lin Hong and Sister Rushua together. When she left angrily yesterday, the afterglow in the corner of her eyes inadvertently caught a glimpse of the two people watching the play by Xiaomo, but at that time, she was getting angry, so she left without saying hello. Now that I think about it, maybe this matter is not as simple as it seems on the surface. I heard Wang Defa say that Lin Hong asked him to come. After perceiving a slight change in the girl's face, Liu Zishuan whispered in her ear, could it be that all this is Lin Hong's plan? The purpose is to create a gap between us, and then there is no need to say more about some things, but the remaining part can arouse other people's conjectures even more. At this moment, Lang Qingqiu also thought of countless possibilities in an instant. For example, what happened from yesterday to the present? It was just a means for Lin Hong to attract her attention. First, he separated Liu Zishuan's relationship with her, and then used another girl to attract his attention. Thinking like this, her face gradually became ugly. Lin Hong, you scumbag. After slapping the table angrily, Lang Qingqiu stood up and glared at Lin Hong in the back row. My fiancé will always be Zishuan. You'd better die of that heart, it's impossible for me to be with you. And the sudden outbreak of the girl also made the whole class turn their attention to the back row. Rinja, good guy, is this new student a junior high school student? Xiang Zitian, it should be a love triangle. I don't think classmate Liu is like that. Majuri, people who know each other but don't know each other, who knows if it is? Looking at Lang Qingqiu with an angry face, Liu Zishuan's mouth was hung with an imperceptible smile. Only by constantly breaking the relationship between the two of them can he marry to Lang Qingqiu. In addition, the relationship between the two is at odds. Even if he is married, he still has room to operate, whether it is for Lin Hong to raise children for himself or for each other to wear hats. Can you shut your stinky mouth, Lang Qingqiu? After feeding the last handful of melon seeds to Shinyuchu, Lin Hongzai turned his head and stared at the brainless duo in the front row. Don't you have a mirror? If you don't have one, go to the bathroom. If you open your mouth and close your mouth, I am interested in you. Do you really think you are Grandpa Mao? You can be confident as a human being, but you must not be narcissistic. The toad is looking for the frog. You are ugly and want to be beautiful? He would be happily teasing Shinyuchu, so it's no wonder that he was suddenly disturbed and not angry. And just when he was angry at the two of them, the system girl who had been fishing for a long time at work also officially turned on the work mode, release the trigger task, break the human setting of the green tea fake master and shock all the students. Mission reward, the anti-intelligence halo can reduce the coaxing effect of the green tea fake master by 100%. Oh, wow, this task was released in a timely manner. Looking at the sudden system tasks, Lin Hong felt full of motivation in an instant. Although it comes with a certain degree of anti-intelligence aura, but compared with the effect of the system, it is undoubtedly much worse. But just as Lin Hong was thinking about how to fix Liu Zishuan, Lang Qingqiu almost went straight over without being angry. As an existence who grew up in a greenhouse, how could she compare to Lin Hong, who has been wandering in the village since she was a child? It is no exaggeration to say the grandmothers in Tazai went out to scold the streets, and their mouths could not be the same for half an hour. Lin Hong, you are too much. How can you say that to a girl? Seeing that Lang Qingqiu was so badly beaten, Liu Zishuan immediately jumped out and became the flower protector. You are a boy, can't you let Qingqiu scold you? It seems that the lesson I have given you is not enough, little green tea. After glancing disdainfully at Liu Zishuan, who was jumping, Lin Hong got up and twisted his neck. Also, if you are sick, go to the doctor as soon as possible. If you like to be a licking dog, kneel down by yourself, and don't put 5-spice spicy fart on me there. You. Seeing that Lin Hong looked ready to do something, Liu Zishuan subconsciously hid behind Lang Qingqiu. He really didn't want to go through the experience of having all his bones disassembled that night, and he really didn't want to go through it a second time. Puff. Just as Lu Zishuan was waiting in line, a burst of laughter instantly resounded in the classroom of the first class of senior high school, and this laughter was like a signal, and suddenly many people laughed out of the pig's CRY.as for the only person who didn't laugh. Perhaps Lin Qingqiu was the only one not. After perceiving the eyes of those classmates, she realized that she seemed to have become a barrier between Lin Hong and Lu Zishuan. In other words, it is commonly known as the meat shield. Damn it, I was careless. After feeling the playful gaze around him, Lu Zishuan immediately came to the girl's side and changed the subject. Lin Hong, why are you slandering the relationship between me and teacher Hu? Now that my boyfriend is going to break up with her, are you satisfied? I have to say that as a teacher, Lu Zishuan is still relatively good. Just one sentence not only took everyone's attention away, but also deducted a few large cauldrons from Lin Hong's body. You slander others, cause others to break up, etc. As long as this matter is done, Lin Hong will be directly removed from Lin Qingqiu's mind at that time. At the same time, the other party must not be able to continue to stay in the first class of senior high school. After all, no one wants to get along with a guy who likes to slander others everywhere. Slander. Looking at Lu Zishuan, who was speaking with righteousness, a playful smile hung from the corner of Lin Hong's mouth. Afterwards, he leisurely took out his mobile phone from his pocket. I have some things you should like to listen to Lu Zishuan if you want to come. After speaking, he didn't give the other party more time to beep, so he directly pressed the play button. In the next second, a tasteful conversation sounded in the class. Chapter 33. A tasty conversation. Hulina, I have been with him a long time ago. How can your little broken boss be comparable to the rich young master of others? Wang Defa, Hulina, don't dream. In the police station, he said he didn't know you at all. Hulina, he was just embarrassed. Wang Defa, a sad bitch. Hulina, Wang Defa, you are just jealous. Let me tell you the truth, I have been with him a long time ago. There is even evidence in hand. Wang Defa, shameless bitch. No, this is all fake, you slander me. Listening to the increasingly outrageous voice content, Lu Zishuan's face turned very pale for a while, but even so, he was still trying to change the subject. Lin Hong, why are you slandering me, and what good is it for you to do so? He never thought that there was such a recording in the opponent's hand. What is the difference between this kind of behavior and publicly punishing oneself? Look at you, are you in a hurry again? Looking at Lu Zishuan's anxious and white face, Lin Hong slowly shook his phone. Why don't I tune out the video? Let everyone see if I'm still slandering you? This audio was recorded by Wang Defa last night. In exchange, Lu can hire the best lawyer for the other party. After all, he also expressed contempt for Hulina's fishing for women. Therefore, he felt that he was not sick at all to help the other party recover the property he deserved. Lin Hong, you. Seeing that the other party was about to play the video if he didn't agree with what he said, Lu Zishuan was completely discouraged. So, after turning his head to look at Lin Qingqiu with his head down, he hurriedly explained, Qingqiu, listen to me. Get out. But before Lu Zishuan could finish speaking, Lin Qingqiu slapped the other party directly. Get out now, I don't want to see you. Because she cares about this matter very much, she is very familiar with the voices of Wang Defa and Hulina. Therefore, the moment he heard the audio, the images of the two appeared in Lin Qingqiu's mind. In fact, it's okay. But what makes the girl most angry is Lu Zishuan's deception over and over again. It was once in the Lu family villa, and this time it was the second time. I really can't think of myself as Aunt Puff. After I get angry, I just need to poke it and I will be discouraged. And because Lin Qingqiu slapped him very hard, Lu Zishuan was also directly knocked to the ground. Listening to the whispers of the surrounding students and the hot pain on his face, something seemed to be disconnected in Lu Zishuan's brain. As an existence that was once touted by the stars, when did he suffer such humiliation? Lin Hong, why are you doing this to me? After roaring, he immediately got up from the ground and rushed towards Lin Hongfei. The reason why things have become like this is all the fault of the buns who came back from the country. If he hadn't returned to Lu's house, he wouldn't have been kicked out of the house. If he hadn't been kicked out of the house, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened now. And Lu Zishuan's unusually hideous appearance instantly made many timid students close their eyes. As the obediently behaved children of the school and key universities, when have they ever seen such a terrible picture? Hide from Yuchu, I. Looking at Lu Zishuan who was running towards him, when Lin Hong just wanted to say something, he found that there was an extra figure in front of him. Next second, what? After hearing a crisp click, Lu Zishuan screamed and covered his obviously dislocated right hand and rolled on the ground. Cuckoo. After a few seconds of silence, all the students swallowed and spat in agreement, and looked at the girl standing in front of Lin Hong. Why didn't they find out before? Shinyuchu, who looked quiet, was like this. Violence, perhaps sensing the gaze of the people around him, Shinyuchu quickly hid behind Lin Hong and whispered, I just want to protect you. With that pitiful appearance, it was completely impossible to see that he was a person who would do such a thing as unloading his arms. Silly girl, I'll teach you your self-defense skills, okay? Looking at the nervous girl, Lin Hong couldn't help but stretched out his hand and rubbed the opponent's little head with a smile. You wait for me here for a while, and I will deal with the matter right away. He didn't expect that Shinyuchu would suddenly make a move. After all, according to the girl's temperament of not fighting back and scolding, it is indeed difficult to imagine that such a thing would be done, but this time, he also showed him the opponent's terrifying talent die in less than a few seconds. He cleverly removed the opponent's arm and brought it to the ground, counting it up. It's only 2 days since the last teaching time, and it seems that it's only been 2 days since it was fully calculated, and he just simply taught the other party a little bit. It's outrageous to be able to do such an operation. Okay, good. Enjoying the roux ahead from the teenager, Shinyuchu also nodded very well behaved. Well, it's time to solve this guy next. After comforting the girl, Lin Hong walked slowly in front of Lu Zishuan, and seeing the other party approaching him step by step, Lu Zishuan's face gradually became frightened. The sanity that was originally lost has long since returned under the stimulation of pain. At this moment, he recalled the fear of being dominated by the other party that night. You don't come over, I. Without waiting for Lu Zishuan to finish speaking, Lin Hong directly and quickly pinched the opponent's chin and twisted it left and right, sending him a wave of dislocation. But due to the dislocation of his mouth, Lu Zishuan could only make a whimpering scream. Call again, and I will take off your bones one by one. Hearing this, Lu Zishuan immediately suppressed his cry. He didn't want to experience the experience of being removed from the bones one by one, and he didn't want to experience it a second time. That's right, the noise every day affects others a lot. Looking at Lu Zishuan, who was constantly shivering all over, Lin Hong patted the opponent's left face with satisfaction, and said kindly, give you 3 seconds to get out, or you will break your leg. While speaking, he also picked up the opponent's bones easily. After all, Shinyuchu did it in front of so many people. If he didn't do something, God knows if there would be any trouble. That he is not Lu Zishuan, he will ignore the girl in front of him. It's just that what no one noticed is that the angle of bone grafting this time is not so correct. Hearing what Lin Hong said, Lu Zishuan immediately staggered up from the ground, but just as he was about to run away, Lin Hong's voice lingered in his ears like a devil's whisper. 3 seconds have passed, it's a pity. What? Feeling the right leg that was disassembled and installed in an instant, Lu Zishuan suddenly screamed like a pig. It's just that as soon as the scream was uttered, Lin Hong's voice made him give up the idea of continuing to scream. Give you 3 more seconds, 3, 2. Listening to the countdown that was gradually passing, Lu Zishuan couldn't help but stand up from the ground, and hurriedly ran out of the senior class. For fear of being a little later, the other party unloaded his leg again. Cut, it's not fun at all. Looking at Lu Zishuan, who fled in embarrassment, Lin Hong curled his lips in disdain, then turned and returned to his place. The reason why he was doing the so-called 3 seconds just now was just to unload the opponent's bones a few more times. You must know that the number of times the bones are disassembled and then put back, the bone joints will gradually become larger, and to a certain extent, it's really just a touch. Just think about that picture. Chapter 34. Watching those things is bad for your health. Lu Zishuan's departure also caused the students in the first class of senior high school to silently withdraw their gaze. While Lin Hong's operation made some people feel scared, it also made some people feel very handsome, and to say that the most embarrassing thing about the entire class is that it is Ling Qingqiu who took the lead in launching the charge. Now that Lu Zishuan is running away, she has naturally become the focus of the class's attention, but no matter what these people think, there is actually no difference to Lin Hong. After all, he didn't come here to make friends, so he just had a happy life. That if you do anything, you have to care about other people's eyes, then don't go through it. Just find a piece of 36D white tofu and kill it. And just as Lin Hong turned around and returned to his seat, the system girl also directly issued a reward. For a while, he only felt an itching in his brain. System girl, why is my head itchy when I reward the anti-intelligence halo? Is it possible that this product exists in the form of a tumor? Regarding the slightly detached character of her host, the system girl decisively gave a middle finger. If you don't have the itchy head on your neck, which one do you want to itch? Hearing this sudden word of tiger and wolf, Lin Hong subconsciously complained, good guy, your goods are yellow inside the split, right? System girl, fuck off. And within 2 seconds of him returning to his seat, Shinyuchu pulled the corner of his clothes and asked curiously, Lin Hong, do you really have that kind of video on your phone? Video? What video? Because the brain is still immersed in the description of the system girl, therefore, Lin Hong didn't understand the girl's meaning for the first time. That's it. It's the kind of video that hurts your body too much. Welcoming the boy's slightly puzzled gaze, Shinyuchu blushed and lowered his head and whispered, you are still a student now, so you can't do bad things. At the same time, I couldn't help but think, and even if you want to see it, you can't look at other people's. The girl's words and some cramped behavior instantly made Lin Hong realize what the other party wanted to express. As a result, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, how is it possible? I'm not a pervert. What do you do with that kind of video on your phone? Who would a serious person store a video on their mobile phone? Not all of them. No, how could I save this kind of video? My recycle bin is very clean and there are no learning materials at all, really. What, you want to see the network disk? Sorry, my phone is broken. Really? While speaking, Shinyuchu raised his eyes slightly and looked at the young man, and those big watery eyes were full of simplicity. Really, what did I lie to you for? Seeing that the girl still looked suspicious, Lin Hong had an idea and said, "By the way, Yuchu, did you go back to practice by yourself before?" Actually, with only one move, he directly removed that guy's arm. It's simply too handsome, okay? Well, I found someone to customize a mannequin. After smiling and nodding, Shinyuchu said seriously, "I have listened to you and am trying to change it, but there are still some places that are not very proficient, and you need to work hard to teach me again." Looking at the serious-looking girl, Lin Hong also smiled and rubbed the other party's head. "Okay, I will explain the details to you carefully then." Although it always feels weird, but if the other party is willing to change, it is a good thing, and feeling the warm touch coming from above his head, Shinyuchu's eyes also flashed with an imperceptible emotion. After all, there are times in general, the teacher may not be a mannequin, it may also be. Time is like a scumbag, always running away in rolls of money inadvertently. In a blink of an eye, it was already time for school to end, except that being surrounded by girls from time to time caused a certain little girl to be a little unhappy. Overall, it was a relatively successful day. It seems that you are having a good day today, you actually laughed so happily. Looking at Lin Hong, who was happily sitting in the rear seat, Lu Rushua joked through the rearview mirror of the car, "How about it, have you made new friends?" Due to temporary things on the organizer's side, her business trip was temporarily cancelled. Because of this, Lu Rushua took on the task of picking up Lin Hong. After all, after a while, she will start flying around all over the world. Hearing this, Lin Hong took out his mobile phone after putting away his school bag, and said, yes, I have handed in a lot. The other party obviously didn't hold back any good fart, so he naturally chose a perfunctory answer. TSK, your perfunctory attitude makes me very suspicious. Looking at the teenager who was tapping on her mobile phone, a trace of cunning suddenly flashed in Lu Rushua's eyes. "By the way, in your situation, have you met any girl you like? Come on, say it and give me la. Lin Hong looked silly and happy on his mobile phone. No matter how he looked at it, he looked like a teenager who was in love. "What are you thinking? Who do you think of me?" After glancing at Lu Rushua speechlessly, Lin Hong directly put his mobile phone in his trouser pocket. "I'm leaving. It's not good to stop and wait for others to get in the way. TSK, this guy must be guilty." Thinking like this, Lu Rushua started the vehicle while continuing to speak. "Sister, the co-pilot didn't leave it to anyone, so why did you sit in the back row? Is it because you are afraid of being seen by some girl, which will cause unnecessary trouble? You have seen the one who fought sitting in the front row." Looking at the face of his third sister who suddenly became stiff, Lin Heng's face immediately showed a harmless expression of humans and animals. "Let's go, Master Lu, one of the Lu family villas." Okay, let's play like this." After restraining the urge to give Lin Hong a brain collapse, Lu Rushua suddenly raised her right foot high and stepped on it directly. "Brother Stinky, taste my catapult and start." "Ah, my head. It's not over yet, look at how I overtake." WC. It seems that Lin Heng's family is also very interesting. At the entrance of number 1 middle school in Shenzhen, listening to the boy's screams that gradually disappeared, Shinyuchu smiled and walked to the nanny car parked beside him. After getting in the car, the expression on the girl's face instantly became cold. "Don't go to the company today." After calmly opening the laptop on the stand, she looked at the woman in OL professional clothes. "Surely, go and find me a Tony." Chapter 35, The Girl's Caution in Lu Rumo's Secondary School History. "Good lady, I'll make arrangements now." Although she was a little surprised by Shinyuchu's decision, Shirley honestly followed the girl's instructions. Do more things and talk less. This is what she learned from more than a dozen former assistants. Although the pressure to stay by Shinyuchu's side is not small, but it's better than being unspoken rules by those greasy middle-aged men. One more thing. After reaching out for the documents on the side, Shinyuchu flipped through the documents and materials while saying, "Go and carefully investigate the relationship between the Lu family and the Lang family." In addition, the key point is to investigate the young master who was newly returned from the Lu family. Those who do big things must be careful. Although she was unintentional, there were still many people looking at her. Therefore, although I have a good impression of Lin Hong, the necessary investigation still needs to be done. If the other party has something to do with those guys, then she. Recalling these brief moments with each other, Shinyuchu unconsciously looked at the white clouds floating in the blue sky outside the window. "Lin Hong, you won't let me down, will you?" In the evening, at 7:15, in the living room on the first floor of the Lu family villa, because Lu Jigua and Lu Rumo are still busy with their respective jobs, therefore, now there are only Lu Rushua, Lin Hong, and Xiao Wanqing on the entire table. Looking at the menu handed over by the maid on the side, Lin Hong raised his eyes helplessly and looked at Lu Mu, who was eating. "Mom, can I make a little comment? If you have any opinion, just say it." After swallowing the noodles in her mouth, Lu Rushua simply wiped the corners of her mouth. "As long as it's not something weird, Mom and Dad will definitely agree to you." According to the degree to which Lu's father and Lu's mother attach importance to Lin Hong. As long as it is not a moral requirement, they will definitely agree. The reason why Lu Rushua said this was just to remind the other party not to be so restrained at home. "That's right, Xiaohong, just say what you think." After taking her daughter's words, Xiao Wanqing also smiled and said, "Is there anything you want, or is there anything you want to eat?" Since the other party changed her name to her mother, her mood has remained happy. It's not a strange thing. Can the name of our dish be changed? While speaking, Lin Hong turned the recipe in his hand to the third page, whose family's serious seafood braised noodles will be called the Feast of the Sea and the Sky with the tentacles of the octopus with 8 claws. This name, just listening to it, it feels very unorthodox, okay. In just one name, 3 points are directly involved, namely Divine Beast, not to mention the name of the dish. I don't know what kind of study materials I thought I was looking at. Ah, you said this. Looking at the name of the dish that Lin Hong mercilessly complained about, Xiao Wanqing shrugged helplessly. This is the name of your second sister before, so just change it. Because he was a medical student, Lu Rumo's previous study pressure was not small. Therefore, for a certain period of time, she used to rely frantically on breaking through the dimensional wall to relieve stress, and the names of the dishes in this recipe book are the historical testimony of Lu Rumo's super secondary 2 at that time. The second sister took it? The moment he heard the news, Lin Hong felt that Lu Rumo's gentle image in his mind was completely shattered. Instead, it was an image of someone wearing a mask and shouting the true eyes of the evil king. Hey, Xiaohong passed after putting up with it. Seeing her brother's expression of doubt about life, Lu Rushue said in a tone of someone who had come before, don't worry so much anyway, you will get used to it when you use it. In order to get used to these names, she memorized them for more than a month. How can it be possible to let this brat get what he wants now, and want to change the name of the dish and wait for the next life? No, I don't think I can use it. And just when Lin Hong was still trying to argue rationally, there was a sudden sound of high heels on the ground in the living room. Not long after, a somewhat tired female voice reached everyone's ears. I'm back. What are you talking about so happily? Second sister, you are back. We are talking. But before Lin Hong could finish speaking, Lu Rushue on the opposite side immediately came to him with a sliding shovel and directly covered his mouth with his hand. We are talking about Xiaohong's school today, are you right, Mom? Hearing this, Xiao Wanqing nodded in cooperation and said, yes, Xiaoma, go wash your hands and come over for dinner. The name on the menu can be used, but that black history must not be mentioned in front of Lu Rumo, otherwise, the opponent may unlock to become the second form. To put it simply, it is commonly known as the Jie form. Of course, even if this form is unlocked, Lu Rumo will not do anything at most. When you go out, you will find more furry animals in your shoes. The water that was originally going to be drunk will inexplicably turn into gasoline, and the vegetarian dishes that are going to be eaten will have a little more inconspicuous protein and the like. Such symptoms last for a long time, for a month, and for a short time for a week, and in order to no longer recall that kind of frightened days. At this moment, the tacit understanding between Lu's mother and daughter has also reached an all-time high. Looking at Lin Hong, who was about to withdraw, Lu Rumo couldn't help but have 3 underlines representing speechlessness on his forehead. No matter how you look at this situation, you feel that there is something to hide from yourself. However, she is indeed a little tired today, therefore, I don't really want to worry about these things. After waving her hands wearily to a few people, she turned and walked in the direction of the sink on the first floor. Now Lu Rumo just wants to take a good rest and take advantage of this period of time to think about how to tell a news to a few people here in a more peaceful way later. It was finally fooled. Seeing Lu Rumo's back gradually disappearing, Lu Rushue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She really didn't want to go through that once. As soon as I woke up in the morning, I looked at each other with a small furry animal with 8 eyes the size of a palm. But just a few seconds before Lu Rushue relaxed, she instantly felt something wrong. After glancing down at Lin Hong, who was covering her mouth, she instantly loosened her arms around the opponent's neck and began to shake the opponent's body constantly. Hey, brat, cheer up. And quickly close your mouth. What if the soul runs out? It seems to have run out. Feeling that his body was shaken hard by the girl like a rag, Lin Hong seemed to have seen Tainyo, who had been dead for many years. Chapter 36. Sister and brother chat at night. Lu Ruyan, 2 minutes and 30 seconds later, on the dining table of the Lu family, looking at Lu Rushue, who was sincerely apologizing to herself in front of him. Lin Hong curled his lips a little uncomfortably. Forget it, I'll forgive you this time. If it weren't for knowing that the other party had unintentionally done it, he would wonder if this guy wanted to hurt himself on purpose. But don't look at Lin Heng's appearance of unhappiness on the surface at the moment, but his heart is as stable as an old dog. Thinking about it back then, he was a person who had practiced diving for a while anyway. Relying on the learning results of when to find yourself and when to get out of the water. It's a trivial matter to close your breath for more than 10 years or something. Brother is the best. And hearing Lin Hong let go, Lu Rushue's face once again hung with a heartless smile. I knew you wouldn't blame your sister, he. After moving the girl's head on her shoulder away, Lin Hong glanced sideways slightly and said, there is a price to forgive you. The income for the next 3 months belongs to me. Okay. Hearing this, Lu Rushue immediately agreed. Anyway, she is not short of money, just a few months of income of more than 1 million. My own brother wants it, just give it to the other party. And seeing Lu Rushue's promise so readily, Lin Hong suddenly felt as if he was at a loss. So, he tentatively changed his words, then the next 6 months? Yes. With a mere half a year's income, Lu Rushue still couldn't care less. Then the next year. Son of a bitch, you deserve a beating, right? After grabbing Lin Hong's ear directly with her hand, Lu Rushuan instantly turned into a dominatrix. I'll give you another chance and say what I just said again. Looking at Lu Rushue with a fierce face, Lin Hong felt something called blood suppression for the first time. To put it simply, it is somewhat similar to the situation where Sichuan and Chongqing men shiver unconsciously when they hear the labor management Shudashan. Stop it, you two, I have something to tell you. At this time, Lu Rumo, who had finished washing his hands, also returned to the living room and sat not far from a few people, because Xiao Wanqing still has things to deal with. So now in the living room, only Lin Hong and Lu Rushue are left. Judging from the bloodline alone, Lu Rumo at this moment is undoubtedly the one who feels the most oppressive. After glaring at each other very tacitly, the two returned to their seats separately. Looking at the interaction between the two, Lu Rumo just smiled and shook his head, but didn't say much. It is better to say that this way of getting along is the most perfect way for her family to get along. What shit was the kind of days that used to revolve around someone? No, it's an insult to shit to say that. But when she thought of the call with her eldest sister, her skull couldn't help but start to hurt. The eldest sister will be back in a few days, and she said. After looking at Lin Hong aside, Lu Rumo sighed helplessly. She said, she doesn't believe Lu Zishuan would do that kind of thing. When she comes back, she will personally solve the problems at home. Although he knew that Lin Hong might be uncomfortable when he said this, but it will happen sooner or later. Therefore, instead of dragging on, it is better to clarify the matter in advance. In this way, a few people can discuss with each other and see what to do when their eldest sister comes back. Sister, how can she be like this? Obviously it is. Halfway through speaking, Lu Rushue closed her mouth instantly because she remembered her original behavior. There seems to be no difference between myself and my eldest sister now. They are all brainless and biased towards Lu Zishuan. Thinking of this, she hurriedly turned her head to look at Lin Hong on the side, and said with a serious expression, son of a bitch, anyway, the third sister supports you. Although this smelly brother often bickered with himself, this did not affect the relationship between the two. At least compared to that green tea Lu Zishuan, she really likes this brat in her heart. Therefore, even if she disobeyed the eldest sister, she would never let the other party be wronged. Don't worry, if I were so fragile, you two would have been KO long ago. After making a joke about the two of them, Lin Hong also recalled information about his eldest sister in his mind. Lu Ruyan, in addition to being synonymous with the scumbag girl of the heavens and all realms. In this world, she is still the daughter of Lu's parents and serves as the CEO of Lu's group. At present, except for some important policies that Lu Zhigui is controlling, the rest are basically controlled by the other party. There is such a saying circulating in the outside world. As long as you marry her, it is equivalent to eating a royal soft meal. You bastard, you have to mention the previous things, right? Hearing the other party diss herself again, Lu Rushue curled her lips unhappily. The eldest sister is no better than me. You'd better converge a little bit when the time comes. The eldest brother is like a father, and the eldest sister is like a mother. In the past, when Lu's father and Lu's mother were busy, Lu Ruyan took her with her, even if he is grown up now. But recalling the appearance of the other party beating her ass, Lu Rushue couldn't help but tremble. The third sister is right, Xiaohong, you can just hide behind me when the time comes. After nodding in agreement, Lu Romo picked up a piece of potato with his chopsticks, and said half-jokingly, you just treat us as potato guards, and you pea shooter, just hide behind an output when the time comes. If possible, she didn't want the two to conflict, not to mention, there was a conflict because of Lu Zishuan's name. Like Lu Rushuet, she was taken care of by Lu Ruyan and grew up. Therefore, in their hearts, they naturally have incomparable respect for them. But if Lu Ruyan targeted Lin Hong for no reason, she would definitely be on Lin Hong's side. My own brother has been suffering outside for more than 10 years. Now that I have finally returned home, I must never continue to suffer unfair treatment. I see, I will let her go a little bit when the time comes. Welcoming the opponent's serious and gentle eyes, Lin Hong smiled and nodded. Then, she pointed to Lu Rushue on the side and joked, second sister, you will hide behind with me when the time comes. I think the third sister has rough skin and thick flesh, so she should be more suitable as a guard for potatoes. No one can tell what's going on behind. So it's okay to agree first. If Lu Ruyan kicks his nose and faces at that time, then he must tell the other party what cruelty is. Hey, you bastard, are you looking for a fight? Seeing that Lin Hong dared to diss himself, Lu Ruxuitan made a big jump and was about to grab the opponent's ear, but Lin Hong, who had been prepared for this a long time ago, naturally couldn't sit still. After a knowing king turned his head to avoid Lu Rushue's attack, he grabbed the opponent's nose with his backhand. Sample, you still want to fight me? Looking at the nose grabbed by Lin Hong, Lu Rushue felt that her majesty as a sister had been provoked. Damn it, I'm going crazy. Why, do you still want to transform into a Super Saiyan? After arguing with each other for a while, the two returned to their seats. As for Lu Rumo's words, he was eating dinner quietly while watching the two fight. I don't know why, she always feels that such a scene seems to be very delicious. Chapter 37, The Girl's Change in Her Little Thoughts. At 8 o'clock in the evening, on the third floor of Lu's house, Lin Heng's room, Lu Ruyan, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult for the lord who can take this name. Lying on the 3 meter by 3 meter bed, Lin Hong propped his right face with one hand and looked at the moon hanging in the sky. Although I just used sharing TV series as an excuse, both Lu Rushui and Lu Rumo were given a dose of vaccination in advance, but the cause and effect represented by the name Lu Ruyan is indeed a bit too big etsk, but that's fine. After sitting up from the bed, Lin Hong came to the desk and opened the drawer, looking at a pile of seemingly unrelated metal parts inside. A smile couldn't help but hang from the corner of his mouth, in case there is a legendary kidnapping incident. Then should I easily kill Lu Zishuan, or should I easily kill Lu Zishuan? And just when Lin Hong was looking forward to the legendary kidnapping incident, I and the Shin family villa on the other side, relying on the people in the stockade to make online loans. Has the freedom of wealth been achieved by relying on the people in the stockade to make online loans? Seeing the news investigated by the people under his hand, Shinyuchu couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. Lin Hong, you are really the most special one. This report can fully prove that Lin Hong has nothing to do with that group of guys, and this also means that the teenager was not sent by that group of people to spy on him. His appearance was indeed due to chance, not the so-called careful planning. And for Shinyuchu, this kind of Lin Hong is like a candy house that he accidentally discovered when he got lost in the forest, full of unspeakable attraction. If she has never accepted the light, she can also endure the darkness alone, but now the dark world has been cut open by the light, but the girl can't help but yearn for it. Surely, speed up the removal of those old guys. After placing the documents at hand on the desktop, Shinyuchu spoke to the women in OL suits on the side. In 2 weeks, I want them all to go west. For the thoughts in her heart, she has to speed up her pace a little bit. After this group of old guys are completely cleaned up, Shin's family can be thoroughly mastered, and only after thoroughly mastering Shin's family did she officially have the capital to contend with fate. I see, miss, I will let the accident division team act on the opportunity. Well, go down. After nodding softly at Shirley, Shinyuchu picked up the information on the table again. Although she had already read it through just now, she still couldn't help but want to know more about each other. Looking at Shinyuchu, who began to flip through the information again, Shirley nodded slightly and then left the room. After leaving the room, she did not go far, but came to the utility room next door, took out her mobile phone and started editing text messages. The dim room, the faintly bright mobile phone screen, and the expressionless OL woman, the combination of the three inexplicably makes people think of a word, that is, guess what? The next day, in the classroom of Shenzhen No. 1 Middle School and the first class of Senior High School. It is different from the orderly early reading situation in the past. At this moment, all the students in the first class of Senior High School couldn't help but look at the position in the corner of the back row. If it weren't for twisting their thighs at the same table, many people would even wonder if they were still dreaming. I saw Shin Yuchu, who was originally inconspicuous, and can even be said to have a weak sense of existence. Today, there is a big change of 360 degrees. The bangs that originally covered half of his face have been cut off, while revealing the girl's beautiful face. She also revealed the eyes that seem to be hiding a bright galaxy. Although the school uniform is still the school uniform, the girl's appearance has brought it to an outrageous level. To put it simply, Shinyuchu is now like an ugly duckling, with faded gray-brown feathers, transformed into a gorgeous and beautiful white swan. And because of the appearance of a cold face all the time, it also inexplicably added a little different charm to the girl. In fact, in the face of such Shinyuchu, there are also many boys who want to come forward and strike up a conversation, but thinking of what Lu Zishuan looked like when he was teaching Lu Zishuan yesterday, he suddenly restrained the impulse brought by his lower body. After all, that tragic scene, just think about it and you can faint with pain. Okay, but this inexplicable and weird atmosphere was completely broken after the arrival of a person. Looking at the young man who walked into the classroom, Shinyuchu couldn't help but smile on his otherwise plain face. The smile is like a warm sun breaking through the night, and everything recovers at the beginning of the winter, making many people lose their minds at this moment. Yo, good morning, Yuchu. After coming to the seat, Lin Hong looked at the girl who had changed her hairstyle and smiled and said, "The new hairstyle suits you very well." Although it was not the first time he had seen it, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he saw this face again. If the appearance value of the two sisters of the Lu family is said to be above 95 points, the lowest is above 95 points, then Shinyuchu's appearance is the kind that can reach 100%. If beauty could be used as a currency for payment, girls would definitely be the richest group of people in the world. Thank you for your compliment. After perceiving the stunning color flashed in the boy's eyes, Shinyuchu's eyes also flashed an imperceptible smile. It seems that I was busy all night yesterday, and it was not bad to change to more than 24 new hairstyles that Tony had researched. Shirley, what did you study? Didn't you choose the first one in the end? After hiding the smile in her eyes, she handed a pink insulation box to the boy. I made this by myself, so you can see if you want to taste it. Hearing this, Lin Hong subconsciously looked at Shinyuchu on the side. I saw the girl at this moment, as if she had returned to when they first met. Not only did he lower his head nervously, but the whole person also looked submissive. It's like a child who has been invited by a teacher to be a parent, weak, pitiful and helpless. But it was precisely for this reason that Lin Hong saw a little dark circle at the corner of Shinyuchu's eyes. After suppressing the inexplicable surging emotions in his heart, he stretched out his hand to take the lunchbox handed over by the girl, and said softly, "Thank you, then I'm welcome." After opening the lunchbox, there is a steaming wonton inside, which makes people very appetite at first glance. You're welcome, you have helped me a lot, and I want to do something for you too. Seeing Lin Hong open the lunchbox, Shinyuchu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but she reacted in the next second, and her words just now seemed a little wrong. So calling, she hurriedly added, I'm not saying you must eat. That is. Just if you like it, I will do it for you early when I have time. Reverse. Anyway, it doesn't waste much time. Of course, the so-called not many things are wasted. It is natural to shake Lin Hong in that environment in which she has lived since she was a child. She actually has no special desire for food, therefore, being able to bubble noodles with boiling water is already the limit of a girl. Just this seemingly very simple wonton. She got up at 4 o'clock and found the chef at home, and practiced more than 20 times before she finally succeeded. As for the previous 19 times, it was either melted or stuck to the pot. Anyway, in summary, it's not something people eat. Chapter 38: A delicious breakfast and someone's troubles. Puff. Looking at the somewhat incoherent girl, Lin Hong couldn't help but stretched out his hand and rubbed the other's little head. Thank you, then I'm welcome. But if you can, you still have to take a good rest, you know? He is not a robot, or a precious object without feelings. This is obviously what Shinyuchu got up early in the morning to do early, so how could he not feel it at all? If it weren't for this girl who was introverted and shy, he would have wanted to take the other person home directly. In this era of materialistic lust, it is good to meet such a girl, and the ancestral grave is full of green smoke. But in his current identity, is it the Liu family's ancestral tomb or the Lin family's ancestral tomb? Feeling the warm touch on the top of his head, Shinyuchu only felt that the temperature on his face seemed to be a little too high. If the style of painting can be changed here, it is estimated that a wave of live performances will be called Steam G. She didn't know why, when facing Lin Hong, she would always lose her former calmness and wisdom. Looking at Shinyuchu's obviously excessive crimson cheeks, Lin Hong also decisively stopped and began to bury his head and eat breakfast. He was worried that if he continued, the other party would not be able to stand crying later. Although he seemed to inexplicably want to see the other party cry. And seeing the boy start to gobble up the wonton, Shinyuchu also quietly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. In addition to being shy, there is also the joy of affirming the results of labor. Although the chef didn't say much in the morning, she obviously felt helpless in the other person's eyes. Fortunately, it seems that everything is worth it now, and Lin Hong seems to like the food he makes. In fact, Lin Hong at this moment was really putting food in his mouth. The things Shinyuchu made can't be said to be bad, it's just that the taste is a little bit heavier. If he stopped, he was not sure if he could finish the rest. Considering that this was the work that the girl got up early in the morning to do, Lin Hong decided to wipe it all out. It's a big deal, just wait and drink more water. How does it taste? Watching Lin Hong finish the last bite of wonton, Shinyuchu tentatively asked, is there anything else that needs to be improved? Because too much time was wasted, she came directly to school after the production was completed. However, the chef at home said that the appearance looks very good, and the taste should not be much worse. If you want to think about it, the taste is very good. After sorting the spoons, Lin Hong covered the insulation box. I'll go out for a while, I'll return this to you after washing it. After saying this, he got up and walked outside the classroom, and now he has to find a place quickly to replenish the water in his body, otherwise, he might become a crumpled old man later. It seems that I will continue to work hard tomorrow, but what to do? Looking at the clean insulation box that was eaten by the teenager, Shinyuchu's eyes were also filled with a look of energy, but although she thought so in her heart, she was not ready to let Lin Hong clean the insulation box. Just let yourself do this kind of thing. In the process of reaching out for the insulation box, Shinyuchu's white fingers accidentally touched a little soup on the side of the box. Recalling Lin Hong's gobbling appearance, she gently put her fingers into her mouth. In the next second, a salty taste instantly filled the girl's entire taste buds. It feels like accidentally choking on several mouthfuls of seawater while swimming in the sea. All in all, one word, salty fried. Feeling the constant feedback from his mouth, Shinyuchu subconsciously turned his head and looked at the empty space beside him. This moment, there was a little unknown emotion in the girl's heart. This moment, the appearance of a voice interrupted the girl's thoughts. Classmate Shinyuchu, I have a question I want to discuss with you. After placing the calculation book in his hand on the desktop, Lin Hong said with a gentle expression, I don't know if it's inconvenient for you, forget it if it's inconvenient. Although Shinyuchu once had good grades, not many people in the class noticed her because of her weak sense of existence, but now the opponent has directly come to a wave of major transformation, which has also raised his appearance to a terrifying state. To put it simply, Lin Hong felt pressure on Shinyuchu. In the past, she was the absolute first person in the class, whether it was her grades or her appearance. The appearance of Shinyuchu made her feel that her status was under threat. It is precisely for this reason that Lin Hong will suddenly come to each other with exercises. No matter how good looking I am still better than you in this area of learning. As long as I am in the first class of senior high school in Shinyuchu, you Shinyuchu won't want to have a day to really reach the top. Yes, what's the problem? Looking at Lin Hong with a fake smile on her face, Shinyuchu also had the same smile on her face. She had already investigated the relationship between Lin Hong, Lin Hong, and Lu Zishuan last night. It's nothing more than a cliché story about a fool being deceived by green tea and thus targeting the real young master who just came home, and judging from these several confrontations, it seems that Lin Hong has an absolute advantage. But even so, she didn't plan to let Lin Hong go like this. Since the other party chose to target Lin Hong, it would naturally have to pay a certain price, and she could see through Lin Hong's little thoughts a long time ago. That don't you care about the so-called false name, then I will let what you care about come to naught. Okay, then Shinyuchu will be in trouble. Seeing that the girl agreed to her request, a smile appeared unconsciously at the corner of Lin Hong's mouth. That's it. It is known that the sum of the first n terms of the sequence, n, is Sn, and a 1 equals 1, n plus 1, sad face n plus 2, Sn. Find the general formula of the sequence, and the first n terms in Sn. N is an element of n asterisk for the girl. This question is not difficult. She only knows 4 kinds of ideas for solving the problem. As long as Shinyuchu didn't answer so many problem-solving ideas, or simply answered wrong, then she was still standing in the most dazzling position in the first class of senior high school. I know a few solutions to this question. After taking a general look at the topic, Shinyuchu took a pen and started writing on the manuscript paper. 1 this n equals n slash n plus 2 asterisk a n plus 1 at the same time s n1 sad face n1 forward slash n plus 1 asterisk a the n. Subtract the two formulas to get a the n equals n slash n plus 2 asterisk a n plus 1 dash n1 forward slash n plus 1 asterisk a the n. After finishing, get n plus 1 slash n equals 2 asterisk n plus 2 forward slash n plus 1 recursively a n slash a n1 equals 2 asterisk n plus 1 slash n a n1 slash a n2 equals 2 asterisk n slash n1 comma a 3 slash a 2 equals 2 asterisk 4 slash 3 a 2 slash a 1 equals 2 asterisk 3 slash 2. Multiply all kinds to get a n slash a 1 sad face 2 caret n2 asterisk n plus 1. So a n smiley face sad face 2 caret n2 asterisk n plus 1 is n equals n slash n plus 2 asterisk a n plus 1 equals n slash n plus 2 asterisk 2 caret n1 asterisk n plus 2 equals n asterisk 2 caret n1. This is just the first way to solve the problem, and there will be more in the future. And as Shinyuchu's problem-solving ideas gradually increased, the calmness and contentment on Lin Hong's face gradually dissipated. At this moment, she realized that maybe she underestimated this quiet girl on weekdays. Chapter 39, Pretty Girl, cut open and all black inside. A few minutes later, well, this is all the solutions I know. After writing the 5th solution, Shinyuchu put down the pen in his hand and raised his eyes to look at Lin Hong, who had an unusually wonderful expression. Does classmate Lin have any other ideas? If there is any, you can write it out and let's discuss it together. It is undeniable that Lin Hong is a smart person, but she is not Shinyuchu. You must know that even for those who can take the 100% test, there is a gap between them. The reason Lin Hong was able to take the 100% test was because she could only take the 100% test. Shinyuchu was able to take 100 exams because the highest score in the exam paper was only 100. The reason why her previous grades can only be regarded as not bad. It's just that I don't want to attract unnecessary attention, but now that the Shin family matter is almost over, she doesn't mind showing her true self appropriately. At this time, many melon-eating students had already gathered around the two of them. Seeing that Shinyuchu actually wrote so many solutions in one breath, he couldn't help but whispered for a while, Wang Boden, my god, was classmate Shin so good before? Mei Xiaozi, that's right, I can only write 2 kinds at most. Songran 2, could it be that she has studied it before, otherwise this is too exaggerated. The surrounding chattering discussions, as well as Shinyuchu's dull gaze, made Lin Hong lose his sense of proportion for a while. The writing methods she knows are already listed on the paper at this moment. This will let her write again, and she can write a feather out, but adhering to the principle of losing people and not losing the battle, Lin Hong could only bite the bullet and said, my thoughts are the same as classmate Shin, and there are 5 kinds of just right. Anyway, no one knows how many solutions they know, so it doesn't matter what they say. TSK, you guy really doesn't even brag about drafts. And just 2 seconds after Lin Hong's voice fell, Lin Hong walked through the crowd to his seat. He really saw the unnatural look that flashed in the opponent's eyes just now. If you really know the 5 solutions, how could you show such an expression? In addition, no matter how you look at this situation, it seems that Lin Hong deliberately came to trouble Shinyuchu. I just ate the other party's breakfast, although the taste is indeed a bit salty, but in any case, it was the girl who got up and made it for herself. Therefore, if you want to bully Shinyuchu, you have to pass his Lin Hong level first. What do you mean? Looking at Lin Hong, who suddenly jumped out, a bad premonition appeared in Lin Hong's heart inexplicably. If you don't know what I mean, you will bully honest people, right? After blocking Shinyuchu behind him with his body, Lin Hong stared at the girl in front of him with burning eyes. I advise you to be honest, I covered this girl. Although the young man didn't make it clear, there may be a few idiots who are studying in the first class of senior high school. Therefore, some people reacted quickly and set their sights on Lin Hong one after another. You Looking at Lin Hong's Gujing Wubua's eyes, Leng Qingqiu choked on all the harsh words he wanted to put down in his throat. She had seen that kind of look before, and her father, Leng Juding, looked like this when he was working. There is no doubt that disobedience is not allowed, and those who violate it will be punished. And just when the atmosphere gradually solidified, the class bell rang suddenly in the classroom. And this class bell instantly brought Leng Qingqiu back to his senses, perceiving that the students around her were looking at her. In order not to lose face, she could only hurriedly drop a sentence. I don't know what you mean, I don't understand what you are talking about. Then, she took the calculation book and returned to the front row seat, and seeing the master leaving, the bell for class rang. The surrounding students also returned to their seats one after another. Cut, it's quite pretentious. After taking a disdainful look at the deserted Qingqiu, Lin Hong also turned and returned to his seat, looking at Shinyuchu with a silly look on his face. He tapped the opponent's head helplessly. That guy will trouble you and tell me in the future. If I were there, she wouldn't dare to do anything if she wanted to come. As far as the girl's submissive character is concerned, it is estimated that she will have to pay someone if she is sold. I see, after all, I am the one you cover. After winking mischievously at the boy, Shinyuchu moved a little to the other side again, and said softly, actually, I still have a solution, but I just showed up when I was about to write about you. Of course it is easy to approach Lin Hong as a vase, but that is not what she thought. She intends to quietly change the boy's impression of herself in the process of imperceptibly. In this way, even if you confess everything one day in the future, you won't feel deceived if you want to come to the other party. Hearing this, Lin Hong subconsciously turned his head and looked at Shinyuchu beside him. After discovering that the girl was still harmless to humans and animals, he seriously doubted whether it was a good-looking girl in this world. The inside cuts were actually black. Whether it is the two sisters of the Liu family or the current Shinyuchu, it seems that under the beautiful appearance, there are some unknown aspects hidden, and the intimate little movements between the two were also caught in the eyes of Leng Qingqiu in the front row. Thinking back to the situation just now, she just became more and more angry, and the more angry she became, the more she thought about it. As a result, she planned to use external force to pressure these two guys later. Time is like a fishing guy, accidentally fishing from day to night. In a blink of an eye, it was already 12 o'clock, which was the time when all the classes in the morning were over. Accompanied by a middle-aged and slightly bald chemistry teacher, he left the classroom. The entire class was also filled with all kinds of chirping sounds in an instant, because it is in the final stage of senior high school. Therefore, except for a few students whose homes are relatively close to the school, most students choose to stay in the school at noon. In this way, you can save more time for rest, and Lin Hong and Shinyuchu were no exception. Although there are special cars to pick up and drop off, it takes a lot of time to come once. Did you forget to bring lunch? Looking at Shinyuchu, who was a little dazed in the seat next to him, Lin Hong thought so in his heart. Then, he lifted the insulation box he had brought from home. Would you like some? I have more than one. He remembered that Shinyuchu had brought lunch over at noon yesterday, and today's expression, I guess I have forgotten it. For letting the girl go to the cafeteria to eat, it would be a bit too cruel. He had already learned the power of the school cafeteria window yesterday. It's full of dishes such as fried tomatoes with tomatoes, fried cucumbers with virgin fruits, etc. I'm afraid that even if the great Emperor Jingzi came, he couldn't say the true fragrance circulating in the 10,000 realms. Chapter 40, Eating Lunch Together, Some Inexplicable Tacit Understanding. Hey, it's okay. After hearing Lin Hong's words, Shinyuchu pursed her lips embarrassedly. But if I eat, will you not have enough to eat at noon? The reason why she didn't bring lunch over was that she planned to go to the cafeteria with the other party to eat, but unexpectedly, the chess was so bad that Lin Hong didn't play cards according to the routine today. Originally, she was going to accept her fate and go to the cafeteria, but she didn't expect that now she has turned around again. But in order not to be too obvious, Shinyuchu felt that he still had to be reserved. Otherwise, if Lin Hong feels that he is a casual person who doesn't know how to behave, he will not be able to do so. Then there will be no place to cry if you really cry at that time. No, it's better to say that this is just right. Seeing the girl's embarrassed appearance, Lin Hong simply reached out and took the lunchbox in the other party's drawer, and divided part of the rice into it. During the break, the girl had already taken the lunchbox to clean it again. So if this will be used directly, there is no problem. After briefly dividing the rice, Lin Hong pushed the insulation box containing the dishes to the middle of the table. Eat, just help me eliminate all of these together. If there is anything left, I will be beaten when I go back. Of course, being beaten or something is a lie. This is just to make Shinyuchu don't think too much, and just eat more vegetables. Honestly, thanks. Thank you, then I'm welcome. Seeing that Lin Hong had already done his part, Shinyuchu naturally left when he saw it, and agreed when he spoke. If you continue to pretend to be reserved, it will be a bit too much. As a smart person, she knows very well when to do something. Although when facing Lin Hong, Shinyuchu's smart brain was very prone to crash. This stupid girl. Looking at Shinyuchu, who had been buried in eating white rice and occasionally sandwiched a slice or two of vegetables, a trace of helplessness flashed in Lin Hong's eyes. Before I awakened my memory, I had spent a period of time like this. After withdrawing his divergent thoughts, Lin Hong pretended to be curious and said to the girl, "What's the matter? Is the food not to your appetite?" "No. It's not. Facing the boy's sudden inquiry, Shinyuchu didn't know how to answer for a while. Since the love experience is zero, she is not well able to grasp what to do and what not to do at certain times. The reason why I only eat a little vegetables is more because I am afraid that I will not be able to eat enough. After all, if you eat more by yourself, it means that the other party has to eat less. No, it's okay. I thought it didn't suit your appetite. Seeing Shinyuchu's somewhat flustered appearance, Lin Hong sandwiched a large piece of chicken drumsticks into the opponent's bowl. Eat this, it tastes pretty good. I have to say that the chef of the Liu family still has two brushes. Compared with the chefs of some hotels, this cooking technique is not inferior at all. As for the so-called star chef rating, it can only be said that it is a bit funny. With less than 200 years of cooking history, why should I evaluate the cooking skills that have been passed down for 5,000 years? You must know that the group of people who are really capable basically disdain to engage in this kind of thing. Looking at the chicken drumsticks in the bowl, a strange emotion flashed in Shinyuchu's eyes. Thank you, Lin Hong, you were so kind to me. Hey, let's be friends anyway. Welcoming the girl's bright and clear eyes, a warm smile also appeared on Lin Hong's face. There is no need to say so much between friends, do you know? The noon sun is warm and bright, and the young man facing the light is like an elf who strayed into the mortal world, making people's hearts rippling. Looking at Lin Hong's smile shining in the sun, Shinyuchu couldn't help but have a thrilling smile on his face. Okay, hurry up and eat. After reaching out and rubbing the girl's little head with melon seeds, Lin Hong smiled and reminded, if the food cools off later, the taste will be affected. Good. After sweetly smiling at the boy, Shinyuchu began to eat the chicken drumsticks in the lunchbox. At this moment, she only felt that this chicken leg far surpassed everything she had ever eaten before, and it was the most delicious food in the world. Looking at Shinyuchu, who suddenly fell into gluttony mode, Lin Hong couldn't help being taken aback for a moment, but he reacted quickly. He just smiled and reminded, slow down, what if I choke? If Shinyuchu's previous eating speed was a chicken pecking at rice, then this would be comparable to a rabbit eating grass. He didn't want to make the other party choke on food because of his own words. Hearing Lin Hong's gentle reminder, Shinyuchu also blushed slightly and nodded. At the same time, the movements in his hands couldn't help but slow down a little bit. Well, I don't mean anything else. Seeing the pitiful appearance of the girl who was caught doing bad things, Lin Hong couldn't help crying and laughing. I'm just worried that you were choking, don't think so much. Really? Hearing this, Shinyuchu raised his head a little embarrassed, and looked straight at each other with those big watery eyes. I just patronized eating, so I completely forgot about the image. Fortunately, Lin Hong didn't sound as if she didn't mind, otherwise she really didn't know who to cry to. Of course it's true, it's better than real gold. After saying this, Lin Hong also noticed the oily stain on the girl's mouth. He thought it was accidentally stained when he should have eaten chicken drumsticks. Since Shinyuchu behaved like a little child, he subconsciously wanted to reach out and wipe the grease stains from the corners of his mouth, but when his hand was halfway out, Lin Hong recalled that the other party was just acting like a child, and he was actually an adult inside. It makes sense to touch your head occasionally or something. Is there something in this hand wiping action? It's too cross-border, and just when he was about to hand the tissue to Shinyuchu and let the girl handle it by herself, but he found that the other party had closed his eyes for some unknown time and raised his chin slightly. Seeing Shinyuchu's behavior, Lin Hong wiped off the oily stains on the corners of his mouth with a paper towel. After a chuckle, be careful, it's all eaten into a small flower cat. Well, I will pay attention. After blushing and nodding to Lin Hong, Shinyuchu continued to bury her head and started eating. Sometimes, actions other than words are actually more effective, and whether it is Lin Hong or Shinyuchu, both of them are smart people. Therefore, sometimes, words don't need to be said so thoroughly. From this moment on, the relationship between the two has gone one step further from ordinary friends. And just when both of them were silent in the ocean of food, a voice of T-words and T-words resounded at the door of the classroom of the first class of senior high school again. Chapter 41. Green tea appears again. Qingqiu, I asked you to buy your favorite boneless chicken wings from outside the school. While speaking, Zishuan also walked into the classroom with a packed lunchbox, and walked straight in the direction of Leng Qingqiu. Nothing wrong. With the hard work of the Leng family, he finally blocked Leng Qingqiu, who was coming to class in the morning. Blocking Leng Qingqiu was only the first step, and the second step was to use his insatiable tongue to completely conquer the opponent. The conquest here refers to PUA again. Friends who want to be crooked should be more conscious, and PUA's excuse is not difficult to find. It's nothing more than that the audio is synthetic. As for the video in Lin Hong's mouth, he said it didn't exist. As the saying goes, the person who knows you best is often not your friend, but your worst enemy. According to Lin Hong's previous operations, if there was a video, he would have taken it out directly. In addition, for the sake of safety, he also went to Hulina to make sure. Therefore, it is basically certain that the so-called video in Lin Hong's mouth absolutely does not exist. After confirming this point, Zishuan could naturally let go of the cold Qingqiu, and the reason why he appeared here was that Leng Qingqiu asked him to come over for dinner at noon, although I don't know why. Suddenly the girl will call herself over for dinner, but this is a rare good thing for him. After all, the closer he got to Leng Qingqiu, the more he could stabilize the position of the Lung families. Son-in-law. The appearance of Lu Zishuan also attracted the attention of many people in an instant. The joke made by the other party yesterday was one of their few sources of happiness in the recent period. However, after hearing the tone of Lu Zishuan and Lang Qingxiu's conversation, the students in the first class of senior high school couldn't help showing a trace of doubt on their faces. Is it possible that in just one day, the two of them have already gotten along as well as ever? If this is the case, then they are willing to call Lang Qingxiu the strongest in the first class of senior high school. After all, with such a big hat on his head, the other party can still be indifferent. This behavior is compared with that of Yuan Jin back then. It can be regarded as more than that. Don't get me wrong, that audio is not true. After perceiving that the eyes of the students in the first class of senior high school were not right, Lang Qingxiu immediately explained to everyone, those audios are synthetic. Zishuan didn't do anything like that. Everyone believes me. She is not a fool. Is she dumb if she doesn't explain it this time? If these rumors are allowed to spread, then will she want to mix in Shenzhen #1 middle school in Qingxiu? It's not just boys who wear cuckolds, but girls can't bear it. Okay, and Lang Qingxiu's words also successfully turned everyone's attention to Lin Hong. If the audio is synthesized, then the other party's behavior is somewhat. Seeing this situation, a sneer appeared at the corner of Lang Qingxiu's mouth. This guy dared to embarrass himself just now, and now it's time to accept punishment. Don't worry about that idiot, let's just eat. Looking at Shinyuchu, who was about to say something, Lin Hong shook his head indifferently. Eat first, and talk about it after dinner. The people take food as their livelihood, and he doesn't want to waste a meal of food because of one or two idiots. And wouldn't it be more interesting to have a show where you can have dinner? In addition, he has a bad hobby, that is, I like to wait for someone to climb to the highest point before kicking them down. Okay. Looking at Lin Hong's still warm smile, Shinyuchu opened his mouth and nodded obediently. Although I was very upset with Lang Qingxiu's behavior, but the teenagers have already said that, and they must have their own considerations. Therefore, now she only needs to follow the other party's words. Because Lin Hong did not deliberately converge the volume, Lang Qingxiu also listened to his words word for word. Seeing that the other party dared to insult herself, she suddenly wanted to go up and have a theory with him, but recalling Lin Hong's Gujing Wubua's eyes before, she suddenly held back this impulse again. Perceiving the strong smell of gunpowder between Lang Qingxiu and Lin Hong, Lu Zishuan pressed down the corner of his mouth that was harder to press than AK. Then, he hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed the girl. Okay, let's eat first in Qingxiu. The more serious the conflict between the two, the better, so that he has a greater chance of becoming the son-in-law of the Lang family. Even if he did not become the son-in-law of the Lang family in the end, he could still rely on this relationship to wear a green hat for Lin Hong. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but cast a provocative look in the direction of Lin Hong. And it was precisely because of this glance that he was stunned uncontrollably. As for the specific reason, naturally, it was because of Shinyuchu, who was eating quietly. Even if the girl was sitting there, she seemed to have a different atmosphere around her. Even Lang Qingxiu was more than a little bit worse than the other party. Damn it, why is there such a cute girl around this bastard Lin Hong? But she is a new transfer, why hasn't she seen it before? Looking at Shinyuchu's beautiful side face, Lu Zishuan couldn't help scolding in her heart. In his opinion, if it hadn't been for Lin Hong to seize the identity of the young master of the Lu family, then the people around Shinyuchu now should be themselves. Even if you use your superpowers, you may not be able to take the girl directly. Zishuan, what are you so dumbfounded about? And just when Lu Zishuan was still lewd, Lang Qingxiu's unhappy voice suddenly brought him back to reality. Due to the angle, she did not notice that the other party was looking at Shinyuchu. Otherwise, it is estimated that something will have to go wrong. No. Nothing. After hiding some filthy thoughts first, Lu Zishuan's face once again hung with the same smile as before. Just seeing Lin Hong's packed lunch, I miss the taste of the food at home a little bit. I remember in the past, your favorite food was the tonkatsu made by the chef at home, but now it is. Hey. These words not only resolved the embarrassment of peeking at Shinyuchu, but also invisibly increased the contradiction between Lang Qingxiu and Lin Hong. The girl's favorite food is the tonkatsu made by the chef at home, but now she can't eat it because of Lin Hong. Although he wanted to do something, there was nothing he could do. All in all, this passage not only does it reflect his affection, but it can also deepen Lang Qingxiu's disgust for Lin Hong, and the facts were just as Lu Zishuan had expected. After hearing this passage, Lang Qingxiu was moved again. It's okay, as long as you bring it, I like it. After comforting Lu Zishuan, she pointed the finger at Lin Hong not far away. As for some guys who dare to be irresponsible, they can only do things that are beyond the table. For a while, the atmosphere of the entire class inexplicably became tense. Chapter 42. Who would save videos on their phone? He didn't pay attention to the barking dogs on the side of the deserted Qingxiu. After watching Shinyuchu finish the last bite of vegetables, Lin Hong slowly said, "Have you finished eating?" "Well, I'm done." After putting down the chopsticks, Shinyuchu closed the lid and said softly, "Is there anything I can do for you?" In any case, this is also an opportunity to show yourself. Therefore, the girl didn't really want to miss it, and for Lang Qingxiu's mouth that had been spraying shit, she really wanted to slap it up. Anyway, the cleaning plan is almost about to be completed, and it is not impossible for the appropriateness of the previous disguise to fade. No, just sit and rest for a while. After shaking his head with a smile at Shinyuchu, Lin Hong stood up from his chair. After the fact, 1. No, I went to the wrong channel. It is to do some suitable digestion exercise after a meal to live longer. At the same time, a prompt from the system girl also appeared in Lin Hong's mind at a timely time. Trigger the system task. Uncle can bear it, Aunt can't bear it. Teach me a hard lesson about these two goods. Task reward, proficient in medical skills. System girl, are you afraid that you have been manipulated by the readers? Since such a task that suits my heart has been given, is it true or not? Fuck off, this is my own idea, okay? After glancing at her host angrily, the system girl stared at the game on the computer screen while muttering in a low voice, MD, I'm so stupid, I actually bet that the Sea Cucumber team can draw a draw with others. You can't bet on a dog to death. Get out. As Lin Hong moved, the attention of the first class of senior high school students was also attracted. After many of the students noticed the movement here, they took out melon seeds and drinks directly from the drawers, but there are also a small number of students who are afraid of accidents. After getting up quietly, he walked quickly in the direction of the staff office. After all, in this era when watching others dance in the square can be wrong, there is always nothing wrong with being careful. You. What do you want to do? And looking at Lin Hong, who was walking towards him step by step, Lang Qingqiu's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. But even at this time, she still didn't forget to maintain her face. I warn you not to mess around. My father is the private school director of the school. If you dare to touch me, I will let the school expel you. Do you think you are Malfoy, and pay back my private school director father? Listening to Lang Qingqiu's endless threats, Lin Hong complained with disdain. Then, he turned his head and looked at Lu Zishuan, who had been silent all the time. What's the matter, Xiao Cheng? Do you just let the girl stand alone like this? If the background were changed, Lin Hong at this moment would be a big boss in a TV series. Listening to Lin Hong's slightly sarcastic words, Lang Qingqiu immediately glared at Lu Zishuan beside him angrily. If it weren't for the other party's mention of such a mouth, she would never have remembered that there was such a person as Lu Zishuan beside her. At this meeting, I became a meat shield warrior again, didn't I? While being responsible for the firepower output, you have to carry all the damage. Damn, Lin Hong, you are a dog. Lao Tzu has stopped talking and you are still targeting me. After receiving Lang Qingqiu's death stare, Lu Zishuan suddenly beeped wildly in his heart. It is impossible for Lin Hong to be stiff on the front, and the pain of the bones being torn apart in the previous few times is still fresh in his memory. Therefore, from the moment the other party got up, Lu Zishuan silently reduced his sense of existence. But now that it's useless to say anything, Lin Hong obviously didn't plan to let himself go. Lang Qingqiu was still on the side and kept releasing his death stare, making it even more impossible to continue to fish. After suppressing the urge to turn around and escape immediately, Lu Zishuan could only stand up from the stool and bite the bullet and said, Lin Hong, you have gone too far, how can you? Ah! But before he could finish speaking, a fist the size of a sandbag fell on his face. Immediately afterwards, 1 punch, 2 punches and 3 punches. The fist, which was like a violent wind and rain, kept falling on his body and face, until 2 minutes and 30 seconds later. My heart is finally accessible. Looking at Lu Zishuan, who was squirming like a maggot on the ground, Lin Hongxin exhaled with satisfaction. Sure enough, the old Daochang on the mountain did not deceive me. Only by keeping his thoughts clear can he live a long life and be 100 years old. You are too much. Seeing Lin Hong stopped his fist, Lang Qingqiu trembled and said, if you hit someone blatantly, I must get the school to expel you. The appearance of the other party was too scary just now. Even if she wanted to help Lu Zishuan, she didn't have the guts. What if I go up to help and I get beaten up too? And now that Lu Zishuan has already been beaten, God knows if it will be his turn next. Therefore, she decided to take the lead in attacking and directly caught Lin Hong off guard from the momentum. I almost forgot about you. Looking at the shivering Lang Qingqiu, Lin Hong quickly removed his chin. Then, using the hand speed of being single for more than 10 years, he quickly clicked and played a file on the internet disk, and slammed it in front of the girl. After all, who would save a video on a mobile phone for a serious person? Lang Qingqiu's mouth is really too smelly. In order to avoid hearing some foul language, it is better to remove it first, unless it is some special circumstances. Lin Hong generally does not hit girls, just like Lin Huairu in the past. He didn't even do it even if he almost knocked himself to the ground. Well, there are also reasons why it can't be broken. The severe pain on his chin also made Lang Qingqiu scream subconsciously, but the scream didn't last long, because her attention was gradually attracted by the footage in the video. As the video continued to be played, the girl's face flushed quickly, the tearful eyes also kept dilating, and the pupils were full of unbelievable expressions. Akacha. Accompanied by a crisp click, Lin Hong put Lang Qingqiu's chin back and looking at the girl who even forgot to scream, he also turned on the ridicule without scruples. Lang Qingqiu, you really don't have much brains. Compared to simply beating each other up, wouldn't the scene of a dog biting a dog look better? Aren't you Lu Zishuan very good at mental attacks? Then my professional mage, Lin Hong, will treat others in his own way today. TSK. That scene is very exciting just thinking about it. Damn it, what did you do to Qingqiu? At this time, Lu Zishuan, who was beaten in a daze, gradually recovered. Looking at Lang Qingqiu, who was obviously a little sluggish, he couldn't help but think about what happened. After stumbling up from the ground, he hurriedly began to show his loyalty, but although his face looked good for the girl, he had already hated each other in his heart. Chapter 43 Students from Class 1, Senior 3, Lu Zishuan, I'm going to the morning class. When you were beaten just now, Yuleng Qingqiu didn't say a word for Lu Zishuan. This was as much as a naked betrayal. Therefore, he has already decided that he must find a chance to retaliate in the future. Whether it was Lin Hong or Lin Qingqiu, he was not ready to let the other party go. But before Lu Zishuan could stand up completely from the ground, Lin Qingqiu slapped the opponent's right face directly. What? And this sudden blow put Lu Zishuan, who had finally supported his body, back on the ground. You shameless guy, you dare to deceive me. After smashing all the food on the table on each other, Lin Qingqiu turned and left the classroom angrily. Today, this wave of face is considered a big loss, so it is undoubtedly the best choice to leave temporarily. What about Lu Zishuan, who fell to the ground? Who cares about him? This guy actually dared to deceive himself again. Even if she is really Aunt Puff, she can't stand it so many times. Fiancé, it really is a magical creature. Looking at the deviation value of -10 on Lin Qingqiu's head, Lin Hong had to feel the power of this creature. You know, Lu Rushue has had an epiphany. This guy has already counted 3 times. After this, the deviation value of the opponent is still negative. This is simply more difficult to fix than the stones in the pit. Well, it's normal operation. After replying calmly in her mind, the system girl began to post the reward. This time, for a while, the feeling of having a long brain reappeared. In a short while, Lin Hong had a lot of medical knowledge in his mind. There are traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine in it. Among them, the most interesting thing is supplementation. The recipe. Of course, this is not Lin Hong's kidney loss, it's just that this thing simply has a natural attraction to boys. I'll put the prescription here, so you can use it as you like. The 2.5-year-old little hen, add red dates, wolfberry, angelica, and simmer slowly for 6 hours. If you have the conditions, you can also add ginseng and antler, but you have to control the dose. If you eat so many things, your person may be a little bit unbearable. Looking at Lin Qingqiu, who left angrily, Lu Zishuan said at this moment that he was numb. In the end, he was the only clown in the audience, right? Although I am not sure what exactly happened, but he believed that this matter had absolutely nothing to do with Lin Hong. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at each other with resentful eyes. It is impossible to be tough on the front, and only in this way can spiritual victory be achieved. If the eyes can kill people. At this moment, Lin Hong estimated that he could already directly invite 4 Kunlun slaves to carry the coffin. It's just that when Lu Zishuan looked up, he was numb again. Therefore, Lin Hong was holding his arms around his chest at the moment, and looked at himself condescendingly with a playful look. Little green tea, your little eyes are obviously dissatisfied. Welcoming Lu Zishuan's 3 points of resentment, 3 points of shock, 3 points of fear, and 1 point of blank eyes, Lin Hong squatted down and opened his face directly. I have always been very democratic. Come on, give you a chance, let's continue to practice. I didn't plan to deal with this guy at first, but now it seems that I am still too kind-hearted to you. Don't come over. Looking at Lin Hong, who was less than half a meter away from him, Lu Zishuan was instantly shrouded in a sense of fear. As we all know, it is easy for people to lose control of their bodies when they are nervous. I just got a fat beating, coupled with the collapse of the psychological defense line. It led Lu Zishuan to make a move that humans would make when faced with fear. I'll go, you won't be able to do it. Seeing the water constantly overflowing in Lu Zishuan's trouser pockets, Lin Hong distanced himself from the other party in disgust, rolling and rolling. It's not disgusting to be such an adult. I'm at 8 in the morning, don't pee on the edge of my table, you guy. You are so disgusting. It stinks, this guy won't have kidney loss, right? Feeling the warm liquid coming from the crotch of his pants and the constant whispers from around him, Lu Zishuan's face instantly flushed. That's right, he peed, just like the night in the Lu family's courtyard. Lin Hong was frightened by Lin Hong's behavior, but even so, Lu Zishuan did not have the courage to confront the opponent head-on. The first 2 unloading operations have left an indelible impression in his heart. Therefore, even if it was a loss of face now, he didn't want to experience that pain again. After standing up tremblingly from the ground, Lu Zishuan planned to leave here quickly. As for the floor or something, of course, the students in the first class of senior high school took care of it by themselves, but although he thinks so, it doesn't mean that others are willing to do so. Seeing that Lu Zishuan wanted to leave like this, the student sitting next to the excrement suddenly became unhappy. Lu Zishuan, you'd better give me the land before you leave. While speaking, Xiang Zetian also stretched out her hand and pushed the other party. I don't want to do this kind of thing to clean other people's excrement. Although Xiang Zetian's wave did not use much strength, but for Lu Zishuan, who was beaten up, it was as much as hitting a small tricycle head-on. Therefore, as soon as the legs became soft, the whole person fell forward uncontrollably. And the direction of the fall is exactly the direction in which the pool of unknown liquid extends out. Good guy, your hobby is quite unique. Looking at Lu Zishuan, who was holding his face tightly against the stains on the ground, Lin Hong didn't know how to complain for a while. Self-produced and self-sold is okay, this wave is simply more vigorous than dye. After all, there is no way for others to do that. And Lu Zishuan is like this. It's really hard to evaluate. Vomit. Lu Zishuan, who reacted at this time, also hurriedly raised his head from the ground. The extremely strong taste in the delicious cavity still made him retch. Now he can be regarded as an intuitive understanding of what the old Chinese medicine doctor used to say was the basis for his anger. Forget it, let's go. And Lu Zishuan's appearance also made Xiang Zitian on the side take a few steps back in disgust. If you let this guy stay and clean up the floor, God knows what will happen later. Vomit. It's just that Lu Zishuan at this moment is not in the mood to listen to Xiang Zitian's words at all. Of the pungent smell in his mouth and nasal cavity made his stomach start to surge uncontrollably. Therefore, after a disgusting vomiting sound sounded on the floor of the classroom and on the feet of many tables, there is once again an extra stall of things that need to be displayed in a mosaic. And this sudden scene also caused many students to wail. If the previous unknown water stain was slow flowing, it would be said that it was slow flowing. Then this wave of vomiting, even if it is ejected, not only is the attack range wider, but it also adds sputtering damage. Therefore, many students' shoes, pants, and even desks have been hit to varying degrees. And to say that the most unlucky person is the elephant walking in the field, because when Lu Zishuan vomited, he was standing directly in front of him. What? Lu Zishuan, you ate in the morning thing. After wiping off the filth from his face, Xiang Zitian yelled and punched Lu Zishuan in the face. This makes him how to find a girlfriend in the future. He is still a big yellow flower girl. The first class of senior high school, who had been quiet for a while, also panicked again. Chapter 44. A sensitive girl and a small promise. After about 2.5 minutes, the farce completely subsided under Jia Jingxing's command, and the way of dealing with it is also very simple and crude. Lu Zishuan was directly driven out by him, while Xiang Zitian was given a short half-day vacation. TSK. Fortunately, I walked away wittily. Looking at the few students with sad faces cleaning, Lin Hong secretly remembered a little while holding his chin. In the future, if you beat Lu Zishuan, you must keep him away from your position. Otherwise, if the opponent has a self-explosive attack, he will have nowhere to cry. After all, as a normal person, his resistance to certain things is really very weak. For a simple analogy, the first reaction of normal people when they encounter shit on the road is definitely to avoid it. Lin Hong is like this. He really doesn't want to get up close and personal with these things. Except in certain cases, classmate Lin Hong, you can't look at those things. And just when Lin Hong was about to sort out the medical skills that suddenly appeared in his mind, Shinyuchu's slightly cold voice sounded beside him. After looking for fame, I saw the girl staring at herself pitifully at the moment. In that way, it was as if Lin Hong was some scumbag who had abandoned his wife and children. Welcoming the girl's misty eyes, Lin Hong stretched out his hand and rubbed the other person's head with some tears and laughter. No, I really didn't look at those things. Although it would be interesting to make Shinyuchu cry, Lin Hong didn't want to make the other party cry here. Really? Seeing that Lin Hong didn't look like he was lying, Shinyuchu poked his finger and whispered, then why would classmate Ling react like that? Although it was only a small thing, it was not like this for her. Since she was a child, she lived in an environment of intrigue and deceit, and the girl was particularly sensitive to lies. Really, how could I lie to you? While speaking, Lin Hong also put his mobile phone on the table. If you don't believe it, look for yourself. What am I lying to you for? Hearing this, Shinyuchu also looked down at the screen. The time of the entire video is not long, and it only adds up to about 30 seconds, and as the progress bar came to an end, a trace of guilt flashed across Shinyuchu's face. Sorry Lin Hong, I shouldn't doubt you. This video is indeed not a video of playing poker, but another video that is sufficient as evidence. Apologize now, it's late. After putting the phone back in his pocket, Lin Hong put his hands on his chest and made a very unhappy appearance. If a simple apology is useful, what else do the police need to do? Hearing this, Shinyuchu lowered his head sadly. Yeah, if the apology is useful, what else do you want the police to do? Obviously, the young man is so kind to herself, but she still has to question each other because of this trivial matter. But just when Shinyuchu was about to reach an abnormal state of emo, Lin Hong's voice instantly pulled him back. Unless you buy me snacks for a month. Otherwise, don't think I will forgive you so simply. Hey! Hearing what the other party said, Shinyuchu was taken aback for a moment, but she quickly reacted, hurriedly stretched out her hand to hold the boy's arm, and said with a serious expression, buy it, I will buy it as long as you want. Puff, what a silly girl. Looking at Shinyuchu's serious face, Lin Hong rubbed his opponent's hair helplessly. I'm kidding you, I'm not that stingy. This girl was bullied badly at first glance, that's why she was so full of plants and trees. Before he awakened his memory, he always felt that someone was trying to harm him. There is no way, they are all bullied. Therefore, if Shinyuchu wanted to make changes, he could only do it slowly, little by little. Just don't be angry. After rubbing Lin Hong's palm with his little head, Shinyuchu raised his eyes and said cautiously, Lin Hong, don't ignore me in the future, okay? As a smart person, the girl will also understand the boy's intention, but if Lin Hong really ignored herself, then she would probably collapse. Therefore, what Shinyuchu wanted at the moment was only a small promise. A promise to stay with each other all the time, okay? I promise you. Looking at the girl's hopeful eyes, Lin Hong also nodded with a smile, and said softly, I swear, Lin Hong will never ignore Shinyuchu. This girl is so cute, I really want to lock her in the house, but if you really do, the other party may be scared and cry directly. Thank you Lin Hong, you are really a good person. While speaking, Shinyuchu timidly stretched out her snow-white right hand. Shall we pull the hook? I said don't send me a good person card anymore. After knocking on Shinyuchu's little head helplessly, Lin Hong hooked the girl's little finger with his little finger, pull the hook and hang it for 100 years. Don't change it. Lie to others. Although this behavior may seem naive, it can sometimes make a person feel at ease, just like Shinyuchu at this moment. Lin Hong could clearly perceive the changes in the opponent's eyes. In layman's terms, it's like finding the backbone, no longer feeling confused, no longer panicking. Lin Hong, it's nice to know you. At the end of the simple hook-pulling ceremony, Shinyuchu stretched out his hand and took the lunchbox on the boys' table and said softly, "I'll wash the lunchbox, you can take a good rest for a while. Do you have any snacks you want to eat? I will buy them for you, by the way, when I go to the supermarket later. If you pull the hook, you will fulfill the promise." This is what the mother told herself. If you fail to fulfill your promise, you will be punished with the most cruel punishment in the world. Therefore, at this meeting, the girl's mood can be described as very beautiful. After all, since her mother left, she has not experienced such warmth for a long time. Everything Lin Hong showed made her feel obsessed. If it weren't for fear of scaring the other party, she really wanted to lock the other party up. They all said it was a joke with you. Although he really wanted to say that, after seeing Shinyuchu's hopeful eyes, Lin Hong changed his words. "It's okay, just look at it and buy it." "Okay, then you wait for me to come back." After saying this, Shinyuchu quickly walked outside the classroom carrying the lunchbox. This is a rare opportunity to improve her relationship with each other. How could she easily miss it? And looking at Shinyuchu's gradually disappearing back, Lin Hong had a bad premonition inexplicably in his heart. I don't know why, he always feels like this stupid girl is going to do something big. Chapter 45, A Deep Love Between Brother and Sister? Probably, in the evening, at 6:15, in the living room on the first floor of the Liu family mansion. "I'm going, brother, where did you go to get the goods?" Looking at Lin Hong, who walked in with a large bag, Lu Rushue, who was holding the head of the chicken coop, said that she was frightened the last time I went shopping with the other party, although there were a little twists and turns in the middle. But in summary, she also knew that Lin Hong was not a person who liked shopping. But what's the situation with this big bag now? And the things in it seem to be all TM snacks. Stop talking, hurry up and help me mention it. After stuffing part of the bag into Lu Rushue's arms, Lin Hong had the opportunity to shake his slightly numb arm. There is no mistake, these snacks were all bought by Shinyuchu, because it is not clear what Lin Hong likes to eat. So she also decisively used Batman's money-saving ability and directly rounded up the entire small shop except for drinks and things that can't be eaten. All the small snacks sold in the school shop are here. Originally, Lin Hong wanted to refuse to accept it, but he couldn't bear that Shinyuchu would emit cute by UBUBU light. Therefore, even if he was exhausted to death, he still took all of them back home. As for why he didn't stay in school, it was naturally because there was no place to put it. "I'm going, you wanna crush me to death?" And this sudden weight almost didn't make Lu Rushue fold her old waist. After stumbling to put things on the sofa, she rubbed her waist and complained, "What's the matter? Your kid is going to open a supermarket at home. Why, you want to buy it?" After a non-salty reply, Lin Hong pointed to Lu Rushue's old waist. "Do you want my help? The old Chinese medicine doctor in the village taught me a lot." Although Lu Rushue looked fine on the surface, however, in front of Lin Hong, who has acquired a proficient medical skills, many problems have been exposed. One of the more serious ones is probably the lumbar disc that has been slightly offset. Looking at Lin Hong's serious appearance, Lu Rushue subconsciously protected her old waist. "You kid, don't you want to take the opportunity to retaliate against me?" The mode of getting along between the two has evolved to the link of sibling affection, but it's just that compared to the kind with Lu Rumo, Lin Hong and Lu Rushue are obviously rivals in the kind of sibling relationship. Although it doesn't look very good on the surface, they are actually the kind who care about each other in their hearts. If you don't believe me, I'll go back to the room first. After giving the other party a speechless blank look, Lin Hong planned to take the food back to the room first. It's a big deal to prescribe some medicine later. I think it should be enough to cooperate with Lu Rumo's medical skills, and after gaining proficiency in medical skills, he still has some things to do. Many of the special medicines in the memory of the previous life actually do not exist in this world. Now that you have a ready-made skill blessing, how can you not try IT? IT is necessary to know that things like medicines are essential no matter what era they are placed in. Hey, don't go. Seeing that Lin Hong was really going to turn around and leave, Lu Rushue hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed the opponent's arm. "Brat, you really don't care about me anymore. I'm your sister. Didn't you leave me alone? I'll let it go now, okay?" After reaching out to put down the snacks in Lin Hong's hand, Lu Rushue quickly ran towards the room on the third floor. "You wait for me here, I'll change into a suit of clothes." She is wearing lace pajamas now, although it usually doesn't matter, but if you have close contact, it's still a bit embarrassing. TSK, a guy who thinks he is upright. Looking at Louis Snow rush out the back, Lin Hong turned against the side of the King Sledgehammer opening track. "Old Wang help me prepare a deputy massage with gloves, as well." And listening to what Lin Hong reported one by one, Wang Day's expression couldn't help but get weirder and weirder. Why does this sound more and more like the things that technicians on the 88th have to prepare for guests in the clubhouse? Therefore, after listening to what he was going to prepare, he subconsciously added, "Young master, do you want another aromatherapy?" "Ah, yes, this is okay if you have it." Hearing this, Lin Hong also immediately spoke to Wang Sledgehammer and said, "Lao Wang is not bad, he will actually check the gaps and make up for the gaps. This is what I should do, then I will go down and prepare first." Well, go ahead, thank you for your hard work. Young master, you are welcome. After saying this, Wang Dai wanted to turn around and leave, but after thinking for 2 seconds, he couldn't help but remind him, young master, pay attention to your body. It's better to go to those places a little less. After speaking, he slipped away quickly without looking back. If your young master is young, you still have to be restrained. Looking at Wang Sledgehammer's fast-moving back, Lin Hong subconsciously twitched the corner of his mouth. You old guy, Xiao you didn't go to that messy place, okay? Wang Sledgehammer, yes. At this moment, Lin Hong deeply realized Xiao Wanqing's speechless mood at the beginning. 10 minutes later, on the 4th floor of Lu's house, in the sauna room, Tap, I feel like I'm going to die. Yes, that's it. Harder, so cool. Can you be normal? Looking at Lu Rushue, who was comparable to driving a Gundam galloping fast, Lin Hong couldn't help but have a big mark on his head. If it weren't for Wu Ma's help to hand things over on the side, just the noise of this dead thing, he would just jump into the Yellow River and he wouldn't be able to wash it clean, okay? Isn't this very comfortable for you to press? Feeling the unhappiness in her brother's words, Lu Rushue also spit out her tongue playfully. Go on, I feel that the whole person is alive. Molesting my brother has to stop in moderation, so let's almost get here today. The main reason is that Lin Hang's massage technique is great. She is worried that if she irritates the other party, she will break it if she doesn't do it. After just a while of effort, Lu Rushue felt that her waist didn't hurt anymore, her legs didn't hurt, and she could go to the 6th floor in one breath. No, this seems to be an advertisement for calcium tablets, but in any case, Lu Rushue had completely fallen into Lu Rushue's methods by her own brother. Therefore, between continuing to molest her younger brother and enjoying a massage, she decisively chose the latter. If you call me again, I won't care about you. Looking at Wu Ma, who was holding back a smile, Lin Hong put an angry towel on Lu Rushue's waist. Although they are nominally siblings, there are still some things to pay attention to. After all, neither of them is a child anymore, and what should be avoided should still be avoided. But Lin Hang is not an animal, and he doesn't have any special feelings for Lu Ruxue. No, I can't say no, but he will be very annoying to this guy. The whole thing is like killing a pig. Thinking of this, Lin Hong couldn't help but increase the intensity of pressing his spine a bit. The next second, someone groaned in pain in the sauna. Son of a bitch, you want to murder my dear sister. Chapter 46 Crystal Violet. Half an hour later, it was still in the sauna. Well, just pay more attention to not sitting for a long time afterwards. After shaking his arm a little tired, Lin Hong sat directly on the stool beside him. After this whole process, he almost didn't tire him to death. It's not that massage is complicated, but that he can only find another way for many intimate contact steps. Therefore, the brain power and physical strength expended are far beyond normal massage. In contrast, Lu Rushue was radiant at this moment. The spirit of the whole person has obviously improved a lot. My brother has a good technique, and I am more comfortable now. While whispering, Lu Rushue stretched out her waist lazily, then got up and walked slowly to Lin Heng's side. Come, now let my sister help you relax. While speaking, she also pressed her hands on each other's shoulders. It's just that this comfort level really needs to be improved. But Lin Hong, who really doesn't have much strength at the moment, is not in the mood to care about this. After resting for a few minutes, he suddenly thought of something. Third sister, what's your situation today? Did you encounter any difficulties? Although the two have not been together for a long time, but he also understood that Lu Rushue, this guy, was actually a more refined person. Usually when I'm at home, I also choose to dress neatly. This is the first time Lin Hong has seen a situation like today with the head of a chicken coop. Of course, it does not rule out that this is what the opponent really looks like, and the previous ones are just disguises. Hey, I have a headache when I mention this. Hearing this, Lu Rushue sighed helplessly. There will be an international designer competition in a few days, due to limited time. I am busy with this matter today. Everyone's topic in the competition is different, so there is almost no object to refer to. The design deadline is 1 week, and 2 days have passed. Although there are still 5 days to officially start the game, Lu Rushue still doesn't have a good idea. It is precisely because of this that her image just now became so wild. After all, in some ways, there is actually no difference between a genius and a lunatic. It's a design competition. After hearing Lu Rushue's self-pity, Lin Hong thought for a while and asked directly, Third sister, are you going to participate in the Andom Awards? The Andom Awards is a fashion award founded by the Andom French National Fashion Art Development Association. At the same time, this is also one of the important awards in the international fashion industry. Initially, it was only for French citizens to participate, but it began to be open to international contestants in 2005. And the players who can win awards in this kind of competition will, unsurprisingly, become bigwigs in various fields later. It is indeed the Andom Awards, and the theme is Still Time. Halfway through the conversation, Lu Ruxuitan discovered something wrong. That's not right, Shohong. How do you know about this? Is it possible that you are also paying attention to these things? Although the Andom Awards are very famous, laypeople don't actually know this very well. Just like an ordinary dung digger, it is impossible to think about the flight principle of a rocket. How to say it? Welcoming Lu Rushua's slightly puzzled gaze, Lin Hong thought for a while, then got up and walked outside the room. Wait for me for a while, I'll be right over. Sometimes it's too troublesome to express words, but it's better to use actions to be faster. A few minutes later, this is for you, some manuscripts I designed by myself before. After handing a yellowed picture album to Lu Rushua, Lin Hong sat back in the chair beside him. Because the Steam function was not turned on, he didn't have to worry about any problems with the album. In fact, before the awakening of memory, this body was still very talented in design, and after awakening his memory, he did not waste this talent. Instead, he used the insights of his previous life to continue to develop it, although he has never participated in a large-scale design competition, but his other name has been widely circulated in the industry. What? I didn't see that, Xiu Hong, you still know design. Looking at the picture album Lin Hangdi gave herself, Lu Rushua didn't care at first. Just like a high school student, how can he care about the study notes of junior high school students? But even so, Lu Rushua still opened the album. After all, no matter what you say, this is the intention of your own brother, and it is naturally impossible to let it go like this. It's just that after opening the first page of the album, Lu Rushua's gaze couldn't help but become serious. Although the manuscript looks a bit old, the content inside is very good. How to say it? If Lu Rushua is compared to a college student, then this picture book is a course preparation book for a university teacher. There are many things in the album that completely surpass the vision of Lu Rushua, a college student, Crystal. Looking at the signature font on the title page, Lu Rushua subconsciously turned her head to Lin Hong. Brother, what is the relationship between Crystal Violet and you? Crystal Violet, a genius who appeared out of thin air in the design world. Although he has never appeared in front of the public, he is the royal designer of LVMH, Louis Vuitton Moët Amp, Chandon Hennessy, the country's largest jewelry company, every year. The products designed by the other party are sought after and loved by many rich people without exception. As long as it is something designed by Crystal Violet, you don't have to worry about no sales. I said I am Crystal Violet, do you believe me? After swallowing the spicy strips in his mouth, Lin Hong smiled and shrugged his shoulders. But if you don't believe it, then so do I. Believe it, you are my brother. I don't believe who you believe. Without waiting for Lin Hong to finish speaking, Lu Rushua put her arms around each other's neck. Since you are Crystal Violet, is it okay to get my sister a new Crystal Love this year? As the country's largest jewelry company, LVMH can be said to have taken marketing to the extreme. In addition to some more everyday design styles, there are also many limited edition gorgeous jewelry accessories like the Crystal Love series in Lu Rushua's mouth. It is a limited edition designed by Crystal Violet. There is one style a year, and one style is limited to one style. The people who can own them are basically either rich or expensive, and the average small rich don't have any opportunities at all. Let go, I'm going to lose my breath. After breaking off Lu Rushua's arms around her neck, Lin Hong angrily distanced herself from the opponent. Do you want one of them? Although it is more detailed than the one that cannot be officially sold, it is actually not bad in nature. Every year when designing the Crystal Love series, he will first design a sample. Only after confirming that any details are okay will he personally create a finished product for sale again. As for why he is so attentive, it is natural that LVMH has given too much. You can have a small goal with the help of your brain, so why not do it? And with the help of LVMH, he can also get many good things that ordinary people can't get. It can be said that this wave can be regarded as mutual benefit and win situation, and there is no loss at all. No, are you serious? But looking at the non-joking appearance on Lin Hang's face, Lu Rushua stayed in place for an instant. In fact, she just said that she believed that the other party was Crystal Violet, but she was just joking. But the young man's posture, it seems that he is really not joking with himself. Chapter 47. The excited Lu family and the nervous Ling family. Half an hour later, in the living room on the first floor of Lu's house. No problem, Crystal Violet, this is originally your right. After pointing to the prototype necklaces that gleamed brightly in the display cabinet not far away, a Dracula Potter Draco also continued to smile and said, in about 2 days, these prototype necklaces will reach where you are. Thank you very much, Mr. Draco. After continuing to greet each other briefly, Lin Hong was the first to hang up the phone, and just as the phone hung up, a burst of excited cheers suddenly broke out in the living room of the Lu family. I saw Lu Rushua and Lu Romo at this moment, hugging together with excitement. Xiao Wanqing was more direct, stepping forward and holding Lin Hong in her arms. Xiao Hong, you are so great, my mother loves you so much. Lu Zhigua. Grievances. Looking at Lu Zhigua, who was puffing out black air not far from him, Lin Hong only felt pain in his skull. This guy won't wait for himself to go to bed at night and suddenly show up to take a kick. But what has to be denied is no matter what age group of women, they will always have no resistance to this kind of glittering thing. Just like the dragon in Western mythology, he has a strange obsession with shiny treasures. Fortunately, so far, Crystal Love has released a total of 5 series, therefore, there are also 5 prototype necklaces. Otherwise, how to allocate the follow-up is really a big problem. And just when the Lu family was happy, the Ling family on the other side has a completely different atmosphere. Damn it, Lu Zhiran dares to do such a thing. Looking at the notice of termination of cooperation that was fed back in his hand, Lang Jiating, the owner of the Lang family, smashed the teacup on the wall angrily. Although I have already hooked up with many people on the other side of the capital, but now the main business of the Lang family still depends on cooperation with the Lu family. Moreover, by cutting corners on materials for the Lu family, they can also make a lot of wealth every year. Now that the Lu family suddenly came to such a hand, it made Ling Bukding sick to death. It can be said that with the departure of the Lu family, he earns at least a dozen less small goals every year, and this is still a guaranteed visible profit, and the remaining invisible ones will only add up to more. What the hell is going on between you and the newly returned young master of the Lu family? After venting his anger, Ling Jingding looked at Lang Qingqiu, who was trembling on the side. That guy Lu Zishuan is useless now, hurry up and get rid of him. As a qualified profiteer, Lang Jingding didn't have much so-called affection in his heart. In his opinion, the existence of Lang Qingqiu was nothing more than a prop used to get benefits from Lu, but now that this prop has lost its due role, how could he not feel angry? You know, those are all white banknotes, and now they are leaving themselves like this, damn old thing. Listening to Lang Jingding's hysterical roar, Lang Qingqiu was secretly groaning in her heart, but on the surface, he didn't dare to make any dissatisfaction. I don't know, that guy doesn't seem to like me very much. She didn't dare to let her dear old father know about this kind of thing for the sake of love. Otherwise, what should I do if my leg is broken? In addition, Lu Zishuan's deception 3 times and twice did break Lang Qingqiu's heart. Therefore, the best solution at present is naturally to transfer the problem to Lin Hong. Anyway, she has already tried her best, but she can't help if the other party doesn't like her. Idiot. He doesn't like you, wouldn't you think of a way? Looking at the reasonable Lang Qingqiu, Lang Jingding slapped him directly. I don't care what method you use, you must keep these cooperation of the Lu family. Otherwise, I will let you and General Li get married. Anyway, he is still young and strong, so it's a big deal to have another child. If it doesn't help, he can also adopt a person from the same sect as his son. As a very traditional man, in Lang Shuding's cognition, only boys can inherit the family business. As for the women of the Lang family, they are just bargaining chips used to consolidate the Lang family's business, and the so-called Mr. Li, formerly known as Li Zhongping, this name, a guy who has a long life when he hears it, but I don't know why, the daughter-in-law he marries usually doesn't survive 7 years. In the past 20 years, there have been a total of 3 wives who have died before and after. Although it sounds scary, there are still many women in droves and nothing else. Just because Li Zhongping has money, although it is almost the same as the Lu family, it is also one of the best in the entire city of SZ. If the Lu family's side cannot be restored, then the Li family will become the Lung family's next choice. As for Lang Qingqiu, who would care what she thought? Damn, how dare this immortal. Hearing that Lang Jingding was going to marry himself to the old man Li Zhongping, Lang Qingqiu really wanted to kill each other now. Who was Li Zhongping? A madman who was well known in high society. Moreover, he was fat and stout, and Lang Qingqiu wondered if his previous wives had all been crushed to death by him, but she also understood that with her current self alone, there was no way to fight Lang Jingding. Therefore, she could only scold the other party angrily in her heart, while covering her beaten right face and lowering her head. She said, I see, I will try my best to make the young master who was newly back from the Lu family fall in love with me. Alright, let's go down first. Seeing that Lang Qingqiu was so sensible, Lang Jingding waved his hand irritably, then turned and walked in the direction of the study. Yet he didn't stop until he was about to reach the door and turned to look at each other. Go to the doctor for a look. If your face is not well tomorrow, don't go out. You only have one task now, and that is to hook up the newly returned young master of the Lu family. After saying these words, Lang Juding continued to walk towards the study room. The Lu family's sudden divestment caused a lot of troublesome things to be waiting for him to deal with. Damn old thing, bah. Until Lang Jingding left completely, the look of respect on Lang Qingqiu's face also disappeared instantly, and the rest, there is only a strong color of resentment. She vowed that sooner or later, she would have to make Lang Yuding pay a painful price. At the same time, Lang Qingqiu also hated Lin Hong and Lu Zishuan. If it weren't for Lin Hong's sudden appearance, he would not have fallen into this situation. And if Lu Zishuan was still the young master of the Lu family, Ling Juding, the immortal, would not dare to talk to himself like this. Damn these stinky men. Recalling Lu Zishuan's deception of himself and Lin Hong's disdain for him, Lang Jingding regarded himself as a toolman. Lang Qingqiu's heart was suddenly full of anger and unwillingness. She vowed that she would change her life against the sky, even if she gave everything. Chapter 48. The next day, at the stadium of Shenzhen No. 1 Middle School, although the college entrance examination is now approaching, the school dare not keep squeezing the students' activity time. Therefore, in almost 2 or 3 months, physical education teachers who are born with the Eucharist of injury and illness will have a chance to be healthy, and today is obviously this day. So the students in the first class of senior high school also ushered in the long-lost physical education class. It's just that this physical education class is obviously not the kind that students in the first class of senior high school are looking forward to. As for the reason, it is naturally because of the physical fitness test. Boys run a long distance of 1,000 meters, while girls run 800 meters. At this moment, under a big tree near the playground, this girl, something seems to be wrong. Looking at Shinyuchu with a pale face, Lin Hong frowned slightly and quickly ran to the girl's side. Yuchu, what's the matter with you? Even if the physique is poor, it won't be like this when you run down these 800 meters. You must know that Shinyuchu's face at this moment was extremely pale, as if he had just picked it up after soaking in cold water for a long time. Moreover, the body temperature is obviously a little lower than the normal body temperature. That if you run down in this weather, you can't have a low fever. After holding Lin Hong's arm with his backhand, Shinyuchu blushed and whispered, I feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach. She didn't expect that this kind of thing would come halfway through, and looking at the girl's embarrassed expression and the symptoms of her body, Lin Hong also thought of a possibility in an instant. The biggest difference between girls and boys is that every month a hospitable relative will come to visit. Go to the infirmary. It's not okay to stay here. After taking off his coat to block the girls but for the girl, Lin Hong turned to the students on the side and said, Classmate Xiang Zetian, please talk to teacher Malagbai. A classmate Shinyuchu is not feeling well, so I will take her to the infirmary. Okay, go ahead. Well, thank you. After saying these words, Lin Hong looked at Shinyuchu from the side, and said softly, Can you still go? Hearing this, a tangled look flashed in Shinyuchu's eyes, but soon she nodded slightly, and said in a firm tone, It's true that you can still walk if you walk, but it doesn't mean it won't hurt when you walk. Lying is not a good habit. Looking at Shinyuchu's unconsciously frowned brows, Lin Hong rubbed the opponent's head, then stopped in the middle and hugged the opponent directly. Looking at the confused expression of the girl in his arms, he joked half-jokingly, Explain in advance, I'm not taking advantage of you. Looking at Lin Hong's warm smile close at hand, Shinyuchu blushed and pursed her lips. I know it. At this moment, if there is a mirror that can spy on the heart, you can find that there is a fawn man jumping frantically in the girl's heart. If it weren't for the heart to be strong enough, it might just break out of the body. Close your eyes and rest for a while, we will be there soon. While speaking, Lin Hong also walked quickly in the direction of the school infirmary, and in order not to make Shinyuchu feel bumpy, he can only use the quick walking method. The warm sun shone on the path of the campus, and the orange-yellow light fell on the ground through the gaps in the leaves, and it was also reflected on the boy's body. A fool. Looking at Lin Hong's side face shining in the sun, Shinyuchu muttered in a low voice in his heart and leaned his head on the sturdy chest. Although she is very painful at this moment, she hopes that time will stop completely at this moment. Summer insects and cicadas sing, and birds are happy. The two of them walked in the school road where light and shadow intertwined, depicting the answer sheet that belonged to youth alone. A few minutes later, in the school infirmary, there is no big problem. It is caused by excessive exercise during the physiological period. After examining Shinyuchu's body, Lumekai, the school doctor, said softly, Take a break here for an hour, and you can go back to class in an hour. The school infirmary is no better than a regular hospital outside, therefore, there is not much help she can provide. A tampon and a brown sugar water to relieve dysmenorrhea are the limits. After handing the brown sugar water to Shinyuchu, Lume smiled and joked to Lin Hong, who was standing aside, If you don't worry, you can take your little girlfriend to the hospital outside to have a look later. The campus of adolescence often contains the best love. She is not a school teacher, so she doesn't have any special feelings about this kind of thing. Of course, if Huang Mao hooked up with her daughter, she would definitely let the other party know what a doctor's horror is. Oh, female girlfriend? In the face of Lu Mei's sudden teasing, Shinyuchu suddenly became a steam G. Even the pale cheeks that were originally pale became extremely ruddy in an instant. Looking at the school doctor with a smile on his aunt's face, and Shinyuchu, who was about to cook herself, Lin Hong had to explain helplessly, Don't be kidding, we are just friends. He was really worried about continuing. Don't wait for a while. There is nothing wrong with the menstrual period. The girl is burning out her brain. Cut, it's another boring guy. Hearing this, Lu Mei curled her lips reluctantly, then she handed the brown sugar water to Lin Hong's hand, and muttered with an unhappy expression, I still have something to do, you feed the rest to this girl to drink. The young people now are very subtle one by one, and they have to be helped by someone like her. Looking at Lu Mei, who ran away without a trace, Lin Hong really wanted to complain, are there really so few normal people around you? How can a school doctor do such a thing that obviously promotes puppy love? Is he too normal, or is the world too crazy? And as far as Shinyuchu is in the current state of steam G, he really can't blow up the furnace by himself. Lin Hong, I want it. Why don't I do it myself? Seeing Lin Hong stunned in place with brown sugar water, Shinyuchu thought the other party was embarrassed. As a result, she wanted to stand up and do it herself. Hey, didn't you let you lean on it well? After perceiving Shinyuchu's plan, Lin Hong hurriedly stepped forward to help him up, and stuffed a pillow behind him again. This is just a little better. Do you want to hurt again? Looking at the young man who was suddenly a little fierce, Shinyuchu pursed her lips and said aggrieved, I just don't want to embarrass you. Chapter 49. Who is behind this? Don't think so much. After knocking on Shinyuchu's little head helplessly, Lin Hong stretched out his hand and pulled a chair aside and sat down in front of the girl. I was afraid you were embarrassed, so I didn't act in the first place. Well. Hearing this, Shinyuchu lowered his head and muttered in a low voice, I thought I was embarrassing you, so? She thought the other party was embarrassed, But she didn't expect that she was worrying about her feelings to eye in the face of this kind of gentle and silent tenderness. It is really difficult for a girl who lacks love not to fall into it. I told you not to think so much, we are friends, right? After cooling the brown sugar water in the spoon slightly, Lin Hong handed it to the girl's lips. Come on, open your mouth. I don't want to trouble others, I want to solve everything by myself. This is a sequelae that will more or less stay after being bullied for a long time. At least Lin Hong thought so. So he also wanted to help Shinyuchu gradually come out. There is nothing wrong with being self-reliant, but sometimes it is not a shame to ask others for help. Appropriately looking at the brown sugar water in front of him, Shinyuchu's eyes flashed with inexplicable emotions. Thank you, Lin Hong, it's nice to have you by your side. While speaking, the girl also smiled and drank the brown sugar water in front of her. At this moment, the food that was originally ordinary to ordinary was full of an inexplicable taste. Looking at the smiling girl in front of him, Lin Hong chuckled and rubbed the other's little head. What a silly girl. I'm obviously very smart, okay? Yes, we Yuchu are the smartest. I always feel like you are fooling me. The wind outside the house blows gently, bringing bursts of floral fragrance, which are intertwined with the warmth inside the house, forming a peaceful and beautiful picture. Looking at the two people interacting in front of the hospital bed, Lu Mei, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but cover her mouth and sneered, oh, this damn youth. If the results are settled at this moment, she must be the best in the audience. A few minutes later, I went to the trail of the school's small shop. There should be a small candy shop, but not necessarily if it warms the baby. If not, you can only buy a hot water bottle first. On the way to the small shop, Lin Hong was also thinking about what to buy later. Although Shinyuchu has nothing to do now, there will be a day of class next. Therefore, whether it is an oral candy for pain relief or a warm baby for external use, it is a necessity. Originally, there should be a warm baby in the school doctor's room, but the last batch just ran out, and the new batch won't arrive until tomorrow. There is no way. He can only go to the small shop to take a chance. However, whether he can buy things in small shops or not. In fact, Lin Hong has no confidence in his heart. After all, Shinyuchu had just scanned all the contents yesterday, and just when Lin Hong was about to cross a small path and take a shortcut to the small shop. At the corner of the road, a guy who looked like a big five suddenly appeared. At the same time, on the way here, a guy who was about the same as this guy also appeared. Lin Hong didn't have to think about it to know that these guys were coming for him. Boy, give us a beating honestly. Looking at Lin Hong, who was already surrounded by himself and others, Park Guo-chang laughed arrogantly. Don't worry, our brothers have a sense of proportion. At most, it means that you can't get out of bed for a few months. As boxing sports students, they are most afraid of fighting with others. As for whether Lin Hong will tell the teacher in the future, they all dared to do so, and naturally there were corresponding solutions, and there is no monitoring here. Even if it is said, there is no evidence that they did it. Just as Park Guo-chang's words fell, Park Yixing on the side also said, brother, don't talk nonsense with him, let's just do it. Compared with his elder brother, Park Guo-chang, Park Yixing, as his younger brother, is more impatient by nature. Watching the two of them slowly surround themselves, Lin Hong adjusted the angle of his body while speaking to several people. Did Lu Zishuan let you come? There are only a few people in the whole school who have a holiday with themselves. One is Lu Zishuan and the other is Ling Qingqiu. Although I'm not sure which one it is, it's always right to report one casually. After hearing the name Lu Zishuan, a strange color flashed in Park Guo-chang's eyes, but he didn't say much, but followed Lin Hong's words and said, it's not good to be too smart, brother. Let's go, just don't kill it. Anyway, they didn't get admitted to the special offer this year, so for the rich reward, just rest assured and do it boldly when it's time to take the money. It's not that the sky is high and the birds are flying, but the sea is wide and the fish leaps. Looking at the two people rushing towards him one after another, Lin Hong didn't dodge for the first time. Instead, when they were almost about 20 centimeters in front of them, they turned slightly sideways to avoid the combined attack of the two. While dodging the attack sideways, he also grabbed the arm of one of them and used a hand with a broken tendon and a broken bone. With a crisp click, Park Yixing's right hand softened weakly. What? Looking at her soft right arm, Parky gave birth to a scream of consciousness, but before the screams lasted for a few seconds, Lin Hong kicked the opponent's neck with a quick whip. The strength of this kick was so great that Park Yixing's brain directly went down. Then he rolled his eyes and knelt down on the ground softly. Brother. Seeing that his brother was subdued in an instant, Park Guo-chang's face instantly became extremely ugly. Although he knew that Lin Hong would dismantle the bones, but I didn't expect that in actual combat, the opponent could actually use it so quickly. According to the information given by that person, isn't this something that needs to be used without resistance? Don't scream, he just fainted. After removing all the bones of Park Yixing's limbs, Lin Hong raised his hand and glanced at the time on his watch. I am a very talkative person, you have 10 minutes to do something. If I'm satisfied when I come back later, I don't mind helping your brother connect the bones. By the way, a reminder, the later you connect, the greater the impact on him in the future. After saying this, Lin Hong turned around and continued to walk in the direction of the small shop. Shinyuchu, the girl, is still waiting in the infirmary, but he doesn't have time to spend here with Park Guo-chang, and compared to doing it yourself, isn't the picture of someone beating green tea better? Damn it! Looking at Lin Hong's gradually disappearing back, Park Guo-chang glanced at his brother, and then decisively ran in one direction. Chapter 50. The one who knows me best is Park Guo-chang. 10 minutes later, Lin Hong was carrying a large bag of supplies and was walking slowly towards the infirmary. It can only be said that people who can become bosses have merits. It was less than one night, and the shelves of the school's small shop were full of goods again. Ah. When Lin Hong returned to the path just now, he saw Park Guo-chang hammering Lu Zishuan on the ground. TSK, it seems that you don't want your brother's limbs to be connected. Seeing that Lu Zishuan's screams were still so full of anger, Lin Hong had to wonder if Park Guo-chang had faked his fist. After all, there is a big difference in body size between the two. In front of Park Guo-chang, Lu Zishuan was no different from a little chick. Hearing this, Park Guo-chang's movements paused for a moment, then he gritted his teeth and kicked Lu Zishuan directly in the middle of his crotch. What? In the next second, a stern scream instantly resounded through the entire grove. If this is put at night, it is said that it is haunted, and some people believe it. Good guy, this product is still there. You know my mind quite well. Seeing Park Guo-chang's actions, Lin Hong had to summarize, those who know me are also Park Guo-chang. Yes, you continue. After saying something lightly or seriously, Lin Hong quickly picked up Park Yisheng's limbs. Don't stop, you have to fight for at least 10 minutes. Otherwise, if I have to, I will tear down your bones once I see you. Don't doubt what I said. You should also know something about the Lu family. Looking at Lin Hong with a genial face, Park Guo-chang felt that his lungs were about to explode. Whether you are the villain or I am the villain, you have to grab the work of the villain, right? Thinking like this, he also silently increased the output power of Lu Zishuan a little bit. TSK, it's terrible. Looking at Park Guo-chang, who was gradually entering a violent state, Lin Hong took the bag and left here after someone from Shuhuang complained. If Lu Zishuan's goods were just beaten up or disabled by mistake, it would be a good choice for him anyway. He has found a more fun toy, and Lu Zishuan's existence has naturally become dispensable. If the police come to find trouble at that time, then he can only say, Arthur, I was scared and anxious. And I obviously didn't do anything. You can't wrong a good person. He was beaten by Park Guo-chang, so what does it have to do with me, Lin Hong? Since this product dares to trouble himself, he has to be prepared to be pitted to death. A few minutes later, in the school infirmary, yo, didn't you say it's just a relationship of friends? Looking at Lin Hong, who came in with a large bag of things, Lu Mei held her chin with one hand and reminded, that girl is asleep, keep your voice down. Teacher, are you sure you are really good at doing this? Perceiving the fire of gossip in the opponent's eyes, Lin Hong twitched the corners of his mouth helplessly. If it weren't for the other party's work permit, he would have to wonder if this product was really a teacher. In other words, the school doctor can be regarded as a kind of teacher. Cut, serious boys generally can only die alone. After glancing at the teenager with disdain, Lu Mei brushed up the short video on her own Lin Hang. Jia Zhangzhen? Instead of continuing to take care of the unscrupulous school doctor, Lin Hong carried the bag and walked into the small compartment with the curtain closed lightly. I saw Shinyuchu at this moment, curled up quietly on the white hospital bed. The soft long hair was scattered on the pillow, like a jet black cloud. The sunlight outside the window came in through the half-concealed curtains, and the mottled light and shadow fell on her face, which was extremely peaceful. I really fell asleep. Looking at Shinyuchu like a kitten, Lin Hong gently put a warm baby on the girl's stomach, and then covered it with a quilt again. What he didn't notice was that at the moment he turned around. At the corner of the girl's mouth, which was supposed to be sleeping, there was a tiny arc. At the same time, in the cold family villa, in the deserted room, because Lang Yuding's slap yesterday was not very strong, Lang Qingqiu's face has not completely disappeared until now. It is precisely because of this that she did not go to school today. Waste, it's all waste. 2 sports students can't beat a general student. Seeing the news from Park Guo-chang, Lang Qingqiu swept all the things on the table to the ground. There is no mistake, it was not Lu Zishuan who hired the 2 brothers Park Guo-chang today, but her Lang Qingqiu. As for Lu Zishuan's goods, he just came over and was beaten up. After all, Lang Qingqiu is not only not in school, but also the eldest lady of the Lung family, and Lu Zishuan is just an outcast of the Lu family. So it's not a matter of who to choose at a glance. Of course, the most important point is that Lin Hong mentioned Lu Zishuan. Otherwise, even if he is looking for a scapegoat, Park Guo-chang will not necessarily go to him. After venting fiercely, Lang Qingqiu calmed down temporarily, and now that the matter is over, I can only think of another way. The reason why she asked Park Guo-chang to block Lin Hong was actually very simple, that is to abolish Lin Hong. A guy who has been abolished, even if he is his own son, is a waste. When he arrives, the Lu family will definitely pick up Lu Zishuan for face. In this way, he can continue to use the other party to suck blood on the Lu family. In an impersonal family like the Lang family, it is natural that Lang Qingqiu would take this for granted. After all, under Lang Juding's education, her heart was actually more distorted than most people. I had a special feeling for Lu Zishuan before, but it was just guided by the will of the world. And now the deviation value of the girl has already reached the level of -10. Naturally, it is impossible to be that one again. Lu Zishuan's existence is all over his heart and eyes. It can only be said that in the current Lang Qingqiu, there is still a certain affection for Lu Zishuan, but not much compared with the previous words. Now it is more based on utilization. I have put the money in the 2-12-138 courier cabinet near the school. If you take it, you will leave for a while. After sending this message, Lung Qingqiu directly took out the phone card and broke it. This is an anonymous calling card. Even if someone comes to the door afterwards, it has nothing to do with yourself anyway. There are so many people in the Leng family villa, so who can prove that this card must be used by her? Leng Qingqiu. Maybe someone deliberately pretended to do it in order to frame her. It seems that we have to change our strategy. Looking at the SIM card in the trash can, a tangled look flashed across Leng Qingqiu's face. If possible, she doesn't want that. Chapter 51, Dry and Wet Separation Life, Planning in Progress. At the same time, in a hospital near Shenzhen Middle School, Doctor. Seeing the doctor in the white coat walking into the ward, Zishuan suddenly grabbed the other's arm with excitement. What's my situation now? Why can't I feel my little brother anymore? At this moment, Zishuan's face was hideous, as if he were an evil spirit crawling out of hell. The reason for this is because he can't feel the existence of his little partner at all. Of course, this does not mean that pain is not perceived, but that there is no command that can go up and down in the past. He vowed that one day he would personally cut Lin Hong to pieces. Damn you, you are walking well on the road by yourself. As a result, a muscular man suddenly soared into the sky, and without saying a word, he grabbed himself and slammed him. Therefore, Lin Hong, who appeared later, naturally became Zishuan's first suspect. In his heart, Park Guochang was the thug Lin Hong had found. Otherwise, why would the other party beat himself up, and why would Lin Hong appear there? All of this must have been done by Lin Hong, a bastard, to get revenge on him. I know you are in a hurry, but don't worry. After pulling Zishuan's hand away forcefully, Lu Haizhu, the chief physician of andrology, pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Because it was delivered in time, your 2 Dragon Balls are barely saved. As for the cavernous body. Having said that, Lu Haizhu paused for a while before continuing to ask, have you been injured in the recent period of time? And it's still a very serious kind. Injured. Hearing Lu Haizhu asking, Zishuan suddenly recalled the meal Lu Rushue gave him when he was at Lu's house. Every time he thought back to that picture, he couldn't wait to bow to the opponent on the spot. Sure enough, I was injured. Looking at Zishuan's unusually ugly face, Lu Haizhu could naturally guess 1 or 2. Although this time he barely saved the Dragon Ball, but the cavernous body was injured, and it directly entered the age of early retirement. To put it simply, Lu Zishuan's 18-year-old body was already able to live the wet and dry life of an 80-year-old man in advance. However, adhering to the concept of taking care of the patient's mood, Lu Haizhu still comforted, you can't hurt the cavernous body anymore, otherwise, you should be prepared to practice the evil sword spectrum. Although he used to be a professional mage, he has been sealed for many years. If this guy in front of him starts to make trouble, it will be more or less troublesome. Hey, what should I do if I suddenly miss the white fool at the entrance of the village? Hearing that he still had a chance to recover, Lu Zishuan's face suddenly burst into excitement. Doctor, you mean I still have treatment? Just as the angler does not accept the Air Force, the West cannot live without Jerusalem. Asa man, if he loses his dear brother, what is the difference between it and death? Although he only had 10 breaths at his peak, but at least there are at least 10 breathing rights that are not. You must know that there is an essential difference between some things and none. Yes, you still have treatment. Looking at Lu Zishuan with an excited expression, Lu Haizhu also nodded perfunctorily, but be careful not to get hurt again, otherwise. Yes, I must keep in mind what the doctor said. While speaking, Lu Zishuan seemed to have seen the moment when he reappeared. Hey, poor child. Looking at the other party's excited appearance, Lu Haizhu shook his head without a trace, then quietly turned and left the ward. People, you still have to have a little hope, but in other words, it was the first time he saw something about the size of bean sprouts. That's it. Sigh, will there really be girls who like it? In the evening, it was 8:20. The entrance of the Shin family villa to the basement, surely. How is it going over there? With an apple-flavored lollipop in his mouth, Shinyuchu walked towards the basement and asked the OL women around him. As far as I know, those old guys seem to have found something wrong. Even when a pig belches one after another in the face of the people around him, he will more or less find something wrong, not to mention the group of old guys in the Shin family, but they are all ghosts and ghosts. Don't worry, miss, everything is going according to plan. After skillfully turning it on for Shinyuchu, all the lights in the basement were turned on. Shirley followed the other party's footsteps while reporting. The accident designer team said it was intentional. The purpose is to get those old things together. The moment they gather, it is time to completely close the net. Due to Shinyuchu's request to complete the date in advance, therefore, the team of designers can only find a way to change the plan from the original one-by-one cleaning up. It is changed to a direct one-pot solution. As for some of the flaws that were deliberately exposed, it was just to guide these people to come together. Otherwise, how could it be possible to show up before the end of the mission by using their teacher's number to help Brother Jaekian? It's the best. You know I don't like unplanned surprises. Before and after arriving at a door in the basement, Shinyuchu turned her head and glanced at Shirley beside her. And I'm in a good mood today. So, your salary is doubled this month. After saying this, she pushed the door and walked into the room. For his own people, Shinyuchu has never been stingy. To put it in a sentence on the internet, the monthly salary is 100W. The direction of the company is the meaning of my life. Monthly salary of 80W. The company is my parents. Monthly salary of 50W. I coexist and die with the company. Monthly salary of 8K, people are under the eaves and have to bow their heads. Monthly salary of 5K, the boss has a pit in his head, and I am saying bad things behind his back. Monthly salary 2K, boss WQNMLGB, which gear do you belong to? I'm curious to raise my claws. If you want a person to follow yourself wholeheartedly, in addition to the fetters of the relationship, appropriate monetary rewards are also necessary. To put it simply, there is actually no difference from dog training. While hitting a big stick, give the opponent another sweet date. Under such repeated operations, even in the rebellious existence, he will become a faithful and reliable loyal dog. After all, not everyone can be like Uncle Lou, and a child can get a large wave of loyal supporters. Thank you, miss. Seeing Shinyuchu's departure, Shirley's eyes couldn't help but flash with complicated emotions. You must know that her salary is 40W a month. At this moment, some thoughts in her heart also began to surge uncontrollably. Chapter 52 The Secret Under the Shin Family Villa, Angry Lin Hong. At the same time, Shinyuchu had already reached the deepest part of the room, eating sugar. This is not like your habit. Looking at the lollipop contained in Shinyuchu's mouth, a middle-aged man with his limbs fixed by chains and covered in tomato juice also spoke in a hoarse voice. Why, is it possible that a guy like you is worthy of being liked? Although the image of a middle-aged man is very embarrassing, he can vaguely tell from his bones that he used to be handsome. But if you can simply dress up, you will definitely be the kind of handsome uncle who fascinates little girls. It's just a boring trick to stimulate the general. Ignoring the ridicule of the middle-aged man, Shinyuchu calmly sat down on a chair not far from the other party. Those old guys won't be able to live for a few days. And after them, it's your turn. Hee, it seems that you really like who you are. Looking at the girl's Furue Wugwa's face, the middle-aged man suddenly laughed presumptuously. If that lucky one knew your true face, it would be very interesting to think about it. What does the immortality of those old guys have to do with themselves? Anyway, there is no difference between him now, and life is not as good as death, maybe, but it's a pity that you shouldn't see that day anymore. After getting up and coming to the middle-aged man, Shinyuchu skillfully removed the opponent's limbs. Looking at the other party's painful appearance, she grabbed the messy hair. And my dear father, your stimulation method is too bad. Don't worry, before the last trace of value is squeezed out, how can I be willing to let you die? What? You beast. Even if it was not the first time he had suffered it, Shinritian couldn't help but scream bitterly at the pain of the bones being forcibly disassembled. Animal. Looking at Shinritian, who was constantly wailing, Shinyuchu was putting the opponent's right hand back. Then, while she began to remove the opponent's fingers, she said in a flat voice, "It's not thanks to you that I have become like this, my dear father. Don't worry, I will let you experience everything that happened to your mother during her lifetime." Even the face of the mother in his memory had begun to blur, but the girl still remembered the scene where the other party desperately protected herself. If it weren't for the existence of the other party, maybe he would have died as early as 10 years ago. What? As the so-called 10 fingers are connected to the heart, the feeling of fingers being broken one by one caused Shinritian's snot and tears to pour out uncontrollably. Asshole, if you have the ability, you will kill me. Don't worry, there will be such a day. After removing the last little thumb, Shinyuchu poured another bottle of potion from the table into the opponent's mouth. Next, please enjoy it. At the entrance of the liquid medicine, a fishy smell burst out in the mouth instantly, but this was not the one that caused Shinritian to collapse the most. It was the few boars held in the fence on the side that collapsed. Shinyuchu, you must not die. Seeing the girl's gradual departure, he used his last strength to shout loudly, "Ah, what's the difference between you and me? It is impossible for a person like you to achieve true happiness. It's really noisy." Looking back at the crazed Shinritian, Shinyuchu pressed the switch on the wall blankly. Kacha. Accompanied by a mechanical sound, the cage that originally held the boar was slowly opened. These pigs were raised on special feed, although their physique was affected to a certain extent, but if it is placed in a normal farm, it is definitely the existence of the pig king. After taking a final look at Shinritian, whose expression was gradually frightened, Shinyuchu's eyes flashed with an imperceptible pleasure. Then father, please enjoy this wonderful night. What? The next day, in the classroom of Shenzhen No. 1 Middle School in the first class of senior high school, looking at the lunchbox that Shinyuchu handed to him, Lin Hong's eyes flashed with an imperceptible tangle, but in less than a second, he reached out and picked up the lunchbox in the girl's hand. No way, that pitiful puppy's eyes are too lethal. If it weren't for his moral stability, he would have been knelt down directly by Shinyuchu. Puff. Perceiving the subtle changes in the boy's expression, Shinyuchu suppressed the inexplicable throbbing in his heart, and said softly, I have tasted it today, and the taste is just right. After learning the lesson of yesterday, it is naturally impossible for her to make a second time. I got up at 4:30 in the morning, and it took another hour and a half to make sure that the cooking was okay, and this is the morning of the girl this morning, except for the time to wash, she is learning to cook. But Shinyuchu's change to IT made many people in the Shin family feel that it would be the end of the world in the next second. After all, as far as the opponent's previous performance, it would be even more outrageous to cook over and over again than Mars colliding with the Earth. Looking at the slight smile at the corner of Shinyuchu's mouth, Lin Hong turned his head slightly embarrassed. This girl is definitely pink cut and black, otherwise how could she guess her careful thoughts so accurately? Try it and see if today's food suits your appetite. After reaching out to open the lid of the lunchbox, Shinyuchu put the spoon in the boy's hand again. It may be a bit hot, be careful. Okay, thanks. Before he finished speaking, Lin Hong noticed a little red skin on the back of the girl's hand. He was proficient in medical skills, and he recognized at a glance that these red spots were due to burns. It's okay, I've already dealt with it. Finding that Lin Hong was looking at the wound on the back of his hand, Shinyuchu smiled and waved his hand. Let's eat first, the roasted wheat won't taste good when it's cold. Because she was not familiar with the steamer, the back of her hand was accidentally burned while operating. She didn't care much about this little injury, so she didn't deliberately remember it. It wasn't until he discovered that something was wrong with Lin Hong's eyes that Shinyuchu realized and reacted. But in order not to worry the other party, she can only say that she has already dealt with it anyway. Rinsing with cold water can be regarded as a kind of treatment for burns. You wait for me here. After speaking, after Lin Hong covered the lunchbox, he got up and walked outside the classroom. Hey? Seeing the boy's back gradually disappearing, Shinyuchu's face couldn't help but flashed with panic. Did he do something wrong? This was the first time she had seen such an angry expression on Lin Hong's face. Chapter 53, Silly Girl, Delicious Lunch. A few minutes later, after returning to the classroom with a small bag, Lin Hong said to Shinyuchu blankly, "Put out your hand." Looking at the young man with a frosty face, Shinyuchu lowered his head and handed his hand over like a child who had done something wrong. Epsilon sad face omicron asterisk, alas. Looking at Shinyuchu, who was the same as a kindergarten child, Lin Hong reluctantly took out a piece of scald cream from the bag. Under the premise of possessing medical skills and being proficient in this skill, it is still easy to identify whether the wound has been well treated. While Shinyuchu's skin was red, it was also accompanied by symptoms of peeling. At most, this situation is rinsed with water, and no medicine is used for treatment. If you continue to drag on, the follow-up may become a bit troublesome. After all, this kind of thing is neither serious nor serious, but if you want to say it's not serious, sometimes it's quite serious. Watching Lin Hong carefully apply ointment to his wound, Shinyuchu pursed her lips and said with a trembling voice, "Yes, sorry." "Don't tell me you're sorry, or, you should say sorry to yourself." Welcoming the girl's clear eyes with grievances, Lin Hong applied the ointment while speaking in a serious tone. "Remember what you promised me before?" Hearing this, Shinyuchu's thoughts suddenly returned to that night. At the same time, she also recalled the words Lin Hong had said to herself on that swing. So learn to protect yourself, at least don't let yourself get hurt easily anymore. Sorry, I won't do it next time. After recalling these, Shinyuchu's eyes immediately flashed with an unclear emotion. It turned out that the other party was angry simply because she didn't protect herself well. You want to have another time? Seeing Shinyuchu's silly appearance, Lin Hong was putting the ointment back into the small bag, then he put the bag in the girl's drawer together. Remember to apply it on time. Otherwise, if the wound is inflamed, don't blame me for hitting your skull. Just this stupid girl, she can still count on how smart the other party is. Let's change his mind a little bit, otherwise, I'm afraid no one will know which corner he will be in one day. There won't be. While speaking, Shinyuchu hurriedly raised his right hand. "I swear, you believe me. Take care of yourself." "It doesn't seem to be either. It's so easy." It seems that just in case, the family still has to arrange more bodyguards. All right, it's the same as the initiation ceremony. Looking at Shinyuchu with a serious expression and a sense of vision that I want to join the party, Lin Hong rubbed her hair helplessly. "I just want to tell you, remember to protect yourself at all times. We are not friends, I will be sad if you get hurt." In order to avoid this stupid girl from turning around and forgetting things, Lin Hong felt that he had to add a wave of vaccination according to the degree of importance he attaches to himself. The effect of this remark is super doubled, although I dare not guarantee 100% success, but at least when this silly girl does certain things in the future, she will think more about her own safety. It's just obvious that Lin Hong underestimated the power of his words. Lin Hong will be sad too. He really cares about me, that I will definitely be with him in the future. Will it be better to have a boy or a girl at that time? Whether it's a dragon and a phoenix, a man and a woman seem to be pretty good. As the fantasy became more and more outrageous, Shinyuchu's cheeks gradually became crimson. This time, if you change the style of painting slightly, the girl's ears will probably burst out of a burst of hot steam. Looking at the girl who inexplicably entered the steam G mode, Lin Hong was also confused by the monk Zhang aired. "I don't seem to have said anything, why all of a sudden?" The plot began to develop in a strange direction, but what the two didn't notice was this moment, someone in the front row of the classroom is staring at them secretly through the mirror. Time is like a bouncing kid who accidentally fell into a ditch. In a blink of an eye, the morning class came to an end. "Lin Hong, can we have dinner together today?" Looking at Lin Hong, who had already taken out his lunch, Shinyuchu also took out his lunch and placed it on the table. Since she knew that the teenager would bring lunch to school, she naturally chose to do so, although based on her requirements for food, it is not impossible to eat window meals in the school cafeteria. Of course, we are friends, aren't we? Looking at Shinyuchu's somewhat nervous appearance, Lin Hong chuckled and nodded. Then he put the dishes from the lunch in the middle. "Come on, let me see what delicious food you have prepared." The girl's ability to take the initiative to ask for dinner with herself shows that she has taken the most critical step, that is to get out of the closed heart. For this kind of behavior, Lin Hong naturally wanted it. It's boring to eat lunch alone, and it doesn't smell good to have an extra cute girl who is soft and can be molested. If it weren't for the worry that Shinyuchu would burn out his head, he would actually like to try the limit of the Steam G mode, just some ordinary food. Looking at Lin Hong's somewhat excited appearance, Shinyuchu became more nervous, because she is not sure whether her food belongs to the category that normal people like, but thinking that Shirley helped plan this lunch, the girl couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thinking like this, Shinyuchu also slowly opened the lunchbox. Immediately afterwards, a rich aroma began to spread out uncontrollably: cheese ribs, sweet and sour tenderloin, stir-fried bergamot, etc. About 6 or 7 dishes are being packed in separate compartments. This tight lunchbox design, while maximizing the retention of calories, can also ensure that each dish is not easily skewered. Looking at the lunchbox in Shinyuchu's hand, Lin Hong also said half-jokingly, "Wow, it seems that I took advantage of it today." Although his own lunch was also 6 dishes, this did not prevent him from being active. I didn't see how nervous the girl was. If he doesn't find a topic to enliven the atmosphere, he is really worried about whether the other party will just pull it over later. You just don't dislike it. Hearing this, Shinyuchu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this food is not annoying to the other party, so next time you can let the kitchen continue to make it like this. What do you dislike? It's delicious when you look at it, okay? While speaking, Lin Hong also unceremoniously picked up a small sweet and sour tenderloin, and just when he was about to send it in the entrance, a voice that was not so liked instantly broke the harmonious atmosphere between the two of them. Chapter 54. If you show your kindness to someone without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. Sorry to interrupt. Ignoring the argumentative gaze of the people around him, Lin Hong put a delicate lunch at the table of the two of them. I misunderstood you the first few times. I'm really sorry. If you don't mind, please accept this lunch, although it is not a precious thing. I made it myself. During the day, when Lin Hong interacted with Shinyuchu, she could see it clearly. Because of this, she thought about using this method to approach Lin Hong in order to be able to escape the control of Ling Bukding, even if it is committed to someone he hates. What about it? At least compared with Li Zhongping's bad old man who was in his 40s and has a wife, Lin Hong is not only young, but also grows quite well. As long as she held it firmly, she didn't want Shinyuchu to do whatever she wanted. As for the so-called self-made food, everyone who wants to come here actually understands it. If you make a phone call and ask your family to send a copy, don't you just do it yourself? Call and ask someone to do it. This guy, what do you think is wrong, okay? Looking at the motionless -10 deviation value on Lin Hong's skull, Lin Hong thought so in his heart, while speaking coldly, put the things there, you can go. This product obviously didn't hold back any good shit, and I'm not a fool. How could it be easy to get on the set? But in order to be able to eat the morning meal on time, it is more important to get rid of it quickly. Anyway, I put the things there, but I didn't say that I would definitely eat them. Okay, then I wish you a pleasant meal. Seeing that Lin Hong didn't directly refuse, Lin Hong couldn't help but put a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. As a sample, it's not easy for my sister to take it personally. After saying this, Lin Hong also turned and returned to his seat. She still understands the principle of boiling frogs in warm water step by step. If you just talk and stay now, you will be unable to find it. It's better to wait for later and continue to blend in slowly. Anyway, there is already a beginning now, so if you want to think about it, you just have to copy it by yourself. As for Shinyuchu's words, they are indeed very beautiful, but in terms of appearance, she is not bad in Shinyuchu, not to mention that she is still the eldest lady of the Leng family, and the other party is just an illegitimate daughter of the Shin family. She believed that as long as she started to hook up with Lin Hong, seriously, Shinyuchu would never be her opponent. The weasel pays homage to the rooster for the new year, and he is uneasy. Looking at Lin Hong's back as he turned to leave, Lin Hong muttered and then prepared to continue eating, but the moment he turned his head, he found someone a little bit not very happy eyes. What's the matter? Welcoming Shinyuchu, who had inexplicably become a little emo, Lin Hong subconsciously stretched out his hand and pressed it to the opponent's forehead. The temperature is normal. Is it that the stomach is uncomfortable again? No, it's not. Hearing this, Shinyuchu poked her finger in frustration. Although he didn't say anything, his little eyes couldn't help but look at the unopened lunch on the table. Puff. After perceiving Shinyuchu's small movements, Lin Hong rubbed the opponent's little head helplessly. I just don't want her to disturb us for lunch. And maybe the goods will be poisoned in it. I'm not stupid, so I won't eat it, okay? This little girl is probably afraid of being snatched away. After all, I finally had a friend, and naturally I took it very seriously. Really. After listening to Lin Hong's explanation, Shinyuchu's beautiful peach blossom eyes once again burst out with a light of joy, but soon she realized that her current behavior seemed a bit too obvious. I'm just a little bit. I'm a little worried that you will ignore me in the future. In the conversation with Shinritian last night, although Shinyuchu didn't seem to care, he was extremely entangled and panicked in his heart. She was afraid that one day when Lin Hong discovered her true self, she would choose to leave without looking back, and Lin Hong, a girl with a good appearance and family background, showed her kindness to Lin Hong, which naturally caused panic in her heart. I have to say, Jiang is still old and spicy. Even if Shinritian was bent on dying, it still aroused the greatest fear in the girl's heart. But it can also be understood as the scariest thing in the female frequency, that is, he doesn't love me anymore. There is no way. For Shinyuchu, who has been in love for more than 10 years, Lin Hong is like a Pandora's box that has been opened and full of temptation. Once the door of desire is opened, it is difficult to close it again. After all, the desire in the human heart is like a rolling stone in a high mountain, and once it starts to roll down, it will never stop. Silly girl, did you forget that we pulled the hook? After gently flicking the girl's smooth forehead, Lin Hong said with a smile on his face, Lin Hong, I will never ignore Shinyuchu. With such a cute little girl, how could anyone have the heart to ignore each other? If it weren't for worrying about scaring the other party, Lin Hong would have wanted to tie him back to the tower village as the wife of the village. After all, three-legged toads are easy to find these days, but cute and simple girls are rare. This degree of preciousness is not to say that it is rarer than a national treasure, but it is actually almost half the same. Hee hee, I remember. Clutching the brain that had been bounced, Shinyuchu nodded with a smile like a flower. It was one of her few good memories, so how could she forget it? And the most important thing is Lin Hong's attitude at the moment, which makes the girl feel a kind of emotion called peace of mind. Okay, let's eat first. Looking at Shinyuchu's stupid appearance, Lin Hong opened the rice and handed it to the girl. If the food gets cold in a while, we will have to eat rice. As for Lang Qingqiu's lunchbox, he naturally didn't bother to take a look. The ghost knows if there is anything strange in it, so he should just take it and throw it away later, but you can heat it up. After receiving the lunchbox handed over by the teenager, Shinyuchu subconsciously said, there is a microwave oven in the cafeteria, which is specially used for students to heat lunch. Looking at Shinyuchu, who suddenly became serious, Lin Hong wanted to say something. Girl, let's not be so serious about eating, shall we? At this time, in the front row of seats, a trace of imperceptible anger flashed in Lang Qingqiu's eyes. After all, Lin Hong's voice was not small, so she naturally heard it word for word. Originally, I thought Lin Hong accepted the bento because he was addicted to his beauty. Unexpectedly, the reason was that he didn't want to be disturbed for lunch. Is this reasonable? Is this polite? She, Lang Qingqiu, the daughter of the Lang family, a lunch made by the school flowers of Shenzhen No. 1 Middle School. The reason you Lin Hong accepted is that you don't want others to disturb lunch. Except for this, Lin Hong didn't even want to move the lunch he had prepared. At this moment, the resentment of Lin Hong in Lang Qingqiu's heart rose again. She vowed that as long as she took the opponent by herself, she would have to suffer the most cruel punishment for a man in the world. And just at the level of Lang Qingqiu's resentment, it had already come to the time when the cursed spirit was about to be born. A voice that was a little wilted, but it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 55. Lang Qingqiu was numb, Lu Zishuan was useless. Shinyuchu smiled. Qingqiu is so good, I finally found you. Qingqiu. Looking at Lang Qingqiu, who was reading quietly in the front row, Lu Zishuan forcibly corrected his first step using a silky slide rail. He came to the opponent in an instant. Qingqiu, believe me, that video is definitely synthetic. Due to the powerful influence of the aura of green tea, Lu Zishuan has a resilience that is different from ordinary people. It's only been one night, and he can barely get out of bed and walk, although the way of walking is a very unsightly crab step, and this is the reason why the club chose to enter by sliding rail. In addition to wanting to express one's sincerity, it is more about avoiding being discovered every step of the way. It's like a drowning person, always thinking about catching something. Lu Zishuan now wants to firmly grasp Lang Qingqiu, so that he is qualified to be on the table, although there are still people in Lu's family who support him, who would hate that he has so many chips. Not to mention, the chip of Lang Qingqiu is still very positive that if you have money and face, you still follow what you say. Once, this kind of superb girl, Lu Zishuan would only let go if he was stupid. As long as you show your insatiable tongue, Lang Qingqiu will definitely rise again. Surrender to his superb ventriloquism. Looking at Lu Zishuan, who was sliding all the way to him, Lang Qingqiu became even more irritable at this moment because of Lin Hong's already irritable mood. The girl in the sober state has no affection for this product. In addition, Lang Yuding was still urging her. She didn't want to put on her lower body for this guy. Please stay away from me. After forcefully suppressing the urge to give Lu Zishuan a kick, Lang Qingqiu tore off the trouser leg that was held in his hand by the opponent, while speaking calmly, it's just 3 things, Lu Zishuan, you let me down too much. If it weren't for avoiding it, he would continue to deepen the bad impression in Lin Hong's heart. This meeting, she absolutely has to teach this, the guy who deceived herself 3 times and twice. No, Qingqiu is not like this. Feeling the sense of alienation in the girl's words, Lu Zishuan's heart also vaguely felt uneasy, because he found that the other parties seemed to be a little different from before. No matter how angry Lang Qingqiu used to be, he would only call himself Zishuan, not Lu Zishuan with his first name and last name. What else can it be? While speaking, Lang Qingqiu led the topic to Lin Hong without a trace. It's all because of your misleading. I misunderstood Lin Hong several times. Don't your conscience hurt if you slander others 2 or 3 times like this? Due to the decrease in the deviation value, coupled with the influence of Lin Hong's own anti-intellectual aura. At least at this moment, Lang Qingqiu's mind was extremely clear, and she knew what she wanted. And now that Lu Zishuan has been abolished, it is natural to use the waste, and this wave of dialogue can actually be regarded as a show of loyalty to Lin Hong in disguise. You see, it was for you, Lin Hong, that I scolded Lu Zishuan in front of everyone, and with this level of relationship, you Can't just perfunctory yourself after Lin Hong. It can only be said that after getting rid of Lu Zishuan's influence, Lang Qingqiu exerted his egoism to the extreme. Every word, everything, is full of calculations. No, it's not like this. Looking at the extremely strange Lang Qingqiu in front of him, Lu Zishuan was completely panicked. After hugging the girl's thigh, he said anxiously, "Qingqiu, listen to my explanation, it's not like that. This is different from the agreed script. It shouldn't be that as soon as you perform ventriloquism by yourself, the opponent will be directly taller. Do you choose to forgive? Why is it suddenly turned into a trial conference now, and it's still the kind to please Lin Hong? Is it that I didn't wake up, or is the world crazy? What? Let go, you let me go." The sensitive part was suddenly hugged by Lu Zishuan, and Lang Qingqiu subconsciously smashed the things on the table on the opponent's forehead. Although she is a delicate egoist, deep down in her heart, she still has a girly mentality. Even if he was ready to commit to Lin Hong, he was only ready in his heart, and if Lu Zishuan is allowed to continue making trouble like this, it will be hard to say what Lin Hong will think of himself at that time. Therefore, whether it was for her lower body or the second half of her life, she had to stop Lu Zishuan's perverted behavior. What? Accompanied by a stern scream, Lu Zishuan covered his head in pain. I saw the position of the gap between his fingers, and he could still vaguely see the billowing mist constantly steaming. The weather is not cold now, therefore, if you want to see the steaming mist, there is only one choice, and that is the hot water. There is nothing wrong with it. Lang Qingqiu threw the thermos cup out in a hurry. But because the mouth of the thermos cup was not screwed properly, Lu Zishuan was directly poured on his head. Seeing Lu Zishuan rolling on the ground, and the shocked gaze of the surrounding students, Lang Qingqiu said that he was numbed. It's impossible to stay away from Lu Zishuan now. After all, she still has to face it. If this is regardless of the opponent's life or death, God knows what these people will pass on to them later. 1 minute later, looking at Lu Zishuan, who staggered out of the classroom with the help of Lang Qingqiu. While pulling the rice in the bowl, Shinyuchu whispered to Lin Hong, "I always feel like I'm watching a circus show every day." "Ah, you still summed it up very well." Hearing this, Lin Hong also retracted his gaze. These two goods are resting on the love and hatred of the madman and mad woman. Let's just watch it as a joke, don't worry about it at all. Whether it was Lu Zishuan or Lang Qingqiu, his favorability and credibility with him were zero. As long as they don't mess with themselves, it doesn't matter if they get together. Anyway, in the end, it's just a gasoline barrel, or the difference between two gasoline barrels. It's no big deal. What you said makes sense. Recalling the performances of Lang Qingqiu and Lu Zishuan in the past few days, Shinyuchu nodded seriously. Then do we want to give some reward money? After all, if you go to the circus to watch a show, you have to give a reward. Anyway, he is also a harlequin who works hard to perform every day. If you don't pay more, what if there is a strike? Although she didn't have the idea of watching a play, Lin Hong seemed to like watching the excitement. If the other party strikes suddenly, the teenager might be bored if he wants to come puff. Looking at Shinyuchu's serious face, Lin Hong really couldn't help laughing directly. No, those two goods are not worthy of receiving rewards. Well, forget it. Looking at the girl's cute appearance, Lin Hong suddenly thought of a fun thing. By the way, Yuchu, are you interested in making a bet with me? Chapter 56 Lu Zishuan Mediterranean Limited Edition. Doctor, what's his situation now? Looking at Lu Zishuan, who was humming on the hospital bed inside, Lang Qingqiu asked the school doctor on the side, is it a skin injury or something? The delivery was quite timely, and the burns were not too serious. After putting the iodophore and other medicines back in place, Lu Mei paused for 2 seconds and lowered her voice and said, it's because I didn't rinse with cold water in time. So your classmate's future hair volume may be affected to a certain extent. As soon as possible after being scalded, the wound area should be rinsed with flowing water immediately. This can reduce the local temperature to avoid continuous high temperature, but obviously Lu Zishuan did not do this, so his hair follicles received a certain impact. Although some simple treatments have been done, there is no way for the damaged hair follicles to recover. Maybe there will be no problem in the short term, but the sequelae should come out after a long time. The first is that the hair will gradually dry out and lose vitality, and then it will start the trouble of most middle-aged men, hair loss. But Lu Zishuan's injury was still on the top of his head, and his appearance after he was bald was probably thinking that this child could have such an old-fashioned hairstyle at a young age. Lu Mei didn't know what to say for a while. After listening to Lu Mei's description, the image of Lu Zishuan's bald head immediately appeared in Lang Qingqiu's mind. How to put it? It's a bit spicy. You go and give him these anti-inflammatory drugs. After handing an anti-inflammatory pill to the girl, Lu Mei went to the side and wrote a medical report. Although he is only a school doctor, he still has to record what should be recorded. After all, some time ago, there was a school doctor who did not record the use of medicine, and then the student suffered a problem and was falsely accused of 300,000 yuan. She didn't want to use her family to bet on the kindness of a stranger. Looking at the medicine stuffed into his hands, although Lang Qingqiu didn't want to contact Lu Zishuan very much, he had no other choice. With the skin of a human face and tree, there are some things she has to do for face. Qingqiu, listen to my explanation. And when Lang Qingqiu first came to the hospital bed, Lu Zishuan held her arm with excitement. Things are really not what you think. Can you listen to my explanation? Although he already hated each other in his heart, Lu Zishuan did not show any abnormal behavior on the surface. Even if you really want to retaliate against the girl, at least you have to get the property of the Lang family. If you tear your face with Lang Qingqiu now, not only will the Lang family's considerable wealth be lost, but it will also lose a shortcut to return to the Lu family. And as long as he can return to the Lu family, he believes that with his insatiable tongue, he will be able to brainwash the Lu family again. At the time, whether it is Lu Rushui or Lu Rumo, he will only be Lu Zishuan's warm bed maid, and Xiao Wanqing's words are not impossible. As for Lin Hong, the culprit, he must break his leg and lock him in the basement. At that time, this is not over yet. I have to face Lin Hong in person. Thinking of Shinyuchu's beautiful face, Lu Zishuan's eyes flashed with imperceptible greed. That's right, he has already investigated Shinyuchu's identity. After all, the school is only such a big place in total, and it is difficult for Shinyuchu to make such a big change without letting anyone know. Looking at Lu Zishuan's burned and somewhat red skin on his face, Lang Qingqiu resisted the impatience in his heart and said coldly, "There is nothing to explain, there is no possibility between me and you. If the other party is still the young master of the Lu family, then she doesn't have to go to great lengths to hook up with Lin Hong, but now that things have happened, it's too late to say anything now. I have no choice at the moment, either marry Lin Hong or that bad old man Li Zhongping." Thinking of those dead girls, Lang Qingqiu couldn't help but shudder subconsciously. God knows if he marries Li Zhongping, will he suddenly die one day? No, Qingqiu, don't talk like that. Seeing Lang Qingqiu's impatient appearance, Lu Zishuan suddenly said eagerly, "We are childhood sweetheart, don't you know me yet? All this is Lin Hong's trick, in order to alienate the two of us. Don't you know if I will do something like that in the past 10 years of getting along, and the eldest sister is coming back soon. At that time, she will definitely get justice for me and make Lin Hong's ugly face public. If he loses the great injustice of Lang Qingqiu, then how can he encroach on the property of the Lang family? Moreover, without the help of the other party, it will be much more difficult to return to the Lu family by yourself. Therefore, no matter what, he will not give up on the other party so easily." "You really didn't you lie to me?" Looking at Lu Zishuan's sincere appearance, Lang Qingqiu's heart was shaken. At the same time, the alienated look on his face also eased a little unconsciously, and such a change occurs, except for the impact of the negative 10-point deviation value. The more reason is actually the effect of Lu Zishuan's last sentence. Yes, Lu Ruyan will be back soon. As the most favored young master of the Lu family, she knew how much Lu Ruyan loved Lu Zishuan. I think that when that time comes, the other party should be able to return to Lu's house smoothly. After all, many things in the Lu family in the past few years seem to be dominated by Lu Ruyan. She is capable and still the eldest daughter. If the other party insists on taking Lu Zishuan home, the Lu family will agree if they want to come. At that time, Lu Zishuan will become the young master of the Lu family again. Really, I swear I really didn't lie to you. Seeing that Lang Qingqiu's attitude began to change, Lu Zishuan immediately took advantage of the victory to pursue and hold the girl's hands. All this is the conspiracy of that guy Lin Hong, in order to break up the two of us. He has already decided. As long as you can fool into the cold autumn again, you must find a chance to cook raw rice into cooked rice. By then, the opponent's stomach would be big, and it would be useless for the Lang family to admit it even if they didn't want it. Of course, if Lang Jingding knew what Lu Zishuan thought, it is estimated that it will only reward a large sum of money, and let people take Lang Qingqiu to a private place to deal with it cleanly. I want to use a woman to threaten the Lung family, I'm afraid. It's not that I didn't wake up, but in that video, obviously. They are all synthetic, and many videos on the internet are processed like that now. Without waiting for Lang Qingqiu to finish speaking, Lu Zishuan hurriedly replied, "That guy Lin Hong is simply too despicable. He must have found someone to synthesize a fake video in order to separate the two of us. Because it has been finalized on Hulina's side in advance. So he can be sure that the video in Lin Hong's hands is absolutely fake. In order to confirm this matter with Hulina, she had almost spent all the money she brought out of the Lu family. Fortunately, Lu Ruyan funded another 100 WS in the follow-up, otherwise he might have fallen into the street to eat soil. And Lu Zishuan's words are well-founded, coupled with the influence of the will of the world plus Lin Hong's operations this morning. It also made Lang Qingqiu's brain, which was not very smart at first, make the final choice. Chapter 57 Yuchu, we agreed on a knee pillow. Damn it, this Lin Hong is so damn it. After swinging his fists viciously, Lang Qingqiu immediately took Lu Zishuan's hands in reverse. "Zishuan, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Except for the influence of a small part of the will of the world, the biggest reason for the girl to do this was to take into account Lu Ruyan. Even if Lu Zishuan did not return to the Lu family in the end, he could still live a very nourishing life with his back against the big tree Lu Ruyan, and he only needs to hold on to Lu Zishuan, so he can continue to benefit from Lu Ruyan's body. In this way, the old guy Lang Jingding probably wouldn't let himself marry Li Zhongping. In addition, Lin Hong's attitude in the morning also made Lang Qingqiu understand that attacking the opponent is not a simple matter, unless some special means are used. Otherwise, if you want to really take down the opponent, it may take months or even a year, and what she lacks most now is time. After all, the old thing Lang Jingding wouldn't give himself too much time. If Lin Hong is not dealt with in a short time, the other party will definitely give her to the old man Li Zhongping. Based on the influence of these factors, Lu Zishuan has naturally become the safest choice at present. It's okay, Qingqiu, it's not your fault. Seeing that the girl was fooled and lame by herself again, Zishuan immediately said affectionately, "This is all the fault of that guy Lin Hong, he is simply too despicable." Although he really wanted to punish Ling Qingqiu, he also knew that now was not the time. Only after the raw rice is cooked into cooked rice can he act after he has completely grasped the opponent. Although the two of them hadn't said a few words just after they got together, their hearts were full of their own calculations. From this point of view alone, it can be regarded as an unexpected match. The green tea man is matched with the scheming woman, and it looks pretty good. Yes, it's all the fault of that guy Lin Hong. Hearing this, Ling Qingqiu also borrowed a donkey from the slope, and scolded with a look of indignation, "No, I must go to him for an explanation." She would not give up this opportunity to mend her relationship with Zishuan so easily. "Anyway, I have already planned to give up Lin Hong, so what if I offend a little more? In addition, the other party insulted himself like that in the morning. In this wave, you can just return this breath." Hearing that Ling Qingqiu was going to trouble Lin Hong, Zishuan only felt numb. As long as you go to trouble that guy, it seems that he is the one who was unlucky in the end. Thinking of this, Zishuan immediately said, "But we can't beat him. What if he does something to us? If you don't say it directly, you will feel guilty, and you can only turn around and express your opinions in this way." Although this expression is a bit embarrassing, he really doesn't want to trouble Lin Hong anymore. At least, I don't want to until my eldest sister comes back. But facing the naked hint, Ling Qingqiu didn't understand it. Or she was selectively incomprehensible. "Don't worry, this time we are on the side of righteousness." After reaching out and holding Zishuan's hands tightly, Ling Qingqiu said in words, "Zishuan, you just rest here, I'll go find that guy. If Lin Hong dares to do it, I will let my father fire him." After speaking, without giving the other party time to react, he quickly turned around and walked towards the door of the infirmary. Looking at Ling Qingqiu, who quickly turned around and left, Zishuan would really like to scold a psychopath. "Really, do you still think of yourself as the protagonist of Hot-Blooded Fan?" Although he cursed in his heart, but he still resisted the discomfort on his skull and quickly followed in the direction of the girl's departure. This is all ready to take the girl out later, and then come directly to a wave of raw rice and cooked rice. If there is any change, I will really faint in the toilet crying. TSK, it's so exciting. Looking at the two people who left one after another, Lume silently threw the melon seed shells into the trash can. The students are developing so fast now, and the scenes of this wealthy couple have been completed. If it takes another 2 years, will Alistan be staged, 1 woman and 5 men? It's quite exciting to think about it. And just when Lume was still feeling emotional. On the other side, in the classroom of the first class of senior high school, because Lin Hong didn't deliberately lower the volume when talking to Shinyuchu. Therefore, now the students in the first class of senior high school are basically aware of the gambling contract between the two. So at this moment, they all couldn't help but look at the gate of the class. The people who will come in there will affect the happy lives of many people in the future. After all, Lin Hong and Shinyuchu have already made a bet, and naturally many students choose to make a bet with their own table. And in the eyes of everyone's attention, a figure also appeared at the door of the classroom at this time. Seeing everyone staring straight at themselves, Ling Qingqiu couldn't help but pause in his footsteps. I don't know why, she always feels that the eyes of these guys seem to be a little bit. What is the expectation? But thinking of what Lin Hong did in the morning, she put aside this doubt. "Lin Hong, you despicable guy, why do you want to slander Zishuan?" It's just the next second Ling Qingqiu hadn't waited for Lin Hong's explanation, but ushered in a reply from the two-level differentiation of the first class of senior high school students. Some people waved their fists excitedly, while others knocked on the table emotively. Even some people directly shouted sadly, "My money, my pen, my cucumber." In short, the atmosphere of the scene is called lively. People who don't know, I'm afraid they think they are in a market. After all, the bet between Lin Hong and Shinyuchu was to bet on whether Ling Qingqiu would accuse him of slandering Zishuan after he returned, and obviously, some people have made the wrong choice. Yuchu, it seems that I won. Ignoring the dull Qingqiu with a confused face, Lin Hong turned to look at the girl beside him. "Don't forget our bet." "No. Will not forget." Welcoming the smiling eyes of the young man, Shinyuchu blushed slightly and whispered, "I'll bring you lunch for a month, and, there is also a month's knee pillow." Although her face was slightly flushed, perhaps only the girl herself knew how excited she was in her heart. As far as she is concerned, this is the punishment for the failure of the bet, and it is clearly another kind of reward in disguise. I'm worried that there is no suitable opportunity to improve my relationship with Lin Hong. Isn't it just this time? So don't prepare blindly before you have a chance. Even if you prepare, you may not be able to use it. Looking at Shinyuchu with a blushing face, Lin Hong's mouth also had a touch of obscenity at the corner of his mouth. Meaningful smile. It's okay to say that you feel good when you see the color, or you feel distressed. He does have the idea of developing with each other for a long time. After all, 3-legged toads are easy to find these days, but such a simple and cute little girl is rare. Just don't know why, he always has the feeling that he is raising a daughter. If this is the case, it won't be a ghost. It's with Ali. No, what's the situation now? Unlike the students in the first class of senior high school, Ling Qingqiu was completely ignorant at this moment. She didn't even want to break her head and didn't want to understand what the current situation was, and just when the girl was puzzled, a voice instantly attracted most people's attention. Chapter 58. You said I wronged you. Such familiar words. Qingqiu, you wait for me, Qingqiu. Seeing that Lin Qingqiu was still standing in front of the gate of the first class of senior high school, Zishuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If the girl hasn't entered the classroom yet, maybe she hasn't bothered Lin Hong yet. So what we have to do now is to take it away quickly, and then find a place to cook the raw rice into cooked rice. He still understands this kind of thing when the late one changes. And Zishuan's call also gradually brought Lin Qingqiu's slightly divergent thoughts back together. And no matter what happens in the class, it will definitely have nothing to do with Lin Hong. Therefore, she decided that today, she would put the new hatred and the old hatred together with the other party. Just when Zishuan wanted to continue talking about something, Lin Qingqiu was the first to speak. Zishuan, you are here. After chuckling and nodding at Zishuan, she directly pointed her finger at Lin Hong in the back row. Lin Hong, wouldn't it hurt your conscience to slander others? Today you must apologize to Zishuan. Otherwise, I will definitely make you regret it. But after saying this, Lin Qingqiu subconsciously glanced at Zishuan beside him. When he found out that the opponent did not use himself as a meat shield, he refocused his attention on Lin Hong. Today she must make this nasty guy pay for the arrogant behavior she once did. She, Lin Qingqiu, is not a kind person. Don't worry, these two guys can't do anything big. After reaching out and rubbing Shinyuchu's little head to show that he was relieved, Lin Hong turned to look at the two people in front of the classroom gate. However, he did not respond to Lin Qingqiu's question, but turned his gaze to Zishuan on the side. Yo, Xiao Chang, is it you who ordered it this time? Now that these two goods have been used, the purpose of abducting Shinyuchu has been achieved, then it's almost time for it to be scrapped. Otherwise, if he is allowed to continue to babble, it will still affect his mood. MD, why are you pointing the finger at me again? Seeing that Lin Hong actually pointed the finger at himself again, Zishuan said that he was really numb, or the kind that was completely numb. I haven't put one fart here, so you just put the kitchen knife on my neck. Is there any law? Is there still a king's law? But even if he kept beeping in his heart, he had to make a little expression. After all, the previous behavior of letting Lin Qingqiu be a meat shield had already made him feel strongly dissatisfied with himself. If the opponent is still in front of him this time, God knows if something bad will happen. So after forcibly suppressing the violent emotions in his heart, Zishuan immediately changed into a weak, pitiful, and helpless expression. Classmate Lin Hong, what are you talking about? Let me listen. But before he could finish speaking, Lin Hong interrupted. Classmate Ling said that I slandered you. Do you have anything to say about this? As the casting of the spell was forcibly suspended, Zishuan's face couldn't help but stiffen for a moment. I have prepared a whole set of miserable little tricks, and it's okay to be stillborn before I come out. I'm still not letting people play anymore. Do you know that you are committing a foul like this? That's enough. Why are you targeting Zishuan like this? At this time, Lin Qingqiu on the side didn't know what he had discovered, or simply ignored it. He directly stopped in the middle of the two of them, and said to Lin Hong, it's true that you slandered Zishuan. Do you want to just cover up the past like this? Although I don't want to say it, classmate Lin Hong, you shouldn't slander me. Seeing this situation, Zishuan also immediately made an assist. I know you also like Qingqiu, but you like this kind of thing in both directions. You can't just want to break us up for your own lusts. Although it is useless to betray the miserable little combo, the damage of this set of combination punches is also not low. Not only completely tied Lin Qingqiu to himself, but also constructed Lin Hong into a villain who couldn't be loved. Because he couldn't get Lin Qingqiu's gaze and love, he slandered the villain who separated the two of them. Well, you said I slandered you. This sentence is not familiar to Lu. After taking the phone out of the drawer, Lin Hong spoke to Zishuan in no hurry. Then you say, how on earth did I frame you? Damn it, why do you keep targeting me with this cock hair? Obviously Lin Qingqiu is the one who took the initiative to trouble you. After beeping in his heart, Zishuan's face immediately changed to an unspeakable expression. That's it. You are the one who put my head on the man who rolled the sheets. As soon as these words came out of the eyes of everyone present, almost all subconsciously looked at Lin Hong's mobile phone. It's just Chinese nature to eat melons, but there are also many girls who are less courageous, blushing, and blocking their eyes with their hands. If the gap between the fingers is smaller, the credibility will be slightly higher, and to say that the only person on the scene with a bad face may be Lin Qingqiu, are you sure it's that kind of video? Looking at Zishuan's pretended tweaking posture, Lin Hong raised the mobile phone in his hand and said with a playful expression, I advise you, it's best to think about it and talk about it. Sometimes traps do not have to be hidden in the dark, and putting them out in a fair manner will make the enemy afraid of their heads and tails, and this is the so-called Yangmo. After perceiving the unkind smile at the corner of Lin Hong's mouth, Zishuan's whole body became numb again. How is this situation different from what I thought it could be? What other video does the other party have in hand? But he immediately changed his mind. No matter what the video is, as long as he bites it to death, it's peas. As a result, Zishuan also changed into a weak, pitiful, and helpless suit again. Classmate Lin Hong, what the hell did I do? You want to target me like this? Obviously I haven't done anything, although I don't know what the video is, but I know your peas video is definitely not serious. Otherwise, how could Qingqiu be misunderstood? Didn't do anything? What about slandering me after you slapped yourself and jumped into the pool? Seeing that the atmosphere was almost there, Lin Hong played out the video stored in his mobile phone, because it was connected to the projection of the classroom in advance. Therefore, the video in the mobile phone is also directly projected on the screen of the blackboard. Chapter 59. Something is not right. At this time, the content playing on the screen is two completely different screens. Point 1 is a picture of the Liu family villa, and the other is a real-time video of the front desk of a hotel. Regarding the content of the Liu family villa, it was naturally Liu Zishuan's self-directed and self-acted performance that day.as for the real-time video recording of the front desk of another hotel. Wang Defa found the front desk of the hotel to take the whole process of monitoring, as well as the footage in the monitoring.as can be seen from the surveillance footage. Liu Zishuan was walking into the hotel room with a sexy dressed woman in his arms. The people present are basically mature beings, therefore, everyone naturally knows what will happen in the future. After all, when a man and a woman go to a hotel, is it possible that they are going to study? So at this moment, the students in the first class of senior high school couldn't help but cast envy, contempt, and disgusted Liu Zishuan one after another. As for those who looked at Lin Hong, most of them had sympathetic eyes. You said this is a good school flower. Why are your eyes so bad? Not only was he put on a green hat by the scumbag man, but he was also deceived twice by others 3 times. No, these are all fake. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more unfavorable to him, Liu Zishuan hurriedly unplugged the power supply of the projector. Afterwards, he yelled at Lin Hong impatiently, "Lin Hong, you have gone too far. You actually used this synthetic video to frame me." Synthetic video. Looking at Liu Zishuan, who was still stiff-mouthed, Lin Hong sneered disdainfully, "Then do you want me to find a few witnesses or technical experts to check it out?" You. Hearing this, Liu Zishuan was choked in an instant, because he has really been to that hotel. I am afraid that the surveillance video is also true. If this is really checked by a technical expert, wouldn't he just finish the calf? But Liu Zishuan was also very clear that he would never admit this matter to himself. Otherwise, let's not talk about whether the reputation is smelly or not. This is so bad that PUA is afraid that IT will blow again in the cold autumn. After trying to understand this, he hurriedly changed his words. "Who knows if you will collude with those people? I don't believe you." Enough. But before Lin Hong could answer, Ling Qingqiu on the side had already slapped Liu Zishuan with a gloomy expression. As an existence who has lived with a teenager for more than 10 years, she naturally knew that the other party was obviously panicked at that moment. And what does this show? It shows that Liu Zishuan has indeed done those things. Therefore, the anger of being deceived at this moment instantly overshadowed his sanity, and Ling Qingqiu slapped him subconsciously. But soon she realized one thing, that is, she would have to rely on Liu Zishuan to live in the future. So after taking a deep breath, she directly pulled the other person around and left here. This time it's a shame, and a big shame. So let's find a place to calm down a little bit first. TSK. Why does it feel a little bit wrong? Seeing the deviation value of plus or minus 20 on Ling Qingqiu's skull clearly turned out to be, Lin Hong frowned strangely. It stands to reason that the girl in this meeting shouldn't have turned on the mode of beating Liu Zishuan. What the hell is this sudden turning around and leaving? Is it because you want to find a place where there is no one to beat up, just when he wanted to ask the girl in the system if there was a bug? Shinyuchu's crisp voice brought it back to reality. Lin Hong, are you going to? Do you want to rest your knees here? Hearing this, Lin Hong instantly emptied the doubts in his mind. Md. At this time, I don't care how she reacts to Ling Qingqiu. 10 minutes later, on a bench on the roof of the school. Is this all right? Looking at Lin Hong, who was putting his head on his lap, Shinyuchu squeezed the hem of his shirt nervously. Do you want to put on another coat, in case you catch a cold later? It won't be good. As we all know, the school strictly prohibits students from having puppy love behavior. Although the two are not boyfriend and girlfriend, it is better not to be seen by the teacher with things like knee pillows. Because of this, the two of them will come to this rooftop. Not only can it overlook the entire campus, but few people come here on weekdays. After all, except for a certain small group of students, most of the students at this stage are still very obedient. Therefore, for the rooftop that is classified as a restricted area by the school, it is natural to choose to avoid it. That's it. Raising his eyes to meet Shinyuchu's slightly shy eyes, Lin Hong stretched out his hand and pinched the other party's soft cheeks, and said softly, "If your legs are sore, tell me, I'll just lie down for a while." Okay. Feeling the warm touch on her cheeks, Shinyuchu pursed her lips a little embarrassedly. "Take a good rest, I will watch the time." If she continues, she seems to be a little unable to control herself or finally made a good progress with the teenager. Shinyuchu didn't want to make the other party feel like a casual woman because of this, but I really want to taste Lin Heng's taste. For a warm person like him, it should be warm to bite. Yuchu. Seeing Shinyuchu's gradually ruddy cheeks, Lin Hong did not continue to tease each other, but asked softly, "Do you have anything you want to do in the future?" After the current stage of the goal has been set, it is time for the girl to look at the long term. Otherwise, if you have been limited to the present, there will be more or less bad things, the future. Hearing this, Shinyuchu inevitably fell into contemplation. It seems that she has never thought about this issue. Her goal has always been to punish those scum and get rid of the established destiny on this basis, but after trying to get rid of the established destiny, what should I do by myself? This was something Shinyuchu had never thought of. She was at a loss for her future. If you don't know what you want to do, you might as well set yourself a goal for the next stage for the time being. After perceiving Shinyuchu's confusion, Lin Hong stretched out his hand and gently scraped the girl's nose. For example, first take the exam for a favorite university. After I got to the university, I was determining what to do next. Although the possibility of deliberate induction is not ruled out, Lin Hong does want Shinyuchu to look at the long-term. High school is the last ivory tower of childhood, and when it comes to university, it is actually a small society. Instead of being at a loss when the time comes, it is better to prepare a little in advance. Choosing a favorite university is also to let Shinyuchu find what he desires in his heart. Once you learn to pursue what you desire, then the other party will definitely get a certain amount of growth. Truly caring about a person is not to give the opponent prison-like protection, but to enable him to continue to strengthen himself. This time, Lin Hong was exactly like this. He wanted Shinyuchu to really grow up. In this way, even if he is gone one day, the other party can protect himself well. My favorite university. While whispering, Shinyuchu lowered his eyes and looked at the young man in front of him. The warm sun poured on each other's faces, just like the afternoon sun that day, warm and gentle. This moment, Shinyuchu found that he seemed to have found the future that he had never imagined, but just when the two of them were quiet, a strange atmosphere was exuding in a pavilion in the school. Chapter 60. Lu Zishuan and Lin Qingqiu plot against each other. At this time, in the pavilion, Lin Qingqiu and Lu Zishuan were looking after each other speechlessly. Although neither of them spoke on the surface, the inner activities of the two of them were extremely exciting. While comforting herself, Lin Qingqiu was still thinking about how to get more benefits from Lu Ruyan in the future. Lu Zishuan's words were thinking about how to repool Lin Qingqiu in order to achieve the purpose of continuing to use each other. Although the things I thought about were not the same, I didn't actually hold back any good shit. Qingqiu, I can explain this matter, actually. After thinking about the solution for a while, Lu Zishuan planned to think of a good excuse to continue to shake Lin Qingqiu. After all, the other party did not directly choose to leave, then look sideways to show that there is still room for this matter to turn around. Moreover, the girl's family background and status are placed there, and it is definitely impossible to give up so easily. But before Lu Zishuan could finish speaking, Lin Qingqiu interrupted his speech. Stop talking, I can forgive you this time. Hearing this, Lu Zishuan was taken aback for a moment, then there was a burst of ecstasy on his face. Although the development of things is a bit subtle, it is always developing in a good direction. As long as you can continue to grasp the person Lin Qingqiu, it doesn't matter what the process is, don't be in a hurry to be happy. I haven't finished what I said yet. After perceiving the change in the expression on Lu Zishuan's face, a trace of disgust flashed through Lin Qingqiu's heart, but on the surface, there is no change at all. I need you to promise me one thing, can you do it? Welcoming the girl's calm eyes, Lu Zishuan also said with a serious expression, Qingqiu, you said, as long as I can do it, I will promise you. If the girl makes any very difficult request, then she will think of an excuse to fool around anyway. What is promised verbally will not lose a piece of meat, so it is best to agree to it painfully. Don't lie to me again, and... Looking at Lu Zishuan with a serious face, Lin Qingqiu held back what he wanted to say after thinking about it, and changed his words, and don't contact that woman again, otherwise, I will never talk to you again. The main goal at this stage is still to catch Lu Zishuan. As for follow-up cooperation or something, let's wait for Lu Ruyan to come back. As long as this idiot is in control, Lu Ruyan shouldn't refuse his proposal. Okay, I promise you. I will only love you from now on. After nodding very happily, Lu Zishuan tightly held Lin Qingqiu's hands. Qingqiu, shall we go out for a stroll now? For Lin Qingqiu's request, he did not hesitate at all. After all, Hulina and the other party are not comparable at all, whether it is body shape or appearance. Not only is the appearance value transformed the day after tomorrow, but even all the family property is no better than the gifts received on Lin Qingqiu's birthday. Therefore, how to choose is not a very simple matter, and compared to this kind of thing, Lu Zishuan now wants to cook raw rice into cooked rice with Lin Qingqiu. First, although the girl has chosen to forgive herself now, she has changed later, but just in case, he felt that he still had to eat the other party first, next time. After breaking free from Lu Zishuan's hands without a trace, Lin Qingqiu chuckled and shook his head. I'm a little uncomfortable today, and I want to go home and have a good rest. How could the girl whose reason had returned to the highlands not be able to see the opponent's Xiao Jojo? That if she had really agreed before, she might have agreed, but now she doesn't even think about it. After all, how much has changed between loving someone and not loving someone may only be known to those who have been in love. As for everyone who has been single for many years in front of the screen, they can only wait for someone to come and answer them. Good. Okay. Seeing that Lin Qingqiu had decided to go, even though Lu Zishuan was so upset in his heart, he still looked caring on the surface. Then Qingqiu, take a good rest, and we will go out together next time. I remembered that there is a newly opened entertainment city that is good, and we can go and play together when the time comes. If it doesn't work this time, then try to win it in one fell swoop next time. There is a street next to the hotel next to the entertainment city, and he doesn't believe that he won't be able to take the opponent by then. If it really doesn't work, it's not that you can't use a little special means. Anyway, Lin Qingqiu and Lu Zishuan were determined to eat, and it was useless for Jesus to come. Well, let's go together next time. After saying this with a smile to Lu Zishuan, Ling Qingqiu turned and left here directly. The reason for giving up Lu Zishuan in the past, in addition to deceiving himself, was more that he didn't know that Lu Ruyan hadn't given up on him, and now that she knows about this, she naturally has to go home and make a good plan. At least you have to talk to Ling Jingding, otherwise God knows if that old guy will send himself directly to Li Zhongping after uniting Lu Ruyan to gradually penetrate the Ling family. She must sell the dog Ling Bukding to Africa to be used as a male slave. Stinky woman, sooner or later someone will make you regret the day. And until Ling Qingqiu's back completely disappeared around the corner, the smile on Lu Zishuan's face was also instantly hidden. The other party insulted himself 3 times and twice, and had already lost the right to be his own woman. On the day when the goal is achieved, he must return the humiliation he has suffered 1,000 times and 100 times. Thinking of that picture, the corners of Lu Zishuan's mouth couldn't help but curl up cruelly. At this moment, there happened to be a gust of wind blowing, and the black hair on his forehead also went with the wind. In the evening, at 7:15, in the living room on the first floor of the Lu family mansion, what is different from the past is that there are a few people in the Lu family today. No, it should be said more accurately that the 3 Lu family mothers and daughters are all sitting in the living room. Even Lu Rumo, who was busy on weekdays, returned home early without exception. The faces of several people were all mixed with nervous and expectant expressions. No way. Looking at the nervous and excited expressions on the faces of the 3 of them, Lin Hong said that he couldn't understand it at all. Isn't it just a necklace? How can it be the same as a peerless beauty? Shohong, you don't understand, this is a hobby that belongs to women alone. While speaking, Xiao Wanqing stretched out her hand and slowly opened the password box in front of her. For the arrival of this moment, she had been looking forward to it for 2 days. Now I can finally get what I want. There is no mistake. What is contained in this password box is the 5 original payment chains of crystal love. And at the moment the password box was officially open. 5 neatly placed necklaces also appeared in front of several people. The shapes of the 5 necklaces are different, and the only thing that is the same may be the sense of luxury. This one belongs to me, so you can take the rest by yourself. After removing the second necklace, Xiao Wanqing ran to Lu Zhigua's side excitedly. Wearing a necklace is naturally a matter that requires my dear to take action. Looking at Lu Zhigua and Xiao Wanqing, who were frantically sprinkling dog food, Lin Hong just wanted to say that he seemed to have eaten too much tonight, and if you wear a necklace, you wear a necklace. What's the situation when you kiss? Aren't we human? Is it really polite for you to do this? Only the parents are true love, and the children are all accidents, right? But before Lin Hong could complain for long, 2 necklaces appeared in front of him. In contrast, there were 2 voices in unison. Brother, hurry up and help my sister put it on. X2 Lin Hang. Chapter 61. Brother, is spring here? Hey, women are terrible. Xiao Wanqing, who watched Crazy and Mrs. Fu on the phone, preparing to hold a tea party tomorrow. As well as Lu Ruxue and Lu Rumo, who were constantly showing off with their friends, Lin Hong instantly felt that Shinyuchu's girl was still fragrant. As far as the character of the other party is concerned, it is estimated that he will only secretly hide the gift when he gets it. Thinking of Shinyuchu's silly appearance, Lin Hong also stretched out his hand and took out the first prototype necklace of crystal love from the safe, hanging upside down. This was the beginning of the Crystal Love series, and it was also the beginning of his complete foothold in LVMH. If you talk about the subsequent necklaces, they are all designed according to market demand. Then this necklace is the existence he designed by betting on all emotions. Although not as gorgeous as the later models, they have the purest beauty. The main body of the necklace is composed of a slender silver chain, and the silver silk flashes with a soft light in the light. Like a slender Milky Way, the silver chain is inlaid with rows of crystals of different sizes, forming a natural flowing beauty. Each crystal has been carefully selected and polished, crystal clear, as if condensing the essence of nature. The center of the necklace is inlaid with a crystal carved into the shape of a rose, and it is also the soul of the entire necklace. The main crystal is light blue, and there seems to be a faint light flowing inside. Like a mysterious light deep in the sea, when the light shines on it, it will emit a colorful light, as colorful as a rainbow. Around the crystal, there are also some small silver ornaments embellished. In the meantime, these silver ornaments are carefully carved into various shapes. Some are blooming flowers, some are flying birds, and others are intertwined vines. Every detail is full of life, as if telling a moving story. That girl should be very happy to see this gift. Thinking of what Shinyuchu would look like after wearing this necklace, Lin Hong couldn't help showing a smile at the corner of his mouth, but in the next second, his smile completely solidified on his face, because at this moment, in front of him, 3 heads are tightly next to each other, and the faces of these 3 heads were full of searching expressions. There is also the most important point. These 3 heads are only about 10 centimeters away from him. Who knows, family members, when they looked up, they found 3 flying heads. If you changed to an ordinary person, you would have been scared to fly your heart a long time ago. Okay. If it hadn't been for Lin Hong forcibly restraining his body's instinctive reaction, I'm afraid that the Lu family might have had 3 more pairs of panda eyes. Brother, your reaction is wrong. Seeing the stiff smile on Lin Hang's face, Lu Ruxue touched her chin. Then he put on the reasoning appearance of a drum washing machine. No matter how you look at it, it seems to be Sichuan's face. The third sister's analysis is correct. After nodding in agreement, Lu Rumo also agreed. From 8 Analysis from the perspective of a doctor. My brother's heartbeat and breathing rate just now were obviously thinking of spring. If that's the case, wouldn't I be a grandmother soon? After listening to the analysis of her two good girls, Xiao Wanqing also heckled and said, "Oh, I'm not mentally prepared to be a grandmother so early. By the way, Xiaohong, whose girl is that, and who is there in the family, and when is the 8th birthday? I will go." Looking at the three out-of-tune guys in front of him, Lin Hong twitched the corners of his mouth helplessly. "Mom, I think you can think about the second sister and the third sister first. They are both 25 this year, and if they don't hurry up, they will both become old girls. Isn't it just hurting each other? It won't be the same for anyone." And if she didn't interrupt Xiao Wanqing again, she would probably have to start asking where Shinyuchu's ancestors were buried. After all, after calculating the 8th birthday, you have to start counting the days. As for why he knew so well, it was thanks to Lin Huiru in the village. Her mother, Wang Boden, went to the village to count the days at both ends of the 3 days, and she used her own birthday, it seems. That's right. After Lin Heng's words, Xiao Wanqing tilted her head and thought for a while. Then, she looked at the two sisters on the side, Xiaoma, Xiaoshuet. "We haven't chatted for a long time, let's go to the room together and have a good chat." Lu Rumo. "QAQ Lu Rushua, Lin Hong, you bastard, I am your sister. Don't look like that, Mom will be sad." After ignoring the small expressions of resentment between the two of them, Xiao Wanqing pulled them to her room from left to right. The ages of these two goods are indeed not too young, and it's time to pick if there is a suitable pig to arch the cabbage. Although it's still a bit early to be a grandmother, it's still okay to be a grandmother. You deserve it, let you scare me. After grimacing at Lu Rushua, Lin Hong locked the safe again. Not it's right to send things, but you have to think of a suitable reason to send them, otherwise, even if Shinyuchu's girl accepts it, she will probably think of a lot of messy things. And just as the Lu family was making trouble with each other, in the hall of the Long family on the other side of the city, "Are you hard-winged?" After angrily smashing the cup at Ling Qingqiu's feet, Ling Jingding said coldly, "It seems that you can't wait to be with Mr. Li. Well, I will send you there tomorrow." In order to supervise Ling Qingqiu's every move, he put a lot of eyeliner in the school. Therefore, Ling Jingding is naturally clear about what happened today. But if it weren't for the Li family, the Lu family would be a better partner than the Li family. Ling Qingqiu had already been given to Li Zhongping, but what the girl did at school today made Ling Jingding think about it. Instead of continuing to entangle him with Lu Zishuan endlessly, it is better to directly exchange it for equivalent benefits. "Father, please listen to my explanation." After perceiving the change in Ling Jingding's eyes, Ling Qingqiu also hurriedly explained, "Lu Ruyan hasn't given up on Lu Zishuan yet. We can use Lu Ruyan's methods to restore the cooperation between Langs and Lu's. In addition, compared to Lin Hong, Lu Zishuan is undoubtedly the easiest to control at present. As the saying goes, a son is better than a father, the converse is the same, and Ling Qingqiu naturally knows the meaning of Ling Jingding's eyes. Therefore, even if she hated each other very much in her heart, she could only accompany her to tell her all about her plan with a smile. Otherwise, it is estimated that tomorrow, she will really appear on Li Zhongping's bed. Chapter 62, You've been tricked by your inherent thinking. Why don't you look at me? In that case, I will give you another half a month. After thinking about the girl's words for a while, Ling Jingding also felt that what the other party said was not unreasonable. After all, Ling Qingqiu and Lu Zishuan have been together for more than 10 years. If you want to control the opponent, it will definitely be a lot easier than to control Lin Hong. Coupled with Lu Ruyan's previous attitude towards Lu Zishuan, it may not be impossible to make some attempts. Of course, the most important thing is the benefits of cooperation with the Lu family, which are far more than that of cooperation with the Li family. Therefore, before completely losing all hope, Ling Jingding was still more inclined to continue to cooperate with the Lu family. Damn old thing, sooner or later I will make you regret coming to this world. Seeing that Ling Jingding relented and agreed, Ling Qingqiu was cursing in his heart, but on the surface, he still looked well behaved. "I know my father. I will reach a cooperation with Lu Ruyan as soon as possible, please rest assured." "Well, remember you only have half a month." Looking at the respectful girl in front of him, Ling Jingding nodded in satisfaction, but there were still ruthless words in his mouth. "If there is no good news in half a month, you should be ready to contact Mr. Li. In the past half month, it has been his maximum tolerance limit. After all, if it hasn't been done in half a month, it means that Lu Ruyan has no intention of cooperating at all. Instead of continuing to drag on, it is better to find Li Zhongping to stop the loss in time." "I know, father." Hearing this, Ling Qingqiu buried his head even lower, and in those low-hanging eyes, there was endless anger and hatred. She vowed that she must take advantage of this opportunity to cooperate with Lu Ruyan and find a way to get the right to speak within the Lang clan, because only in this way can she send this disgusting old thing to Africa to be a male slave. The next day, in the classroom of Shenzhen No. 1 Middle School and the first class of Senior High School, System Girl, does the deviation value not affect a creature like a fiancé? Looking at the positive 20 deviation value on his head, but still with Lu Zishuan, and Inom's deserted autumn, Lin Hong said he didn't understand. After all, according to previous experience, people with positive deviation value should have recovered their heads, just like Lu Rumo at the beginning. He felt something wrong with Lu Zishuan after the deviation value came to a positive number. But Ling Qingqiu's current performance. It can't be said that it is completely like a normal person, it is simply a normal person. Therefore, this also made Lin Hong begin to wonder if the creature of fiancé was born with some kind of debuff. Otherwise, the deviation value has already become a positive number. No matter how it is, it shouldn't be the current reaction. My dear, she has awakened her personality. Facing Lin Hong's question, the system girl slumped on the sofa leisurely playing with the PS5, while slowly answering, everyone's personality is not fixed, so you can take a closer look at the rest. It's boring to say some things, so Lin Hong slowly thinks about whether she has a play to watch, although according to the development trajectory of the original work, Ling Qingqiu only became like this later in the story. What's the reason? It seems to be fighting for favor with Shinyuchu, it's already awakened. Looking at the deserted autumn that was no different from before, a possibility suddenly flashed in Lin Hong's mind. Just when he wanted to check with the system girl, Shinyuchu beside him suddenly stood up and said softly, I'm going to the bathroom. Ah. Hearing this, Lin Hong was taken aback for a moment. After reacting, he also hurriedly got up and gave up his position. The seats of the two of them are in the corner by the window. If they don't get up to make way, then Shinyuchu can only climb out of the window. Looking at the girl who turned and left without saying a word, Lin Hong scratched her head suspiciously. How do you feel? This girl seems to be angry. System, TSK, you shouldn't be dull when you're dull. Secretly complained version, Qingqiu, it's almost time for me to go back to class. At this time, Lu Zishuan, who was in the front row, also suddenly said to Lang Qingqiu, I will come to you again in the next class, goodbye. Hearing this, Lang Qingqiu smiled and nodded at Lu Zishuan, then replied softly, well, I'm waiting for you to come over. Although the girl didn't like to communicate with each other very much in her heart, she couldn't see any flaws on the surface. At present, she wants to use everything she can to seize power from the immortal hand of Lang Juding as much as possible. After seizing power, it is natural to find a way to retaliate against those who have hurt themselves. Thinking of this, Lang Qingqiu's eyes couldn't help but flash with a fierce color. However, this trace of fierceness was well hidden by her, and almost no one noticed anything wrong. Of course, except for someone who has been watching this side, so that's it, I seem to understand what you mean. Seeing the changes in Lang Qingqiu's eyes in an instant, the conjecture in Lin Hong's mind was also confirmed. In the past, he was deeply influenced by the traditional true and false master one, and he always thought that most of his fiancées were silly and sweet. Only a small part of them are the ones who can't control their lower body and take the initiative to cheat. But no matter which one it is, in the end, the fake young master will choose to defect after he is reborn. But Ling Qingqiu obviously does not belong to this category, and her performance is undoubtedly hiding something. Therefore, if she really wanted to take revenge, she inexplicably had a kind of true daughter template that was for bearing revenge. Hearing Lin Hong's words, the system pulled the corners of his mouth helplessly. No, now is the time to care about this. Secretly complained version. At the same time, in the ladies' restroom on the third floor of the senior high school, after simply rinsing his face with water, Shinyuchu raised his eyes and looked at himself in the mirror. Bright teeth, white skin, and beautiful appearance. Little drops of water slipped down his chin. Inexplicably, there was a sense of vision of a beauty bathing in a bath. The only catch, perhaps, is the jealousy and grievances in his eyes. Recalling that Lin Hong had been watching Lang Qingqiu's appearance, Shinyuchu couldn't wait to go up and smoke Lang Qingqiu's two big mouths. Obviously, I was by his side. But why didn't I just look at her? The reason for coming to the bathroom was also to prevent Lin Hong from discovering something wrong, because she was afraid that if she continued to stay in the classroom, she would not be able to control her desire to do it directly. She didn't know why this was. She could obviously endure being bullied like that before. But when she found that Lin Hong's gaze had been paying attention to Lang Qingqiu, she really couldn't restrain her violent thoughts. Just when Shinyuchu was still washing her face with cold water, she forced herself to calm down. The door of the ladies' bathroom, which was originally closed, was open from the outside at this time. Chapter 63, You are Shinyuchu, right? After entering the bathroom, a girl who deliberately wore her school uniform in a mess said to the girl with a playful face, It's not bad, I can't blame so many boys for discussing you. While she was talking, 4 or 5 girls came in one after another in the bathroom, until the last girl entered the bathroom. Several people locked the door from the inside. Hearing the movement from behind him, Shinyuchu turned around and looked at a few people in a hurry. What do you want to do? Although she is in a bad mood at the moment, the girl does not plan to do it at school, because once you do it in school, it is inevitable that Lin Hong will not hear something. Therefore, in order to avoid some unnecessary troubles, Shinyuchu forcibly suppressed the hostility in his heart. What are you thinking? At this time, I didn't realize at all that little Time fat head, who had already walked around in front of the ghost gate, was still arrogant. What do you think I want to do? It was because of you, the fox, that Jack broke up with me to play esports. Today I am going to show you our version of 2, how powerful the fat-headed big-eared gang is. That's right, the eldest sister is right. At this time, the little Time on the side, Big Ears also agreed. After rectifying this saw fox, we will find a way to take Lin Hong down. The other party is more handsome than the school grass, if. Before Dara could finish speaking, a long slender white leg was thrown heavily on her neck, and with a feeling of dizziness, her body also fell directly to the ground softly. This sudden scene directly made the people present forget to think for a while. You all deserve to die. After slowly retracting his right leg, Shinyuchu looked blankly at the people in front of him. The scales of the dragon will die when touched. Since this group of people dared to fight Lin Hong's idea, she couldn't stand it anyway. Looking at Shinyuchu, who was very different from just now, several girls of the fat-headed big-eared gang all swallowed subconsciously, but all this is obviously too late. At the same time, a corner not far from the outside of the women's toilet, it seems almost there. Listening to the constant sound of physical collisions in the women's restroom, Zishuan couldn't help showing a look of excitement on her face. Shinyuchu, you can't escape the palm of my hand. He believes that as long as this plan is successful, it will definitely be able to leave a pivotal position in Shinyuchu's heart. That's right, as all readers think, the fat-headed big-eared gang in the toilet was instigated by him to target Shinyuchu. As for the fat-headed boyfriend, it was purely because he couldn't stand the other party that he proposed to break up. After all, you have to be full of water at least 6 times a day. He was really fed up with such a day when he couldn't rest in the morning, middle and evening. After the fat-headed big ears bullied Shinyuchu, the next thing was much simpler. As long as a wave of heroes fell from the sky to save the beauty, Shinyuchu could slowly fall in love with him if he wanted to. As for yesterday, I made an agreement with Lang Qingqiu to love her only. That was established by Lu Zishuan yesterday, and it doesn't matter what happened to Lu Zishuan today. It is impossible to keep a promise. There are so many yin yin yang outside. How could it be possible to give up for your deserted autumn? However, even if he was with Shinyuchu later, Lu Zishuan was not ready to expose it now, but planned to maintain an underground relationship. Wait until Lang Qingqiu has no use value at all, and then break out this relationship. If the other party is willing to accept it, you can stay, but if you don't want to, get out of here. Just when Lu Zishuan was still in YY's future good life, he suddenly felt his throat tighten. Immediately afterwards, I felt that the collar was pulled up fiercely, but before he could say anything, his body had already flown in the direction of the door of the girls' toilet. Everyone has to understand the quality of the school toilet door if they want to come. Therefore, Lu Zishuan's collision also directly knocked the door lock inside open, and this movement also successfully attracted the attention of everyone in the toilet. When he saw Lu Zishuan and the figure appearing at the gate clearly, a trace of panic flashed in Shinyuchu's eyes. Except for her in the toilet, all the people in the fat-headed big-eared gang had already fallen to the ground, excluding the guy who was in a coma at the beginning. The rest of the mouths were removed without exception. This is also the reason why it has been playing inside for a long time. But there is no sound at all. When a person's mouth is dislocated, they usually feel severe pain and discomfort. This will make it difficult for them to speak or shout normally. Dislocation can affect the normal function of the mandible, leading to problems such as difficulty opening, inarticulate speech, and difficulty swallowing. Therefore, in this case, it is almost impossible to yell. What? Lu Zishuan, who had reacted at this time, couldn't help but curled up on the ground with his face covered and screamed. The direct collision between his face and the door panel made him feel that the bridge of his nose must have collapsed. It's so noisy. After removing Lu Zishuan's chin, Lin Hong quickly closed the door of the toilet and asked, "Yuchu, are you okay? Fathead Big Ears gang? If it weren't for this, their mouths would be removed. Must they ask if you are polite?" She was the only one standing in the entire bathroom. Is there any point in asking her this question? I'm fine. Looking at the young man with a concerned look on his face, Shinyuchu's nervous nerves couldn't help but relax a little, but when she thought of these guys lying on the ground, her mood began to fluctuate again. What if Lin Hong felt that he already had the power to protect himself and then reduced his contact with her? Is it really okay? Looking at the nervous girl, Lin Hong quickly stepped forward and checked. After a while, a slender scratch was found on the back of her hand. Although the skin was not broken, it still left a long and narrow red mark. Which bastard did it? Looking at the wound on the back of Shinyuchu's hand, Lin Hong glanced coldly at the people lying on the ground. I'll give you 3 seconds to answer me. Otherwise, I will make you regret coming to this world. Cuckoo, and at this moment, all the members of the fat-headed Big Ears gang seemed to have 100,000 divine beasts galloping in their hearts. I originally thought that a normal guy was coming, but I didn't expect it to be a more crazy existence than Shinyuchu's mother-in-law. If they can talk now, they must break their heads with Lin Hong. You Shinyuchu just scratched the back of your hand, then how do we count this? But all the bones are dislocated. And the most important thing is that we want to talk too. Chapter 64, Bathroom Confession. So strange, but unlike the emotions of the fat-headed Big Ears gang that were about to collapse, Shinyuchu's originally nervous heart couldn't help but relax. Looking at Lin Hong with an angry expression on her face, she subconsciously put her hands around each other's waist and said softly, "Don't be angry, I accidentally drew it by myself." It wasn't until a few seconds passed that she realized that her behavior seemed to be something is wrong, but before Shinyuchu could say anything, he felt a pair of warm palms covering his waist. Immediately afterwards, she was pulled into a warm embrace. Silly girl, you took the initiative. Ha! Hearing this inexplicable statement in a somewhat official tone, Shinyuchu's eyes widened subconsciously, and his face also showed an unbelievable appearance. Is this a confession to yourself? Then do you want to agree, or do you agree? But is it a little strange to confess in the toilet? You should take a break on the side first. Seeing the girl's stunned appearance, Lin Hong looked at Lu Zishuan from the side after coughing, not to mention that this place is indeed not suitable as a place for confession. There is still a guy here waiting to take care of it by himself. Okay. Hearing this, Shinyuchu blushed and stood aside obediently. Lin Hong's passage just now is a bit informative, and she needs to digest it now. What a good boy. Looking at Shinyuchu, who looked well behaved, Lin Hong rubbed his opponent's head. Then he turned his gaze back to Lu Zishuan, who was on the side. I just wondered why I had to go to class, but Shinyuchu still didn't come back. In order to avoid the other party being bullied by little Karami, he planned to come to the toilet to take a look. It turned out that it was a coincidence that when I first arrived at the toilet, I heard Lu Zishuan whispering there that Shinyuchu couldn't escape or something at the closed toilet door. The sneaky Lu Zishuan, and the words spoken. These things are connected in series, and a complete chain of evidence has been formed. Obviously, Shinyuchu's encounter with these people regarding this matter must have nothing to do with Lu Zishuan's goods. Seeing Lin Hong set his gaze on himself, the expression on Lu Zishuan's face instantly became frightened. However, due to the dislocation of his chin, he could only make the sound of baby teeth learning to speak. Lu Zishuan, why do you always like to be cheap? Ignoring the other party's horrified appearance, Lin Hong walked slowly towards Lu Zishuan step by step. In the next 3 minutes, 2 members of the fat-headed Big Ears gang were scared to pee their pants, and one was directly scared to faint. As for Lu Zishuan, who is also a teacher, it once again provides a good model for Shinyuchu's learning path. The details are not allowed, 20,000 words have been omitted. QAQ. 10 minutes later, IT was still in the girls' bathroom. The only difference was that there were no more Shinyuchu and Lin Hong inside at this time. Damn, it's all your fault, you guy. After stepping Lu Zishuan's head into the pothole with 1 foot, Fathead turned his heel angrily. If it weren't for this guy who instigated herself to trouble Shinyuchu, why would she suffer this sin in vain? Sister, let's go while there will be no one here. After kicking Xiao, Lu Zishuan fiercely, Dare, who had awakened, also hurriedly said, otherwise, when class is over, our faces will be ashamed. When Lin Hong was in class just now, she had actually woken up once. However, after seeing the content of the class, she also gloriously joined the army of pants peeing. As for asking why he was scared to pee, it can only be said that the picture is too brutal. In front of a person in front of him, the bones were disassembled one by one. Even if it's the iron blood in a horror movie, there is no such a terrifying method. And the most important thing, and the most frightening thing, is that even if such a thing happens, Lu Zishuan could only babble. Even if it was a complete scream, he couldn't make it out. If it weren't for not eating anything in the morning, it would probably be more than just peeing on your pants. That's right, let this guy go this time. After stepping on Lu Zishuan's head twice with his feet, Fathead turned around and hurriedly left here with a few people. As a shameless person, she doesn't want others to know that she peed her pants. Vomit. After losing the suppression of the elephant leg, Lu Zishuan just raised his head for a breath of fresh air. It took less than a breath, but he fell back again because of the weakness of his body. If it was just a sneak taste before, then this would just hit the red star. The pungent smell that came from his mouth suddenly made him spit out everything he had eaten in the morning. However, because his limbs were still weak, Lu Zishuan did not succeed in getting up from the toilet. His head was still buried in the toilet. So how to say this scene? It's a bit like he's hungry and foraging in the toilet. Damn, I must. And just when Lu Zishuan was cursing and swearing in his heart, he was trying to support his body. A piercing scream made his body stiffen there in an instant. Let us look outwards and reveal what is happening now from the first perspective. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Quaner, and today I saw a very outrageous thing. Originally, I just had an uncomfortable stomach and wanted to go to the toilet. But it was this experience before I arrived, but it made me see a scene that I will never forget. Just as I was passing by the women's toilet, I suddenly found a guy in a boys' school uniform, burying his head in the toilet and agitating frantically, perhaps because he felt that the taste was not heavy enough. He also specially used another mistake to add a bit of flavor. You ask me why I think so? It's naturally because after adding the taste, the other party continues to twist his ass frantically. That action is not similar to the action of the piggy when eating, it can only be said to be exactly the same. In order to record this moment, I decisively took out the Xiaomi phone I had just purchased and conducted a period of 26 consecutive shots. It wasn't until all this was done that Zhang Quanshan and I decided to expose this disgusting guy. After all, although single children are pitiful these days, they can't come to eat Miss Sister's chocolate just because they are single. As a result, after using the internal strength of a virgin for 2.5 days, I decisively became angry and Dantian yelled, "Come on! All the perverts in the women's toilet are eating baba." Chapter 65. Are you free this weekend? The viewing angle switches back to normal. Damn it. Vomit. Hearing Zhang Chuanchuan's yelling, Lu Zishuan just wanted to stop the opponent, but he didn't have the strength to straighten his arms, so he fell back again, and another encounter made him retch again. Seeing this situation, Zhang Quaner also shouted even more loudly, "Come on, everyone, this guy is working harder." As Zhang Quaning yelled, many students gradually leaned their heads out of the windows. Even if they are in class now, the melon-eating gene hidden in their DNA is still stimulating them. It is different from the students who are eating melons. This time, on the rooftop of Shenzhen No. 1 Middle School, another landscape is displayed. Well, the swelling will be reduced soon after applying the ointment. After carefully applying a swelling-reducing ointment to Shinyuchu's hands, Lin Hong got up and sat next to the girl. Anyway, the class is already halfway through, and it will be useless to go back this time. But in addition, both of them are the kind of beings with particularly good grades, therefore, occasionally skip a class or two, and the teacher won't say much after all. Compared to ordinary students, teachers will always treat students with good grades favorably, right? Looking at the young man sitting beside him, Shinyuchu pursed her lips and whispered, Lin Hong, thank you for protecting me again. Although she really wanted to ask, what did the boy mean by his actions just now, but the inexplicable sense of shame in his heart made him temporarily change his words. Of course, in addition to the sense of shame, it is more the fear of the unknown. In case it is purely because I think too much, will it affect the existing relationship between the two of them? At this moment, Shinyuchu was completely incapable of being able to do so in private. From the inside out, she looked like a little girl who was in love at the beginning. Didn't we have an agreement? I will protect you well. After reaching out and rubbing the girl's little head, Lin Hong immediately turned his words and asked, by the way, Yuchu, have you encountered something unhappy? Although the girl didn't say anything when she left, he still felt unhappy from the other party. If you don't take the initiative to ask, I guess this girl will always hold it in her heart. Hearing Lin Hong suddenly asked, Shinyuchu didn't know what to say. After all, you can't say that you ran away in a hurry because you wanted to beat Ling Qingxiu's goods. Therefore, for a while, the atmosphere also became a little dull. If you can't say it, forget it, don't embarrass yourself. Seeing the girl hesitating for a long time with a super embarrassed appearance, Lin Hong also gently rubbed the opponent's little head. I don't mean anything, I just look at you as if you are not very happy. Everyone has their own secrets, so he will not force Shinyuchu to tell himself the truth, although if he forced it, the girl would definitely tell the truth. Honestly, it's not a big deal. Feeling the warm touch on her head, Shinyuchu pursed her lips and decided to tell the truth. It's just that you have been looking at classmate Lang, so I feel a little uncomfortable. She didn't want to see Lin Hong disappointed more than the embarrassment in her heart, and sometimes speaking out is more conducive to the development of certain things. Hearing this, Lin Hong was taken aback for a moment. After reacting, he also stretched out his hand and gently held Shinyuchu's cheek. So, are you jealous? Yuchu? The girl's answer was something Lin Hong hadn't expected. He thought that the other party had encountered something bad. Unexpectedly, it was actually caused by watching Ling Qingxiu by himself. Does this also show in disguise that he is truly integrated into the girl's heart? He is just a little dull, and he is not a complete emotional idiot. After all, if you were just an ordinary friend, there seems to be no need to be angry about this kind of thing. Jealous. Looking at the young man's pretty face close at hand, Shinyuchu's pupils widened a little unconsciously. Even the fair cheeks became extremely rosy at this moment. At the same time, she couldn't help but think in her heart, is it possible that she is really going to confess this time? Thinking of that picture, Shinyuchu's body temperature rose to a new level again. What a silly girl. Looking at the girl who was already a little inclined to fry her, Lin Hong let go of the other's cheek helplessly. And I have no interest in Ling Qingxiu. It's not so much that I'm watching her in the morning, it's better to say that I'm watching her in Lu Zishuan. Something like that happened yesterday, and the two of them were able to get together as if nothing had happened. If you changed to a normal person, you would have died of old age long ago. In real life, apart from Brother Green Hat, who else would continue to associate with the guy who had greened himself? I didn't see our mighty brother. After discovering that something was wrong, he just kicked his left leg, so he stepped on the gas pedal and walked away. Yes. Is it like this? Although the expected confession picture did not appear, the girl felt a little lost, but Lin Hong's proactive explanation made Shinyuchu let go of the uneasiness in his heart. Sure enough, Lin Hong hasn't changed yet. Thinking of this, an idea suddenly appeared in her mind. After pulling the young man's sleeves a little embarrassedly, Shinyuchu cautiously asked, Lin Hong, are you free this weekend? This weekend? Hearing this, Lin Hong thought about his arrangements. After confirming that there seemed to be nothing but fishing with He Chang that day, he smiled and nodded to the girl. If you have time, do you have anything to do? It's not a big deal, it's my birthday this weekend. While speaking, Shinyuchu lowered her head embarrassedly. If you have time, you can accompany me around the street. Since the death of her mother, the girl has not had a birthday for a long time. Moreover, she also spent her previous birthdays with her mother. Therefore, strictly speaking, Lin Hong was the first person she invited for her birthday. There is time, of course there is time. Looking at Shinyuchu's pretty face that was about to be buried in Mount Everest, Lin Hong forcibly pressed down the corner of his mouth that was harder to press than AK, smiled and asked, besides shopping, is there any other place you want to go? Anyway, it's a birthday, wouldn't it be too boring if it was just shopping, and this is also a rare opportunity for him. Chapter 66, The Dead Pilot, Some Things in the Class, No. Hearing this, Shinyuchu subconsciously wanted to say that there was no more, but after welcoming the warm and sincere eyes of the young man, she pursed her lips and asked cautiously, then, is the amusement park okay? When she was a child, she also had a dream, that is, to go to an amusement park in other people's mouths with her mother. Although she can go to the amusement park at any time now, her mother is no longer there. But Lin Hong's appearance made Shinyuchu recall again the birthday wish from when he was a child. If she could, she really wanted to go to the amusement park with the teenager, not only for herself, who was about to turn 18 now, but also for the little girl who was looking at the blue sky outside in the small window. Yes, you can send me your ID card later, and I will buy you the ticket first. Looking at Shinyuchu's cautious appearance, Lin Hong rubbed his opponent's little head helplessly. How many times have you said it? We don't have to worry about so many things between us. I got it. Feeling the warm touch from the palm of the young man's hand, Shinyuchu's flushed face once again showed a moving smile. Lin Hong, it's nice to have you by your side. The breeze is coming, and the girl's smile is so warm and brilliant. It was as if a ray of sunlight penetrated the dark clouds and illuminated the whole world. At this moment, the fighter named Lin Hong completely fell. Lu Rinjuan, have you heard? Majuri, what did you hear? Don't be a riddle anymore. Dragon said A, B, C, D, that's it, the riddle man must not die. Chu Renmei, I think you want to die. Lu Rin said, Tisk, it's the thing about eating baba in the women's toilet. I know this. It is said that it seems to have been done by Lu Zishuan. While talking, Majuri also took out his mobile phone. I have 7 photos taken by Quan Chen, and I will show you in the group. How could this kind of thing with spicy eyes be the only one who was injured? Come on, my good children, come and bear this filth from the world with your father. A few seconds later, as one by one students picked up their mobile phones, retching noises came out of the class one after another. As for why you want to ask, it is that the pixels of Xiaomi phones are really awesome, but if you zoom in more than 10 times, you can still find undigested fungus on Lu Zishuan's teeth. And to say who is the person with the greatest response in the senior class, of course it is Leng Qingqiu, who was sitting in the front row, thinking of having to get along with Lu Zishuan in the future. She, who has a severe cleanliness disorder, didn't hold back on the spot, and just threw up on the face of Xiang Zitian next to her. Xiang Zitian? Immediately afterwards, there was another burst of chickens flying and dogs jumping in the class, but because Leng Qingqiu is a girl, she is usually well behaved. Therefore, Xiang Zitian still didn't give the opponent a few electric cannons in the end, so she could only lick it aggrieved. Went back to the dormitory to change clothes. As for Leng Qingqiu's words, he chose to ask for leave not long after Xiang Zitian left, because she was worried about staying in the class. Lu Zishuan would be in trouble when she came over later, and now I still have to rely on this guy, so I can't offend if I offend, but in order to temporarily keep her innocence, she could only ask for leave to go home and hide for a while. After Lu Zishuan thoroughly cleaned his body, he was there. Find a way to overcome psychological obstacles. After all, the pictures in those groups are really high definition. In high definition, even if she didn't need to enlarge the endorsement, she could see the black fungus and the chocolate on Lu Zishuan's face. Therefore, when Lin Hong and Shinyuchu returned to the class, there were only about 3/4 of the people left in the classroom that should have been lively. In addition to the direct victims such as Xiang Zitian, some other indirect victims also chose to leave. At the same time, in the staff office of Shenzhen No. 1 Middle School, looking at Lu Zishuan, who had been rinsed out, the head teacher of class 38 of senior high school roared angrily, Lu Zishuan, what the hell do you think? He can already imagine how those colleagues will tease him in the future. Lao Wu, how on earth did you teach a student who likes to eat baba? Lao Wu, I didn't mean you. Thinking of the upcoming cynicism, Wu Naizi couldn't wait to go up and give Lu Zishuan 2 big pockets, but when she thought of the picture just now, she still forcibly held back the thought. After all, she doesn't want to touch baba. Teacher, someone forced me to do that. Perceiving Wu Naizi's bad look, Lu Zishuan also hurriedly explained, please believe me, I am really forced. If it weren't for fear of being affected, he would definitely sell the fat-headed big ear gang directly. And now that the matter of eating baba is already famous, if another classmate instigates him, he won't want to get a foothold in Shenzhen. He still has to soak in the cold autumn, and if he is expelled, it will be a lot of trouble. After the ghost knew that he was not there, would Lin Hong take the opportunity to make some small moves, so no matter what, he must not give up the fat head and big ears now. Forced, then who did you say was forced by? Seeing that Lu Zishuan was still stiff-mouthed there, Wu Naizi also patted the table angrily. If you can't tell the reason today, you just go home and reflect. Originally, I was irritable when I reached menopause, but now I still encounter this kind of bad mood without pumping her palms on the spot. It was already the result of Wu Naizi's great restraint. Of course, it is not ruled out that it is for fear of dirty dogma. Looking at the angry look on the other party's face, even if Lu Zishuan was depressed, he could only speak in a deep voice. I don't know who it is. Obviously I was going to the hero to save Medea, but God knew it would become like this. Blame Lin Hong. If it hadn't been for this guy to show up, it is estimated that Shinyuchu would have already thrown his arms around him. Thinking of that picture, Lu Zishuan couldn't help showing a smile on his face. Looking at the smile on Lu Zishuan's face, Wu Naizi covered her chest with her hand while exclaiming emotionally, get out. Now, immediately, get out of here. She is really going to be so angry. She hasn't eaten enough with this expression, has she? I know Teacher Wu, I'm leaving now. Wu Naizi's angry roar also instantly pulled Lu Zishuan back to reality from Wai Kinky, and he turned around and walked out of the staff office without common sense of interest. It's just that after leaving the staff office, Lu Zishuan did not return to the 8th class of senior high school, but walked straight in the direction of the 1st class of senior high school. It doesn't matter what other people think for the time being, the most important thing at present is Leng Qingqiu, therefore, the main purpose of going to the 1st class of senior high school this time is to test Leng Qingqiu's attitude. It's okay to say if the other party doesn't know about it, but if they do. Chapter 67 Big Sister is coming back. It's just that on the way to the 1st class of senior high school, Lu Zishuan's face gradually became more and more gloomy, because he found that there were students pointing at him everywhere around him. Even if the voice is very small, you can vaguely hear the words like eating baba that he could guess if he thought about it with his ass, and he estimated that most of the students in Shenzhen No. 1 middle school would definitely know that they would eat it by themselves. Baba, I was forced to press it in the toilet. Strange, where did she go? After arriving at the door of the 1st class of senior high school, Lu Zishuan did not rush into the class, but quietly observed at the door, looking at the empty seat of Leng Qingqiu. His brows couldn't help frowning together. This meeting is already in class, and the other party should be in the seat. But soon, Lu Zishuan thought of some possibility, that is, Leng Qingqiu must have known that he was eating baba, so he went into hiding and didn't see him. Thinking of this, Lu Zishuan's face darkened in an instant. Damn it, it's all Lin Hong's fault, this bastard. Thinking of Leng Qingqiu once again having a gap with herself, Lu Zishuan immediately looked at the position in the back row of the senior class. When he saw the picture of Lin Hong and Shinyuchu talking and laughing, the tight nerves in his mind tightened again. Why do you want to attract the finger of the audience? And you, Lin Hong, did nothing, but you can talk and laugh with a beautiful woman like Shinyuchu. Just when the nerve-cold reason was about to collapse, Lu Zishuan's mobile phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated, and this time, it also pulled his sanity back. After taking out his mobile phone and taking a look, Lu Zishuan's eyes were suddenly full of excitement. Looking at the news on his phone, he couldn't help but whispered in a low voice, Lin Hong, just let you be proud for a while that I saw it at night, you still come out with a smile or not. That time is like a fast food love, and it has come to an end as soon as you don't pay attention. In a blink of an eye, the school has already ushered in the end of school. Since Lin Hong and Shinyuchu are both day students, they do not need to participate in evening self-study in the evening. This time, in an empty classroom in Shenzhen No. 1 middle school, the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the tables and chairs through the window, stained with a layer of golden brilliance. The classroom was quiet, only the ticking of the clock echoed in the air. There are still a few lines written by the teacher's last words on the blackboard, which seemed to be telling the knowledge and memories of the day. Looking at a certain young man who was gradually disappearing outside the window, Shinyuchu couldn't help showing a sweet smile on his face. At this moment, a woman in an OL uniform also walked into the classroom. It wasn't until she came to Shinyuchu's side that she stopped moving forward and said respectfully, Miss, it's all taken care of. Well, surely, I'm going out this weekend. Hearing the voice coming from beside him, Shinyuchu did not look back, but still looked closely at the back that was gradually disappearing. The fat-headed big-eared gang actually dared to hit Lin Hong's idea, but this matter would not just be forgotten, and the reason why Shirley appeared here was naturally to deal with this matter. With the ability of the Shin family, it is still very simple to get the school to clear a few people. As for what will happen in the next few people, we won't go into too much detail here. Good lady, where do you plan to go? I will have someone prepare the security work in advance. Hearing Shinyuchu say that she was going out on the weekend, Shirley immediately planned to arrange the corresponding security staff. Although the girl had no idea of wanting to meddle in the family, she couldn't see what the people on the other side of the capital would do. After all, if there is one less obvious competitor, it may not be that you can get one more point to the position of the Patriarch amusement park. It wasn't until Lin Hong's figure disappeared around the corner that Shinyuchu turned to Shirley and said, I don't know which one it is. I'll tell you when I'm sure. But looking at Shinyuchu's quiet smiling face, Shirley was stunned in an instant. Since following the girl for so long, this is the first time she has seen each other smile. And what the hell is the amusement park? No matter how you look at it, Shinyuchu is not a person who would go to such a place. Okay, let's go back first. Looking at Shirley, who was stunned in place, Shinyuchu glanced back at a vehicle that was gradually disappearing outside the window, then turned and left the classroom in order to free up time for the weekend. She still has some things that have to be done in advance. Miss, it seems that a lot has really changed. Looking at Shinyuchu's gradually disappearing back, Shirley couldn't help but have a complicated look in her eyes, but this complicated look came and went quickly. In less than a second, she quickly hid it, then Shirley quickly followed Shinyuchu, and quietly lagged half a step behind the opponent. At the same time, the interior of a Lincoln nanny car, seeing Wang Sledgehammer's appearance of wanting to talk and stop, Lin Hong put down his mobile phone and asked, Lao Wang, we are all old acquaintances. If you have anything, just say it. Since this old guy got in the car, he has secretly looked at himself no less than 10 times. If it weren't for knowing that this product was straight, he would have to wonder if the other party had any bad ideas. Young master, your observation is so good. Seeing that Lin Hong was caught on the spot, Wang Dasheng smiled and said, only then did he say what he thought in his heart. It's the eldest lady who is back, and she just picked up Lu Zishuan. Chapter 68. Lu Ruyan is indeed the most determined one. Although he has not been with Lin Hong for a long time and can be used as a professional housekeeper, he can clearly feel the change in the overall atmosphere of the Lu family. If the sky of the Lu family was Lu Zishuan before, then the sky of the Lu family is now Lin Hong, and compared with the former, the latter obviously has a better attitude towards their servants, not to mention that Wu Ma blows his ears to him every day. It is worth it for him to do so just because of the attitude of the other party to get along with him. Sister, Lu Ruyan. Hearing this, Lin Hong quickly recalled the other party's information in his mind. Lu Ruyan is a top financial student at Harvard Business School. He is now the main decision-maker of the Lu family company, and regularly represents the Lu family at various business events. There are even rumors that just marrying the other party is equivalent to owning the Lu clan. The most important point is that this, like the two sisters of the Lu family, is still a single noble family until now. If she followed the traditional routine of this young master, she estimated that she would be the one who was the first to be attacked by the fake young master. Later, with the help of Lu Ruyan, the fake young master would attack the other two girls in the Lu family. Of course, this is the case in accordance with the development of the original plot. If Lu Zishuan had any bad thoughts now, even Lu Ruyan would help. It is estimated that the two sisters Lu Rumo and Lu Rushua will still be called directly, and even their mothers will not recognize them. However, when he thought of Lu Ruyan's previous attitude, Lin Heng's skull couldn't help but feel a little numb. The only hope now is that this product has not been broken through the bottom line. Otherwise, even if it is difficult to do, then he can only come to a wave of righteous annihilation. No, I'm not familiar with her yet. The righteous annihilation of relatives or something. There is no such thing at all. Okay. At best, it can only be regarded as simply removing the pests in the house. Hiss. I don't know why at this moment, Wang Dai suddenly felt that the temperature of the carriage seemed to have dropped by more than 10 degrees. 10 minutes later, inside the Lu family villa, Mom, just leave Zishuan behind. I can promise you other things, but this is the only thing. Lu Ruyan, let me tell you, it's absolutely impossible. At this moment, in the hall on the first floor of the Lu family, several people from the Lu family were facing each other. On the left is the Lu family army headed by Xiao Wanqing and Lu Jigua, and on the right is the Green Tea army with a curly wave and a beautiful woman wearing gold silk glasses as a shield warrior. There is no mistake, this beauty is the eldest daughter of the Lu family. At the same time, it is also the existence of the top of the dregs of the 10,000 realms, such as the Emperor Yin, Lu Ruyan. Although it has been lost to the left side of the wave since ancient times, the situation today is obviously a bit different. Second sister, third sister, you can also persuade your mother. Looking at Xiao Wanqing's completely non-negotiable appearance, Lu Ruyan shifted her goal to her two younger sisters again. Zishuan is also your younger brother. Do you really want him to live on the streets? She believed that as long as the two younger sisters were on her side, her mother would definitely choose to change her mouth. At that time, Lu Zishuan did do some very excessive things, but Lu Ruyan always firmly believed that the other party had his own reasons. Sorry, sister, I'm on my mother's side this time. Welcoming Lu Ruyan's hopeful appearance, Lu Rumo shook his head firmly. Isn't what I told you is not clear enough? I will not agree to let Lu Zishuan come back. Xiao Wanqing had carefully investigated the monitoring data once before because of the swimming pool incident. This investigation was not easy, and they really discovered a big event that was Lu Zishuan, the bastard, who sneaked into the rooms of several people while they were not at home. It would be fine if it was just like this, but when the other party left, he still had a few people's underwear in his hand. Everyone is an adult, and they all know what such behavior means. If it weren't for the legal conditions, several people would have thrown Lu Zishuan into the pig cage and sunk it. However, they didn't talk too much about this matter, and they didn't even tell Lin Hong. After all, it's about one's reputation, and the fewer people know it, the better, and it just so happens that Lu Ruyan is the one who knows. Therefore, Lu Rumo really didn't understand why the other party was still defending Lu Zishuan after all this. Second sister. Seeing Lu Rumo's resolute attitude, Lu Ruyan could only look at Lu Rushua from the side. Third sister, can you talk to me? Now the only person she can turn to for help is her third sister. Stop talking, sister, I won't agree. While speaking, Lu Rushua indifferently looked at Lu Zishuan, who was hiding behind Lu Ruyan, with a cowering face. This wretched, despicable, dirty, and nasty guy is not worthy to enter the door of our Lu family. When she thought of Lu Zishuan doing something with her personal clothes, she really wanted to slash the opponent with a knife. And in addition to this matter, if Lu Zishuan is allowed to come back, what should Lin Hong do? For Lu Rushua now, there is no comparison between the two. Lu Zishuan's goods are not even comparable to Lin Heng's hair. Third sister. Seeing that even the most obedient Lu Rushua didn't help herself, Lu Ruyan didn't know what to do for a while. She did want to keep Lu Zishuan, yes, but the firm refusal of several people made her feel extremely embarrassed. Sister, why don't I just go? Seeing that the situation has not developed as expected at all, and Lu Ruyan has already hesitated a little, Lu Zishuan knew that he couldn't continue to be silent, so he immediately used a trick in the green tea ceremony to retreat in advance. Only in this way can Lu Ruyan be stimulated to the greatest extent, so as to continue to work hard for himself to stay in Lu's family. No, Zishuan, you don't have to go. And looking at Lu Zishuan's aggrieved appearance, Lu Ruyan's thoughts in his heart couldn't help but become a little firmer. Obviously, she likes the trick of green tea dafa very much. Just when she wanted to continue talking about something, she was attracted by a voice that belonged to a young man alone. Yo, it's quite lively. Looking along the source of the sound, I saw a handsome boy dressed in a uniform of Shenzhen No. 1 middle school and carrying a school bag looking at this side with a curious expression on his face. Come to think of it, you are Xiuheng's younger brother, right? Since Lu Rumo and Lu Ruxue had posted photos in the group, Lu Ruyan had already recognized Lin Hong at a glance. Yes, elder sister. After smiling and nodding at Lu Ruyan, Lin Hong looked playfully at Lu Zishuan from the side. Lu Zishuan, have you cleaned your teeth? Chapter 69. You eat poop. It seems that my eldest sister is not without salvation, and the deviation value is actually only -30-3. It seems that the two sisters of the Lu family should have done something, otherwise it would be inferred from the plot the deviation value of the opponent at this moment. It is best to be around -90. And Lin Hong's words also succeeded in making everyone except Lu Zishuan show a look of confusion. That's right. This guy definitely didn't brush his teeth, otherwise how could he have such a heavy smell of tea? Although I don't understand why Lin Hong asked, Lu Ruxue, who has been with him for the longest time, also gave an assist appropriately, third sister. Seeing that Lu Ruxue was talking so badly, Lu Ruyan suddenly covered Lu Zishuan's ears distressed. How can you talk like this, Zishuan? He obviously didn't do anything. Yes, nothing was done. Seeing that the two of them were about to quarrel immediately, Lin Hong quickly stepped forward and grabbed Lu Ruxue's arm. It's just eating baba in the schoolgirls' restroom. Having said that, Lin Hong turned his head to look at Lu Ruyan and reminded him kindly, by the way, I would like to remind you, this guy was in a hurry to eat at the time, so his whole face was red. As he covered Lu Zishuan's ears with his hands, Lu Ruyan's hands inevitably touched the opponent's face. Good guy, it's so disgusting. Compared to the other Lu family members who were still in shock, Lu Ruxue subconsciously distanced herself from Lu Ruyan. Unexpectedly, Lu Zishuan, your hobby is quite unique. Regarding nausea, Lu Ruxue is willing to call the opponent the strongest. After all, even the two humans, Xingde and Bei Yi, have never eaten human baba personally. I'm not happy to talk nonsense about this. Lu Ruyan, who reacted at this time, also defended Lu Zishuan. Brother Zishuan won't eat it. Do that kind of thing. But although her mouth was arguing, her hand still let go of Lu Zishuan's ears very deliberately. Even if the brain wants to treat it as fake, the body can't help but have some instinctive reactions. That's right, brother, why are you slandering me? After feeling Lu Ruyan's actions, Lu Zishuan immediately changed his strategy. After changing into a look of aggrieved baba, he immediately said sadly, I know you don't like me. But you shouldn't frame me like this. Because Zhang Quan's photos are only circulating in a small area, and many people deliberately avoid Lu Zishuan. Therefore, until this moment, he thought that Lin Hong was talking about it purely with one mouth. In this way, he gave himself the opportunity to severely defeat the opponent's army. TSK, the smell of tea shit is even more stinky. While speaking, Lin Hong directly raised his mobile phone in front of everyone. Nah, this is the evidence. Vomiting X and looking at the mosaic in the mobile phone, the Lu family couldn't help but cover their mouths and retched one after another. This picture is really... It's so exciting. In contrast, Lu Zishuan's whole person was stunned in place. In any case, he didn't expect that Lin Hong still had this kind of photo in his hand. Of course, the most important point is that since Lin Hong has this kind of photo in his hand, then it means that the school must also be. Thinking of this photo being widely circulated in the school, Lu Zishuan's whole heart became cold in an instant. He finally understood why Leng Qingqiu chose to go home directly instead of staying in the classroom to listen to his own explanation. Vomit. And just when Lu Zishuan was still dumbfounded, Lu Ruyan couldn't carry it at all, so he squatted on the ground and retched, thinking that it was tantamount to indirectly touching a stranger's baba. She couldn't wait to chop off her hand. Although Lu Ruyan does not have a cleanliness disorder, normal people must be disgusted when they encounter this kind of thing. No, this is not true. And Lu Ruyan's retching sound also brought Lu Zishuan back to his senses in an instant. He resisted the urge to go up and fight Lin Hong desperately, and complained in tears, I know you hate me, brother. But you can't slander me with this kind of PS picture. The most important thing at this stage is to deny the matter of eating baba first, whether this matter is voluntary or forced. As long as it is eaten, it is a stain that cannot be washed away. If Lu Ruyan had also defected as a result, then he would really have nowhere to cry. Xiuheng, Zishuan is right. In Lu Zishuan's tears-filled sorrow, Lu Ruyan also resisted nausea and stood up from the ground. This is too much. Let's not make such jokes in the future. It has to be said that Lu Zishuan knows how to handle Lu Ruyan. With just such a short sentence or two, he temporarily restrained his body's instincts and stood back beside him. Of course, the most important of these is Lu Ruyan's subjective consciousness. She didn't believe that Lu Zishuan would do something like eating baba, so she could overcome it so simply. TSK, why don't you just destroy it humanely? Looking at the big -20 deviation value on Lu Ruyan's head, Lin Hong couldn't help muttering in his heart, the other party was obviously too deeply poisoned by the tea, otherwise how could he choose to believe Lu Zishuan so unwaveringly? But just as Lin Hong was thinking about how to carry out the perfect humanitarian destruction, a systematic prompt suddenly appeared in his mind. Release the task. Let Lu Ruyan see Lu Zishuan's true face clearly. A mission reward, lucky aura, one-time item. In things that are difficult to choose, you can be 100% lucky. This reward. Looking at the system's description of the lucky aura, Lin Hong didn't know whether to complain or complain not. It's useless to say this thing. It seems to be really useful, but it's useful to say. But it's the kind that you can't even win the lottery if you buy a lottery ticket. After all, there is such a thing as a lottery. Who else can go on stage besides the staff? Forget it, forget it. Let's think about how to humanely destroy it later. After ignoring the white eyes of the system girl, Lin Hong refocused his gaze on Lu Ruyan not far away. My dear sister, how can you be sure that I am lying? Since normal operation is not feasible, we can only take a detour. It's not the first time anyway. He has experience in this matter, because... Hearing this, Lu Ruyan just wanted to answer, but the next second he was directly stunned in place, because she found that she didn't have any credentials. Some of them were just trust in Lu Zishuan. Look, you have no evidence that it is not. Looking at Lu Ruyan, who didn't know what to say, Lin Hong put his hands around his chest and said earnestly, Sister, let me ask you a question. This is purely my personal interest. That is, are you interested in Lu Zishuan? Nothing wrong. Since the normal means cannot bring the opponent back, then only some special means can be used. According to the current situation, Lu Ruyan should have some meaning for Lu Zishuan, and to make this matter clear, you can use Lu's father and Lu's mother to straighten each other out. If it's not right, then it's not right. Lu Rushua, how do you feel? It's a bit deja vu. Chapter 70. You make the final choice for me. What? Before Lu Ruyan could answer, Xiao Wanqing, who was on the side, took 3 steps and made 2 steps directly in front of the other party. Xiaoyan, tell your mother the truth. Yes, what on earth do you think? After flying over and kicking Lu Zishuan away, Lu Zhiguo also came to his eldest daughter with a serious face, not to mention Lu Zishuan's character. The other party has lived in the Lu family for more than 10 years. In the past 10 years, the two of them have been commensurate in the form of siblings. If these two people were really allowed to get involved together, he would have to be kicked out of the coffin by the old man if he got stuck. Good guy. I didn't see that this old man is hiding. Looking at Lu Zishuan, who was kicked out more than 10 meters away, Lin Hong subconsciously measured the standards of himself and Lu Zhiguo. Well, it's almost 50-50. If you talk about brute force alone, you will probably be torn apart 50-50. Me. Looking at his parents standing in front of him, Lu Ruyan didn't know what to say for a while. Lin Heng's words were like a pair of scissors, cutting the side she least wanted to face. Even she didn't know when she started, and she had a little different emotion for Lu Zishuan. Damn it. Seeing this situation, how could Lu Zhiguo not know what his daughter thought? As a result, he immediately performed a wave of explosive clothes. Then, he ran directly in the direction of Lu Zishuan. What? Do not. And accompanied by a scream, there was Lu Zhiguo's constant screams. Beast, look at my shadowless feet in Foshan. TSK, this Lao Deng seems to be a bit amazing. Looking at Xiao Wanqing, who persuaded Lu Ruyan bitterly, and Lu Zhiguo, who kicked Lu Zishuan wildly after Lin Hong stretched out his hand and took the melon seeds handed over by Wang Dashang, he squatted at the head of the stairs. This kind of melon-eating drama that doesn't need to be done by yourself would be too wasteful if you didn't take some melon seeds. That's not true. Dad used to join the army. After reaching out and taking a handful of melon seeds from Lin Heng's hand, Lu Rushua squatted down on the opponent's right. Yes, Lao Deng kicked him in the waist. By the way, don't we need to persuade my sister? After coming to Lin Heng's left to sit down, Lu Rumo also reached out and took a handful of melon seeds. I always feel that her dead brain seems to make things very bad. If you don't go or not, I can't afford either of those two. Looking at the two people who had already begun to argue with each other, Lu Rushua shook her head decisively. Let's watch it first, and we'll talk about it later. Whether it was Lu Ruyan or Xiao Wanqing, there was a sense of blood pressure on her. Instead of adding to the congestion in the past, it is better to think about what should be done in the future. Based on her understanding of Lu Ruyan, it is estimated that the other party did not listen to the advice so much. Don't look at me, I don't know my eldest sister well. Seeing Lu Rumo turn his gaze to himself, Lin Hong also shrugged helplessly, and she protects Lu Zishuan everywhere. If I pass this time, it is estimated that she will still think that I did something on purpose. Anyway, I have already done everything I have to do, and it's none of my business what the other party will do in the future. He is here on vacation, not to be a security guard like Lu Ruyan's number one. It will probably take a long time to become a normal person. He didn't have the mind to fix this. It didn't smell good to tease Shinyuchu's stupid girl. Tisk, 1 or 2 are not easy to fool. Looking at the brothers and sisters who were squatting aside and eating melons silently, Lu Rumo could only sit aside and eat melons. She knew that Lu Ruyan was a dead brain, and if she didn't let herself see through it, no matter what others said, it would be useless. So instead of going up and making yourself unhappy, it's better to think about what to do next while eating melons. Therefore, for a while, the living room of the Lu family was divided into 3 parts. The melon eating group is Lin Hong, Lu Rumo, and Lu Rushui. The group of lips, guns, tongues and swords is Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan. The combination of fists and feet is Lu Zhiguo and Lu Zishuan. Well, the last group was completely unilaterally crushed. 10 minutes later, Lu Ruyan, you have figured it out for me. After kicking Lu Zishuan to Lu Ruyan's feet, Lu Jigua said with a gloomy expression on his face, "If you want to leave with this guy, then from now on, you will have nothing to do with my Lu family." He didn't believe that he had said that, and the other party dared to do anything too much, but what is that? Murphy's Law once said that the more you are afraid of what will happen, the more it will come. Dad, I'm sorry. Welcoming the angry eyes of his old father, Lu Ruyan pursed his lips and helped Lu Zishuan up from the ground. Zishuan has only me, and I can't abandon him anymore. Although under Lin Hong's saw operation, her deviation value had already reached a positive 10 o'clock, but even so, she still had no idea of abandoning Lu Zishuan. It can only be said that it is worthy of the great Emperor Ruyan, and even the love brain is the most powerful one in the heavens in all realms. Okay, get out of here. Seeing that Lu Ruyan dared to disobey him at this time, Lu Jigua almost took it out without taking a breath. After resisting throwing a large sum of money to the opponent, he directly spoke to Wang's sledgehammer on the side and said, "Make an announcement, just say that Lu Ruyan has nothing to do with my Lu family since then. Also, I stopped her card too." Hearing this, Lu Rumo hurriedly pleaded, "Dad, don't, Dad, sister, she's just confused for a while." She really didn't expect that her eldest sister could be so iron-headed. Yeah, old Dad, big sister, she. At this time, Lu Rushue on the side also wanted to say something, but before she could finish speaking, Lu Jigua waved his hand to interrupt him, and looked at Lu Ruyan coldly. "I will give you one last chance, and I will think about it and answer it." Looking at Lu Jigua with an angry face, the two younger sisters who pleaded for him, and Lin Hong who was comforting his sobbing mother. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was moved. Only then did she realize that she seemed to have hurt everyone in the family unknowingly, but just as Lu Ruyan hesitated, Lu Zishuan, who was helped up by her, began to be a demon again. Chapter 71. The clown is actually me? After resisting the pain from his body, Lu Zishuan spoke intermittently, "Big sister, don't throw it away. Abandon my eldest sister." If Lu Ruyan also abandoned himself, then he would really be disqualified from the table, and if you get such a beating for no reason, if you don't catch anything, you have to be angry to death. Isn't Lu Jigua capable of you? Then I will kidnap your daughter. At that time, Lao Tzu will let her give birth to a litter. Listening to Lu Zishuan's aggrieved and weak voice, Lu Ruyan only felt a deep tingling in his heart. "Dad, I'm sorry." After saying these words, she helped the other party walk slowly towards the gate of Lu's house. Between her family and Lu Zishuan, she chose the latter after all. Okay, Lu Ruyan, you have guts. Looking at the backs of the two of them gradually moving away, Lu Jigua roared angrily, "Lu Zishuan, remember it for me, Lao Tzu's daughter. It's not something you can touch as a dog. If I find something wrong, Lao Tzu will definitely cut your meat alive one by one." Although Lu Ruyan could be forcibly prevented from leaving, he was not sure whether the other party would do anything too extreme. After all, every old father is the same. He has always said the most excessive words in his mouth, but his heart is still soft. Lu Ruyan is his Lu Jigua's daughter, which is an indisputable topic. Therefore, the only thing that can be done at the moment, in addition to finding someone to follow quietly, is to warn Lu Zishuan with words first. If this guy dares to make any small moves, he will definitely do what he says. You must know that when Lu Jigua was in the army before, Lu Jigua's department was torture. After hearing the threat behind him, Lu Ruyan's pace of leaving paused slightly. At the same time, a tear fell from the corner of her eye. "Dad, I'm sorry." Until Lu Ruyan and the two left Liuzhai, Lu Jigua still stared at the direction of the gate. It looked like she was expecting her daughter to change her mind in the next second. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk, alas. Seeing this Lao Deng's pitiful appearance, Lin Hengdan wanted to comfort him not to wait for something to go wrong. As a result, in the next second, something that shattered his three views happened. "Wife, good girls, how is Dad's acting skills?" After putting on the new clothes handed over by Steward Wang, Lu Jigua looked at a few people with a look of irritation. "It's not that Dad is bragging. I have been in the cultural and industrial group before, and I am known as the most handsome man in the group." Not bad, very good, my dear." At this time, Xiao Wanqing, who was crying on the side, immediately put away her tears and praised, "If you go to acting, any actor in Queen will have to step aside." That's right, it scared me just now." Looking at Lao Deng, who looked like he was in a daze, Lu Rumo nodded very approvingly. "It's all natural, it doesn't look like it was played at all." "Yes, we are acting again." At this time, Lu Rushue, who had reacted from later knowledge and later consciousness, also put away the sorrow on her face. "It's too deep to end the play. I thought the eldest sister really broke with the family." Looking at the Lu family members who suddenly changed their faces, three questions slowly appeared in Lin Heng's head. "What happened? Why did you suddenly feel like a clown?" "Puff, my brother is suspicious of life, right?" Looking at Lin Heng's expression of doubt about life, Lu Rushue put her arms around the other person's neck and explained to him, "Actually, this is the case." A few minutes later, under Lu Rushue's explanation, Lin Hong finally understood the causes and consequences of the incident. Since several people knew about Lu Ruyan's attitude towards Lu Zishuan, they wanted him to see for himself what urination the other party was. After all, their daughters and sisters know best what urinary sex is. Just Lu Ruyan's dead brain, if she doesn't let herself see through it. Even if the skin of the mouth is dried out, it is of no use, although the process was a bit tortuous because of Lin Hong's horse forkworm operation, but overall, the plan as a whole is still developing in the expected direction. As long as Lu Ruyan's economic source and Lu family's daughter's identity are cut off in the future, Lu Zishuan's goods should soon show their feet if he wants to come to Lu Zishuan. As for Lu Ruyan's safety issues, several people naturally considered it a long time ago. Not only did Lu Zishuan rent an apartment now in advance, but more than a dozen nearby houses were bought, and even Lu Zishuan's home has been filled with monitoring systems. As long as there is any bad thinking about this product, more than a dozen strong men will rush into the apartment and beat it up. In addition, Lu Zhigua also took an insurance policy. You must know that his Foshan shadowless feet are inherited by his teachers. When I was kicking Lu Zishuan hard just now, almost all of them went towards the waist area, although there was no problem in a short period of time. There was no effective treatment within 3 days, then no matter what happens in the future, it can only be a soft earthworm. The reason why Lin Hong was not told in advance was also because he didn't want to make him feel any psychological burden. After all, neither he nor Lu Ruyan are part of the Lu family, and naturally, they didn't want to see that the two of them were unhappy because of a Lu Zishuan. Therefore, after the discussion, Lu Zhigua took on the role of the bad GUI. In this way, the possibility of conflict between Lin Hong and Lu Ruyan can be effectively avoided. I'm not surprised, brother. Looking at Lin Hong, who hadn't recovered a little, Lu Rushua rubbed the opponent's hair vigorously. Have you been moved? In fact, it's okay if you want to cry, my sister won't laugh at you. This was the first time she had seen such a stunned expression on her brother's face. Unexpectedly, the smelly brother, who usually seems to be omnipotent, will also be shocked when he is shocked. Cry a ghost, I just didn't react for a while, okay? After breaking Lu Rushua's hand away angrily, Lin Hong lifted the school bag on the side and walked towards the room. Call me at dinner. I went to deal with something first, so I went upstairs first. Although his face looked dismissive, the smile at the corner of someone's mouth revealed his true thoughts. Before that, only the villagers in the Tower Village were truly recognized by Lin Hong in the process of getting along with Lu's family, although there were certain emotional entanglements, but in Lin Hong's heart, this process is actually more like playing house games together. Everyone plays a fixed role on the stage and does what they have to do, and until this moment, Lin Hong could be regarded as accepting the Lu family in the true sense. Xiaohong, this kid. Seeing the figure of the young man walking upstairs quickly, Lu Rumo touched his chin and said with a serious expression, how do you look at it? It seems to be full of tsundere attributes. Hearing this, after the three of the Lu family glanced at each other, they all twisted their heads silently. It's just that from the corners of the slightly pursed lips, it's not hard to see that they are holding back their laughter very hard. In addition to the tsundere attributes of a certain teenager, there is also the familiar movements and tone of a certain middle-aged girl. Chapter 72 Billions of Good Things at 8 o'clock in the evening, in the living room on the first floor of Lu's house. Xiaohong, what's so serious about? Looking at the servants who had been held back one after another, Xiao Wanqing blinked with confusion. She really didn't understand what kind of trouble this bare child wanted to make. That's right, brother, is it possible that your girlfriend is coming home? After picking up the small cake on the table, Lu Rushua ate while saying, Sister, I'm still busy drawing design drawings. Except for this, I'm not interested in the rest. For her, nothing is more attractive than the lifelong event of her smelly brother. Hearing this, Lin Hong glanced at Lu Rushua while connecting the computer to the projection and said, Oh, that's right. There is nothing wrong with you this time without the third sister. If you are busy, you can get the design drawings first. Son of a bitch, are you asking for a fight? Look at me. Okay, stop it. After covering Lu Rushua's mouth, Lu Rumo smiled helplessly. So Xiaohong, what the hell is going on when you call us over? Stare. Although Lu Zhigua on the side did not speak, his straight eyes expressed that his thoughts were the same as Lu Rumo. Don't worry, it's a big deal for our family. While speaking, Lin Hong also projected the things on the computer onto the big screen. Lao Deng. Lu Zhigua, After considering the combat effectiveness that the opponent had just shown, Lin Hong also decisively changed his words. Dad. As far as I understand, the Lu family's current industry is still based on entities, right? That's right. Facing Lin Hong's problem, Lu Zhigua didn't worry about anything and directly said about Lu's affairs. In addition to some large orders, Lu still has a few % of the goods that are delegated to the bottom. Times are changing, and we are about to start to change. After getting the answer he wanted, Lin Hong operated the PPT to jump to the next page. This is the change before and after the transfer of a second-tier company from offline to online. Although the demand for each product has become lower, the order volume and profit have increased by 30%. Speaking of this, Lin Hong looked at Lu Zhigua. Naughty Treasure, an online shopping platform, was launched in March this year. Although many people do not pay attention to this, its appearance heralds the arrival of another era, that is, the era of digitization. The future development trend will definitely change from industry to digital industry. So I think it's time for our Lu family to move one step faster, then step by step faster. For these older generation companies, many of the physical offline shares account for more than 50% of the lifeblood of the company. This may have been nothing in the past, because everyone did it this way, but with the continuous development and progress of the times, the future of such an enterprise is destined to be precarious. This is another development law of Blue Star Enterprises, which is still applicable in this world. It was precisely because of his thorough recognition of the Liu family that Lin Hong would take out this set of things. Looking at the comparison of the front and rear data on the screen, Liu Zhiguan narrowed his eyes slightly. At the same time, the long dusty brain was also running rapidly again. As an older generation of businessmen, the last thing he lacks is the courage to bet on everything. Moreover, judging from the data on the surface alone, the transformation may once again elevate the Liu family on the basis of the original. Are there any plans? After thinking about it for about 2.5 minutes, Liu Zhiguan looked at Lin Hong again. For this kind of novelty, he is currently in a state of blackened eyes. Therefore, asking about one's own cubs has naturally become the best solution. After all, they have all put forward their opinions. If there is no implementation plan, just see if I can break your ass. Yes, please look at the big screen. While speaking, Lin Hong operated the computer and entered the next PPT. We can first. In the next few minutes, Lin Hong explained in detail some of the steps and details of the changes. Well, I will have a meeting with the shareholders tomorrow to discuss this matter. After listening to Lin Hong's description, Liu Zhiguan also showed a look of approval on his face. Although some parts of the plan have yet to be discussed, the overall feasibility feels very high anyway. Some commodities were originally going to be decentralized to the lower level, so why should we limit our attention to such a small place as Shenzhen? Okay. In addition to the online piece, we have one more thing to do. While speaking, Lin Hong brought up a large-scale map of the world. I remember there was a special freighter at home, right? I have logistics warehouses in these countries, which can form a perfect transportation chain. What to do in the future? I believe in the old. Dad, you should have your own plans. These logistics warehouses are just like express outlets, and only with their existence can the routes become smooth. In the past, although the Liu family had its own freighter, it did not have an independent logistics warehouse. As for why there is no, it can only be said that the rules of each country are different, and these logistics warehouses of Lin Hong were still pulled up under the name of Uncle Dong. Of course, it's not selling rock sugar, it's just selling some toy parts that can be assembled. Count on your kid to change his mouth quickly. After retracting his raised right leg, Liu Zhiguan continued to speak. I will give you the follow-up share, not to mention me as Lao Tzu's pit son. Dai Lao Deng. After waiting for decades, just see if I unplug your oxygen tube. After secretly groaning in his heart for a while, Lin Hong handed a note to Liu Rumo on the side. Second sister, the rest of this will be handed over to you. What is this? Looking at a note that Lin Hong handed to him, Liu Rumo blinked slightly suspiciously. She doesn't understand the company's affairs at all. Even if it is for her, she should give it to herself. Although she thought so, she still stretched out her hand to open the note. But the moment he opened the note, Liu Rumo's eyes widened instantly. I saw that what was written on the paper was a pile of medicinal material composition data. Although she had not conducted experiments, she always felt that this prescription was an incredible thing. After all, the things that my brother took out were bad, and which time was it bad? This prescription was given to me by an old man who was rescued before. According to him, this is an antiviral drug that can be used to treat chronic hepatitis C. Seeing Liu Rumo's shocked look, Lin Hong also explained in time. As for the specific details inside, you can only rely on the second sister to experiment. As for what the old man is, of course it is fake. This is a drug he has seen in his previous life named Covardi, Sofosbuvir. It is an antiviral drug used to treat chronic hepatitis C. Because he is proficient in medical skills, it is convenient to use the remaining memory to copy it out. The experiments and operations in the specific details can only be completed by Liu Rumo. After all, he is not the pretty boy wearing underwear. He really doesn't have that much time and energy to do too many things. Chapter 73. You still have half a month. Don't worry, Shohong, I won't let you down. After carefully putting the note in the pocket of his jacket, Liu Rumo nodded seriously. Although she rarely conducts drug research now, she used to mess with her tutor a lot when she was in college. As long as you work hard, you should be able to restore this medicine. Just try your best. Looking at Liu Rumo's expression that I can't do it, Lin Hong said half jokingly, I don't think that someone is holding the head of the chicken coop and then talking about the second form. Cuckoo, X3. And at the moment Lin Hong's words fell, all three of the Liu family except Liu Rumo swallowed subconsciously. At this moment, they recalled the fear that they had been dominated by Liu Rumo 2.0. Don't worry, my sister will pay attention to her sense of proportion. After covering his mouth and smiling at his brother and waving his hand, Liu Rumo smiled and turned to look at the other members of the Liu family, Mom and Dad, Xiaoxue. I think it's time for us to have a good talk. Cuckoo, X3. But just when the Liu family was happy, the atmosphere inside the cold house on the other side of the city was very different. This is the plan, you said. After angrily throwing the phone on Leng Qingxiu, Leng Jingding said in a cold voice, now Liu Ruyan has been removed from the Liu family. So my good daughter, you should be ready to marry Li Zhongping. Just half an hour ago, Lu issued an announcement announcing that he had severed his relationship with Lu Rui, and in addition, he let out the words, "If anyone dares to take in the other party, it will be against Li." In addition, the Lu family is not airtight, there will always be some small tales. Although he didn't know exactly what happened, Lang Jingding knew that Lu Ruyan was taking Lu Zishuan home today. Now it is obvious that not only Lu Zishuan, but also Lu Ruyan has also been abandoned by the Lu family. In other words, the plan to use Lu Ruyan to continue sucking blood fell through. How could it be? How could the Lu family just give up Lu Ruyan like this? Looking at the announcement posted on Lu's official website on his mobile phone, Ling Qingqiu's face was full of disbelief. The other party is not only the eldest daughter of the Lu family, but also has paid a lot of sweat for the Lu family. Could it be that because Lin Hong is a boy, Lu Ruyan can be given up so easily? At this moment of Ling Qingqiu, he couldn't help but resent this patriarchal preference for women. Why do they girls give everything in exchange for nothing but abandonment? Why? Can boys get everything in the family even if they don't do anything? You'd better prepare early. Ignoring the girl whose worldview was gradually collapsing, Lang Jingding glanced at her watch. Then, he was about to turn around and leave the living room. "I will make an appointment with Li and you as soon as possible. I hope that when the time comes, you won't let me down again." In these days, he has a lot of headaches for Lu's refusal to accept orders. At present, except for the former sucker of the Lu family, no one in Guangdong will accept a batch of problematic products, and for some unknown reason, many people in the capital have severed ties with themselves. This also caused in disguise, and the Lang family now has a backlog of more and more things on hand. The cost of accumulating materials, the cost of workers, and the cost of equipment, although it is not enough to crush the Lang family, it is still a big expense. Therefore, the most important thing for the Lang family at present is to find the same sucker as the Lu family as soon as possible. After excluding all unsuitable candidates, Li Zhongping was the only one left. "No. Dad, please give me another chance." Hearing that Lang Jingding was going to give himself to Li Zhongping, Lang Qingqiu couldn't care less about mourning the heavens and the people at this meeting. After stepping forward and hugging the opponent's thigh, he said with a pleading look, "Give me another half a month, and I will definitely catch Lin Hong." Now that Lu Ruyan has been driven out of the Lu family, Lu Zishuan's line is completely abolished. Therefore, if you want to continue to have a relationship with the Lu family, you can only find a way to start from Lin Hong's side. Although the behavior of the previous 2 days was considered to have offended the other party badly, Ling Qingqiu had no other choice at this moment. Although some of Lin Hong's behaviors upset her, she was better than Li Zhongping's goods no matter what you give it to me. Lang Jingding just wanted Ling Qingqiu to let him go, but he changed his mind and it took time to contact Li Zhongping. Instead of waiting, it's better to let the other party let go and give it a try. "Okay, I will give you half a month, but if you haven't succeeded in half a month, then don't blame me for not talking about father-daughter love." Thank you, Dad." Seeing that Lang Jingding actually agreed, Lang Qingqiu immediately promised, "I will definitely not let you down. At that time, that guy Lin Hong will definitely become a puppet of our Ling family." In order not to marry Li Zhongping, she had planned to give it up completely, even if it was to give the most important thing. In addition to the age gap, there are other factors that make Lang Qingqiu make such a move. Even if he gets married at that time, he may not be able to get any benefits from Li Zhongping's old fox, not to mention using the energy in his hands to help him annex the Lang family. Even if the annexation is successful, it won't be her who wants to come to Lang's house. As4 boiling Li Zhongping to death, it's not that Lang Qingqiu hasn't thought about it, but don't forget the glorious history of this product. But it directly killed 3 wives. With this kind of record against the sky, the ghost knows if he will walk in front of the opponent first, and if you choose Lin Hong and take it down, then you can make the most of the opponent. After all, the young man's mind must be better controlled than the old fox, just like controlling Lu Zishuan at that time. Don't talk about a cold family at that time, maybe the Lu family will also become something in their own pockets. Therefore, in summary, choosing Lin Hong has become Lang Qingqiu's last hope. There are still half a month left, remember what you said. Looking at Lang Qingqiu, who was lying on the ground, Lang Jingding turned and left. Hereafter indifferently saying such a sentence, he still has a lot of things to deal with, but he doesn't have time to continue arguing with the other party here. But it wasn't until Lang Jingding's figure completely disappeared in the living room that Lang Qingqiu slowly stood up from the ground. Damn old thing. Looking at the back of the other party getting in the car and leaving outside the villa, she secretly swore in her heart, "Sooner or later, one day, I will make you regret coming to this world." At the same time, inside an apartment in a corner of the city. Chapter 74, Tossing and Turning, the filter begins to break. At the same time, inside an apartment in a corner of the city, due to Lu Zhigua's fat beating, Lu Ruyan did not directly return to the apartment with Lu Zishuan. Instead, he went to the hospital to get some medicine before setting off to return to the apartment. Although the doctor looked unspeakably hidden, he really wanted Lu Ruyan to get to the bottom of it. "It's okay, Zishuan, my sister will always be with you." Looking at Lu Zishuan with a lost face, Lu Ruyan thought that the other party was sad to be kicked out of the family. So, she spoke softly and comforted, "Even if you leave the Lu family, your sister can find a way to make money to support you." Hearing that, Lu Zishuan really wanted to hit it with a scratch. "What do you mean, even if you leave the Lu family, you just want to rely on you to go back to the Lu family?" Moreover, Lu Jigua's last warning also made him feel very uncomfortable. It's like there is obviously a million in front of you, but you can't get it anyway. That feeling is like ants crawling on your body. But although his heart was very uncomfortable, the expression on Lu Zishuan's face did not have many flaws. It's nice to have you, sister, and I will try my best to help. The plan to return to the Lu family failed, but it would be nice to have one more person who could supply his own blood. He just couldn't eat this, which made him feel extremely worried. You can just study hard and leave it to your sister to make money. While speaking, Lu Ruyan also used the key to open the door of the apartment. It's just that after seeing the scene of the room, she subconsciously covered her mouth. It's not because of anything else, it's just that I was disgusted by the terrible sanitary environment inside. At this moment, the interior of this large apartment is filled with an indescribable mixed atmosphere. To put it simply, it is the dull taste produced by overnight meals, unwashed clothes, and long periods of unventilated air intertwined with each other. As far as the line of sight could reach, the clothes were scattered randomly on the sofa, on the floor, and some even drooped in the corner of the table like broken branches and fallen leaves swept by the wind. The shoes were one from east to west, as if they had been discarded by the owner in a hurry, and they were slanted across the middle of the aisle. The coffee table in the middle is full of various sundries. He ate half of the potato chips with his mouth open, as well as a few empty beverage bottles. There were still drops of water hanging from the bottle, and the dry water stains left unsightly marks on the desktop. In addition, there are a bunch of randomly placed takeaway boxes, and some of the soup in them has leaked out. It condensed into sticky patches on the coffee table, and several flies buzzed around nearby, as if they had found their paradise in the chaos. In any case, Lu Ruyan didn't expect that Lu Zishuan, who had a glamorous appearance, actually looked like this in private. At this moment, something in her heart began to gradually collapse. Damn it, why did you forget this stubble? Due to the failure of returning to the Lu family in depression along the way, and Lu Ruyan can only see if he can eat it. So this led to Lu Zishuan completely forgetting the situation at home. As an existence who has been eating and eating since he was a child, he naturally doesn't know anything about housework or anything. In the past, when I was in Lu's house, I occasionally pretended to clean up. In addition, with the help of servants on weekdays, he barely established a very hygienic appearance. After leaving the Lu family, Lu Zishuan completely let go of himself. In addition, there is no servant to help clean up, and the environment inside the apartment naturally becomes like this. Sister, I'm sorry, I'll clean it up right now. Seeing that Lu Ruyan's expression was not right, Lu Zishuan also walked quickly to the room, and while cleaning up the table, he said with some emo, I am in my senior year of high school now, and I am busy studying on weekdays. In addition, I have to live by myself, so I just have to live at home. After these words, he not only found an excuse for the hygienic environment at home, but also perfectly demonstrated his strength. After all, I have worked hard to live by myself. What else do you want me to do, Zishuan? Why don't you take a break first? And looking at Lu Zishuan, who was cleaning up the house with injuries, Lu Ruyan also breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, and reluctantly accepted the opponent's reasons. After all, my senior year of high school is indeed busy, and I have to live by myself. So the apartment is a little sloppy. Just bear with it, sister, let me clean it up. Seeing that Lu Ruyan's attitude eased, Lu Zishuan immediately performed harder. You have been on the plane for a day, so you should take a good rest. If you agree at this time, don't you look lazy. The best way is to learn from Liu Bei, and let Shuzhou pretend to be tall for a while. In addition, with his understanding of Lu Ruyan, this combination of punches will definitely dispel the bad thoughts just now, and the fact is just as Lu Zishuan expected, Lu Ruyan really lost in this combination of punches. In the following time, he directly took the initiative to undertake the cleaning task of the entire home, because when leaving Lu's house, Lu Ruyan was wearing a customized OL suit. Therefore, the appearance of cleaning makes it inexplicably have a different charm. Damn, Lu Jigua actually threatened me. Looking at the girl's graceful body, although Lu Zishuan wanted to eat each other, but when he thought back to Lu Jigua's hysterical warning, he could only dispel this thought unwillingly for the sake of momentary happiness. It is not cost-effective to risk ruining the happiness of a lifetime. 2.5 hours later, Lu Ruyan cleaned up the apartment. However, the long cleaning period also made her feel exhausted like never before. After all, squatting up all the time is a very challenging thing for anyone. Already, are you asleep? Looking at Lu Zishuan, who was already asleep on the bed, Lu Ruyan pursed her lips and did not choose to rest on the bed. Instead, he walked slowly to the sofa on the side and picked up the coat on the side as a quilt. After hearing the movement from behind him, Lu Zishuan, who was facing Lu Ruyan with his back to Lu Ruyan, suddenly showed a trace of ferocity on his face. I have already behaved so obviously, but the other party is so shameless. If Lu Ruyan doesn't go to bed, how can she find a way to get her to take the initiative? After all, Lu Jigua only said that he would not let Lu Ruyan move him, but he did not say that he would not let Lu Ruyan move him. Not to mention Lu Zishuan's little calculations in his heart, Lu Ruyan was already lying on the wooden sofa at this moment. If you faced Lu Zishuan's situation before, half of the bed was vacated, maybe she didn't even think about it at all, and just lay on the same bed with the other party. But after experiencing these things, Today, she already had a different idea in her heart. Although he didn't say anything, there is always a pimple in his heart. Even sometimes she subconsciously thought, is her younger brother really as simple as it seems? Recalling the picture of Lu Zishuan and herself constantly pouring hard water, as well as the disappointed expressions of her parents and sisters at home, Lu Ruyan had mixed feelings in her heart for a while. The boredom in her heart, coupled with the hardness of the wooden sofa, made her feel tossing and turning. After a long time, Lu Ruyan gradually found a balance with the floor in her exhaustion, but just as she was about to fall asleep, a loud purr broke into her already fragile sleep defense line without warning. The huge purr was like an old bellows, making a very regular but extremely annoying sound as soon as it was pulled, especially in this silent night. This sound is infinitely amplified. And listening to this deafening purr, while Lu Ruyan felt a headache, the existence called a filter in his heart was also quietly broken. Chapter 75. Wow, this development is so sudden. The next day, in the classroom of Shenzhen No. 1 Middle School in the first class of senior high school. Good morning, Lin Hong. Seeing the teenager pacing into the classroom, Shinyuchu pinched his pants embarrassedly. Although the love experience is zero, I can't bear it. This is an era of developed networks. I heard that boys prefer all kinds of silk, although I don't know if it's true, but in order to make Lin Hong happy, she still put a layer of white in her pants. The reason for this is naturally to prepare for the new knee pillow. Good morning, Yuchu. After pulling away the chair and sitting down, Lin Hong looked suspiciously at the girl next to him. I don't know why, he always feels that the other party seems weird today, but what was so strange, I couldn't tell for a while. How? What's the matter? Welcoming Lin Hong's constant gaze, Shinyuchu squeezed her clothes nervously. Is there anything on my face? Surprises, it's better not to be known in advance, but in case the young man wants to break the casserole and ask the bottom line, then she has to. I had to roll up my trousers. By the way, it shouldn't be very strange to wear school uniforms and stockings. It's nothing, it's as clean and beautiful as ever. After a half-joking joke, Lin Hong quickly changed the subject. By the way, what about my breakfast? Wouldn't you not bring it to me? Boasting girls is a daily operation, but changing topics is a layer of insurance. When you don't see Shinyuchu at this moment, you have switched to steam G mode again. Except for the fact that there is no smoke, the pinkness of the cheeks is no different from that of a certain two-dimensional girl. Morning. Breakfast is here. After blushing and handing the lunchbox to Lin Hong, Shinyuchu lowered his head and whispered, I won't forget, as long as it's about you. Sometimes, straightforward words are sweeter than any love words. For example, Lin Hong at this moment, he said that he was touched by this little girl, but if it weren't for the current conditions, he really wanted to take a few bites on the girl's cheek. It's all gone. How come there is such a cute and simple girl? After suppressing the inexplicable emotion in his heart, he stretched out his hand and gently rubbed the girl's little head. Silly girl, I'm teasing you. Feeling the warm touch on his head, Shinyuchu raised his eyes slightly and smiled and said, Hey, Lin Hong, you seem to like to touch my head very much. Ah, are you? Before Lin Hong could finish speaking, Shinyuchu stretched out his hand to hold the right hand he wanted to pull away, and said softly with curved eyebrows, I like it, I like you touching my head. My head is only for you to touch, no one else can. With those cute cheeks and clear eyes like a college student, he is inexplicably a bit like a cute husky. The most terrible thing is that this husky is reflecting a kind of light wave called cute. Yuchu, do you know that you are really lethal? Welcoming the girl's clear puppy eyes, Lin Hong stretched out his hand and gently pinched the other's cheek. If I can't find a girlfriend in the future, you have to be responsible, you know? You can't meet people who are too amazing when you are young, otherwise you won't be able to spend the rest of your life in peace. This girl has lifted herself up, and if she dares not to be responsible, she will tie the other party home and be Mrs. Zhaizhai, female a girlfriend. Hearing Lin Hong's sudden words, even Shinyuchu, who was calm on weekdays, couldn't help but exclaim subconsciously, and this exclamation also made many people in the class notice this side. After all, at this age, adolescence is the most exciting time of therefore, the topic of boyfriend and girlfriend is naturally the most eye-catching existence. It seems that now, you can't even admit it if you want to. Perceiving that there were constantly looking at his side around him, Lin Hong propped his chin and said half-jokingly, then Miss Shinyuchu, are you ready to be responsible for me? Although I wanted to wait a little longer, this little girl is indeed too sultry today. In order to avoid the hard cultivated fruits being picked by peaches, he decided to leave a mark first. I'm ready. Looking at Lin Hong's smiling eyes, Shinyuchu held the opponent's hands with his backhand, and said with a serious expression, I will be responsible to you, I promise. Puff. Looking at the girl's positive expression, Lin Hong inexplicably thought of the section of Uncle 9 and Aunt 9 in the movie, You. What are you laughing at? It's nothing, it just feels like you are so cute. After gently scraping the girl's nose, Lin Hong said softly, I will be responsible for you too, my stupid girl. The plan can't keep up with the changes, and the atmosphere is here. If you don't express it anymore, what if you make the little girl sad? In contrast, at this moment, Shinyuchu only felt that his mind was confused. What happened just now? Why did you become boyfriend and girlfriend with Lin Hong? And Lin Hong also said that I am his stupid girl, so should I call him husband? No, it seems a little too explicit. Or just call it honey, it doesn't seem to work either. She's really a cute silly girl. Seeing Shinyuchu with a flushed complexion and not knowing what he was thinking about, Lin Hong quietly held the opponent's left hand after opening the lunchbox. He just saw that the girl's hands were a little cold, and there was absolutely no other meaning in it, and at this moment the surroundings of the two of them. It was quietly covered with layers of pink bubbles. If you change the venue, the atmosphere is already to the point where you can be sent into the cave. Unlike the happy eating of melons by the students in the first class of senior high school, Ling Qingqiu in the front row clenched his fists instantly at this moment. She never expected that the relationship between Lin Hong and Shinyuchu had already developed to this extent. It seems that if you just use the set to deal with Zishuan, it is estimated that it will be difficult to deal with the opponent in a short time. This time, even if he was unwilling, Ling Qingqiu had to plan for the worst, that is, use your most precious things as bargaining chips, because only in this way can she have the opportunity to take down Lin Hong in a short time. But even at this time, Ling Qingqiu still maintained his sanity and did not step forward. The atmosphere of the two of them is getting tired of this meeting. If she goes up, she won't be able to find it, and some things can only be done when there are few people. Chapter 76. It's still the same situation. At noon, at 12:35, GD number 1 middle school specializes in cleaning dishes and chopsticks. That girl should be out soon. After buckling the last clean tableware upside down on the table, Lin Hong raised his eyes slightly and looked to the other side of the playground. After the two had lunch on the rooftop and enjoyed another wave of super knee pillowcase meals, they came here together to clean the dishes and chopsticks. As for Shinyuchu's words, this time he went to the bathroom. After all, ultra-thin stockings or something are really super easy to break, okay. But just as Lin Hong leaned on the edge of the cleaning pool and waited for the girl, a pair of hands suddenly stretched out from the corner and grabbed his arms. Because he had been thinking about noon, Lin Hong didn't react for a while. It was not until the moment he was out of balance by his body that he reacted and used his left foot as the fulcrum and quickly turned his body. At the same time, he also held the opponent's arm with his backhand, and directly used his backhand to control the person on the wall. What? As the wrist was forcibly twisted behind him, the severe pain caused the visitor to subconsciously scream. You must know that the trick of counterattack is generally used by the police to deal with prisoners. Even if you don't describe the pain carefully, you can imagine how powerful it is if you think about it. Really bad luck. After seeing clearly who the person engaged in the sneak attack was, Lin Hong immediately distanced himself from the opponent with disgust. This lonely man and widowed woman, it would be bad if Shinyuchu would misunderstand her later. Damn it, this damn guy. P.S. Added to all subsequent inner words, hearing Lin Hong's extremely disgusted tone, Ling Qingqiu almost fainted without being breathed. Originally, her plan was to let the teenager experience the size of a wave first, then, based on the subsequent performance, choose the way to control the opponent. But I didn't expect Lin Hong to be so perverted, and in that situation he could instantly use counterjoint fighting moves. If it weren't for this skill, he could still move his hands. Ling Qingqiu wondered if his hands were broken. After swearing in her heart for a while, she covered her arms and turned around in pain. Lin Hong, I have something I want to talk to you about. Since plan A does not work, it is natural to use plan B. I have nothing to talk about with you. I want to talk to your brother Zishuan. After sneering at the girl disdainfully, Lin Hong turned and left here. They are all foxes for thousands of years. What are they playing and chatting about? He can know if he thinks about it with his ass, and it's definitely not a good thing to find himself with this product. You wait, I just want to do this. Seeing that Lin Hong was about to turn around and leave, Ling Qingqiu didn't care about the discomfort in his hands, so he planned to reach out and stop the opponent. After all, no matter how meticulous the plan is, it has to be implemented and executed. If Lin Hong refuses to stay, he will find a ghost to implement the plan by himself. It's just that before her hand touched Lin Hong, she was sidestepped by the opponent. Touching me, I don't mind chopping off your hand. Looking at the stunned Ling Qingqiu, Lin Hong's face was also unabashed disgust. Although there is no physical cleanliness, his mental cleanliness is very serious. Like Lu Zishuan and Ling Qingqiu, his inner soul is full of rejection from top to bottom, especially under the premise of knowing that the girl has awakened her own personality. This sense of disgust has been stretched to the extreme. After all, it's not obvious which one is more annoying for fools and scheming women. Welcoming Lin Hong's disgusted eyes, Ling Qingqiu clenched his fists angrily. She has never been treated like this since she was born. Just when Ling Qingqiu was about to be unable to restrain his anger, a voice that was a little wilted but extremely angry instantly attracted the attention of the two of them. Lin Hong, you bastard. What bad things do you want to do to Qingqiu? At the moment the words fell, Lu Zishuan was also in the way of the two of them, and said with a righteous expression, with me, don't try to bully Qingqiu. Because he was greeted by Lu Zhigua's Foshan shadowless feet, his body was also forced to activate an emergency early warning mode. I slept directly from last night until noon, and I didn't come to the school until just now, and in order to avoid yesterday's events making Ling Qingqiu think too much, Lu Zishuan also ran directly to the girl. As for why I know that Ling Qingqiu is here, a small mobile phone software can easily handle it. When I was the young master of the Lu family, Ling Qingqiu didn't come to Lu's house to play less, and taking advantage of that period of time to implant a small virus into the phone, there was no problem at all. Well, sure enough, it's this kind of development again. Looking at Lu Zishuan who suddenly appeared, Lin Hong silently distanced himself from the other party while complaining in his heart that he didn't want to have any close contact with this product. Well, this time it was physical rejection. After all, God knows if Lu Zishuan has taken a good bath. Wouldn't it be if he hadn't washed it clean? Thinking of that picture, the look of disgust on Lin Hong's face couldn't help but increase a bit. Damn it, this damn guy. Looking at the bright look of disgust on Lin Hong's face, Lu Zishuan's already fragile psychological defense line was completely broken. The various pointing points along the way when he came, coupled with Lin Hong's expression at this time, made him instantly think of the picture of being stepped on by Fat Head yesterday. But even though the pot had already been fried in his heart, Lu Zishuan didn't dare to have any dissatisfaction on his face. The experience of the bones being disassembled several times has made him list Lin Hong as the most hated and the most unable to fight hard. To deal with this guy, you have to be a little lean. TSK, these unwilling little eyes. It really makes me happy. Seeing the unwillingness and anger flashed in Lu Zishuan's eyes, a bad idea instantly appeared in Lin Hong's mind. Or, I thought of a fun, guess what fun you have. Chapter 77 Cleaning Up the Tail. Hey, Leng Qingqiu. After moving his gaze to Leng Qingqiu, Lin Hong pointed to Lu Zishuan in front of him. Before you want to talk to me about something, please clean up your tail first. I am a neat person and I don't like green tea wandering in front of me. Since stepping out of the cognitive misunderstanding, he has understood that Leng Qingqiu is an egoist who knows how to endure disguise. I think the reason why she is looking for herself today is probably because of the announcement made by Lu. The severing of the relationship between the Lu family and Lu Rian meant that Lu Zishuan had no possibility of returning to the Lu family. In other words, Lu Zishuan is nothing now. It is precisely for this reason that Leng Qingqiu will come to find herself. After all, from the obvious point of view alone, Lin Hong is the only male of the Lu family's generation, although it is not clear why Leng Qingqiu is so obsessed with establishing a good relationship with the heir of the Lu family. But what does this have to do with yourself? The soldiers came to block the water and cover it with soil, instead of considering so many twists and turns. It is better to watch a real lively event. Lin Hong, what do you mean, Qingqiu won't? Hearing Lin Hong's obviously provoking words, Lu Zishuan immediately ignored the fear in his heart, and accused the other party when he spoke. The Leng family is one of the richest existences he can currently come into contact with, and Leng Qingqiu is the key to entering the Leng family. You can't lose each other, just as the West can't lose Jerusalem. But before Lu Zishuan could finish speaking, Leng Qingqiu on the side was the first to speak. Lu Zishuan, the two of us are over. As a person with a high IQ, how could she not understand what Lin Hong meant? But even if the other party did not make this request, she still had the idea of drawing a clear line with Lu Zishuan, except that the other party no longer has the opportunity to set foot in the Lu family. The picture yesterday also accounted for a large part of the reason. Thinking of the content in the picture, she couldn't wait to stay 10 meters away from Lu Zishuan. For Leng Qingqiu, who has lived in a superior environment since she was a child, such a picture is too lethal. What? After turning around slightly stiffly, Lu Zishuan's face also showed an unbelievable appearance. Qingqiu, this joke is not funny at all, so don't do it again in the future. No kidding, the two of us really don't have any chance. After distancing himself from Lu Zishuan without a trace, Leng Qingqiu said coldly, Lu Zishuan, don't treat everyone as a fool. Do you want me to say what you did yesterday? Remember, you broke your promise first. Yesterday's incident couldn't stand the scrutiny. After Shinyuchu left, Lu Zishuan followed, but Lin Hong left not long after. After class, Lu Zishuan's story of eating baba in the toilet came out. It only takes a little simple thinking logic to connect a whole thing together. It must be Lu Zishuan who wanted to do something to Shinyuchu, but Lin Hong found out and gave him a hard lesson. As for the content of eating chocolate later, perhaps it is the interest of the other party, but after all, there is no one in the photo except Lu Zishuan himself. Damn it, did fat-headed big ears help that group of people tell the truth? Looking at the cold Qingqiu with a cold face, although Lu Zishuan had doubts in his heart, but on the surface, there was still an innocent expression. Is there any misunderstanding in Qingqiu? I didn't do anything. Just like a drowning person will desperately hold on to things, Lu Zishuan now wants to firmly grasp Leng Qingqiu. At least in this way, one can still live a luxurious life of a master in one's own future. Don't come over. Seeing that Lu Zishuan wanted to reach out to pull herself, Leng Qingqiu instantly distanced herself from the other party in a flash. Stay away from me. If she is touched by the other party, she doesn't feel like she wants to sleep well tonight. It's just that this action of the girl is another scene in Lu Zishuan's eyes. If there is BGM at the moment, it should be. Qingqiu, don't do this, okay? After stabilizing his mind a little, Lu Zishuan reluctantly pulled out a smile. Let's sit down and have a good chat to see if there is any misunderstanding. At this moment, he was really panicked. The instinctive movements of his body often represent the true thoughts of a person's heart. And Leng Qingqiu's half step back was serious. Off topic, the half-step back movement was obviously mixed with deep disgust and disgust. I don't want him to guess too. This should be the impact of yesterday's chocolate incident. As long as you can find a way to skip this stubble, it shouldn't be difficult to continue the PUA girl. There is nothing to talk about between us. After raising his hand to signal Lu Zishuan to stop moving forward, Leng Qingqiu's face also showed a trace of disgust. Lu Zishuan, you are so ugly like this. So let's not contact each other in the future. I'm afraid Lin Hong will misunderstand when he knows it. Anyway, I have decided to give up Lu Zishuan, so just use the other party to pull Lin Hong's favorability to in this way. It can be regarded as waste utilization, however, just when Lang Qingqiu was about to raise his eyes to look at Lin Hong, but I found out that there was still someone in the position of the other party just now, not even a hair. Okay, that if you change the style of painting at this time, there should be a breeze blowing at this moment, and a few falling leaves will be blown up, looking. At the scene of this person going to the sky, Lang Qingqiu's whole person was not good. My mother has been performing here for a long time for nothing, right? Time came 2.5 minutes ago, the silly girl is out. Looking at Shinyuchu walking this way from the bathroom, Lin Hong also put away the excitement. After all, it's fun to watch green tea tear each other apart. But where is the fragrance of a soft and waxy little girlfriend? However, in order to show everyone the next wonderful plot, he did not speak out but quietly turned and walked out of the alley. After picking up the lunchbox, he quickly walked in the direction of Shinyuchu. Sorry to keep you waiting. Looking at the young man who came out of the alley, Shinyuchu tilted his head in some confusion. But Lin Hong, why did you come out of there? She remembered that there was no place to rest inside, and the sun was still very hot over there. Looking at Shinyuchu's puzzled look, Lin Hong smiled and pointed to the alley not far away. There is an impromptu performance by the class. Do you want to go over and have a look? He knew that although this girl looked silly on weekdays, she was very sensitive in her heart. Therefore, it is better to put some sensitive things directly on the bright side. Otherwise, if the other party thinks too much at that time, then his own sin will be great. Chapter 78, Step by Step, the Chizuru plot is unfolding? Impromptu performance. Shinyuchu, who heard the words, also instantly thought of Lu Zishuan and Lang Qingqiu in his mind. After all, in the entire senior class, these two people regularly contributed performances to relieve everyone's stress, although as far as she is personally concerned, she is quite indifferent to this kind of performance. Don't go anymore. After removing the two annoying guys from his mind, Shinyuchu stretched out his hand and grabbed Lin Hong's arm. Let's go back to class. The next time is enough for a lunch break. Although I couldn't hear anything from the tone, the reddish cheeks revealed the girl's heart for Shinyuchu. Today is indeed a very magical day. Obviously it was just an ordinary breakfast, but it inexplicably got a lot closer to the teenager. If she hadn't made sure just now when she was in the bathroom, she would still think it was just a beautiful dream of her own. She's really a cute silly girl. Looking at the girl's crimson cheeks, Lin Hong smiled and stretched out his hand and rubbed the other's head. Okay, then let's go back to class. Time goes back to the present. Without waiting for Lang Qingqiu to continue to doubt life, Lu Zishuan's behavior instantly brought her thoughts back. Qingqiu, don't be like this, let's have a good talk. While speaking, Lu Zishuan also walked in the direction of Lang Qingqiu with great strides. He is already prepared for the worst, so he will just do it if he can't talk about it. Since you don't like elegant things, then I will go directly to the methods that Zio Benzi often uses. For example, Shiana, don't come over. The same paragraph as he Rundong, looking at Lu Zishuan, who was gradually approaching him, Lang Qingqiu quickly retreated while warning loudly, if you come over again, don't blame me for being rude. Thinking that the other party had eaten chocolate yesterday, she was about to vomit with nausea. That if you are approached, I am afraid that your whole body will not be able to take it, but as long as it is a road, there is an end. After a while, Lang Qingqiu was forced into a corner by Lu Zishuan. Qingqiu, let's talk about it. Looking at the girl who had nowhere to turn, Lu Zishuan reluctantly pulled out a smile. Let's take a good look at the matter and get rid of the misunderstanding, okay? If possible, he still wants to try not to use special means. After all, there is a big difference between an obedient dog and a dog who is forced to obey. The former can be enshrined in everything, even his own life. Once the latter loses the coercion, it is easy to devour the Lord. Unless the amplitude adjustment is completed during the force period, it will always be an unstable time bomb. You give it to me. Originally, Lang Qingqiu wanted Lu Zishuan to get out of his way, but after seeing the ferocity flashing in the opponent's eyes, he immediately changed to a way of saying, okay, then come here. Although he was not taken seriously in the Lang family, he grew up by Lang Yuding's side. She also far surpasses the average ordinary person in her knowledge of some people or things. If you continue to provoke Lu Zishuan, maybe the other party will get out of control and do something dangerous. In addition, there are currently no self-defense weapons such as electric shocks, chili water, etc. in his hands. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, Lang Qingqiu could only endure the nausea and agreed. First, after all, the physical strength gap between men and women can't be made up by just 2 days of practice, unless the man is particularly weak, or the girl is particularly strong. It's like a fat head of 200 caddies, you can easily crush Lu Zishuan. Of course, this may also be the cause of the opponent's physical deficiency. Okay, let's talk about it. Seeing Lang Qingqiu let go, Lu Zishuan's eyes gradually calmed down. Some are the best to talk about, but if he doesn't have to talk about it, he can only. But just when he came to the girl's side, things turned upside down in an instant. Go to hell. After a burst of laughter, Lang Qingqiu almost kicked Lu Zishuan fiercely. Although she may not be able to beat the opponent head-on, she is still sure to win if she is surprised. I would like to remind all female friends, don't face-to-face with male gangsters. They are not your husband or elder brother in your family, and they will not have any reaction to Shideishin. What? Because when Lin Hong started, the distance between the two was only about 30 centimeters, therefore, Lu Zishuan had no chance to react at all, so he took the kick firmly. After uttering a stern scream, he fell directly to the ground and started the Wudong faction, "Let you threaten me." Seeing that Lu Zishuan still wanted to get up, Lin Hong hurriedly went up and made up a few more feet. After confirming that the opponent had no possibility of continuing the pursuit, she quickly turned around and fled. Here, the most important thing now is to find Lin Hong. He doesn't have much time left. Damn stinky woman. Seeing the back of Lin Hong's departure, Lu Zishuan stood up from the ground tremblingly while Kas Wudong's school. Perhaps it was that he had been kicked a lot recently, and he didn't feel much other than pain at the moment. For example, at the beginning, the feeling that the Dragon Ball was about to crack, but thinking of Lu Haiju's instructions to himself, Lu Zishuan still started to move towards the infirmary little by little with crab steps, and just when Lu Zishuan began to move slowly towards the infirmary, Lin Hong had already returned to the classroom. No way, the area of Shenzhen No. 1 middle school is not small. If you bump around like a headless fly, the chance of finding someone is too small. Instead of running around, it's better to go back to the class and wait for the rabbit. Anyway, if you can run a monk and can't run a temple, Lin Hong always has to go back to the classroom. Just as soon as she arrived in the classroom, she saw a scene that made her blood pressure soar. At this moment, Lin Hong looked at Shinyuchu, who was sleeping next to him, with a spoiled expression on his face. The latter's body was still covered with juvenile clothes. Damn it, how could the two of them make so fast progress? Looking at the circle of pink bubbles around the two of them, Lin Hong clenched his fists subconsciously. But she didn't rush forward to talk to her, but returned to her seat blankly. It looked as if Lin Hong's interaction with Shinyuchu had nothing to do with her at all. As a smart person, Lin Hong knew that he would come forward to talk to him purely to make himself unhappy. After all, no boy would frown at another girl in front of his real girlfriend. What's more, Lin Hong himself has an opinion on himself, therefore, this will have no effect at all except to deepen disgust. So the current thing to do is still to wait, waiting for the moment when Lin Hong is placed on the order. That time, she didn't believe that the other party could still not be moved by giving up everything, unless the opponent is Lu Xiaohui. Absolutely no one can stand it in that situation. Chapter 79 is, TSK. It seems that the show is over. After reaching out and gently pulling the clothes covering Shinyuchu, Lin Hong looked out the window. To be honest, he was still curious. What was the situation with Lu Zishuan at this meeting? Did he cry and break his heart after being rejected? Or did he run away with an unbelievable self-hypnosis before the toy was completely scrapped? Its only function was to bring pleasure to the owner. And Lu Zishuan's existence is actually a more playable toy for Lin Hong. At the same time, no, why didn't I tell you for nothing before? Looking at Lu Zishuan, who was in the Wudong school while using crab steps to walk into the school infirmary, Lu Haiju's dusty mouth for many years finally couldn't help but complain. It was hard to take a vacation to see my daughter-in-law, but I didn't expect to meet the patient. It's okay if you meet it, but the patient still doesn't listen to the doctor's instructions. Thanks to the fact that my temper has converged a lot in the past few years, otherwise I will have to say the last sentence. I will go to 8 in the morning. Dr. Lu. The moment he saw Lu Haiju, Lu Zishuan suddenly accelerated his progress a little excitedly. What a coincidence, Dr. Lu, I can meet you here. By the way, you can take a look for me. I accidentally knocked it when I was walking. It's not important why Lu Haiju appeared here. It's important to let the other party help first. Compared with Lu Mei, the school doctor, the doctor in the municipal hospital is undoubtedly more authoritative, and most importantly, there is no need to give money in this way. Now he has more than 300,000 deposits left in his pocket, so he can't waste it in a place like a hospital. Otherwise, if you go to the old place to play at that time, you really can only see if you can't do it. Facing Lu Zishuan's request, Lu Haiju really wanted to refuse. I finally took a day off today, but you have to force me to look small again. Toothpicks, although they are all men, it's okay to watch them, but they don't watch much after 365 a year. But after a second thought, if you don't do it yourself, you can only do it by your own daughter-in-law. Thinking of that picture, Lu Haiju almost didn't take out the wrench that had been dusty for more than 10 years from his trouser pocket. Go to the cubicle and wait, I'll come over with something. After forcibly holding back the urge to prescribe Lu Zishuan a scoop, Lu Haiju turned around and picked up medical gloves, while ordering, you know the process, prepare yourself first. I know, Dr. Lu. While speaking, Lu Zishuan took a few steps in the direction of the hospital bed. A few minutes later, looking at the injured position of Lu Zishuan, Lu Haiju forcibly pressed down the corner of his mouth that was harder to press than AK. It's not a big problem, just go back and rest for a few days. There is no professional equipment here, so he can only use medical knowledge to make a simple judgment. Although the injured area is a bit of a cyst, it shouldn't be a big problem overall. It's like a balloon after breaking a hole, it doesn't matter how many times you stick a needle in it. Anyway, in the final analysis, it's the same leak. Lu Zishuan's current situation is similar to that described above. It was originally something that had been broken, so where else could it be expected to be? Broken? Thank you, Dr. Lu, I'm relieved when you say that. Seeing that the authorities had said so, Lu Zishuan naturally put his heart in his stomach. By the way, Dr. Lu, is there any medicine here that can be prescribed a little bit? You see, I usually have to go to class, so I definitely can't lie in bed all the time, right? Now that I have decided to choose the path of white prostitution, it is natural to carry it out to the end. For whether it was embarrassing, Zishuan hadn't considered it at all. After all, if you want to become a qualified teacher, the first lesson is to learn how to be shameless. The saying goes, if the water is clear, there are no fish, and if people are shameless, the world is invincible. Therefore, when something like face is in private, it is simply worthless, okay? Looking at Lu Zishuan with a hippie smile, Lu Haiju suddenly entered a state of nani, I am not a doctor here, and I don't have the power to prescribe medicine to you. Playing moral kidnapping with him, grandma's a street in the north of the city and the south of the city. Ask who was the father. When he played this setback then, you Lu Zishuan were still staying in your parents' bodies. Looking at Lu Haiju, who was not grinning for an instant, Lu Zishuan also swallowed subconsciously. I don't know why he always feels as if the guy in front of him will put on a straw hat and take out a wrench in the next second, but in order to be able to have the money to be chic, he still bit the bullet and said, Dr. Lu. But before Lu Zishuan could finish speaking, a voice suddenly came from the door of the school doctor's room. Excuse me, is Lu Zishuan here? At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, at the gate of the school. See you tomorrow, Yu Chu. See you tomorrow, Lin Hong. After hugging each other briefly with Lin Hong, Shinyuchu turned his head and walked towards the car park not far away. If it weren't for the conditions, she really wanted to take the boy home directly, because only in this way can a girl firmly believe that this is not a dream. Looking at Shinyuchu's appearance of turning his head 3 steps at a time, Lin Hong didn't say much, just stood quietly and watched. At this moment, he didn't know why, there was always a feeling that he was inexplicably sending his daughter to kindergarten. It was not until 2 minutes and 30 seconds had passed that Shinyuchu could walk a distance of 50 meters. After lowering the car window, she smiled and waved to the boy not far away. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Watching the vehicle gradually leave, Lin Hong couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. Hey, Xiaohong, what are you giggling at? Hearing the voice coming from not far behind him, Lin Hong turned his head stiffly. It's nothing, by the way, second sister, why are you here? Didn't you say that Steward Wang came to pick me up? There is no mistake, it is Lu Rumo who was here. It's just that compared with the previous exquisiteness, there are 2 more shallow dark circles under the opponent's eyes. It's not your third sister Madahar yet. After a soft yawn, Lu Rumo opened it and rubbed her eyebrows, while continuing to speak. When she set off this morning, she forgot to tell Steward Wang. Due to the upcoming start of the Andom Awards competition, Lu Rushue also took a plane out of the country today. However, due to negligence and forgetting to notify Wang Day, the other party at this meeting was accompanying Lu Jigua on a business trip in the field. There is no way. Now that Lu Ruyan, a hard-working cow and horse, is missing in the family, Lu Jigua has to do many things himself. When there was no other way, Lu Rumo could only get out to pick up Lin Hong. Chapter 80. The person who came was actually him, otherwise, let's take a taxi back. Seeing Lu Rumo as if he was about to fall asleep, Lin Hong silently fastened his seatbelt while reminding him in a low voice, I always feel that you are driving in this state, and we may both have to go to heaven later. Don't worry, second sister, I'm very stable. After putting on his glasses again, Lu Rumo instantly discovered the blind spot like Watson. By the way, brother, what were you giggling at just now? Is it really spring coming? The last time I gossiped about each other, I was educated by Xiao Wanqing for one night. So this time, she decided. Just finished chatting about the gossip in the car, so that Xiao Wanqing can't educate herself. I, Lu Rumo, am really a genius. Looking at Lu Rumo, who was giggling inexplicably, Lin Hong distanced himself from the other party without a trace. Isn't it a very popular saying before, that is, my mother won't let me play with fools? This also proves in disguise that things like stupidity are contagious. He didn't want his smart little head of melon seeds to be contaminated by Lu Rumo, a stupid girl. What's your expression? At this time, Lu Rumo, who noticed the boy's small movements, also muttered unhappily, brat. You dare to dislike your sister, believe it or not, I will leave you here. Faced with this second sister who had suddenly degenerated to the intellectual level of kindergarten, Lin Hong had to temporarily coss as a preschool teacher. Believe it or not, my wise and martial second sister. It's almost time for us to go back, otherwise we won't be able to catch up with dinner at home. Children, just coax them. Of course, if the opponent uses moves such as pouring and rolling, then he must let the other party know what an inverse who has lived for more than 10 years is. You know each other. Seeing his brother's flattering appearance, Lu Rumo raised his mouth proudly in an instant. That look was almost the same as the soldiers sent by Li Yunlong to guard the supplies. Sure enough, she deserves to be the second sister with a black history of secondary 2 diseases. After pressing down the corner of his mouth that was harder to press than AK, Lin Hong also said with a serious expression, Miss, please leave the car. Just sit still, let's do it. But before Lu Rumo finished picking up the stubble, the glass of the car window was knocked at this moment, and this sudden movement naturally attracted the 2 people in the car in an instant. It's just when you get a good look at the people standing outside the car, whether it was Lin Hong or Lu Rumo, there was no grinning expression on his face. What a coincidence, Miss Lu, I didn't expect to see you here. Looking at the 2 people in the car, Hulina said with a smirk on her face, Zishuan just happens to be going home, so let's take a ride together. Let's move the timeline back a little bit. Excuse me, is Lu Zishuan here? Looking at the empty infirmary, Hulina kept looking around with her head outstretched before coming to the infirmary. She also went to the classroom to look for it, although the expressions of those students. It was a bit weird, but it was still pointed out that Lu Zishuan seemed to be in the school doctor's room. Because of the incident last time, all possibilities were lost between her and Wang Defa. After losing a guaranteed option, Hulina's only choice at present is naturally Lu Zishuan, and this is also the reason why she appeared here. The purpose is to renew her relationship with the other party after all. Apart from confirming the video, Lu Zishuan hadn't come to him for a long time. Damn it. How did you find this product? Hearing this familiar voice that had just turned 18, Lu Zishuan's face instantly became frightened. To say that the person he didn't want to see the most, except for Lin Hong, was Hulina in the first place, not to mention the terrible Wang Defa. Lang Qingqiu's relationship with herself is still in chaos. If the other party saw Hulina, it might be really impossible for them to do so. Hey, here it is. But when Lu Zishuan was about to pretend to be dead, Lu Haizhu on the side directly opened the curtain. Girl, do you think you are looking for this guy? As a doctor, observation is also an essential skill. After all, there will always be some radicals in doctors and patients, and it is always right to know more for the sake of life. The panic that had just flashed on Lu Zishuan's face, but he didn't lose a trace of it all in his eyes. I wanted to give the opponent a hammer, but that's it, you don't have to do it yourself. You have to mopping the floor for your wife later in the province. No, I'm at 8 in the morning? Looking at the curtain directly opened by Lu Haizhu, Lu Zishuan was dumbfounded. Pull the curtain as soon as you come up. Are you still hiding from Wool? Zishuan, you are really here. After seeing Lu Zishuan in the hospital bed, Hulina walked into the school doctor's room with joy in her eyes. I thought you were gone. You're not fucking here anymore. Although I really want to come to the last sentence like this, I can consider the reason why I can't let the other party make things big while I'm still at school. As a result, Lu Zishuan barely squeezed out a smile and pretended to be calm and asked, Nana, why did you come to school? I'm here to find you, it's been a long time since we met. While speaking, Hulina also came to the hospital bed. After seeing the scene on the bed clearly at the moment, she opened her mouth in some consternation. What is the situation? Due to the need to check the wound, Lu Zishuan's clothes were placed aside this time. The school's infirmary, the small world behind the curtain. How can this look wrong, especially still? There were actually 2 men behind the curtain. How about this kind of thing? It feels a bit above. After perceiving that Hulina was inexplicably corrupt, Lu Haizhu sucked the corners of her mouth helplessly. Girl, this is actually the case. Although it is a bit unethical to expose the privacy of patients, they can only do so for their own innocence. Moreover, the other party seems to have a very good relationship, so it is still necessary to inform about this kind of thing. After all, normal men and normal women can get a certain degree of happiness together. If abnormal men and women are together, it is actually difficult for women to be truly happy. So for her own reputation, but also for the happiness of a girl for the rest of her life. He, Lu Haizhu, decided to make the matter public. Lu Zishuan on the side originally wanted to stop it, but when she thought that she could persuade Hulina to retreat, she endured it. Now he doesn't have much time and energy to deal with the opponent, and it is undoubtedly the best to get rid of him early. Chapter 81, Training Course for Picking Up Men and Women. Oh my goodness. After listening to Lu Haizhu's description, Hulina also covered her mouth in surprise. Lu Zishuan had only 24 breaths, but now he has been injured so many times. Doesn't that mean? Thinking of the legendary picture of the head exposed for seconds, Hulina's face couldn't help but become ugly. But after thinking of the rich family background of the Lu family, she hurriedly put away her smelly face. It's okay to show your head in seconds. As long as you have money, everything is not a problem. And as long as she has money, she doesn't just look for whatever she wants. After trying to understand this, she immediately held Lu Zishuan's right hand and said with a distressed expression, Zishuan, don't be afraid, I will always be by your side. I'm on 8 in the morning. Looking at Hulina with an affectionate face, Lu Zishuan really collapsed. Why is this product the same as dog skin ointment? You can't get rid of it. Why don't you do this? How about I go to your house to take care of you? Seeing that Lu Zishuan didn't speak, Hulina hurriedly took advantage of the victory and chased after her. As long as she can take this opportunity to stay in the Lu family, she may not be able to take the opportunity to sit in the position of the future hostess of the Lu family. And if Lu Zishuan really can't do it, Lu Zhigua is actually a good choice. Although he is almost in his 50s this year, he is actually in the same state as a man in his early 30s, recalling the 8-pack abs she saw in the gym that time. Hulina couldn't help swallowing. If you have money and face, who would not love such a man? I'm fine, Nana, don't worry. After hearing Hulina's request, Lu Zishuan immediately and decisively rejected the other party. Mom has been in a bad mood recently, so you still don't want to go. Not to mention that he can't go back to Lu's house. Even if he can go back, it's impossible to take her to the door, and as soon as you come to the door, you won't reveal your current state. The ghost knows that at that time. What kind of moth will this pussy make again? Therefore, the safest thing to do at present is to try to stabilize it first and find a chance to get rid of it directly. Or wait for Lang Qingqiu to be done in the follow-up, and directly use the power to get the opponent out of here or that. Okay then. Hearing that Xiao Wanqing was in a bad mood, Hulina couldn't say anything, so she immediately began to change the subject, and Lu Zishuan also saw the move and fooled one of them. Want to buy a bag recently? My mother said that I had to study well in my senior year of high school, and I didn't give pocket money. Want to go to the beauty salon? You don't have to go for your natural beauty, you are the best looking in this way. Fancy a car? I don't have a driver's license yet, so I'll buy one for you. When I have it. A few hours later, these two things that were 8 in the morning are finally gone. Looking at Lu Zishuan, who was leaving slowly with the help of Hulina, Lu Haizhu pulled out his ears with a look of displeasure. After forcing it all afternoon, I almost couldn't ask for my ears, okay. Although he had been self-cultivation for many years, he couldn't help but break his skills this time. As for the reason, of course it is because the chat content of the two is too adversarial. It's completely a live version of the fishing for men and fishing for women training class, and it's still an advanced kind. Okay, don't swear all day long. Looking at Lu Haizhu with an unhappy face, Lu Mei stuffed a grape into the opponent's mouth. Individuals have their own personal way of living. You don't still envy that young man, do you? Envy a fart. That guy is going to be kicked by others, okay? His pants pockets are full of footprints. After swallowing the grapes in his mouth, Lu Haizhu said with a serious face, after the daughter-in-law, that guy will come and stay away from him. It's too scary. Ha, there's no need for me to be this age, right? No, daughter-in-law, you are the most beautiful in my heart. It's not disgusting to be dead. After giving Lu Haizhu a blank look, Lu Mei happily stuffed a grape into his mouth. I will reward you at night. At this moment, Lu Haizhu felt that the grapes in his mouth were tasteless. At the same time, Lu Zishuan and Hulina, who had left the infirmary, had also arrived at the entrance of the school. Zishuan, where is the car that came to pick you up? Looking at the rows of vehicles parked on the side of the road, Hulina couldn't help but start looking around. The Lu family's daily pickup and drop-off car is a customized Lincoln, which can be easily recognized at a glance when placed in the group of cars, but she looked at it for a long time, and she didn't even see a hair of the car. This is a great opportunity to brush favorability. How could I just miss it like this? Maybe come later. While speaking, Lu Zishuan had already distanced himself from the other party without a trace. You can go back first, I'll just wait here. In order to avoid being seen by the rest of the people walking with Hulina, he had been dawdling for a long time. Although the flow of people outside the school is much smaller, there are still a lot of students. If Ling Qingqiu hears any news, he really won't have any chance. Zishuan, who is not in a hurry, I will accompany you for a while. While speaking, Hulina was still looking around at the vehicles parked on the side of the road. Even if you are not a direct member of the Lu family, it is a good choice to brush your favorability with Wang Dai. At that time, there will be such a relationship, and there will be a lot of convenience in and out of Lu's house. Nana really doesn't need it anymore. I'm alone. Zishuan, where are you looking? Before Lu Zishuan could finish speaking, Hulina excitedly pointed to a car not far away. I remember it was your second sister's car. Let's go together. Without giving the other party time to react, he grabbed his arm and walked to the car parked on the side of the road, but when Lu Zishuan recovered, Hulina had already knocked on the glass of the vehicle. This is the scene that just happened. Let's switch the time back to the present. Zishuan just happens to be going home, so let's take a ride together. Looking at Hulina smiling outside the window, and Lu Zishuan with an ugly face. After Lin Hong and Lu Rumo glanced at each other, they both saw a playful expression in each other's eyes. I'm sorry, Miss Hu, Lu Zishuan is no longer our Lu family. After giving Hulina a polite and distant smile, Lu Rumo looked coldly at Lu Zishuan from the side. Lu Zishuan, if you dare to use the name of the Lu family to trick you outside again, be careful that I won't let you see the sun tomorrow. Although nothing can be seen on the surface, Lu Rumo's heart is constantly churning at this moment. This line is so domineering. The sisters finally became a cold female boss. What? But when Lu Rumo said this, Hulina looked at Lu Zishuan from the side in disbelief. Zishuan, what the hell is going on? Chapter 82 Gold Diggers vs Green Tea Girls. If this matter is true, wouldn't Hulina be a joke for her? Although Wang Defa is not as rich as the Lu family, he is also richer than ordinary people. If Lu Zishuan had nothing left now, he would give up Wang Defa for him. Isn't this behavior the same as picking up sesame seeds and losing cucumbers? Don't doubt it, it's true. Without giving Lu Zishuan a chance to explain, Lin Hong lay down by the window and added, he was kicked out of Lu's house a month ago. So this lady, you have to be careful not to be fooled. It's rare to have a big show with a changed heroine, and he doesn't want to miss it for some reason. After all, in essence, Lin Heng's character is actually quite bad. No, it's not true. Lin Heng's words were like the last straw that overwhelmed the camel, causing Hulina's mentality, which was already in self-doubt, to completely collapse. Lu Zishuan, tell me, this thing is not true. She couldn't accept this fact. She would actually give up Wang Defa for a waste. Shall we leave here first? Seeing more and more people paying attention to this side, Lu Zishuan's face couldn't help but panic. If Ling Qingqiu heard any wind, he would continue to PUA each other like this in the future, and when he had to, he really didn't want to use unconventional methods. Lin Hong, don't listen to him, he is just fooling you. Lin Hong, close it to me. Pop. Without waiting for Lu Zishuan to finish speaking, Lu Rumo directly slapped his big mouth. If you dare to beep at Xiu Hong again, it won't be as simple as a slap. Looking at Lu Rumo with an indifferent face, Lu Zishuan could only clench his fists unwillingly. The situation is stronger than others, he has to endure it first. Waste. After rolling his eyes disdainfully, Lu Rumo sat back in the car and said to Hulina, "Okay, Miss Hu, you can continue." In fact, don't look at her calmness on the surface, but in her heart, she has already cried into a twist. Damn it. Why is this guy's skin so thick? My hands hurt so much. QAQ. At this moment, she deeply realized the mood of someone Lin on the day he went home. That is the 13 I pretended to be. No matter how painful it is, I have to endure it. Are you polite? Although she really wanted to ask Lu Rumo like this, Hulina's emotions became excited again when she thought of the current situation. Lu Zishuan, you'd better make it clear to me, what is the situation now? At this moment, it doesn't matter if a lady is a lady or not, the important thing is to figure out what happened. If Lu Zishuan was really abandoned by the Lu family, she would quickly find a way to go back and take care of Wang Defa. Don't ask, he was abandoned by the Lu family. Looking at Hulina, who was whining, Lin Hong took the melon seeds handed over by Lu Rumo and added, "The Lu family has already made an announcement, so you can check it out." Lin Hong, you. Pop. Unlike just now, this time it was Hulina who slapped her directly, and the power of this slap was also very great, and Lu Zishuan was directly slapped and staggered back several steps. Then without giving the other party time to react, Hulina grabbed the other party's hair. At the same time, several slaps were quickly used in his hands. "Why are you lying to me, you liar?" 5 seconds, man, I'm really blind. What? Let go. The tingling sensation on the scalp caused Lu Zishuan to scream in her lower consciousness, and at the same time, she reached out and grabbed Hulina's hair. What? What? Accompanied by 2 screams, Hulina and Lu Zishuan also fell to the ground one after another, and they all have a pinch of hair in their hands. "You bastard, you dare to fight back." Touching the gap on the top of her head, Hulina suddenly fell on Lu Zishuan like a madman. "I will kill you, a scumbag, a liar, a scumbag, a 5-second man. Let go, let me go, you crazy woman." Seeing this situation, Lu Zishuan also protected his hair with one hand and pushed the opponent desperately with the other. At the same time, he couldn't help roaring in his heart, "Lin Hong, Lu Rumo, you 2 bastards, I remember you. The reason why I didn't say that I was abandoned by the Lu family before was to avoid this kind of thing happening, but I never expected it. I was really afraid of what was coming." In the process of pushing and shoving between the two, a can of medicine also fell out of Lu Zishuan's pocket and rolled straight to Lu Rumo's vehicle. This is. Looking at the name written on the medicine bottle, Lu Rumo subconsciously opened his mouth wide. "Good guy, Lu Zishuan, this guy actually has a kidney loss. WC, I really lost my kidney." Lu Rumo's words were like a bombshell, which directly made the surrounding students unable to help discussing it, especially after seeing the name of the medicine bottle clearly. Many people couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. As for the reason for this reaction, it was that they had seen their father taking this medicine at home. Hey, Lao Deng is really old. At this moment, an idea appeared in the hearts of many people. "Lao Deng, you don't want to be known about taking this medicine yourself, do you?" It's just that because the scene was too lively, the people on the periphery didn't hear what Lu Rumo said. After the spread of false rumors, he has evolved from Lu Zishuan's kidney loss to Lu Zishuan's lack of waste. Even in the end, it had already spread that Lu Zishuan was not 100%. However, this farce did not last long, and the school security guards calmed the matter down. It is indeed wrong for social personnel to beat up students for no reason, but it is also wrong to learn to deceive other girls. Therefore, the security guards' way of dealing with it is to fork each of the 2 aside with a fork to calm down. Looking at Lu Zishuan and Hulina, who were cross like pigs, Lin Hong threw the melon seed shells into the trash can on the side of the road and said, "Come on. Let's go back too. Now that the excitement is over, it's time to go back for dinner. For a pure Chinese, only gossip and food cannot be disappointed. As for which kind of thing is the most important, it will vary from person to person. It's like some people like to eat sweet tofu brains, while others like to eat salty tofu brains. Well, it's almost time to go back." After retracting his gaze from the bustling crowd, Lu Rumo started the vehicle and said, "By the way, my mother just sent a message saying that she has something to go out. Let us not have to wait for her when we go back, just have dinner first." Xia Wanqing is doing big things. Chapter 83. Xia Wanqing is taking action. Something went out? Recalling Xia Wanqing's life trajectory these days, Lin Hong also joked half-jokingly, "Do you think you are going to pick someone for you?" Since knowing Lu Ruyan's attitude towards Lu Zishuan, the other party has been thinking about arranging Lu Rushua and Lu Rumo earlier. In Xia Wanqing's words, it is to find a suitable pickup man early, and save yourself from continuing to worry about these 2 goods. Hearing this, after Lu Rumo glanced at Lin Hong blankly, Lu Rumo curled his lips unhappily. "You kid deserves a beating, don't you? Whether it's a boy or a girl, they don't like being urged to do things by others, not to mention marriage, which is related to the happiness of the lower body. If you don't find a suitable candidate, it's better to choose yourself to live alone. Don't worry, it's not that I'm going to find you a blind date." You bastards still mentioned it. And just when the 2 of them were arguing, in front of the gate of an apartment on the outskirts of the city, because it is located on the edge of the city, the roads nearby are potholes and uneven. In some places, there is still serious stagnant water, mixed with garbage and soil, forming dirty puddles. Stains and graffiti are everywhere on the exterior walls of the building. Or because of the long-term disrepair, the exterior walls have also appeared mottled and fallen off, giving people a dilapidated feeling. The lights in the corridor on the first floor are dim, and some light bulbs have been damaged for a long time and have not been replaced. Various small advertisements were also posted on the walls of the corridor. Layers upon layers, torn traces and remaining paper make the already dilapidated wall appear more messy. Looking at this terrible living environment, Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but feel distressed in her eyes, but after thinking that it was all for the child, he hid this emotion again. Mom? But just as she was about to go upstairs, a tentative inquiry suddenly came from behind her. After hearing this familiar voice, Xiao Wanqing also turned around quickly and greeted the girl's stunned eyes straight. Mom, it's really you. Seeing that the visitor was really Xiao Wanqing, Lu Ruyan hurriedly sorted out some messy clothes and stammered, but why are you here? Is that what Dad meant? After running outside for a day, I just went to the vegetable market to buy wave vegetables. Therefore, her image is indeed not very good now, and she is even a little embarrassed. I came here secretly. After reaching out to take the vegetables in the girl's hand, Xiao Wanqing rubbed the other person's head distressfully. I brought you some change of clothes, let's talk about it first. Okay, you come with me. While speaking, Lu Ruyan forcibly put the tears in her eyes back and stretched out her hand to take back the things in Xiao Wanqing's hand. And no matter how big it is, as long as there are parents, it will always be a child. And no matter how strong you are outside, sometimes it's really easy to lose control of your emotions in front of your parents. Under the leadership of Lu Ruyan, the two quickly came to the apartment rented by Lu Zishuan. Thanks to the cleaning last night, the environment in the house at this moment seemed well organized, not like a pig's nest. The only thing that is far from the overall environment may be the messy bed and the remaining bowls and chopsticks on the table, and these are all Lu Zishuan's masterpieces. Ruyan, where did you sleep last night? After glancing around the environment in the house, Xiao Wanqing said with a serious face, don't tell you slept in the same bed with Lu Zishuan last night. Although I have known everything through monitoring a long time ago, I still have to ask what I should ask. Otherwise, if the flaws are revealed, it will easily arouse the suspicion of her eldest daughter. No. I slept on the stool yesterday. After placing a glass of clear water in front of Xiao Wanqing, Lu Ruyan also explained in a panic, Mom, believe me, I really didn't lie anymore. Hey. Looking at the clear water on the desktop, Xiao Wanqing sighed helplessly. Why do you think you are suffering? Who is Lu Zishuan? Isn't what I told you is not clear enough? Mom. Welcoming the disappointed look of the other party, Lu Ruyan also pursed her lips and lowered her head. Even though she knew that Lu Zishuan had many problems, she still wanted to make the other party better through hard work. As predicted by the Lu family, Lu Ruyan is the kind of person who will never look back if he doesn't really hit the south wall once. Forget it, you won't listen to what I say. While talking, Xiao Wanqing took out a stack of cash from her bag. You take the money first. Your dad said he would cut off all your wealth. In order to avoid being discovered by him, I can only find a way to get you some cash. In addition to your second sister and third sister, some of these are from Xiaoheng. When the child heard that it was for you, he even took out all the money used to buy study materials from the suitcase. Of course, sometimes, it is also essential to mix a little lie with the truth. It's true that all three of them paid for it, but Xiao Wanqing directly deducted it from the pocket money of a few of them. As for why Lu Ruxue and Lu Rumo are so old, they still have things like pocket money. It can only be said that in the concept of the Lu family, as long as they are not married, they will always be children. Even if you are 40 years old, this is still the truth, but if you don't get married at this age, you probably have to have a caring mixed doubles meal every day. Xiaoheng doesn't blame me. Looking at the stack of tickets in Xiao Wanqing's hand, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but flash a trace of complicated emotions in her eyes. It stands to reason that she did that yesterday, and it is no exaggeration for Lin Hong to hate herself, but now the other party not only didn't say much, but also took out all the money in the box. This operation did make Lu Ruyan's heart mixed. Especially after recalling the events of last night, this complex emotion was also magnified. Let's turn back the clock a little bit. Zishuan, you can borrow some money from your sister first. After cleaning up the garbage on the desktop, Lu Ruyan walked slowly to Lu Zishuan, who was studying on the sofa. I'm going to prepare some interview materials. Lu Zhiguo moved quickly, and not long after leaving Lu's house, all her assets were frozen. It can be said that in addition to communication tools and this suit of clothes, Lu Ruyan is now penniless in the true sense. Still ask me to borrow money? After hiding a touch of unnaturality in his eyes, Lu Zishuan took out a few crumpled banknotes from his pocket. Sister, I only have so much left, you can take it and use it first. And these banknotes are scattered together, and they can be about 60 yuan. Chapter 84, Learn from your mistakes, that's all that's left? Looking at the crumpled pieces of change in Lu Zishuan's hands, Lu Ruyan's eyes flashed with a strange look. Didn't I just give you 50W the day before yesterday? Why is there so little left? I'm sorry, sister, I have run out of them. The face of the willow such as smoke questioning, Ryuko Shin bowed his head, stuttered in the opening, said, blame me, and I will save points spent. Oh. If you don't have money, you will definitely not be out of money. Now there are more than 30 cold people lying in his card, but this money is used by yourself to make money, so you definitely can't give it to the other party, and God knows what kind of job Lu Ruyan can find after that. What if it's the kind that only costs a few thousand yuan a month, so instead of handing over the money, it's better to keep it in your hands and use it to be chic and happy. And I have handed over all the money on my body, so you have nothing to say. It's okay, I blame the eldest sister for not being able to take you home. After sighing, Lu Ruyan barely squeezed out a smile. You keep reading, I'll go and clean up the kitchen. As the existence of making money to Lu Zishuan regularly, how could she not know how much money was in the other party's card? Although they are all small sums of money, they are in order to show the importance they attach to Lu Zishuan. The money was basically operated by Lu Ruyan himself, and when Mingming inquired yesterday, there were still about 400,000 in the bank card. Coupled with the fact that the two of them are almost always together today, Lu Zishuan has no possibility of spending money at all. Therefore, in summary, there is only one possibility, that is, the other party does not want to lend the money to himself, but after all, human beings are selfish, and there is nothing wrong with considering them for the future. At least, Lu Ruyan comforted herself in this way, but under the impact of today's incident, Lin Hong and Lu Zishuan's behavior was instantly judged. Of course, she didn't know that these were Xiao Wanqing's routines. After all, as far as Lin Hong is concerned, Lu Ruyan is an existence that can be humanely destroyed. If necessary. That is, be careful when humanity is destroyed, otherwise the Lu family and others will be sad for a long time. This is not something that Lin Hong, who has truly accepted them, wants to see. Go back and be soft with your dad. Looking at Lu Ruyan, who had fallen into silence, Xiao Wanqing stretched out her hand and gently pinned the hair on the opponent's forehead behind her ears. You also know that your father is a soft-spoken lord. As long as you are willing to be soft, he will definitely change his mind. Feeling the pain and helplessness in her mother's words, Lu Ruyan had already filled the gap in her heart, and there was another slightly imperceptible crack. Xiaohong has been separated for so many years, doesn't your sister want to recognize him? After perceiving Lu Ruyan's hesitation, Xiao Wanqing also understood the truth of hitting the iron while it was hot. So he continued to add, and the things Lu Zishuan did before, didn't I make it clear enough? Plant and frame, gain sympathy, and even. Although the last sentence was not said, both of them understood what it meant, because after the surveillance video was reorganized, their hearts fluctuated a lot. Mom, Raising her eyes to look at Xiao Wanqing's complicated eyes, Lu Ruyan pursed her lips and lowered her head in shame. Zishuan, he was just confused for a while, I will make him better again. Until now, she still didn't want to give up Lu Zishuan like this. In any case, the two have lived together for more than 10 years, and certain things are not so easy to change for people with iron heads, unless it was this iron-headed person who hit a wall harder than the iron head. Otherwise, the scene will continue to be sung like this. Although this result had been expected a long time ago, Xiao Wanqing was still a little disappointed in her heart. It seems that I can only find a way to design a wave, so that my eldest daughter can see with her own eyes what Lu Zishuan is like. You can't go back if you don't, and I respect your choice. Thinking like this, Xiao Wanqing asked another very real question, but have you ever thought about what you should live on in the future? And don't tell me, do you really want to be with Lu Zishuan for the rest of your life? If that's the case, I'd rather break your leg and lock it up. Doing a full set of acting, Lu Zhigua has greeted people in the industry. It can be said that in the entire GD, Lu Ruyan doesn't want to find a decent job. No, I really only treat him as my younger brother. Facing the fierce speech of his old mother, Lu Ruyan immediately hurriedly explained, in the short term, I will find a job to transition. Follow-up. I'm slowly looking for a good job in the follow-up. Although she came down one day today, she also understood that she was blocked by the industry, but Lu Ruyan believed that it was gold that would shine one day. As long as there is a suitable opportunity, she may not have a chance to take off again. As for the current stage, she has found a job that is not so decent, although it's a bit tired, it's at least a good income. But in order not to worry Xiao Wanqing, she did not say the specific content of her work. Hey, that's it when you're young. Looking at Lu Ruyan with a firm face, Xiao Wanqing didn't say much anymore. He took out a bracelet directly from his bag and put it on the opponent's hand. This is a newly developed product of the company. My contact information is stored in it. You can call me at any time if you need anything. In addition, there is an automatic GPS positioning device, which can be activated directly if you encounter danger. In addition to active rescue, this product will alert if the heartbeat exceeds 100 times per minute, and it will give the bound mobile phone an early warning after a period of up to 1 minute. After all, the people invited by the Lu family are not robots, so it is inevitable that there will be some negligence. Therefore, this bracelet can be regarded as one of the insurance links. But Lu Ruyan's answer just now made Xiao Wanqing see hope. At least compared with the speech that night, I can barely see a little brain. Maybe it won't be long before my stupid girl can go home, Mom. Looking at the bracelet on his wrist, Lu Ruyan's eyes couldn't help but burst into crystal clear tears. I'm sorry, I let you down. The thing adults fear most is that they suddenly find a trace of comfort in despair. This trace of comfort will open the fragile and strong outer shell and expose the weakest self inside. You can do it yourself. After saying this, Xiao Wanqing got up and walked towards the door. It wasn't until she came to the gate that she turned her head and said, "If you think about it clearly, go back and be soft with your dad. Although he said he wanted to drive you away, he actually missed you in his heart all the time." After completing this lore-killing pitch, Xiao Wanqing continued to walk out of the apartment slowly. The nostalgia is true, and it is still very nostalgic after all. Without Lu Ruyan, a cow and horse, Lu Zhigua was about to be exhausted into a cow and horse. I'm sorry. Looking at the bracelet on her wrist, the tears in Lu Ruyan's eyes slipped silently. At this moment, her heart, which had already appeared infinitely cracked, seemed to have a faint sign of collapse. At the same time, in the alley not far below the apartment building, looking at the limo park not far from the apartment, Lu Zishuan sneakily poked out a head. Chapter 85, A Plan Within a Plan and a Plan Within a Plan. In addition to the reasons for frequent rides in the past, the string of 8 license plate numbers is also explaining, this car is a special car for the Lu family. Could it be that the Lu family has come to be soft? Although thinking like this in his heart, Lu Zishuan didn't mean to rush forward. In addition to not knowing whether Lu Zhigua is there or not, his image is also a very serious problem now. In the process of scuffling with Ulina, there were varying degrees of damage to both her clothes and her face. The most serious place to say is the bald spot on the back of the head. Although there is hair to cover up, it is not difficult to see where a piece is missing. As for how he got rid of Ulina, it can only be said that he happened to meet a group of debt collectors. The following things are not easy to describe, but everyone who wants to come here should understand everything. However, when he thought that if the Lu family was really softened, Lu Zishuan couldn't help showing a trace of expectation in his eyes, because in this way, I will definitely be able to return to the Lu family with the situation. As long as he can return to the Lu family, he must make this conscientious guy pay the price. Lu Zhigua and Lin Hong broke their legs and locked them up, while the rest all developed into their own toys, and just when Lu Zishuan was a familiar figure also came out of the dim corridor. Well, I see. Xiao Wanqing dialed the phone while walking slowly towards the vehicle not far away. Due to the narrow passage of the apartment, her call was also heard by Lu Zishuan not far away. I gave 150,000 yuan, this is the last time. Well, I won't smoke like a cigarette anymore. She loves to live here, just live here. I have given up on her. Let's train Xiaohong as soon as possible, in the future. Damn, how could this happen? Hearing Xiao Wanqing's call with others, Lu Zishuan's face was full of hideous and unwilling expressions. I thought the other party was here to be soft, but I didn't expect it to sever the relationship. In that case, isn't Lu Ruyan the same as herself? Thinking of this, Lu Zishuan couldn't help but have a stomachache. If Lu Ruyan could make money or eat, he would be fine, but neither of these things would work. Based on his understanding of Lu Zhigua, as long as the other party is still alive. For a day, Lu Ruyan won't want to find a good job in GD.as for eating. He hadn't forgotten the picture of Lu's house that night. For the first half of his life, for the sake of momentary sexual happiness, this deal is really not cost-effective. But when he thought of the 150,000 that Xiao Wanqing had just mentioned, Lu Zishuan's eyes flashed again. Just as he got rid of Hulina, dozens of W's on his body were also exhausted. Although Lu Ruyan doesn't have a lot of money in his hands now, he is high and low enough for 2 laps. Moreover, the other party's money is his own late or early, so there seems to be nothing wrong with taking it a little earlier. Thinking like this, Lu Zishuan had already begun to plan how to make money. Of course, it refers to the money in Lu Ruyan's hands. At the same time, the other side slowly drove out of the interior of the vehicle in the community. Madam, Lu Zishuan has already heard those words just now. Well, keep monitoring. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Wanqing looked out the window at the scenery that was constantly going backwards. Looking at the reflection reflected from the car window, she whispered softly, "Silly daughter, it's time for you to grow up too. How could a woman who could become Lu Zhigua's wife be a simple existence? You must know that before she got married, Xiao Wanqing was also a well-known female entrepreneur. The people chasing her don't say that they are from Shantao to Shanwei, at least the distance from Beijing to Shanghai is still there, and just when Lu Zishuan stepped within a kilometer of the apartment, Xiao Wanqing had already learned about it from the people under her hand. It is precisely because of this that she deliberately started such a conversation when she came out. The purpose is to make Lu Zishuan feel anxious, so as to reveal the chick's claws faster. After all, a Lu Ruyan who was abandoned by the Lu family and had no means of making a living, and could only watch and not eat, was destined to become a hot potato. With Lu Zishuan's mentality of a villain, it is estimated that it will not be long before it will erupt. And just as Xiao Wanqing was thinking about how to proceed with the follow-up plan. At this moment, in the rental house of the apartment, looking at Lu Zishuan, who was quite embarrassed, Lu Ruyan suddenly covered his mouth in surprise. "Zishuan, what's your situation?" Panda eyes, scratches on his face, ragged clothes. No matter how you look at it, it's all wrong, okay, big sister, I'm sorry. Greeted by Lu Ruyan's anxious appearance, Lu Zishuan immediately began to play acting. "Blame me for being useless. I was thinking of doing some temporary work to subsidize my family, but I didn't expect to accidentally break the boss's antique snuff bottle." With that said, Lu Zishuan tearfully took out a guarantee from his arms. That snuff bottle costs a total of 150,000 yuan. If the money is not delivered tomorrow, the boss said he will sue me. "Sister, I don't want to go to jail, please help me, okay?" There is no mistake, this is Lu Zishuan's hard thought out plan to make money. Using Lu Ruyan's compassion, she made her willingly hand over the banknotes in her mouth. After all, the other party hasn't left the Lu family for a long time now, so it's hard to guarantee that Lu Zhigua and others won't change their minds later. Therefore, this meeting will still be set up by people who have to maintain their own good children, and when it is determined that Lu Ruyan really can't go back, then when the time comes, if the other party can make money, keep it, and if it doesn't, find a reason to throw it out. He Lu Zishuan is not a great benefactor, he will use money to help a guy who is destined to be unrewarded. Where is that shop? After listening to Lu Zishuan's description, a trace of imperceptible disappointment flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. You take your sister right now, I have to ask them for an explanation. When he heard that the other party was going to the shop, Lu Zishuan's expression became slightly stiff, but soon he hid this stiffness, and said sadly, Sister, I'm almost in the college entrance examination. If things get big, maybe me. Woohoo. This was originally a lie. Where did he find a shop for the other party? So I can only use my own advantages again and find a way to divert Lu Ruyan's attention. It's the last time. Looking at Lu Zishuan, who was heartbroken, Lu Ruyan silently took out the 15W that Xiao Wanqing had just given from under the coffee table beside him. Be careful next time. You can take these first, my mother just sent them. Sister, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. After squeezing out 2 false tears, Lu Zishuan stretched out his hand and took the banknote in the opponent's hand. I'll return the money to others. Sister, you don't have to wait for me to eat, woohoo. In a whimper, he also carried the money and ran out of the apartment. Now that I have money in my hand, I have to be chic anyway. Maybe it will be 150,000 to 1.5 million by then, and 1.5 million to 15 million, hey. Looking at Lu Zishuan's back that turned and left without hesitation, Lu Ruyan's mouth also unconsciously hung a self-deprecating wry smile. Chapter 86, Instinct Reaction. At this moment, Lu Ruyan began to feel disappointed in his younger brother in a true sense. After all, if the name Lu Ruyan can be used, how many people can be idiots in the true sense, not to mention that she is no longer the one who was brainwashed by Lu Zishuan. Therefore, in thinking about the problem, it is natural to consider it from many aspects. Xiao Wanqing had just left on her front foot, but Lu Zishuan came back on her back foot to ask for money, and the amount required is not much, it is just 150,000 yuan. In addition, when he proposed to go to the store, the other party's face flashed unnaturally. If she still doesn't feel abnormal in this way, then she simply doesn't call Lu Ruyan, and just changes her name to Lu Erxu. This is the last time. After holding back the tears in her eyes, Lu Ruyan re-entered the kitchen in silence. She has to find something for herself to do to distract herself, otherwise, she was really scared, and she would not be able to control herself and just give up on the other party. And just as Lu Ruyan was thinking of a way to divert his attention, he was in the living room on the first floor of Lu's house. Good guy, can you bear it? Looking at Lu Ruyan, who had returned to the kitchen, Lu Rumo patted her forehead helplessly. Sister, this is too outrageous. If you don't know this, you think she has any special hobbies? Baba, what are you talking about? After patting Lu Rumo's head angrily, Xiao Wanqing said helplessly, although your eldest sister is a little silly, she still doesn't have that kind of perverted hobby. Cut, let me talk about it. Rubbing the back of the head that was photographed, Lu Rumo turned his head and complained to Lin Hong on the side, Xiao Hong, you give me a comment. But before her voice fell, she stopped the unfinished words. Then Mimi got up quietly and crept to the boy's side. Seeing this situation, Xiao Wanqing also learned something. Therefore, for a while, there were 2 more little heads looking at each other behind Lin Hong. Gift. 12 o'clock. Surprise. Although because of the anti-peeping screen, the 2 of them could not see the specific content in the phone clearly, but it can also vaguely guess what Lin Hong wants to do from the intermittent text. Thinking of this, Lu Rumo couldn't help but say, TSK, brother, you are going to take your sister. I'm going. The sudden sound in his ears made Lin Hong subconsciously swing a punch directly. The result is the next second, what? Accompanied by a stinging scream, Lu Rumo fell directly to the ground. Looking at Lu Rumo, who was lying on the ground, and Xiao Wanqing, who was still a little confused on the side, Lin Hong twitched the corner of his mouth helplessly. It seems, maybe, probably, things are a little troublesome. 2 minutes and 30 seconds later, puff. Looking at Lu Rumo, who had evolved into a panda's eye, Xiao Wanqing couldn't help laughing directly. At this moment, she inexplicably remembered that the other party once wore such a pair of panda eyes when he was a pirate in Kos, and most importantly, at that time, Lu Rumo was still very ashamed to recite it and accept the holy light. Lines like that. Looking at her ruthless old mother, Lu Rumo held her mouth and looked at Lin Hong, who was rolling eggs for herself, resentfully. Brother, your hands are too cruel. From the perspective of a professional doctor, don't think about this panda eye before tomorrow. At the thought of going to the hospital in this shape, she suddenly felt a sudden death. Although she is a social terrorist, she is commonly known as social terrorism, but if you go out in this shape, it will really become a social horror. Elements that fear socialization can also be called social fear. And if you go out in this way, Lu Rumo promises that within 3 days, there will definitely be rumors of fighting for love in the hospital. Ahem, instinctive reaction. Meeting the resentful gaze of his own sister, Lin Hong could only smile embarrassedly. There was no way. After being trained by Uncle Dong, his instinctive reaction was actually quite lethal. If it hadn't been for the last-minute change of the fingertips to fists, I'm afraid it would have been more than just dark circles under the eyes. After all, there is a very obvious gap between fighting in the true sense and performance fighting. It's like the founder of Mad Dog Boxing, although the boxing technique is not very beautiful. But it was the only house number that obtained a kill record after the founding of the People's Republic of China and retreated with all his body cut. I don't care if you are responsible for this matter. After skimming his mouth dissatisfied, Lu Rumo suddenly stretched out his hand to hold Lin Hong's arm, and said with a gossipy expression, "Unless you tell me, I will forgive you for what you just planned on your phone." For things like gossip, Chinese people are born with a kind of obsession that is different from ordinary people, and I've been beaten all this time, so I have to continue the gossip. If you don't renew it, won't you be beaten for nothing? Yes, Xiaomo is right. Seeing that her daughter was so powerful, Xiao Wanqing also took advantage of the victory and chased after her. "Xiaohan, you don't want your mother and sister to be unable to sleep at night, do you?" Looking at the old mother who was inexplicably dangerous, Lin Hong twitched the corners of his mouth helplessly. "Why do you feel that you are the most normal person in the Lu family after a circle? Oh, brother, tell me quickly." Seeing that the boy didn't respond for a long time, Lu Rumo couldn't help but start shaking his opponent's arm. "Just think of it as a comfort to my sister's injured heart. Let's talk about it." Xiao Wanqing, yes, say it quickly. Anyway, it's not that you can only listen to gossip if you are beaten, so it doesn't matter if you rub it yourself. And on weekdays, a group of old ladies get together just to eat melons, under the premise of having melons to eat on the spot. How could she give up easily, you know? Looking at Xiao Wanqing, who seemed to be shining with light in his eyes, Lin Hong's face was full of helplessness. In this case, a normal old mother shouldn't go to Laodang. Then after a whisper, "Will you give me another wave of mixed doubles?" Allah, Mom is not that kind of pedantic person. After squeezing Lu Rumo to the ground with her butt, Xiao Wanqing stretched out her hand and grabbed the boy's arm, "And the 3 tubas have all been exhausted, so now I can only put my hope on you. Xiaohong, you won't let your mother down, will you?" Hiss. Welcoming his mother's eyes that were brighter than a flashlight, Lin Hong wanted to say something inexplicably at this moment. Chapter 87. Why should a single person teach others how to fall in love? A few minutes later, well, that's probably it. After telling his plan again, Lin Hong looked at the two people with their aunts smiling on their faces. "So, can I go back to the room?" Of course gossip is very cool, but the object of gossip is that I am upset. Especially the faces of Lu Rumo and Xiao Wanqing have the kind of weird smiles that they want to be grandmothers and aunts. If the lights are turned off and placed in the haunted house, you can work directly without makeup. Don't worry, I think we can optimize the details." After reaching out and pressing Lin Hong on the sofa beside him, Xiao Wanqing's eyes lit up and she said, "Xiaohong, look at the plan. I think it can be like this, and then like this. As the saying goes, feelings have to start with the doll. It seems that before becoming a grandmother, I still have a chance to become a grandmother. No, Mom is a bit old-fashioned." After listening to his mother's speech, Lu Rumo appropriately gave advice, "I think so." "Shut up, you single dog." Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, Xiao Wanqing interrupted him mercilessly. "When you are in love, come back to Beepsies. Do you dare to teach people if you haven't been in love before? If you scare my daughter-in-law away, believe it or not, I will break your leg." Looking at Xiao Wanqing, who was exuding an inexplicable aura of danger all over her body, the Lu Rumo sank directly. The kind that sank both mentally and physically. "Xiaohong, don't listen to your second sister's single dog, just listen to your mother." At this moment, Lin Hong deeply realized what happened to Lu Rumo and Lu Rushue when they were urged to get married. Time flies like a flash, and the weekend has come in a blink of an eye. At this moment, in front of the gate of GD Happy Valley, Shinyuchu was standing there quietly, looking at the entrance from time to time, her eyes full of expectation. Today she is wearing a light blue dress, her skirt swaying gently with the breeze, as if greeting the lively air around her. The shoulder-length hair fell softly on both sides of her cheeks, and she lifted it behind her ears from time to time, showing a little shy and expectant expression. The outstanding appearance and small fresh temperament instantly attracted the attention of many male creatures. At this moment, everyone inexplicably reached a consensus, that is, which lucky pig actually got such a beautiful cabbage. It's just that at the same moment they reached a consensus, their waists were also greeted kindly by the female companion next to them. Therefore, at the entrance of the lively amusement park for a while, bursts of air conditioning continued to sound. Shinyuchu didn't take these small actions of the people around him to heart, because at this moment, her heart has already been filled with tension and expectation. "Even in my mind, I have already begun to imagine the picture of playing with Lin Hong later. Lin Hong, I'm here." After seeing a figure quickly shuttling through the crowd, Shinyuchu also waved his hand immediately, because she was afraid that the other party would not see her. She deliberately tiptoed a little. That look can only be described as cute to explode. Sorry to keep you waiting." After passing through the crowded crowd, Lin Hong finally came to Shinyuchu. "I thought it would be done half an hour early, but I didn't expect the other party to come earlier than I did, but this is not to blame for Lin Heng's miscalculation. It can only be said that Shinyuchu deserves to be a person with a perfect girlfriend template. After all, in most situations in reality, boys are waiting for girls to go out, and it's really rare for girls to go out in advance and wait for boys or something. Okay, just like a friend of mine. Every time a female friend said yes.asa result, I had to wait under the dormitory building for an hour every time. No, I just came here not long ago. Seeing a little sweat oozing from the boy's forehead, Shinyuchu blushed and wiped it with a tissue, and took the initiative to change the subject. Lin Hong, you are very handsome today. Today's teenager is dressed in a white sports casual outfit, with a pair of casual white shoes. The whole person looks refreshing and abnormal. Looking at the girl who wiped her forehead for herself, Lin Hong's original expression of the old god was also a little more nervous. You are also very beautiful. Such Shinyuchu's lethality is too great, and he can't resist it as long as he wants to be a normal male creature. If there could be a sweet fruit, this area would basically be emptied. After a wave of embarrassing business extravagance, the two of them subconsciously looked at each other. Puff. In the next second, both of them couldn't help laughing together. As far as he is concerned, the emotions that the other party wants to express at this moment can be seen at a glance. Let's go, you chew. After reaching out and holding Shinyuchu's weak and boneless little hand, Lin Hong said softly with his eyes full of eyes, in the next day, please let me lead the way for this beautiful lady. Feeling the warmth coming from her heart, Shinyuchu's eyebrows curled and nodded, and for the unknown itinerary for the next day, the girl's heart was also full of inexplicable expectations. A few minutes later, in front of a mobile ice cream truck in the GD amusement park, if you want to eat both, just choose both. Looking at Shinyuchu, who was hesitant and entangled, Lin Hong smiled and rubbed his opponent's little head. Leave me the endless food, I promise it won't be wasted. Hearing this, a trace of emotion of unknown significance flashed in Shinyuchu's eyes. If you take a bite of each one, does that mean indirectly? Kissed. Thinking of this, the girl subconsciously licked the corners of her lips with her tongue. Silly girl, don't bear it if you want to eat it. But because he didn't know what Shinyuchu's mentality was, Lin Hong thought the other party was embarrassed. As a result, she also decisively spoke to the ice cream lady on the side. Auntie, please give me a matcha flavor and a strawberry flavor sundae. Okay, young man, wait a moment. While talking, the ice cream lady quickly ran her hands on the machine, and joked to the two of them, this is your girlfriend, she looks so good. Hearing what the other party said, Shinyuchu blushed embarrassedly and nodded, yes, auntie, I am his girlfriend. In some cases, it is necessary to take the initiative to declare sovereignty. June didn't see some of the little hoofs around him, and he was staring at the big piece of fat beside him from time to time. That's right, auntie, I'm her boyfriend again. Although I always feel that this aunt's voice is weird, Lin Hong can't care so much at the moment. After holding the girl's weak and boneless little hand in her backhand, she said to Aunt Ice Cream with a hippie smile, so we two couples buy it, do you want to get a 50% discount? Hearing this sudden change in topic, the ice cream lady twitched the corner of her mouth stiffly, no problem, just give you the second cup at half price. Ah, then thank you auntie. At this time, Shinyuchu on the side also blushed and said, thank you. Thank you auntie. It doesn't matter if half the price is not half the price, the important thing is that the two of them are lovers. If it weren't for the inappropriate time, she really wanted to taste what Lin Hong really tasted like. Such a treasure boy, the taste will be very rich, right? Chapter 88 My old mother who practices what she preaches. A few minutes later, seeing the backs of Lin Hong and Shinyuchu leaving holding hands, the ice cream lady quickly changed her outfit, even the ones that were brought with them, even the faces were directly changed. Hiss, it's been too long since Yi-Rong. Looking at the Yi-Rong mask in her hand, Xiao Wanqing rubbed her cheeks helplessly, but Xiao Hong, this brat, didn't expect my sister to be quite good at it. As the only promising trumpet in the family at present, it is naturally impossible for her to let Lin Hong grow up barbarously. Therefore, when she had nothing else to do, she naturally used her old skills to spy on the enemy. Decades ago, she relied on this easy-to-look technique to do a lot of things to punish evil and promote good. In addition to Lin Hong's reason, there is another person who is also the reason why Xiao Wanqing will come to the playground. As for who it is, I think everyone should be able to guess, and just when Xiao Wanqing was still busy redressing, Lin Hong and Shinyuchu had already arrived at the first amusement project. Is there really no need to change one? Looking at the girl holding her arm nervously, Lin Hong appropriately made a proposal. I think the carousel over there is good, shall we give it a try? No need, I heard that couples will play this. After shaking his head nervously, Shinyuchu said firmly, so, I want to play this with you. You have to ride the carousel separately or something, it's just a weak explosion, okay? Although it does seem very fun, she still wants to stick closely with Lin Hong, and to achieve this goal, the haunted house with the highest degree of freedom is undoubtedly the best choice. In addition, if Lin Hong feels scared later, then he can still have a wave. That scene is exciting just by thinking about it. Well, let's play this. Seeing the firm look in Shinyuchu's eyes, Lin Hong didn't continue to say anything, just firmly held the girl's weak and boneless little hand, and softly exhorted, you will be by my side later, and I will protect you, you know? Well, I know it. After holding the boy's warm hand vigorously, Shinyuchu nodded obediently, I will definitely follow you obediently and run around wherever I go. How could people who have spent the night in mass graves be afraid of such man-made things? At most, it was an instinctive reaction, and he directly kicked the door in the middle. However, with Lin Hong present, this instinctive reaction is not uncontrollable, probably. 10 minutes later, I'm really sorry. Looking at the complicated-looking staff holding the old waist, Lin Hong apologized to him embarrassedly. Let me take you to the hospital for a look first. I will be solely responsible for the medical expenses. Forget it, you guys go play. Looking at the apologetic Lin Hong and Shinyuchu, Xiao Wanqing waved her hands helplessly. Pay attention next time, not everyone is so easy for me to talk. Who knows, I originally wanted to have a wave of ultimate surprises. Asa result, the good guy came up and gave himself a takedown directly. If it hadn't been for practicing earlier, she might not be able to ask for this old waist. Okay, time goes back 5 minutes ago. Lin Hong hugged Shinyuchu in his arms, and no one was convinced along the way, so he walked directly out of the momentum of Dasha's brother on the street, and just as the two of them were approaching the exit, Shinyuchu just came out of Lin Hong's arms and wanted to say something, but the next second a hanging ghost with blood plasma all over his face and a long tongue suddenly patted the two of them on the shoulders from mid-air. That inexplicable chill made Shinyuchu turn his head. Subconsciously. At the moment of facing the NPC head-on, a stream of not-so-beautiful memories instantly poured into my heart. It is precisely because of this that she subconsciously used a shoulder takedown. This is why now, the two of them will apologize to Xiao Wanqing, identity hidden version, at the exit. Please be sure to accept these. Seeing NPC walking away step by step with his old waist, Lin Hong hurriedly stuffed a stack of cash into the opponent's hand. Due to the reason that he used to go abroad with Uncle Dong, he always used to bring some cash with him. Although it is not often used, sometimes it is really useful. For example, the stack that is now stuffed with NPCs can at least have a 2W base. Go to the hospital to see your waist or something. It is estimated that there will be a lot left, and this can be regarded as his compensation to the other party in disguise. After stuffing the cash into the NPC's hands, Lin Hong didn't wait for the other party to say anything, so he directly pulled Shinyuchu away from here. Hiss. Seeing the backs of the two of them gradually moving away, Xiao Wanqing put the banknotes in her hand and put them into the dimensional container. Then, while holding her old waist, she whispered softly, "It seems that my future daughter-in-law, it seems, is not that simple." The murderous intent flashed in Shinyuchu's eyes just now, but she saw it clearly in her eyes. However, Xiao Wanqing had no special ideas about this. After all, she and Lu Jigua were basically the same urinary sex back then. A hunter outside of FL, a law enforcer outside of FL. If it weren't for this, it would be impossible for the two of them to come together, and just as Xiao Wanqing was thinking, Lin Hong had already pulled Shinyuchu to an uninhabited pavilion. Lin Hong, I'm sorry. Looking at the young man next to him, Shinyuchu squeezed his clothes a little embarrassedly. I'm causing you trouble again. At the moment when the memories emerged, her body had already reacted first, then her brain. That was the last time she saw her mother, and she also saw with her own eyes the picture that was enough to keep countless people awake. Chapter 89 Teddy Bear, what are you talking about, silly girl, isn't everything already resolved? After rubbing Shinyuchu's little head helplessly, Lin Hong selectively changed the subject, but Yuchu, you have made great progress recently. That shoulder takedown just now is really beautiful. In order to avoid certain dangers, he once explained to the girl the technique of takedown once. It's been less than a week, and I didn't expect the other party to be able to use it perfectly. Sometimes he couldn't help but wonder if this girl was some kind of innate practice Eucharist. Otherwise, how could ordinary people master a fighting skill so quickly? Because the mannequin at home is easy to use. The speed of learning is a bit faster. Seeing that Lin Hong took the initiative to change the subject, Shinyuchu did not continue to entangle in the matter just now, but the most important thing is that Lin Hong taught you well. Takedown, this kind of gentle fighting technique is not difficult to learn. If it weren't for Lin Hong's teaching, she would disdain to learn this kind of fighting technique. This mannequin in your house is very useful, so you can lend it to me when the time comes. Hearing the girl mention the teacher again, a trace of curiosity flashed in Lin Hong's eyes. You must know that he exercised his skills back then, but he was actually called by Uncle Dong, and wooden human piles or something. He has naturally experienced it, but if the training effect is summed up, it is not as fast as Shinyuchu's general teacher. Therefore, if he could, he would love to meet this unique general teacher. There is no need to say whether we can borrow or not. Hearing that Lin Hong was interested in his general teacher, Shinyuchu's eyes flashed with an ambiguous emotion. If you are interested, I will let someone send it to you when you go home. In the true sense, the general teacher must not be able to send it, but there is nothing wrong with the general teacher on weekdays, and taking this opportunity, you can also put some small things on the decoration teacher. Don't worry, let's talk about this later. While speaking, Lin Hong stretched out his hand and held Shinyuchu's weak and boneless little hand. Now let's continue, my little princess Yuchu. Generally speaking, the teacher or something is not in a hurry. The most important thing is the girl's mentality. Now that what happened just now has been turned over, the next step is naturally to continue playing. Welcoming the young man's clear and clean eyes, Shinyuchu blushed and smiled and said, then next, please knight Lin Hong. Although this is a bit of a second form, it is the best way to experience the little beauty in a relationship. The girl enjoys this wonderful feeling very much. If she could, she really wanted to think that time would always be frozen at this moment. Time passed quietly without knowing it, and it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. In a blink of an eye, the earth has long been clothed in darkness, and everything has a hazy feeling. At this time, on a bench in GD Happy Valley, Shinyuchu was holding a big plush toy in her arms, and sat quietly in a chair waiting for someone to return. Although she was only separated from Lin Hong for a while, the girl still couldn't help but feel a little lost in her heart. It's like the feeling of reuniting with your girlfriend after a long goodbye, but you will be separated again after a while. Of course, if you don't have a boyfriend or girlfriend, just treat me as if I didn't say this sentence. But just when Shinyuchu was still in a daze, a balloon suddenly appeared in front of her. Raised his eyes. I saw a staff member in a doll bear costume, handing himself the balloon in his hand. Looking at the balloon that appeared in front of him, Shinyuchu asked with some uncertainty, "Is it for me?" Hearing that, after the doll bear nodded, he said in a deep voice, "Although I don't know what happened, I still hope you can be happy." Although the transmission of sound is hindered to a certain extent because of the doll costume, but just listening to the tone, it is not difficult to tell that there should be a very attractive woman in the doll costume. Be happy. Hearing the words of the doll bear, Shinyuchu also roughly understood what the situation was now. The high probability is that he was in a daze, making the other party mistakenly think that something had happened. After trying to understand this, she stretched out her hand to take the balloon, nodded and smiled while saying, "Thank you for your concern, but I'm just in a daze." But although she took the balloon, she inadvertently placed it in the farthest position. It's not that I haven't encountered it before. Toxic gases are stored in balloons or something. If the doll bear in front of him really had any bad thoughts, a dozen muscular men would immediately appear around him. You must know that in order to ensure the safety of herself and Lin Hong, she directly mobilized 3 teams before going out. A team of 10 people, everyone is a veteran who has been discharged from the military. In addition, everyone has some small toys in their hands. Hey, that's it. After scratching the bear's headgear a little embarrassedly, the doll bear said a little embarrassedly, "I thought something happened to you. Since it's okay, I'll go first." The girl in front of her was so cute that she couldn't help but hold her in her arms. Even the troubles that have plagued him for many days have quietly dissipated a lot at this moment. However, she still has her own work to do, and the two of them don't know each other, so she can only leave here first. Maybe it's because he's too tired, or maybe it's because he's not careful. Not long after leaving, the doll bear actually mixed his left foot with his right foot and fell straight in front of him. "It's over, let's do it again." Feeling the sense of weightlessness from the body, the people inside the doll bear also closed their eyes in fear. This is the 3rd time today, and the 4th time. The bulky doll bear suit, coupled with the fact that it is the first time to do this kind of work, makes it inevitable to bump into it. But just when the doll bear was about to meet the pain, a pair of powerful arms dragged it directly up. "It's so close, I thought I was going to fall again." After feeling the abnormality, the doll bear also breathed a sigh of relief. Just when she was about to thank Lai Ren, she didn't know what to say for a while. Chapter 90, The Drowning Incident. Are you alright? Looking at the doll bear who was still in a daze, after Lin Hong righted it, he asked, "Do you need help calling an ambulance? I fell down suddenly while walking, and it didn't look right." "Okay, no." After hurriedly holding back the voice, the doll bear shook his head quickly again before quickly turning around and leaving here. "It's weird." Looking at the doll bear that was not quite right, Lin Hong frowned and stopped thinking about each other. After sorting out his clothes, he quickly came to Shinyuchu. "Sorry Yuchu, I kept you waiting for a long time." "No more." After standing up from the stool, Shinyuchu walked slowly to the young man's side, and stretched out his hand to hug the other's arm. "Are we going back now?" At this point, the amusement park is almost closing. If possible, the girl didn't want to go back, but it's impossible for her to say a certain idea, because that would make her look like herself too casual. If this leaves a bad impression in Lin Heng's heart, then she really has nowhere to cry. "Don't worry, I'll take you somewhere." After reaching out and rubbing the girl's little head, Lin Hong led him to a small hillside not far away. After preparing for several days, it's time to show the results, and not long after the two left, the doll bear also sneaked out of his head from behind a big tree. How could it be Shohung? Recalling the sincere expression on the boy's face just now, Lu Ruyan's eyes flashed with complex emotions. There is no mistake, the inner part of this doll bear is Lu Ruyan. Because of Lu Jigua's intervention, she really couldn't find any serious good job, but under the pressure of livelihood, they can only do some of this kind of physical labor first. As for why there are complicated emotions, except that I don't want my family to know my current job. It was more because of Lin Heng's actions. When he supported himself just now, she was sure and very sure that the other party would definitely not recognize her. This also means that the two of them are completely strangers who don't know each other. But for such a stranger, what the other party released was a deep kindness, and this is completely inconsistent with what Lu Zishuan described. According to Lu Zishuan's description, Lin Hong is completely an asshole who enjoys bullying others. A person may be able to disguise well, but subconscious behavior cannot be hidden. Lin Heng's performance completely broke Lu Zishuan's description. As a smart person, she quickly realized that she might have been deceived. It is precisely because of this that Lu Ruyan has such complex mood swings, and just when Lu Ruyan was still struggling, Lin Hong on the other side had already taken Shinyuchu to an uninhabited lawn. "What are you doing here?" Looking at the empty surroundings, Shinyuchu blushed and blinked suspiciously. This scene inexplicably fits a scene in the script. If that's the case, should I agree to it later, or should I blush and agree? But no matter which one it is, surely must be cleared. Na Yuchu, although it may be a little late. Looking at the blushing girl, Lin Hong took out a beautifully packaged gift box from his pocket and said very seriously, would you like to be my girlfriend? While speaking, he also took advantage of the situation to open the box in his hand, and what is contained in the box is the original version of Crystal Love, Hanging Drowning. If the previous joking confession was just a shallow mark, it would be then the true confession of Zhenger Baiting this time is that in the true sense, he wants to make a deep mark on the other party. A private brand that belongs only to him, Lin Hong. Looking at the gift box handed in front of him, Shinyuchu pursed her lips tightly. At the same time, those beautiful peach blossom eyes stared straight at each other. Just when Lin Hong wanted to say something, the girl suddenly hugged his neck. I do. Shinyuchu's slightly crying voice continued to reach the boy's ears, accompanied by the slender arms around his neck constantly exerting force. It looked as if he wanted to completely integrate the other party into his body. You silly girl. Feeling the slightly trembling body of the girl in his arms, Lin Hong just stretched out his hand and gently stroked the other's little head, without disturbing the other. Don't say anything at this time, but it is the best condiment. Unlike the romantic atmosphere of the two of them, the three groups of people in the woods were all blown up at this moment. Xiaowanqing, well done, son, just take it down like this. Lu Ruyan, oh my god, the two of them. #carrot. Carrot hashtag, surely in a group of bodyguards, it's over, you won't be poked in the eyes by the eldest lady when you go back at night, right? There are also the two people on the side who seem to be the man's family. Are we moving or not? A few minutes later. It wasn't until Shinyuchu stopped sobbing that Lin Hong joked half jokingly, okay, don't cry, if you cry again, you will become a little flower cat. Only. It hasn't changed yet. After raising his head from Lin Hong's arms with a sobbing nose, Shinyuchu stared straight at each other with reddish eyes. Lin Hong, I'm not dreaming, am I? At this time, the girl was like a lungfish that had just awakened, and finally found her own clear spring, and this kind of unreal feeling also made him feel a trace of inexplicable panic. It's like when someone learns that they have won 50 million, they always subconsciously pinch themselves first. Then the dream woke up, just kidding. How can ordinary people buy things like lottery tickets that reborn people can't handle? Silly girl, of course it's not a dream. After reaching out his hand and gently scraping the girl's clever little nose, Lin Hong took out the pendant from the gift box. Come on, can I put it on for you? Okay. While blushing and nodding, Shinyuchu also turned around obediently looking at the girl with her back to herself. Lin Hong stretched out her hand and gently poked the hair from the other's neck for a while. The slender neck as white as jade was completely exposed in front of him. After reaching out and bypassing Shinyuchu's neck, Lin Hong also hung the hanging rope around the opponent's neck. Good. Does it look good? Feeling the cold touch on his neck, Shinyuchu blushed and turned to look at the boy behind him. The wind blowing past touched the hair on the girl's forehead, and her beautiful eyes were as clear as a star lake. The skin is full of snow, and the simple light blue dress wraps her graceful figure lightly in the wind. The beauty is pure and eye-catching, making people unable to move their eyes, and at this moment, the central location of GD Happy Valley. Chapter 91. Something dirty entered the house. At this moment, countless fireworks suddenly burst out in the center of the GD amusement park. Boom, phew boom, accompanied by the blooming of fireworks. The night was illuminated like day in an instant. Beauty, it's just the same as what came out of the painting. Looking at Shinyuchu, who was in the midst of the brilliant fireworks, Lin Hong's lips also showed a faint smile. Also, happy 18th birthday, Yuchu. Following the young man's words, the fireworks in the air also formed a line of fonts. Shinyuchu, happy 18th birthday. This is the limit he can do in a short period of time. The procedures for setting off fireworks, customization, and other arrangements. It was not until 3 o'clock in the morning today that the deployment was truly completed. Even in order to avoid sudden rain, 2 rain-repellent bombs were specially made before going out. Looking at the fireworks that are still blooming on the horizon, and the young man standing smiling at him in front of him, there were tears in Shinyuchu's eyes, and she didn't know what to say for a while. So in the end, she decided to rely on actions to show her mind. After quickly pouring into Lin Hong's arms, Shinyuchu stretched out his hand and hugged the opponent's neck, and slightly raised his toes. For a while, the two warm lip petals were close to each other. The brilliant fireworks behind him continued, and the figures of the two gradually overlapped under the rendering of the fireworks. Looking at the two people hugging each other on the lawn, Lu Ruyan's expression not far away was extremely complicated for a while, recalling what Lu Zishuan had done in these days, and his increasingly indifferent attitude. Can I really correct him? At the moment this idea appeared, countless bad behaviors of the other party also flashed back and forth frantically in their minds. Aha! After taking a deep breath, Lu Ruyan took out the phone from the inner pocket of the doll bear. After seeing that there was still no reply to the message sent in the morning, I finally made up my mind. After finding the note named Mother from the address book, she decisively clicked the dial button. Doo-doo. Beauty, your daughter has called. Listening to the bell ringing from about 10 meters away from his house, Lu Ruyan turned his head stiffly, welcoming the appearance of her eldest daughter. Xiaowanqing covered her mouth and sneered, "Oh, Ruyan is so coincidental, you also come to steal. Watch the fireworks." Lu Ruyan. And just when it was very lively here, in the Lang family villa on the other side, looking at the constant bursts of fireworks in the sky, Ling Qingqiu emotionally smashed all the things on the table to the ground out of control. Shinyuchu, an illegitimate daughter of the Shin family, how could she have such a big birthday? And other than that, she hadn't heard of any rich son who had a crush on each other. Therefore, after excluding all the impossible, only one person was left as the initiator of this fireworks, that is Lin Hong, who has a good relationship with Shinyuchu and still has money in his family. But in this way, the difficulty of the opponent under her strategy will increase exponentially. Although she has been looking for opportunities in the past few days, the other party has always looked like she loves to ignore it. I can't do it myself. Block the door while Lin Hong squats in the toilet. Are you crazy enough? And just when Lang Qingqiu threw a vase on the ground, Lang Jingding also walked into her room. Dad. Dad. Looking at the sudden appearance of Lang Bukding, Lang Qingqiu's expression also became flustered in an instant. Why are you back? Don't blame me for not reminding you. Ignoring the panicked expression on the girl's face, Lang Jingding said indifferently, you still have less than a week left, if you haven't done it by then. After saying this, he turned around and left the room. Li Zhongping has already made an appointment, but he hasn't mentioned that he wants to send Lang Qingqiu over. After all, there is still a week to go, and he can still afford to wait. And just after Lang Jingding left, Lang Qingqiu's face became gloomy for an instant. Although the other party's words were not finished, she still understood the meaning in an instant. I'm afraid that at the end of time, my so-called father will not wait to give himself away. As for who to give it to, I have already said it in the previous episodes. Damn guy. After angrily smashing the fish tank at hand to the ground, Ling Qingqiu stepped on the goldfish bouncing on the ground. It seems that now, I have to prepare with both hands. At this time, a place not far from the amusement park, NND, it's finally over. Watching the last fireworks in the sky disappear, a man in a fisherman's hat swore and sat back by the river again. I scared the nest away, it's evil. But just as the man was about to go fishing, the phone placed aside rang. At the moment of connecting, a full of angry words suddenly roared out, He Chang, come back to my mother. He Chang. Impossible, I will never go back today. While talking, He Chang threw his mobile phone directly into the river. Today, even if the heavenly King Lao Tzu is here, he can't stop his belief in fishing. Damn, why did you catch the suitcase? The next day, at 7 o'clock in the morning, in the living room on the first floor of the Liu family villa, huh? Looking at the figure appearing in the hall, Lin Hong rubbed his eyes subconsciously. Is it possible that I haven't woken up yet? Otherwise, how could you see dirty things at home early in the morning? Xiaohong, you are awake. Looking at the young man who appeared at the entrance of the stairs, Lu Ruyan smiled and said hello to each other. Last night, after a wave of awkward meetings with Xiao Wanqing, the two quietly left the GD amusement park together and talked outside for a short while, and it was not until just now that the two of them returned to Liuzhai together. But due to her age, Xiao Wanqing went to rest directly after she came back. As for Lu Ruyan, he came to the living room to prepare some breakfast. Although the family is not ready to restore her external status immediately, there are no restrictions on some basic guarantees in personal freedom. Damn, it's really dirty. Looking at the bright positive 90 deviation value on Lu Ruyan's skull, Lin Hong also greeted her politely. The name of this one is really too top. It's still the kind that directly tops the throat. So before you reach the safe value of 100, it's better not to get too close. After all, Emperor Lu, who is famous in the 10,000 realms, may be the only emperor He Tian who can barely compete with him. Perceiving the sense of alienation exuded by Lin Hong, a trace of sadness flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. However, this emotion was quickly concealed by her, and she smiled and sent out an invitation to her. Come over for breakfast first. I asked housekeeper Wang to get one more. Hearing this, Lin Hong subconsciously looked at the bowl of Yangchun noodles on the table. I don't know why, the more I looked at him, the more I felt that this thing seemed to be Boss Biao's coffee. Chapter 92 The sudden arrival of the third sister. In the end, Lin Hong still didn't go to the table to have breakfast with Lu Ruyan. In addition to thinking about one's own safety, the most important thing is that a fool brought himself breakfast at school. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk, alas. Looking at the back of Lin Hong and Steward Wang leaving together, Lu Ruyan supported one hand on the table. At the same time, her face was full of helplessness. What he had done before, it seemed that he had indeed caused a lot of harm to his little brother. No, I can't be discouraged. Recalling the picture of Lin Hong and Lu Rumo and Lu Rushue living in harmony, Lu Ruyan murmured to herself after patting her cheek with her hand, I must be a good sister, and I must let Xiaohong accept me too. Of course, if Lin Hong knew what she was thinking, there was a high probability that she would come to the last sentence, please, madam, please become a normal person first. This time, Lu's nanny was in the car. Lao Wang, why are you staring at me all the time? Looking at Wang's sledgehammer, who had already looked in the rearview mirror more than a dozen times in a few minutes, Lin Hong reluctantly put down the 100 tricks on how to make girls happy in his hand. You can want the other party to learn this too, but judging from Wang Day's age, even if you want to learn, you should learn on how to make a rich woman fall in love with me. But if the other party learns, do you want to tell Wu Ma quietly? That scene will definitely be very exciting, young master. In fact, the bowl of noodles in the morning was made by the eldest lady. after touching his nose embarrassedly, Wang Dasheng roughly said what happened in the morning. It was about 6 o'clock in the morning when Lu Ruyan and Xiao Wanqing returned to Lu's house together. After returning, Lu Ruyan went straight to the vegetable garden to prepare the early materials. He even asked people to wait at Lin Hong's door, waiting for her to be ready to go down after hearing the movement inside. After repeating the ins and outs of the matter, Wang Dai continued to drive the vehicle while asking, "So, young master, don't you have anything you want to say?" As an old man who has watched the play for more than 10 days, he feels that the next step should be the reconciliation of his siblings, and as an intermediary, he must have done a great job by then. When the time comes, with the bonus, you can take Xiaomei out to play. Thinking of this, a smile couldn't help but hang from the corner of his mouth. Wang's sledgehammer, really am a genius. Yes, how come there is no such thing? Welcoming Wang Dai's hopeful gaze, Lin Hong nodded with a serious expression on his face. Afterwards, he put on an expression that saw through everything. That guy really wanted to poison me, but he was still stuck in time. Fortunately, I didn't eat it in the morning, otherwise I might have to fart. The moment the words fell, the vehicle instantly lost control and came to a 360-degree drift. If you want to ask why, the Natural King's sledgehammer slid directly from the driver's seat. What kind of outrageous analysis is this? Shouldn't it be a reconciliation after being moved? Wang Dai never expected that the relationship between the modern giants had reached such a point of chaos. Wow, Steward Wang, drive well. Seeing Wang Dai's emo look, Lin Hong smiled and shook his head before joking. Okay, I'm just kidding you, thank you for your reminder. At that time, I will say a few beautiful words for you in front of Wu Ma. As the saying goes, if you want to control a man, you have to control his stomach. In addition to this method, there is another one that is to hold on to the woman this man loves dearly, and now Lin Hong is the fragrant meat and potatoes of the entire Lu family, and even the group of Wu Ma have the same idea. After all, who doesn't like a young master who doesn't embarrass his subordinates and makes benefits from time to time? Serious welfare. Ahem, thank you, young master. Hearing Lin Hong mentioning his beloved Xiaomei, Wang Dasheng pretended to be calm and continued to drive the vehicle after coughing. He has been sleeping in separate beds for 5 days, and he finally has the opportunity to return again. He vowed that he must cause a wave of guts Xiaozilong today, the old guy who was not ashamed. Looking at the corner of Wang Dai's mouth that was about to grin to the back of his head, Lin Hong chuckled and shook his head before looking out the window. Lu Ruyan does these things, no matter how you look at it, it reveals weirdness. Okay, except for the time Lu Zhigua kicked Lu Zishuan, the two had never even met. The sudden abnormal performance of the other party is really hard to make it doubtful whether there is any conspiracy. After all, among the heavens and all realms, there are few people who can bear the name Lu Ruyan, and they can be normal people in the true sense. What kind of medicine, what kind of waste, it's all commonplace, okay, but in any case, it is better to keep your distance before you are sure it is safe. Looking at the rapidly regressing scenery outside the car window, Lin Hong murmured silently in his heart, Lu Ruyan, I hope you don't do anything stupid. If you really can't figure it out by then, you can only ask Uncle Dong to help. The other party has a lot of ways in Southeast Asia, so it shouldn't be a problem if he wants to send someone to the past. At noon, at 12:15, the cafeteria of GD Middle School, looking at Lu Rushue, who was gobbling a bowl of fried tomato noodles with tomatoes, Lin Hong held his chin with one hand and said with interest, "Third sister, why did you suddenly come to school?" At the same time, I couldn't help but think of it in my heart, that stupid girl should have seen the message I sent, and there should be someone eating well. After class, Shinyuchu was called to the office by the teacher and said that there was a provincial mathematics competition for people to participate. Lin Hong was originally waiting in the classroom, but suddenly rushed in from the door and Lu Rushue. Considering the appearance of the other party who was about to starve to death, he could only bring the other party to the school cafeteria to get a bite to eat. After all, if the food is opened, it will not taste delicious after a long time. Sorry, my sister just doesn't have a girlfriend. Baba, the school food is still as bad as I remember. After spitting a piece of tomato peel on the plate, Lu Rushue wiped her mouth with a tissue while whispering, "Aren't you curious, sister, how is the result of this competition? Please, there will be results on the official website of that thing, okay?" After glancing at Lu Rushue, who was upset, Lin Hong also directly said the answer, the Best Design Award is the highest honor of this Andom Awards. Relying on Lin Hong's design drawings as a reference, Lu Rushue's work this time can be described as a well-deserved dark horse. In other words, there is no one who can fight. Hey, what's your attitude? Seeing the other party's disdainful appearance, Lu Rushue curled her lips angrily, "You stinky brother, I will come to you as soon as I get off the plane." While talking, she also took out a box from the bag beside her. "Nah, this is the gift I promised you before." Chapter 93, the permanent leader of the crotch-covering faction. As the saying goes, design comes from life. On the way to this trip, Lu Rushue also met a lot of people and things. It is also because of these people and things that this gift that has not been prepared for Lin Hong for a long time has finally ushered in completion. This is also the reason why Lu Rushue didn't go home immediately after getting off the plane, but instead came directly to school. Yes, the elder sister is mighty, but the younger brother is wrong. Seeing the unhappy appearance of the baby and his own elder sister, Lin Hong also decisively turned on the mode of coaxing the baby. My younger brother is here to apologize to my beautiful, gentle, lovely, and knowledgeable sister. Please forgive me for my stupid younger brother, my dear, kind, gentle and intellectual third sister. Brother, you are disgusting. Under a series of pompous compliments, Lu Rushua rubbed her arm in disgust. Good guy, I got goosebumps. Although she said so, the slightly upturned corners of her mouth exposed her mood at the moment. Obviously, a certain guy who thinks he is upright enjoys this kind of touting from his own brother very much. Well, I'm telling the truth, okay? After saying this without knowing his conscience, Lin Hong smiled and raised the small gift box in his hand. Then, my dear third sister, can I open this gift? For this unknown gift, his heart was naturally full of curiosity. Of course, in addition to curiosity, the most important thing is the love from the family. Open it, it was originally prepared for you. After forcibly pressing down the corner of her mouth that was harder to press than AK, Lu Rushua began to sob again. I didn't blow it, this gift can definitely surprise your chin. Although her brother is Crystal Violet, who is well known in the design industry, she firmly believes that the level of her gift is not BAD to IT. Can even be said that it is her most satisfactory design since she started her career. Even the work that won the award at the Andom Awards is a bit inferior compared with it. Yes, my beautiful second sister. Shut up and open it quickly. Before Lin Hong could finish flattering, Lu Rushua interrupted him directly. Compared with the surprise expression that the other party saw after taking it apart, the flattery at this moment seems so boring. If you describe it briefly, it is probably the excitement mode before the event is over. Yes, sir. Seeing each other with desire. Impatient, Lin Hong also honestly opened the lid of the gift box. And the next second, a bracelet made of natural amber beads as a whole appeared in front of the two of them. In the middle of the bracelet, there is also a guardian star pendant made of mithril material. The surface of the pendant is carefully carved with a simple pattern symbolizing the family, with warm lines like a few rays of sunlight. Although the overall shape is not particularly gorgeous, it inexplicably gives people a sense of peace of mind. Do you like the stinky brother? Seeing Lin Hong's careful observation of the bracelet, Lu Rushua raised her eyebrows in a daze, then he stretched out his hand to take it out and put it on the boy's left hand. You have to put it on for me. This is my sister. I made it after countless brain cells died. If you throw it away, be careful, I'll slap you. If you look closely, you can find that there are still many patterns on the inside of the agate beads, and those patterns record, without exception, the warm moments of the family. Lu Rushua wanted to use this method to keep her family by Lin Hong's side. Although the other party has been missing for more than 10 years of living together, they have always been a part of this family. The unique guardian star pendant in the center is just like the protection and love given to it by the family. No matter where the opponent goes, there is this power silently guarding and guiding him in the direction of moving forward. Thank you, third sister, I will definitely take good care of it. Although there are still some who are not used to wearing bracelets on their wrists, Lin Hong has no idea of taking them off. Just like Lu Rumo's sachet, this is also Lu Rushua's love for herself. Hey, count you as a brat. And just when Lu Rushua wanted to say something, a voice that disgusted the two of them instantly appeared not far behind them. Lin Hong, you scumbag. Obviously there are Shinyuchu classmates, but they are still so lovesick with other girls. Looking at the back of the woman with Lin Hong, Lu Zishuan was almost not drowned by the strong jealousy. Why can you Lin Hong get the love of so many girls? Is it because you are more handsome than me and taller than me? If the other party didn't show up, these girls should all be their OWN.SO. He wanted to completely destroy Lin Hong, and the fastest way to destroy a person is to corrupt the reputation of the other party. It is precisely for this reason that Lu Zishuan deliberately made a loud noise here to attract everyone's attention. After all, no matter where and at what age, scumbag men and scumbag women are hated by most of them, even compared to the green tea lady. There is more than that. As long as the fact that Lin Hong is a scumbag is confirmed, then the opponent's reputation will definitely become stinky. Maybe at that time, he still has a chance to take the opportunity to put Shinyuchu in his bag. After all, a woman who has been emotionally hurt is undoubtedly the most vulnerable and the easiest time to take advantage of the void pop. But before Lu Zishuan was crooked for a few seconds, a heavy tray was thrown directly on his face, accompanied by, there was a frosty female voice. Lu Zishuan, you shameless waste, keep your dog's eyes open to see who my mother is. 3. Third sister. Pop. After throwing a heavy plate on Lu Zishuan's face again, Lu Rushua said coldly with a disgusted expression, shut up, my brother is only Shohung, you dirty scheming green tea lady, you are not from our Lu family. If everyone has a thunder point, then Lu Zishuan is undoubtedly Lu Rushua's thunder point. As long as this product appears, no matter how good she is, it will be sunny and rainy, not to mention provoking Lin Hong as soon as he came up. This directly changed Lu Rushua's mood into sleet and snow. That's called a cold, that's called a violent one, correct, sorry. Seeing that Lu Rushua had already raised her right foot, Lu Zishuan hurriedly crossed Wudong School and directly curled her body into a ball. In a way, the previous firefighting experience was also an unforgettable memory for him, but Lu Rushua, who was in a state of rage, didn't care so much. She just hit 100 points with a side kick accurately. As a sample, She has a level far beyond the national football team. Okay, finding a flaw or something is not an easy task. Chapter 94, there's no fence on the rooftop, so it's normal to fall down. A few minutes later, looking at Lu Zishuan, who was dragged away by the security guard, Lin Hong handed a bag of wet wipes to Lu Rushue, because the other party took the initiative to find something, and the Lu family also spent a lot of money on the school. Most importantly, Lu Rushue used to be a popular figure in the school, therefore. In summary, the security guards decisively dragged away Lu Zishuan, who took the initiative to provoke the matter. As for Lu Rushue's words, it was naturally fine at all. Looking at Lu Rushue, who was wiping her shoes in disgust, Lin Heng's mouth also evoked an inexplicable smile. If it develops according to the normal plot, it should be yourself who will be lying on the ground, but recalling the system that ran away to participate in beauty pageants, he curled his lips helplessly. Are the male frequency systems so personalized now? It's okay to strike directly at every turn. If you have a questionnaire on service attitude at the end of the year, you must give the other party a 6-star praise. But I don't know why, he always feels that Lu Zishuan seems to be a little bald. It's so annoying, this guy has to jump out when I'm happy. After discarding the paper towel into the trash can on the side, Lu Rushue's face also showed a touch of gossip. Brother, who is the girl you just mentioned? Anyway, the fight was also fought, and the anger that should have been out was also out. The most important thing at present is to inquire about his brother's private life first. You must know that after going abroad for so many days, the gossip energy stored in her body has been exhausted. If it can't be replenished in time, it will kill people, okay? Looking at Lu Rushue, whose face changed from disgust to gossip in a second, Lin Hong really didn't know how to complain for a while, but when he thought of the two guys at home who laughed at his aunt every day, he still decided to come to a wave of disasters to lead the way. You can ask your mother and second sister about this, they both know it. While speaking, he also quickly got up and walked outside the cafeteria. I'll go back to the classroom first. Goodbye, third sister. If you continue to stay here, why are all 100,000 children in pediatrics, and it's been so long since lunchtime? I don't know if that stupid girl Shinyuchu has eaten well. At the same time, on the rooftop of GD Middle School, Shinyuchu was eating the food in front of him in small sips, but compared with the joy of Peace Day, his movements today were obviously a lot more mechanical. It's just eating for the sake of eating, without any extra tricks at all. At this moment, the door of the rooftop was suddenly opened from the outside. After hearing the movement from the gate, Shinyuchu subconsciously slowed down the pace of eating, while turning his head to look in the direction of the gate. At present, only she and Lin Hong will come to this place, so the people who come are most likely to be the ones who are thinking of them. However, sometimes the development of things often exceeds people's expectations. I saw that it was not Lin Hong who walked out from behind the gate, but a figure that disgusted Shinyuchu. Classmate Shinyuchu, you are really here. Looking at Shinyuchu, who was eating lunch, Lin Qingqiu walked slowly towards the other party with elegant steps. Why are you alone at noon today? Has Lin Hong already started to tire of you? The siege of the city is the bottom, and the attack on the heart is the top. Since Lin Hong can't be dealt with in a short time, then find a way to deal with Shinyuchu. In Lin Qingqiu's view, the girl was just a mere illegitimate daughter of the Shin family. It's not easy for the dignified Miss Lin family to take down the opponent. Looking at the deserted Qingqiu who was constantly barking in front of him, Shinyuchu only glanced at the other party, then continued to lower his head and eat his lunch. Anger can make people lose their minds, and taking care of idiots can affect IQ. How could she be fooled by such a simple provocation from the other party, who is not an idiot? What are you pretending to be? But Shinyuchu's flat reaction made Lin Qingqiu the first to break through the defense. This reminded her of Lin Hong, and the other party also had this dismissive attitude. But at any rate, the other party is also the young master of the Lu family. But what is Shinyuchu? It's just an illegitimate daughter of the Shin family. How dare she look at this lady like this? Boring. Looking at the angry girl, Shinyuchu just calmly put down the tableware in her hand and prepared to get up and leave here. According to the point in time, Lin Hong should be on his way here. That's why I don't have time to talk nonsense with the other party, so I have to take advantage of the time to prepare the tools that will be used for the knee pillow later. Shinyuchu, is a super favorite boyfriend, okay? You stop for me. Seeing that Shinyuchu wanted to get up and leave, Lin Qingqiu also directly opened his arms and stopped him in front of him. You leave Lin Hong for me, his fiancé is me. Since the method of combating does not seem to work, then you can only make a big move directly anyway. The Lang Lu family already had a marriage certificate, and she didn't have any problems saying that idiot. After complaining coldly, Shinyuchu directly bypassed Lin Qingqiu. Has this product forgotten what happened at the Lu family reception? At that time, she said that her fiancé was Lu Zishuan. Can your fiancé still change around according to his mood just like the male model? Shinyuchu. After roaring angrily at the girls departing back, Lin Qingqiu clenched his fists tightly and cursed viciously. You are indeed a third-born child, and what you keep in your bones is your lowly bloodline. Don't you just want to hook up with Lin Hong to consolidate your position in the Shin family? I tell you, no way. Tomorrow I will let my father take the marriage certificate to Lu's house, and then I will take Lin Hong away in front of you. But don't worry, I am not a person who is not particular. When I get tired of playing with him one day, maybe I will reward you for playing. You. Looking back at the grim-faced Lin Qingqiu, Shinyuchu slowly put down the lunchbox in his hand while walking slowly towards the other party. He said in a cold voice, "Are you ready to hit the road?" The mother, Lin Hong, is the weakest place in the girl's heart. They represent one of the few good things in this world, and they are also the dependence on which she depends for her survival. Now Lin Qingqiu has directly stepped on all the two minefields, so Shinyuchu doesn't plan to keep his hands anymore. After all, there is no monitoring on the rooftop, and there is no protective net. In addition, the study pressure in the senior year of high school is high, so it is normal to fall off a person occasionally. Chapter 95. I have a friend. Its name is Cucumber. A few minutes later, looking at Lin Qingqiu curled up on the ground like a prawn, Shinyuchu stretched out his hand blankly and pinched the opponent's throat. The game is over, and it's time to end. In these few minutes, in addition to using her muscles and bones, she used her hands. More of them still use some small techniques that specialize in hitting internal organs, and although these two methods are different, they all have one common feature, that is, judging from the appearance alone, it is almost impossible to notice anything wrong. In addition, going down from such a high place, if you want to come to Lin Qingqiu, it will all be a mess by then, even if someone with a heart wants to investigate, they can't investigate anything. As for monitoring, she had just notified Shirley on her mobile phone. As long as Lin Qingqiu and others will appear on the playground, all the monitoring of the school today will be reset again. No. Don't. Seeing the distance from the fence getting closer and closer, Lin Qingqiu also struggled desperately. At the same time, due to fear, snot, tears, and physiological reactions were all out of control. If you describe it briefly, it is a fight between the girl in this meeting and Lu Zishuan, who was eating in the toilet that day. The only difference between the two is that one is the mouth above and the other is the mouth below. But just when Shinyuchu was about 2 meters away from the fence, the sound of opening the door suddenly came from the gate on the rooftop not far away. The moment he heard this voice, Shinyuchu quickly knocked Lin Qingqiu out with a knife, then he threw it aside in a dead corner as if throwing garbage. As long as you don't walk near the fence, that dead corner will basically not be noticed. Yuchu, I'm sorry, I let you eat alone at noon. And just after the girl had done all this, Lin Heng's voice also came from behind her. It's okay, have you eaten yet? After quickly leaving the crime scene, Shinyuchu trotted all the way to the boy's arms. Aheng, I miss you. If 10 years is the age when wet and dry are separated too early, and it feels too annoying to sleep together, then when we were together just now, it can definitely be called like glue and paint. Even if you haven't seen each other for an hour, you will miss each other very much. I miss you too. After reaching out and rubbing the girl's little head, Lin Hong was about to take her to the bench to rest for a while. Anyway, returning to the classroom is also a rest, and here is also a rest. It's better to return to the classroom together after you have had enough rest here. Wait a minute, Aheng, let's go back to the classroom today. After perceiving the boy's intentions, Shinyuchu also hurriedly said, I just saw several bees. If I get stung, it will be troublesome. The location of the bench is not far from Lin Qingqiu, and the past words may cause things to come to light. At this point in time, many flowers on the rooftop have already bloomed, therefore, using bees as a shield is a good choice. That's right, then let's go back to class. Although I regret that most of my daily activities are gone today, I still go back to the classroom for safety reasons anyway. The days ahead will be long, and it won't be bad this time or twice. Fool. Seeing the little loss that flashed away on Lin Heng's face, Shinyuchu blushed and stood on tiptoe slightly, and dropped a soft kiss on the boy's left face. I remember there was no one in a multimedia classroom. Let's go there and take a break for a while. Sometimes, proper boldness can promote feelings between each other more. As time goes by, girls are also constantly beginning to show their true selves to teenagers, from timid to strong, from shy to active. Ahem. Feeling the flickering warmth on his cheeks, Lin Heng's mouth also evoked a bad smile at the corner of his mouth. Yuchu, I am a very stingy person. Hey. That's what others do to me, and I usually double it back. Ah. Before Shinyuchu could finish speaking, a handsome face appeared in front of her immediately afterwards. It was the warmest touch from the world for a while. The atmosphere on the rooftop was full of inexplicable beauty. But it might be better if Lin Qingqiu hadn't fallen aside and stuck his head in the mud. But in the evening, at 7:15, in the broadcast hall on the 4th floor of Lu's house. With my clock turning white, all the ghosts within a radius of dozens of miles have already immigrated. Is there such a drag? Brother, just tell me about it. Looking at Lin Hong, who was eating potato chips and drinking Coke, Lu Rushue supported her chin with a look of gossip. When did you and the girl from the Shin family start? Also, when did your kid fall in love with others? Although after I got home, I ate a lot of melons from my mother and second sister's mouths for the past 2 days, including what kind of confession. My brother thinks that other girls want their hair to be white, but some specific details, for example, whether you have stretched out your tongue or not, and whether you have gone bowling, the rest of the people don't know about these things. This also made Lu Rushue, who was born to gossip about the Eucharist, feel extremely uncomfortable, as if there were tens of millions of ants crawling on her body. After pushing Lu Rushue's head in front of him away, Lin Hong twitched the corner of his mouth helplessly. Second sister, if you really have nothing to do, go find a boyfriend, okay? If it doesn't work, I can introduce one to you. The other party is yellow in nature, and the word quacked. I think you should be able to have a common topic. Can you go and chat with it? Chatting about gossip is indeed a pleasant thing, but the protagonist who is the center of gossip thinks so to have a ghost finally settled Lu Rumo and Xiao Wanqing. Now there is another more difficult one. At this moment, Lin Hong felt inexplicably, I was afraid that it was not the whole Lu family, and only he was the only normal one. Wang Sledgehammer, who is at the peak of Yen Yi, Lu Jigua, who bursts into clothes at every turn, and Xiao Wanqing, a terrifying existence with squinting eyes, Lu Ruyan of the Eternal Emperor, Lu Rumo, who has blackened the history of the second middle school, and Lu Rushua, who has become a tigress at any time. After such an analysis, he was mediocre in Lin Hong, except for assembling some small toys with elastic steel pipes and possessing hundreds of millions of assets. It seems to be the most normal one. Huang Quack, it's weird. Halfway through speaking, Lu Rushua suddenly reacted to something. After grabbing Lin Hong's side face, he blushed and said, "Son of a bitch, when did you become such a hooligan?" No, you have a problem with your own mind, okay? After slapping off the opponent's right hand with a slap, Lin Hong quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket and took a photo from it. Take a good look, asshole, this guy is Huang Qua, okay? And that photo or something, it was a khaki frog. Yes, there's something wrong with the yellow frog, referred to as Huang Quack. There's nothing wrong with it, right, Lao Tai? Looking at the photos in the phone, Lu Rushua's whole face collapsed directly. At the last time I felt so speechless, it was the last time. And just when she was still trying to say something, the door of the screening hall was opened from the outside. At this moment, then a figure that made both of them sit down subconsciously walked in slowly. Chapter 96. Why do you think I should get along well with him? Is it because you are so shameless? What are you two talking about, so lively? After walking into the video room with a bowl of fungus and lotus seed soup, Lu Ruyan walked slowly to the two of them. It's nothing, just talk about some days. While speaking, Lu Rushua glanced at the plate in the opponent's hand. I have something else to do, so I'll go ahead and get busy. There is only one serving of fungus and lotus seed soup on the plate, and I don't like to eat this thing myself. So isn't the rest of the result obvious? This is specially prepared for Lin Hong, so don't stay here to join in the fun. This kind of warm moment of repairing the relationship should be left to two people alone. No, you just left like this. Looking at Lu Rushua's back as she left without looking back, Lin Hong really wanted to grab the opponent's collar at this moment, and then come to a soul triple. It is said that the sisters and brothers are deeply in love, but what about the joys and sorrows of sharing the joys and sorrows? If there is a narration at the moment, it will probably be. But in any case, Lu Rushua's behavior of running away undoubtedly caused a devastating blow to Lin Hong's young mind. Unless there is a small goal to enter the account, it is impossible to get better. Of course, this is just thinking about it. Even if the other party really gives it, then I will only pretend to refuse and then accept it. If you describe it briefly, it will probably look like when you go to a relative's house to receive a red envelope for the new year. Xiao Shui is still very discerning, so I'll reward her with a supercar next time. Unlike Lin Hong's reaction, Lu Ruyan was quite satisfied with Lu Rushua's behavior. After all, this kind of apology drama is still more suitable for telling when two people are together. Shohan, this is specially stewed for you by my sister. While speaking, Lu Ruyan also placed the fungus and lotus seed soup on the tray on the desktop. You can see if it tastes good or not. If it doesn't, I'll make changes later. Looking at the silver fungus lotus seed soup on the table, which is like Boss Biao's coffee, constantly exudes a weird aura. Lin Hong knew it was time to talk to each other openly, otherwise it would not be a way to keep going like this. As a result, he looked at Lu Ruyan in front of him. Why are you doing this? As far as the relationship between the two of us is concerned, it doesn't seem to be that good yet. Not to mention that the two of them have never seen each other a few times, and every time they meet, they are quite unpleasant. Just talking about the positive 90 deviation value on the opponent's skull and the three big characters Lu Ruyan, Lin Hong had to beware. After all, for the sake of the fake young master, the plot of the real daughter giving the real young master medicine is not without precedent. I don't mean anything else. Looking at the young man's vigilant gaze, Lu Ruyan pursed her lips and said cautiously, I just want to apologize to you. Before. I did do some excessive things before. Since Lin Hong chose to put the matter on the bright side, of course she wanted to solve it all at once. Okay, then I forgive you. Welcoming Lu Ruyan's unusually serious eyes, Lin Hong smiled slightly, then turned his gaze back to the screen. It's okay, you can go out first, remember to help me bring the door. The plot of this meeting has already come to the home of the female police officer, and if you don't appreciate it well, you will be guilty of a great crime. Looking at the fungus lotus seed soup that was put back in the tray again, Lu Ruyan reached out and pressed the pause button, and got up and came to Lin Hong. Xiaohong, do you want your sister to do this? I really don't mean anything else, I just want to apologize to you. Every time she thought back to the words Xiao Wanqing had said, she really wanted to slap herself. Take a look at what you have done. Hey, these old ladies. Looking at Lu Ruyan, who was directly in front of him, Lin Hong sucked the corner of his mouth helplessly. Then, he simply leaned back and cocked Erlang's legs. Let me just say it, Lu Ruyan, I'm afraid you still remember Lu Zishuan in your heart. Even, you still want me to coexist peacefully with him, right? I originally wanted to fool around, but I didn't expect the other party to be online. It seems that if you don't get a cruel thing out, The other party doesn't know how many eyes Prince Ma has. For why he is so sure that the other party has this idea. Of course, it depends on the deviation value on his forehead. People like Lu Rumo and Lu Rushue are basically disgusted with Lu Zishuan's situation. And Lu Ruyan, who is 90% of this, obviously still has a certain hope for it. But when Lin Hong asked, Lu Ruyan didn't know what to say for a while. Although she was already disappointed in Lu Zishuan in her heart, she did think about letting the two get along in harmony. At least, don't start a conflict as soon as you meet. It seems that I was right. Looking at Lu Ruyan's embarrassed look, Lin Hong held his chin with one hand and said playfully, "Do you know what your behavior is like now?" "Like what?" "In ancient times, those who stood the arch of chastity, but did what they did next." Ignoring the paleness of the other party's face for a moment, Lin Hong continued to speak to himself, "Why do you want me to get along with that guy? Or, what position do you have to let me get along with him?" "Sha Hong, Don't worry, I haven't finished speaking yet." After interrupting Lu Ruyan's speech, Lin Hong continued to speak slowly. "Let's make an analogy. After you got married, your husband let you be with Xiao San, and all the property in your Lu Ruyan's name belongs to that Xiao San. In addition, you have to endure all kinds of planting and frame up by the other party every day. Ask, what would you do in this situation?" "I will kill her." Thinking of the kind of picture Lin Hong said, a cloud of nameless anger rose in Lu Ruyan's heart, but soon, the look of anger on her face stiffened instantly. Because of this situation, isn't it a replica of what Lin Hong is experiencing now? And his role is the husband, Lin Hong is the wife, and Lu Zishuan is the junior. After putting herself in a position and feeling it again, Lu Ruyan truly realized how stupid her thoughts were. I hope that the real young master and the fake young master will coexist peacefully. This is the greatest injustice to the real young master. It would be okay if the fake young master didn't fight or grab it, but Lu Zishuan obviously couldn't do this. Before he came back, he was already designing Lin Hong, and after he came back, he kept slandering each other in his ears. Therefore, no matter what angle of analysis, Lu Zishuan had the idea of driving Lin Hong out of the Lu family. I think you should understand. Looking at Lu Ruyan's face that gradually turned from red to white, Lin Hong clicked to continue playing, while speaking in a playful tone. "Don't persuade others to be kind without the suffering of others. When you have figured it out, come and talk to me again. Now, can you please leave first?" If Lu Ruyan can figure it out best because of this, it doesn't matter if he really can't figure it out. The big deal is that in Southeast Asia, there will be one more beauty bottle for special performances. Looking at Lin Heng's back, Lu Ruyan's heart was mixed for a while. Chapter 97, Talking bad about people behind their backs is not a good behavior. Classmate Leng, Lu Ruyan finally left. It's just that before leaving, she drank the fungus and lotus seed soup in the bowl in one bite. In order to show that he really didn't mean anything else, he just wanted to apologize to Lin Hong. But all of this has nothing to do with Lin Hong, or he didn't care at all. After all, before reaching the safety threshold, all Lu Ruyan's actions could not be believed. A person as ruthless as Emperor Ruyan might directly enter the game with his body. So just in case, don't have too much contact with each other before the safety threshold is stable. This kind of behavior is commonly known as steady. At this time in SZ City, in the Long family villa, compared with the atmosphere of the Lu family, today's Leng family is exceptionally quiet. Except for the occasional sound of servants walking around, there was only a dead silence in the house. The cries of the past and the sounds of smashing things seemed to have all disappeared in an instant. Damn it, that damn woman. At this moment in the room on the second floor, Leng Qingqiu was sitting in front of his desk, constantly stabbing Shinyuchu's picture with a knife. Thinking back to the fact that he was almost taken away by the opponent today, Leng Qingqiu couldn't wait to drive a big truck and kill the opponent right away, but she also understood that if she wanted to do this for a short time, she would definitely not be able to do so. And what I lack most at the moment is time. Therefore, in order to retaliate against Shinyuchu, Leng Qingqiu thought of another way, that is to drive away the wolves and swallow the tigers, and use the cold book to put pressure on the Shin family. If you want to come to the Shin family, you won't have a grudge against the Leng family, who has a great family, for the sake of a mere illegitimate daughter. As for the reason used, it is natural that Shinyuchu's existence prevents her from hooking up with Lin Hong. "Shinyuchu, I won't let you go." After poking a knife into the girl's eyes in the photo, Leng Qingqiu whispered grimly, "I must let you struggle and die in pain after feeling all the despair in the world." The next day, SZ Middle School, Open Air Stadium, due to the physical education teacher who was born with an injury to the Eucharist, it was difficult to defeat the chemistry teacher of the Mediterranean Eucharist. Today, the students in the first class of senior high school finally got a physical education class, and this physical education class is the course that everyone is most looking forward to. There is no cumbersome physical fitness test, and the whole venue is free to move. This time, near the stadium, there is a small sports equipment room. It's here. Right, good. It seems to be this location. Then I'll go in. Go in. Chang, then put it here first. After summarizing the basketball to the corresponding position, Lin Hong turned his head and looked at the girl who was still busy on the side. "Yuchu, go wash your face first. I will put these things away and we will go back." In order to exercise the little girl's physical strength, he quarreled with each other for a while in physical education class. Of course, it's a serious kind of noise. "Okay, then I'll wait for you at the door." After placing the volleyball in his hand, Shinyuchu gently wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. Ahang, what do you want to drink? I'll buy it for you. It's not far from the small shop, so you can just take the opportunity to buy a wave of drinks, just have a bottle of mineral water. I'll wait for you at the gate after I finish packing. Good. This stupid girl has really become different. Looking at Shinyuchu, who was leaving head over heels, Lin Hong's mouth also unconsciously hung a smile. Obviously, when I first met her, she was still a submissive girl, and she didn't dare to say anything when she was bullied. However, he is still very happy with this positive change. After all, if you really like someone, you must hope that the other person will get better and better. But just as Lin Hong was about to continue packing, there was a sudden sound of footsteps at the gate of the warehouse. Are you back so soon? Hearing the movement coming from behind him, Lin Hong subconsciously looked back slightly. It's just that the moment he saw the visitor clearly, his face was directly sunny and cloudy. Damn stinky man. Perceiving the change in the boy's face, tens of thousands of divine beasts flashed in Lang Qingqiu's heart, but even so, she still maintained a warm smile on her face. Lin Hong, let's fulfill our marriage contract. As long as you agree, I can even give you what you want most right away. Yesterday, Ling Jingding did go to the Shin family, that's right, but he never saw Shin Ritin, the patriarch of the Shin family. Therefore, the plan to marry Shinyuchu to a 60-year-old man could naturally only be announced as a miscarriage, and going to Shinyuchu alone is life-threatening, so the only way left is to come directly to Lin Hong. At least if you come to the latter, you can still have the biggest advantage of a girl. Thinking of her appearance and figure, few people at this kind of vigorous age should be able to stop her. Lin Hong, okay. Hearing the young man's answer, the corners of Lang Qingqiu's mouth just curled up, but in the next second, it completely collapsed again. Then you go to death first, don't deal with me here. Looking at Lang Qingqiu, whose complexion was suddenly ugly, Lin Hong put the basketball in his hand back in place, and said in disgust, I don't have a preference for drinking brush water. So, please roll me as far as you can. Regardless of whether Lang Qingqiu was a schemer, this made him not interested in it. Moreover, the other party and Lu Zishuan have been together for so long, and no one knows if anything happened during this period. Men can be generous in everything, but they can't be generous in this kind of thing. Okay. Of course, except for some people with special hobbies. You. Welcoming the disgusted face of the young man, Lang Qingqiu clenched his fists tightly. Lin Hong, do you think Shinyuchu is? Classmate Lang is also here. But before she could finish speaking, an ethereal voice sounded at the door of the warehouse, and the moment he heard this voice, Lang Qingqiu almost didn't have his legs directly on the ground. Ahang gives it to you, this is the mineral water you want. After handing the open mineral water to Lin Hong, Shinyuchu turned to the trembling girl and said, by the way, classmate Lang, what were you talking about just now? Koku. Chapter 98, Issues of Consideration and Cooperation. Although it was just a mediocre question, Shinyuchu's gaze at the dead made Lang Qingqiu fall directly into an ice cave. She is a scheming person, yes, but overall she is just an ordinary person. Therefore, facing this lifeless wink, the body will inevitably react excessively subconsciously. In addition, Shinyuchu almost killed himself yesterday. If Lang Qingqiu can stabilize it, he will be a ghost. 2.5 minutes later, Lin Hong and Shinyuchu left the warehouse together. In the warehouse, Lang Qingqiu was the only one left clutching her arms, squatting on the ground alone with a hideous expression on her face. Ahang, you have to stay away from that woman in the future. After reaching out and holding the young man's arm, Shinyuchu said with a serious face, she is not a good person at first glance. If she is set up, it will be terrible. If it weren't for Lin Hong's presence just now, she really wanted to do it once and for all, but the result was pretty good. With the acquiescence of the teenager, she gave the other party a set of small bone removal surgery. Okay, I listen to you. Looking at Shinyuchu, who was guarding the territory like a kitten, Lin Hong also rubbed his opponent's little head pettishly. Some people may not be able to stand this situation, but he enjoys it extremely. After all, the girl's possessiveness is strong, which just shows her status in the other party's heart, isn't it? If your girlfriend doesn't care who you are with, then you have to be careful in the true sense. Either she is disappointed in you, or she has found a better one. This is the experience of a friend of mine as a person, and it is also a fact verified by countless pure love warriors. That's good. After rubbing his head against the palm of the young man's hand, Shinyuchu tentatively asked, by the way, Ahang, do you have a lot of cooperation between the Lu family and the Lang family? As far as she knows, the Langliu family has lost a lot of cooperation at present, but there are still some more troublesome jobs, and there seems to be a little bit of connection. If possible, she wants Shinlu's family to cooperate, because only in this way can she bring down the Lang family with peace of mind. Since he dared to covet his boy, there was no need for the Lang family and her Lang Qingqiu to continue to exist. Now I think about it, because I didn't directly kill the opponent in the first place, otherwise how could I make him feel the next pain? Carefully, cooperation, I remember there are only a few left. Hearing this, Lin Hong recalled in his mind what Lao Dang had said. It seems that there are still cooperation projects with the Lang family, and basically the Lu family is just a name. After all, Lang Jingding is not an idiot, and he knows how to bribe some people in the Lu clan with some benefits. Now all of these people have been kicked out of the Lu clan without exception, but the quota for fishing for oil and water is still hanging on the Lang family project. Ahang, are you considering cooperating with the Shin family? After hearing the answer he wanted, Shinyuchu also put forward suggestions appropriately. The Shin family's industry also involves raw materials, and it can give a more favorable price than the Lang family. Anyway, now that the Shin family is what she said, she doesn't have to order as much as she wants for materials or anything. There is no mistake. The old guys of the Shin family have already been caught in a pot due to the reason that the divine beast did not let it go. Let's briefly describe it here. A group of old men in the Shin family were afraid that their lives were threatened, so they found a time to meet together on a yacht at sea. And things like yachts, it's definitely normal to hit rocks or something, right? After communicating amicably with these old men for a period of time, Shinyuchu used thunder to directly clean the interior of the Shin family. It can be said that at present, except for some shares in the hands of retail investors, the Shin family is basically completely controlled by her. As for the 10 old men, it is normal for them to accidentally fall into the water on the way back, and it's more normal to soak for more than 10 days or something, right? Anyway, by the time the water ghost found this group of people, they were basically all soaked and swollen. Cooperate with the Shin family. Welcoming the girl's cautious appearance, Lin Hong readily agreed after thinking about it for a few seconds. Yes, I'll talk to Lao Dang when I go back to the evening. If he thinks it's okay, then cooperate with the Shin family. Anyway, I haven't determined a suitable supplier for the materials now, so if the price can be negotiated, it will be fine, and in this way, Shinyuchu's status in the family can be improved. By the way, such a good thing that kills two birds with one stone. He naturally has no intention of rejecting it. Okay, then I'll go back and talk about it then, prepare for it. After leaning his head in the boy's arms, Shinyuchu's eyes also flashed with an ambiguous look. There are also many aspects to preparing for something, isn't it? Originally, her plan was to expand outward, but now she can just take the Lang family for a knife. But the most important thing is to find a way to get rid of the head of the Lang family first. In the state where the dragons are headless, it will undoubtedly be much easier to take down the Long family. And just as the two of them talked and left, they were in the sports warehouse on the other side. Qingqiu, why are you doing such a thing? Looking at Lang Qingqiu, who staggered up from the ground, Lu Zishuan roared with a hideous face. What's so good about Lin Hong? You are willing to do that kind of thing. He had followed the girl just now, so naturally he heard the speech that needed to be coded. If it hadn't been for fear of Lin Hong's split muscles and wrong bones, he would have rushed in and roared loudly. But it's not too late now. Lang Qingqiu is the only one left here. If the other party can't give a satisfactory answer, then he will have to imitate it for a while. Anyway, you are ready to give it to Lin Hong, so it might as well be cheaper for me. Get out of here. After distancing from each other in disgust, Lang Qingqiu clutched her arms and wanted to leave here. There is not much time left for yourself, and it seems that there is only one choice left now. Although this choice is a bit inferior, she can only do so for the rest of her life. You are not allowed to go. After closing the door of the warehouse, Lu Zishuan roared with a hideous expression. Today I want you to know that I am the one who can really give you happiness. The moment the words fell, he also quickly pounced on Lang Qingqiu. Now, I can't care about other things anymore. You. What do you want to do? Looking at Lu Zishuan running towards him, Lang Qingqiu subconsciously slapped his own feet. However, this time it was not the same as last time. It directly hit the most vulnerable place of the boy, but was blocked by a hand. I don't know the same moves. Ah. Before Lu Zishuan had finished speaking, a handful of white dust was sprinkled directly on his face. For a while, there was an abnormal tingling in his eyes. Waste. Taking advantage of the gap between regaining his freedom, Lang Qingqiu once again used a kick to lift his own legs. This time the attack went very smoothly, and a wave directly hit the target, accompanied by a crisp click. Lu Zishuan suddenly cost Michael Jackson. Chapter 99, Serious Car Accident, Very Dangerous Kind. A few minutes later, because Lu Zishuan's screams were too oozing, many people rushed over one after another. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, physical education teacher Malagby asked people to temporarily send Lu Zishuan to the hospital. There is no way if you don't want to send it. What Lang Qingqiu grabbed was quicklime used to draw lines. In addition, Lu Zishuan has been rubbing. If this is delivered late, it is estimated that his eyes will be useless. In addition, the most important point is the pool of unknown liquid under Lu Zishuan's crotch. As an adult male with a high degree of education, Malag must have thought of something in an instant. And this is one of the main reasons why he insisted on sending Lu Zishuan to the hospital. As for what to do in the future, let Lang Qingqiu decide for himself, but in any case, after this incident, Lu Zishuan's reputation completely stinked. Even the school is already in a meeting to discuss how to get the other party to leave SZ number 1 middle school smoothly. In the afternoon, at 6:15, in front of the gate of SZ school, after bidding farewell to Shinyuchu, Lin Hong turned around and got into the private car belonging to the Lu family. Lao Wang, why are you here today? Looking at Wang's sledgehammer in the driver's seat, Lin Hong put away his school bag while asking, didn't you say that the third sister is here? Because Lu Rushua's work is relatively free, she usually picks up Lin Hong when she is free. As for Wang Day's words, he is basically responsible for Lu Jigua's travel. Although Lu Ruyan, the cow and horse, is back now, the Lu family has not yet restored her real power. Therefore, as far as the current situation is concerned, Lu Jigua is definitely the busiest person in the Lu family. Of course, if you are busy gossiping with your wife, then Xiao Wanqing should also be very busy. Young Master. Hearing this, the expression on Wang Day's face also became sad. Miss San, she had a major car accident on her way here. Lin Hong, what? Half an hour later, in the VIP ward of the First Municipal People's Hospital. Looking at Lu Rushue with a band-aid on her head, Lin Hong gritted her teeth and turned to look at Wang's sledgehammer on the side. Lao Wang, this is what you said about a major car accident? That's right, young master. Facing the boy's expression of "you teasing me," Wang Dashang pushed the glasses on his nose and said solemnly, the appearance of a girl is a gift from heaven. Now the third lady has a stroke on her forehead. Isn't this matter serious? It's serious, okay? In fact, the truth is that at that moment he was possessed by the spirit of the play. After all, when you talk about a car accident, you don't always have to be sad.so. As he talked, he unconsciously replaced himself in, and then Lin Hang's face was gloomy all the way back, causing him to forget the appropriateness of the explanation again. That's right, it's definitely not because it's fun. Really, just simply forgot. Looking at the sledgehammer of righteous words, Lin Hong pulled the corners of his mouth with a smile. I remember that Wuma hasn't rested for a long time. I will arrange a tour group for her next month. Just go around for 3 months. Lao Wang, what do you think? Young master, I was wrong. Young master, I can't live without Xiaomei. Young master. After kneeling down and hugging Lin Hang's thigh, Wang Day said with a sad expression on his face, if I don't have Xiaomei, how can I live? Puff. Looking at the funny appearance of the two of them, Lu Rushue couldn't help but burst out laughing. Although the injury was not very serious, she was inevitably frightened. This funny performance art of the two of them can be regarded as squeezing back the pounding little heart. This silly girl has finally recovered. Looking at Lu Rushue, who was laughing on the hospital bed, Lin Hong decisively gave Wang Day the look. The latter also understood it, and after standing up directly from the ground, he ran out without a smoke. My part is over. It would be bad if I stayed here. As a qualified part-time worker, you must learn to understand the boss's thoughts at all times. I, Wang Day, am also a part-time worker chosen by heaven. Ha, you two laughed at me to death. After briefly wiping the tears that fell out with the back of her hand, Lu Rushue patted the bed again. I'm sorry, brother, I worried you. If you want to play and make trouble, you still have to be serious when it's time to be serious. She really saw Lin Hang's hurried appearance just now. You must know that the other party is basically in no hurry on weekdays, and this is the first time she has seen that kind of panting look. Even at that moment, Lu Rushue was thinking that this product was not related to herself by blood will definitely be the best marriage partner. It would undoubtedly be better if you had some virtue in your mouth on weekdays. Let's talk about it. What's the situation? After sitting on the edge of the hospital bed, Lin Hong took a closer look at each other again. Well, very good. As always, she looked like the silly daughter of the landlord's family, thanks to you Xiaohong this time. Thinking of the picture that needed to be coated on the road, Lu Rushue's whole body shrank into a ball unconsciously. If it hadn't been for him to wake up at the last minute, I'm afraid the protagonist of that mosaic would have become himself. Time goes back to 2 hours ago, on the beltway of SC, Lu Zurem, IXXXXXX. Seeing her Civic deliberately stuffed in front of her, Lu Rushue immediately wanted to educate the other party after pressing the horn angrily twice, but when she was about to increase the strength of her right foot, she instantly recalled Lin Hang's previous conversation with herself. Forget it, I promised Xiaohong to endure it. Thinking like this, she didn't care about the other party's behavior or my family's behavior anymore, but there will always be some scum in this society, and you feel that you are afraid of it if you don't care about it. As a result, the previous civic behavior has become more and more excessive, either forcibly changed lanes or deliberately slammed on the brakes. Seeing people's blood pressure soaring, I can't wait to pull them out and beat them up immediately, and Lu Rushue's patience gradually dropped from 100 to 0 as the opponent's behavior became more and more excessive. She, who already has road rage, is really about to endure it, okay? But when she thought of what Lin Hong had told her, she still kept comforting herself, and she didn't have the same general knowledge as SB. Therefore, at a traffic light intersection, he planned to accelerate directly to bypass the opponent, and it was precisely because of this that the later things happened. Chapter 100. The Brave Man with Solitary Testicle. And perhaps perceiving Lu Rushue's thoughts, the Civic actually started directly when the red light was still 3 seconds away. It is estimated that I still want to continue the operation just now, to deliberately disgust Lu Rushue. But it is precisely because of this decision that it has directly made him struggle less for decades. A mud-headed car galloping past the intersection directly smashed the black Civic that ran the red light into. Slag. After all, Xiaoyzi's car focuses on lightweight. What kind of bumper, pillar A, pillar B, are basically the same as papier-mâché. The wound on Lu Rushue's skull was scratched by scattered fragments of the vehicle through the glass. That if it weren't for the subconsciously twisted head at the last minute, I guess I would have to enjoy a wave of headshot services. As for the guy who used the road as his living room, it naturally became a mosaic of mechanical and physical fusion. It's okay. After listening to the causes and consequences of the incident, Lin Hong also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. If nothing else, this is what the system girl mentioned before, that the other party would have hemiplegia. Now that it's over, there shouldn't be any more problems after I think about it. Yeah, thanks to you this time. While speaking, Lu Rushue strangled Lin Hang's neck. If the brat wants anything, my sister will buy it for you. Although my elder brother is very rich, he loves his younger brother. It has little to do with whether the other party has money or not, it is mainly a matter of attitude. Hey, let go, you bastard. Feeling the pressure from the back of his head, Lin Hong really wanted to complain, without that mind in the world, let's not learn from others to do this, but considering Lu Rushua's combat effectiveness, he still held back these words. Moreover, the other party is still the third sister of her own family, so if you lose something, you can lose something. Hey, are you brat thinking of something bad again? After perceiving Lin Hong's face change, Lu Rushue couldn't help but become more energetic. My smelly brother is good at everything, but his mouth is a little too poisonous. Through the appearance of the other party who wanted to talk and stopped, she was sure that the other party must not be holding back any good shit in her heart. I don't have it, so let me go. No, you just have it. I don't have one. Yes. And just as the two were arguing, the door of the ward was also opened at this moment. Immediately afterwards, Lu Rumo, with a smelly face, walked in. As he walked, he was still talking about something in his mouth, although I can't hear it clearly, it is certain that it should be beautiful Chinese. Seeing this situation, after Lu Rushue and Lin Hong glanced at each other, they both said in unison, second sister, what happened? There is nothing wrong with fighting between siblings, but it will not work if outsiders bully them. My own brothers and sisters, only my own family can bully. Hey, Xiaohong, when did you come here? Seeing Lin Hong appearing in the ward, Lu Rumo was taken aback for a moment, then, he immediately held back the beautiful words in his mouth, I came to see the third sister. Steward Wang said that she had a major car accident. With that said, Lin Hong also silently added in his heart, sure enough, I still have to give Wuma a vacation. Wang Sledgehammer, MD, Beast. At this moment, Lu Rushue from the side also asked, second sister, what happened? Except for a few times, she really hadn't seen the other party have such a big temper. If you want to think about it this time, it should also be that something terrible has happened, that's it. Looking at the two curious-looking people, Lu Rumo finally decided to tell the two of them after struggling for a few seconds. After all, it is not far from the general ward, maybe the two groups of people will meet by then. Instead of waiting until it's time to make trouble, it's better to get a vaccination in advance. So after roughly conceiving the vocabulary in her mind, she slowly said, I'm not the eldest sister yet. At this time, I still care about Lu Zishuan. I'm so angry, if it weren't for it. And with her description, the two of them finally knew why the other party had a cursing expression. It turned out to be Lu Zishuan, and he was actually sent to the People's Hospital of the first city for treatment. Although the male reproductive department and Lu Rumo's department are not together, this does not affect the spread of gossip, and in the small talk of the nurses, she also learned that a certain egg-shattering warrior was called Lu Zishuan. The moment he heard the name, Lu Rumo was also looking for someone to ask for the patient's information, and wanted to confirm his thoughts as soon as possible. When she was sure that Lu Zishuan was Lu Zishuan, she came to the andrology department with the intention of watching the excitement. As a result, at this look, I almost didn't make myself angry to death. Lu Ruyan, who had already gone home, actually appeared in Lu Zishuan's ward. At a loss, I still believe that the other party has seen through it, and it is still impossible for the dog to change his shit. But when he was unhappy, Lu Rumo still maintained his sanity and did not fight Lu Ruyan for 300 rounds. After all, making a lot of noise here will not only affect the surrounding patients, but also make the scandal of the Lu family public. Sister, why is she like this? After listening to Lu Rumo's description, Lu Rushue's face was also filled with incomprehensible expressions. Hasn't she seen through Lu Zishuan yet? Why is that? Why do you want to come to the hospital with that guy? Regarding Lu Ruyan's behavior, Lu Rushue also said that she didn't understand it at all. Obviously they have all chosen to leave each other, but what is the situation now? It can't be that someone put a knife on Lu Ruyan's neck and forced her to come over. Reader, I'm playing with the double messenger. Wait, you calm down first. After covering Lu Rushue's screaming cherry mouth, Lin Hong looked at Lu Rumo from the side with burning eyes. Second sister, you just said, Lu Zishuan, that guy has become a lonely brave man? Compared to the disbelief of the two sisters of the Lu family, he was not surprised that Lu Ruyan could do this kind of behavior. After all, there is only the wrong name, not the wrong nickname, who is Lu Ruyan, the first scumbag girl in 10,000 realms, plus a love brain. Okay, that if you don't care about Lu Zishuan's life or death before you fully realize it, there will be ghosts. At present, the thing that makes Lin Hong most concerned is that Lu Zishuan has become a lonely and brave man. Although he knew that he was rushed into the hospital by Leng Qingxiu, he really didn't expect the reality to be so explosive. The next chapter is even more exciting. Chapter 101 2.5 breaths, no more. After Lin Hong said this, Lu Rushue on the side also reacted. After pulling away her brother's right hand, she also said with surprise on her face, I'll go, won't that product really become a eunuch? Just now, all his attention was on Lu Ruyan, and he subconsciously ignored such a constant explosion of news. If Lu Zishuan really becomes a eunuch, he must have 100 pigs to thank Mazu when he goes back tonight. Not only did he escape the car accident, he also received the retribution he deserved. Looking at the two guys with shining eyes in front of him, Lu Rumo pulled the corners of his mouth helplessly. I've been worried for a long time for nothing. You two didn't pay attention to the attitude of the eldest sister at all, did you? However, although his psychological activities were extremely rich, Lu Rumo still answered the doubts of the two of them. It's not that he won't become a eunuch, I heard. My egg. How can I live without you? Egg. And just when Lu Rumo began to describe gossip for the two of them, in the andrology ward not far from the other side, looking at the Dragon Ball and the sealed bag in his hand, Lu Zishuan looked hideously and sorrowfully loudly. For men, there are only two things that cannot be endured. Point one is that the dog is called Zaiwaizi, and the second is that he can't do it by himself. He Lu Zishuan is indeed a man. That's right, but in the end he can barely be regarded as a man now that the people who have accompanied me since I was a child are gone. How can I not feel sad? Outside the ward, listening to the sadness in the room, Lu Ruyan looked at the doctor in front of him with an ugly face and asked, Dr. Lu, how is the patient's condition? After the conversation with Lin Hong last night, she actually deliberately wanted to alienate her relationship with Lu Zishuan. After all, Lu Zishuan's performance in the past few days has been really disappointing, but today, when he received a call from the hospital, Lu Ruyan still couldn't control his body and ran over. The patient's condition is basically stable. And Lu Ruyan's questioning also brought Lu Haiju back from the small theater in the 8th morning. Not wrong, Lu Zishuan fell into Lu Haiju's hands again. Even the Dragon Ball in the opponent's hand was cut off by him personally. Although he has been in the industry for so many years, this is the first time he has met a Dragon Ball that is not much bigger than a grain of rice. And in addition, he really wanted to ask Lu Zishuan a question in person, that is, whether he has any plans to go to Thailand. Otherwise, how could a normal adult male hurt his baby one after another? This kind of behavior is too weird. Lu Haiju said he didn't understand it at all. Good Dr. Lu, thank you for your hard work. After bowing slightly to Lu Haiju to express his gratitude, Lu Ruyan continued to speak. Regarding Lu Zishuan, I would like to ask you to help keep it a secret. He is still studying at school. If someone knows that the left egg has been removed, it is very likely that it will be. Although the words are not finished, everyone is a smart person and naturally knows what it means. It's nothing more than being bullied or even ridiculed. Don't worry, I am a doctor with a strict mouth. Seeing Lu Ruyan's serious face, Lu Haiju said after thinking for a while, Ms. Lu, you and the patients inside are siblings, right? Some things still need to be said. After all, they are all relatives, and the other party also has a certain degree of right to know. He feels that this kind of major event related to inheritance has to be communicated with the relatives of the patient, otherwise, if he comes to trouble himself later, he will be more or less difficult to deal with. Yes. Seeing the other party's appearance of wanting to talk and stop, Lu Ruyan thought there was something wrong with Lu Zishuan's body. So, she said nervously, Dr. Lu, is there anything wrong with Zishuan's body? Calm down, calm down. After waving his hand to make the other party a little quieter, Lu Haiju continued to speak. Ms. Lu, do you know that Lu Zishuan has been to the hospital before? Have you been here before? Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's face suddenly became blank. How could Lu Zishuan preach that kind of embarrassing thing everywhere? So let alone Lu Ruyan. Even Hulina didn't know that the other party had been to the hospital before. If it weren't for Wang Daxing's self-detonation that time, it is estimated that the other party would have been kept in the dark. Sure enough, I don't know. Looking at the blank look on Lu Ruyan's face, Lu Haiju suddenly thought of Hulina last time. The other party had the same expression at the time, and he didn't know that Lu Zishuan had been to the hospital at all. Lu Zishuan has been to the hospital several times, but he only came here after his lower body was severely injured. While speaking, he handed over a case report. If you can, I suggest you take him to the psychiatric department for a look, because a normal male should not repeatedly injure this part. Perhaps in his subconscious, he has always hoped that he is a girl. That's why I have been deliberately hurting myself like this all the time, so as to achieve my wish to become a girl in disguise. What? After listening to Lu Haiju's analysis, Lu Ruyan quickly flipped through the case report in his hand. When she saw that there were only about 2.5 breaths, her pupils couldn't help but dilate a little subconsciously. In this case, wouldn't it be the legendary outcrop in seconds? Fortunately, I braked in time, otherwise I would be now. Thinking of this possibility, Lu Ruyan's face became extremely exciting. Okay, then I'll go first if it's okay. Seeing Lu Ruyan's face switching quickly like a trampoline light, Lu Haiju also turned and left here after saying a word. After every patient's family learned of this kind of thing, they basically reacted like this. Therefore, he has also developed a habit of letting the other party calm down. After all, at some point, no matter what is said, it is wrong. In addition to this reason, he has one more thing. He needs to go back to the office to make sure this matter is very important, so important that it is more important than buying melon seeds for white melon seeds. Hey! Looking at Lu Haiju's back as he left, Lu Ruyan silently put the medical records into the bag beside him, then turned around and walked back into the ward. My egg. See the willow. Such a smoke came in after Ryuko Shin cry of the Morgungho, the sister. It is not difficult to analyze from the point of dress. The other party is definitely back to Lu's house. He just said why he hadn't seen anyone for 2 days. It turned out that he had gone back to live a good life behind his back, but even though he was so upset in his heart, Lu Zishuan did not show the slightest abnormality. Now he still needs to use Lu Ruyan's abilities, whether it is the medical expenses for hospitalization or revenge on Leng Qingqiu, although I have little hope of returning to the Lu family, as long as I can continue to suck blood from each other. Thinking of those 5 or 6 thick debt collectors, Lu Zishuan almost didn't Perform a wave of what is called loss of control on the spot, epsilon sad face omicron asterisk. Oh, just think of it as the last time. Seeing such a sad Lu Zishuan, Lu Ruyan sighed softly in his heart, then slowly came to the other party's hospital bed. Chapter 102, Doing Evil in Secret. You have a good rest, I will take care of the rest. Although he had already decided in his heart to leave Lu Zishuan alone, Lu Ruyan was still unable to say unfeeling words at this time. At the very least, the follow-up treatment costs will be borne by the other party, but when she went to find Lang Qingqiu, she didn't plan to do anything about it. After hearing the general story from Malagby, she also understood that this matter was Lu Zishuan's fault. If it were put in the past, maybe she and Lang Qingqiu would be desperate, but now, being able to pay Lu Zishuan's medical expenses is already the biggest concession at present. As for what will happen to the follow-up, it's not her Lu Ruyan's business to take care of a sister. I was, Perceiving the strange emotions that flashed across Lu Ruyan's face, Lu Zishuan suddenly cried harder. The trace of alienation that flashed across the opponent's face just now, he really looked at it in his eyes. If you don't brainwash the opponent at this time, you may not have such a good opportunity in the future. Epsilon sad face omicron asterisk, alas. Looking at Lu Zishuan, who was sobbing like a girl, Lu Ruyan could only sigh helplessly in her heart. Why have I never felt it before? This guy is a bit of a pussy. And just when Lu Zishuan was still thinking of a way to brainwash Lu Ruyan, he was in the office of the medical department at this moment. I'm at 8 in the morning, my daughter-in-law, I was deceived by you this time. Looking at the medical records in his hand, Lu Haizhu couldn't stop the cold sweat on his forehead. I saw that the medical record sheet clearly stated that the patient's right testicle had suffered major damage. In order to avoid infection with the left testicle, resection is recommended. There is indeed nothing wrong with the contents of this medical record sheet. The problem is that the operating room was careless. Originally, people were uncomfortable in middle age, and they were forced to eat a meal of seafood by their wives, coupled with the influence of many factors such as staying up late. Lu Haizhu remembered the wrong location to be removed. Lu Zishuan's left egg was directly cut off, and the left egg was actually the complete one. Now, I can only do this. Looking at the medical records in his hand, Lu Haizhu finally gritted his teeth and came to the computer. Fortunately, when he was brought abroad by the group of little Bichon boys in the early years, he learned first-hand hacking skills, relying on the identity ID and this technique. It is not a big problem to modify the medical records. As for Lu Zishuan's words, the removal was only to avoid another infection anyway. It's not impossible to make a mistake like this now. Anyway, just say if you have avoided being infected. In the follow-up, only 100 million doses need to be increased, and there shouldn't be any big problems if you want to think about it. The big deal is to change from 2.5 breaths to 1 breaths. There is not much difference between the two, and there is no problem with sacrificing it. This time, Lu Zishuan, who was still selling miserably in the ward, didn't know that his happiness time was about to change from 2.5 breaths to 1 breath. Half an hour later, in the lobby on the 3rd floor of the hospital, wanting to repair the relationship with Lu Ruyan, Lu Zishuan proposed that the two of them go out for a walk together. Of course, he is in a wheelchair. After all, the Dragon Ball has just been taken away, and there will be no way to make a large-scale movement. And because Lu Ruyan went to answer the phone at this meeting, Lu Zishuan came to the corridor where there was no one by himself. Damn it, do you want to use a bitter meat trick? Looking at Lu Ruyan, who was on the phone not far away, Lu Zishuan was also entangled in her heart. I used to be so pitiful, and the other party should have softened a long time ago, but no matter how hard he tried to sell badly today, it was far from the effect he had in the past. The height of the 3rd floor is not very high, nor is it very short. It is definitely impossible to die by jumping to death, but you have to suffer more or less. But Lu Zishuan was egged on, not to mention the 3rd floor. He might not dare to jump on the 2nd floor, but thinking of Lu Ruyan's current attitude, he gritted his teeth and decided to have a wave to kill Mingji Lian this way. Even if the other party does not bring himself back to the Lu family, at least he can always support himself in the future. And just as Lu Zishuan was brewing emotions, a middle-aged man with a sad tone instantly caught his attention. Dad, Xiaoling, she's gone. After trying hard not to let his emotions collapse, the middle-aged man resisted his sadness and continued to speak. Dr. Lu said that he has already experienced it, but it's been 2 days since the incident, and it's time for me to face reality. Impossible, my daughter will be fine. Dad, Xiaoling, her heart. You fart. Listening to the conversation between the middle-aged man and the other end of the phone, Lu Zishuan instantly had another idea in his mind. At any rate, he used to be the young master of the Lu family, and he naturally knew the situation of the Lu family, and Lu Rumo happens to be the director of cardiac surgery in this hospital. As long as you use this patient to find Lu Rumo's trouble, and then come forward to mediate and solve the matter yourself. In this way, not only can Lu Ruyan be used, but maybe even Lu Rumo can return to his own family. Of course, the most important thing is that you don't have to be determined by death after you have operated it well. What if you jump from such a high place? What if you break another Dragon Ball too? So to be on the safe side, let's find a stupid shortage to take advantage of it. Thinking of this, he deliberately manipulated the electric wheelchair to approach the middle-aged man while taking out his mobile phone from his pocket. Then, he pretended to be on the phone again. Let me tell you, Dr. Lu in the heart surgery department of this hospital is really not good. That's right. I heard that it was the relationship that made me sit in this position. Hey, just pity the patients. Who came to her. 9 of the 10 will not survive, and the remaining one will not live long even if it is done. What did you say? After pulling Lu Zishuan's wheelchair, Wang Jingzi said with an angry expression on his face, say what you just said again. Very good, the fool has already taken the bait. Looking at the emotional Wang Jingzi, Lu Zishuan secretly chuckled in his heart, while showing a look of fear. You won't be harmed by that unscrupulous doctor too, will you? I also heard what others said. The people who came to Dr. Lu for surgery basically didn't end well. If it hadn't been for the hospital to keep pressing the news, it is estimated that that guy would have been fired a long time ago. Many locals know about this. If you don't believe it, you can ask everywhere. It's not hard to tell from the other party's accent that this guy should be from the northeast, therefore, exaggerating a little bit is not a problem in Lu Zishuan's opinion. Damn it! After listening to Lu Zishuan's answer, Wang Jingzi also ran in the direction of heart surgery with an angry expression on his face. He is going to ask Dr. Lu to find out if things are really like what the other party said. Hee, the first stage of the plan was successful. Looking at the back of the opponents hurriedly leaving, Lu Zishuan's mouth curled up in an insidious arc. Anyway, they were all deceived, so they just made things a bit bigger. It is best for Lu Rumo to be injured or something, so that he can have more opportunities to perform. Later, I just need to call the police, and then I will take the opportunity to behave. It's just that what Lu Zishuan didn't notice was that a pair of eyes were staring at him not far away. Chapter 103, Office Thriller. At this time, in the cardiac surgery office, second sister, I'll go back first if it's okay. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with Lu Rushua, Lin Hong planned to say hello to Lu Rumo and run away. The former still needs to play some hanging bottles, and the latter has not yet reached the official time to get off work. He is still just a hardworking high school student, and he has to do his homework at night. Okay, God knows why he, a social animal who has graduated from college for many years, has to feel such pain again. I hope Wang Day's handwriting will imitate a little bit this time, otherwise it will be hard to explain in class tomorrow. No, did I say something I couldn't say? Wang Sledgehammer. Beast, I never expected to be a housekeeper and help with homework. Well, you can go back first. After stuffing a snack into the boy's hands, Lu Rumo habitually pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. I will go back with your third sister later. But it may be a little later today, so you and Mom and the others will have dinner first. The pharmacological experiment has reached a critical time, and she has to go over and try more after getting off work later. She has been stuck in this place for several days, so if she can't figure it out, she won't want to sleep tonight. As for Lu Rushua's words, she won't die if she is hungry. Lu Rushua, you listen, people say no. Okay, don't be too tired either. Looking at the increasingly serious dark circles under the corners of Lu Rumo's eyes, Lin Hong couldn't help but remind him, you are about to become a national treasure in this state. White people are particularly black by themselves, not to mention Lu Rumo's cold white skin. Even if the two black circles were far apart, they could be seen clearly on her face. I got it. When did you become an old mother? After touching the boy's head with a smile, Lu Rumo smiled and said, okay, don't worry, I will pay attention to the dimensions. Although she said so, she had been holding her breath in her heart. My own brother gave such an important thing to himself, and he had to study it no matter what he said. For example, if a girlfriend in love says what she wants to eat, then most boys will buy for her without hesitation. Of course, if you have ever been in a relationship, just treat it as if I haven't said this sentence, okay, then yourself. And just when Lin Hong was about to say something, there was a loud noise outside the door. This gentleman, please calm down. Shall we talk about something slowly? Ask Dr. Lu to come out to see me. My wife died on the operating table, and I want her to give me a statement. Sir. As the sound of quarrels got closer and closer, the door of the office was also knocked open at this moment. Then a nurse fell directly to the ground, and a man about 1.9 meters tall also walked in. Mr. Wang, is there anything you can do? After motioning the nurse to leave first with her eyes, Lu Rumo looked at Wang Jingzi in front of the gate again. She knew that this person accompanied her daughter-in-law to the hospital for surgery. However, the patient was born with a heart problem, and she used what she had learned all her life to pull it back. Dr. Lu, I hope you will give me an explanation. While speaking, Wang Jingzi also walked quickly to the desk of the office, and said in an excited tone, my wife, did you die because of your poor medical skills? At this moment, his eyes were red, as if he were an evil spirit crawling out of hell. Mr. Wang, I know how you feel. Shut up. I just ask you yes or no. When people are emotionally fragile, they always subconsciously want to find a vent. This is the case with Wang Jingzi now. No matter how Lu Rumo answers, it doesn't make sense. Facing the death of his dear wife, he needs to turn his attention away. As the chief surgeon, Lu Rumo is naturally the best candidate. For a simple analogy, when I went out to play with my girlfriend, the other party said that you can eat whatever you want. And no matter how you answer after that, the other party will find all kinds of reasons. This is because in their hearts, they already have the answer they want. Perceiving the trace of madness flashed in Wang Jingzi's eyes, Lin Hong protected Lu Rumo behind him and said, this Mr. Wang, please calm down. He had seen this look a lot with Uncle Dong, and most of his prey would do this when they were completely crazy, and often at this time, the truth can never be made sense, because the opponent's brain at this time has been filled with neurotransmitters such as dopamine and norepinephrine high. In other words, the opponent is no different from the crazy beast at this moment. There is no way to communicate and think in any way. Destroying everything in front of you has become the only obsession in my heart. I let you answer me. Seeing that the other party still did not answer his question, Wang Jingze opened the table emotionally and prepared to do it to the two of them, hide behind. Seeing this situation, Lin Hong, who had been prepared for a long time, quickly reminded Lu Romo, then he took advantage of the gap between Wang Jingze, raising his hand and kicked a high whip leg directly on his neck. Although his height of 183 is not short, he is still a bit short in the face of Wang Jingze, who is 1.9 meters tall and full of muscles. To put it bluntly, martial arts is the technique of winning by various means. No matter whether it's dirty or despicable, the one who can laugh to the end is the winner. As for the kind of turn-based performance, everyone will have a look at it. Who fights with you is still turn-based, so let's play mobile games here. But I have to say that Wang Jingze's muscles really haven't been practiced in vain. Ordinary people must be soft after such a blow. But he just staggered. You bastard. Originally, Wang Jingze wanted to say something harsh, but the next second it was Chapter 10. For there is another suspect. That is, originally, Wang Jingze wanted to say something harsh, but the next second he took a mouthful of dry powder directly. The source of the dry powder came from a can of dry powder in Lu Rumo's hand. Don't underestimate this bottle of dry powder fire extinguisher. It is mixed with nitrogen, sodium bicarbonate, ammonium phosphate, etc. It would be very uncomfortable for a normal person to face this all at once. Good guy, this magical girl's sense of sight. Seeing the movement of her second sister turning her head, after Lin Hong complained in her heart, she also seized the opportunity to kick Wang Jingze on the back of the neck again. This guy obviously can't talk well now, so let's find a way to subdue him first. Perhaps it is because the dry powder is actually magic damage, and the male's magic resistance is particularly weak. After this step, Wang Jingze also fell to the ground very simply. Okay, second sister, stop it. If you spray it again, he will become a snowman. After confirming that the other party really fainted, Lin Hong turned around and patted Lu Romo on the shoulder. From just now to the present, this product has been with its eyes closed all the time, thanks to the stability of the hand undergoing the operation, otherwise he might be injured by mistake. What? And when Lin Hong slapped him like this, Lu Romo cautiously opened his eyes. After seeing Wang Jingze, who was already about the same as Yeti, she quickly dropped the fire extinguisher in her hand and hugged the boy next to her. Scared me to death. Xiaoheng, are you okay? She has been a good child since she was a child. Where has she ever seen such an exciting scene? Just being able to use a fire extinguisher to help. I have exhausted all my strength. Okay, it was okay just now, now it's almost gone. After struggling to push the other party away, Lin Hong reluctantly propped the other party's head with his hands. Second sister, I think it's most important to call the police now. They are also twins, so why is the gap so big? It can't be that Lu Rumo took all Lu Rushua's nutrition away when she was developing. Oh, yes. Hearing this, Lu Rumo also reacted, and just as she was about to take her mobile phone, the door of the office was opened from the outside again. Don't move, the thugs inside you have already been killed by us. Immediately afterwards, several security guards with explosion-proof forks and explosion-proof shields rushed in. Then, as soon as this group of guys came in, they were directly tripped over by Wang Jingze, who was lying at the door, and they also performed a wave of arhats in disguise on the spot. Lu Rumo. Lin Hong, it's over. I can't even understand washing the floor. A few minutes later, this guy, why is it getting more and more wrong the more he looks at it? Looking at Wang Jingze, who was dragged away, Lin Hong held his chin with one hand in some confusion. What the other party said when he came in just now was somewhat inexplicable. It's like someone deliberately poured dirty water on Lu Rumo's body. Epsilon sad face omicron asterisk, alas. Looking at Wang Jingze, who was dragged away by the security guards, Lu Rumo's face also showed a trace of helplessness. There must be something hateful about poor people. This sentence may describe the current scene. I have obviously tried my best, but the result is still the same. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but think back to the troublemakers over the years. At this moment, Lu Romo inexplicably had an urge not to be a doctor in his heart. Second sister, I think this guy should have been bewitched. After perceiving that something was wrong with Lu Rumo's face, Lin Hong immediately patted the opponent on the shoulder. I will find the person behind the scenes as soon as possible. Don't let the behavior of individuals affect the beliefs you adhere to. Since he moved into Lu's house, the two of them have often chatted and watched movies together. Therefore, Lin Hong also knew exactly what Lu Rumo insisted on. Being a doctor who treats diseases and saves people is the ultimate dream in the other person's mind, and in order to fulfill the dream in his heart, Lu Rumo also really paid a lot. Isn't there a saying on the internet, if you have a grudge against anyone, you can persuade his child to study medicine? Although there are semi-joking ingredients in it, it is enough to reflect the difficulty of medicine as a discipline. After taking a deep breath of turbid air, Lu Rumo half-jokingly turned to Lin Hong and joked, son of a bitch, sister, I'm not that fragile, okay? Yes, I am too. Sister, the world is invincible. Poor mouth. After gently tapping the young man's head, Lu Romo said with a curious expression on his face, "By the way, Shohon, did you just say that Mr. Wang was bewitched?" This seems to be the first time the two met, but why did they come to such a conclusion? Do you remember the first thing he said when he came in? Seeing the somewhat cute appearance of his second sister, Lin Hong also began to analyze her patiently, although his tone was mixed with a little doubt, but more doubts. Doctor Lu, I hope you give me an explanation. It can be understood that he believed in your medical skills at first, or that there was still a little confusion in his heart. It's not because of your poor medical skills that you passed away. It can also be analyzed as another answer in his heart. Overall, at first he believed that your medical skills were correct, but then he should have heard some wind, wanting to escape the truth of his wife's death. He chose to believe that the cause of death was caused by the second sister. Psychologically analyzed, this behavior is called escape psychology. When faced with unacceptable things, human beings always subconsciously find various reasons to excuse themselves. It seems to be true. After listening to Lin Hong's analysis, Lu Romo thought about Wang Jing's previous actions again. Although he looked very sad before, he still respected himself a lot. Even when we met in the morning, I was very grateful for everything I had given, but it is such a person. But such a big change has occurred in less than a day. To say that if there is no trick in this, ghosts don't believe it, okay? But who would deliberately target herself? She didn't seem to offend anyone. Shohong, do you think it's the previous patients? After searching the list of victims in his brain, Lu Rumo could only speak with uncertainty. You also know the success rate of things like surgery. Although the words are not complete, everyone actually understands the truth. It's like going shopping with your girlfriend. It's impossible to enter the happy house every time. No one can tell the probabilistic problem. It's not clear. In addition to them, there is actually a suspect. While speaking, Lin Hong and Lu Rumo glanced at each other. Chapter 105, Emperor Ruyan, who has attained enlightenment and cuts off all ties of love. Almost at the same time, the two of them said a name in unison. Lu Zishuan AX2. This product was in the hospital today, and it happened that Wang Jingze was doing things at this time. In addition, Lu Rumo and the other party were indeed very unpleasant, so his suspicion was directly brought to the apex. Damn it, it must be this guy. Recalling the things Lu Zishuan had done, Lu Rumo suddenly waved his fist viciously. I'm going to beat that guy up and let him know that I'm not easy to mess with. My aunt. I haven't bothered him. Yet result, it's better now, but he started to trouble himself in turn. This is simply, whether sure can bear it or not. Okay, if you don't go over and show your muscles, you have to get up and slap yourself even if you fall asleep at night. Let's go together, we will be there then. And just when Lin Hong wanted to say something, the door of the office was opened from the outside again. What? Accompanied by a scream, a distorted humanoid object instantly appeared in front of the two of them. Lin Hong dog stuff? Lu Rumo, Lu Zishuan? Looking at Lu Zishuan, who fell to the ground while Kas Wudong School, while constantly wailing. After Lin Hong and Lu Rumo glanced at each other, they both saw surprise in each other's eyes. The two of them haven't moved yet. Why did this guy suddenly appear? When the two of them were surprised, Lu Ruyan also slowly walked in from the door, and easily threw the electric wheelchair aside. Seeing this situation, Lu Rumo also ignored Lu Zishuan, who was huddled on the ground. Instead, he took 2 steps and 3 steps, and quickly came to Lu Ruyan. It's not the eldest sister, what's the situation? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem to be something that the other party can do. Is it possible? What kind of bitterness can't be calculated? If it is a bitter strategy, is it also explained on this side? The thing that Wang Jingze got out of control today was Lu Zishuan's ghost. Unlike Lu Rumo, who looked surprised, Lin Hong stared thoughtfully at the number on Lu Ruyan's head. What do you say, this guy? It seems that maybe, probably, he has become a normal person. I saw the deviation value on Lu Ruyan's forehead, and it had already reached the threshold of 100. Second sister, this guy slandered you. After reaching out and patting Lu Rumo on the shoulder, Lu Ruyan also turned his gaze to Lu Zishuan with an ugly expression. It was this guy who deliberately told that person that there was a problem with your medical skills, which caused many patients not to be rescued. Wang Jing's roar just now naturally caught her attention. Originally thinking that the two had a conflict, she was about to go up to relieve her, but before he could speak, Lu Zishuan had already started a series of performances. Not wrong, Lu Ruyan listened to the conversation between the two of them word for word. At this moment, she really realized what the story of the farmer and the snake meant. Although the Lu family drove you away from Lu Zishuan, they have also raised you for more than 10 years, but what you are doing now, what kind of things are worse than pigs and dogs? And with the complete crushing of the filter in his heart, Lu Ruyan also completely woke up. Originally, they could have come here faster, but Lu Zishuan has been making trouble on the road. Only then did the security guards finish dragging the ground, and she pulled the other party Shanshan here. What, this guy is really... After listening to what Lu Ruyan said, Lu Rumo suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Lu Zishuan on the ground. No matter how good-tempered she is, she can't help but want to slap the other party hard this time. As an activist, Lu Rumo also immediately implemented his own ideas. After putting a layer of disposable medical film on her shoes, she also kicked the opponent's body one after another. Asshole. Scum, waste, let you slander me, let you slander me. What? Accompanied by Lu Zishuan's screams, Lu Rumo's body seemed to be inexplicably surrounded by an inexplicable black aura. If it is from the third perspective, it should be so, Shohong. Ignoring her second sister who was venting on the side, Lu Ruyan walked slowly to Lin Hong's body. Are you satisfied with your sister's answer sheet? In the previous meeting, the young man once said that he hated choosing one of two. And now, I have already made a choice, Lu Zishuan, this ungrateful trash. Why is it worth her to miss? Is it your gentle and kind little brother who doesn't smell good? Does she have to care about a trash? If there could be a time machine, Lu Ruyan would definitely go back and give himself a big ear scraper, and accompanied by a classic line, look at you all. What did you do? Looking at Lu Rumo, who kept making weird smiles, and Lu Ruyan, who had an inexplicable smile on his face. At this moment, Lin Hong felt that the world was so dangerous. Why don't you go back to the Tower Village by yourself? At least the guys in the village lack roots in their minds. Quite simple. Half an hour later, in the underground parking lot of the First Municipal People's Hospital. By the way, second sister, are you sure you are okay? After fastening his seatbelt, Lin Hong was a little uncertain and turned to look at Lu Rumo, who was as stable as an old dog. Do you want me to find someone to deal with it? Lu Rumo was indeed venting just now, and it directly made Lu Zishuan feel the pain of losing his love again. There is no mistake, 100% is now only 1 point left. It's cool. Yes, it's really cool, but don't forget that this is a hospital. If there is such a wave, Lu Rumo will definitely be more or less affected. Don't worry, brother, it's safe. After hearing the worries of the elder brother at home, without waiting for Lu Rumo to speak, Lu Rushua in the back row immediately replied, the dean of this hospital is surnamed Xia, you should understand what I mean. Due to the reason that the car was pulled for maintenance, she also directly came to take a ride, and Lu Rushue is here, so Lu Ruyan will definitely be there too. There are many people from the mother's family in here, and Lu Zishuan started this matter first. After putting down the phone, Lu Ruyan stretched out his hand and rubbed Lin Hong's head softly and said, so don't worry, Xiuhong, I have already asked someone to deal with this matter. Since her enlightenment, she has not had a good impression of Lu Zishuan's goods. So this will do certain things, and naturally there is no plan to leave a little affection. If nothing else, when a few people get home, this matter will almost be handled. Yes, wow, Xiuhong, don't worry about that. After starting the vehicle, Lu Rumo hung up the gear and said softly, now sit down, we are going home. Yes, X2. Looking at Lu Rushue and Lu Ruyan, who were locking their eyes on him, Lin Hong sucked the corner of his mouth, then, he also replied with the flow of words, yes. I don't know why, he always feels that the current style of painting seems to have become a little weird inexplicably. And no matter what point of view, I seem to have become the little sheep that strayed into the wolf's den. The three sisters of the Lu family are Grandma Wolf in a coat, but no matter what Lin Hong thought in her heart, the thoughts of the three sisters of the Lu family at this moment were all in agreement, that is to say, you must take good care of your good brother, and you must never do anything that makes the other party sad again, and if someone dares to target him, Lu Ruyan, are you ready to ask for food on the street? Lu Rumo, are you ready to reopen by accidentally eating something? Lu Rushua, are you ready to experience trapeze? And just when a few people were humming happily home, they were in the inpatient department on the 3rd floor. Chapter 106. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang San. On the hospital bed in the room, Lu Zishuan was looking at the snow-white ceiling blankly. He couldn't believe that in this short day, there was only 100% of himself left. This is an unacceptable thing for any male creature. For example, the famous street scolding big yellow dog. Dogs are still like this, not to mention Lu Zishuan, who has evolved more comprehensively. At this moment, there was only one thought in his heart, and that was to take good revenge on the person who had harmed him, Leng Qingqiu, Lu Rumo, Lu Ruyan, Lin Hong, and many, many people who laughed at him. As long as there is a chance, he must let these people understand what despair is. Leng Qingqiu couldn't retaliate against him for the time being, because it was indeed his own bad plan first, but on Lu Rumo's side, Lu Zishuan had already decided to call the police when the anesthetic passed. This guy actually dared to treat himself like this. He wouldn't be named Lu if he didn't send the other party in. Of course, I will say the happiest thing about the whole thing, naturally, it is our professional mage, Dr. Lu Haizhu. Originally, I was still considering the follow-up dosage, but half of it was a surprise. Although one more operation was temporarily added, it was a perfect overtime. But he swears that he has been on the shift for so many years, and this is the first time he is so eager to work overtime. Kacha. And just when Lu Zishuan was still thinking about how to retaliate against Lu Rumo in the future, the door of the ward was also opened from the outside. Immediately afterwards, a man wearing square-rimmed glasses walked into the ward. Who are you? Looking at this sudden appearance of the man, Lu Zishuan's spirit became highly nervous in an instant. He didn't remember that he knew such a number one person. Moreover, the other party's dress in a suit and briefcase doesn't look much like an ordinary person. Okay, after all, it's like selling insurance. Most of the staff who sell houses and the like only have suits, and things like briefcases are not matched. Introduce yourself. Facing Lu Zishuan's vigilant appearance, the middle-aged man calmly took out a business card and handed it over. Introduce yourself, I am the chief lawyer of Lu's group, Zhang San. You get out of here. After listening to the other party's self-introduction, Lu Zishuan also collapsed and shouted, I won't let Lu Rumo go, don't try to do useless work. Now that he has completely torn his face with the Lu family, there is no need to continue to pretend to be a good boy. Lu Rumo caused him to lose a zero again, and it was impossible for this account to be revealed so simply. I know you were in a hurry, but please don't worry. After pushing his glasses steadily, Zhang San took out his mobile phone from his pocket to play the video, while calmly saying, according to the provisions of Article 290 of the Amendment 9 of my country's criminal law, for the act of instigating medical disturbances, if it is an act of gathering a crowd to disturb social order. If the circumstances are serious, the ringleader will be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years but not more than 7 years. Mr. Lu Zishuan, you encouraged Mr. Wang Jingze to make trouble and seriously endangered the safety of Dr. Lu Rumo of the city hospital. If you really want to pursue it, how many years do you think you need to go in? If Zhang San had really wasted some brains a few months ago, after all, the 18-year-old bullshit method would be really annoying, but now Lu Zishuan has reached the legal age, and many bills can basically be directly applied to it. The video that will be played in the mobile phone is naturally the picture of Lu Zishuan communicating with Wang Jingze, just in case Lu Rumo and others just copied it down as soon as possible. Listening to Zhang San's naked threat, Lu Zishuan's face was flushed with anger. If it weren't for the strength of the anesthetic, he would have to get up and fight the opponent for 300 rounds, but it was precisely because of the anesthetic that his brain was able to calm down quickly. According to the Lu family's methods, if you really come, you really have to go in, and it is estimated that in the end, it will have to be punished for up to 7 years. But when I thought of my current situation, I was very unwilling to give up like this. So after thinking about it for a while, he raised his eyes to Zhang San and said, if you want to expose this matter, you can. However, your Lu family has to give me corresponding compensation. Now that the matter is a foregone conclusion, in the absence of the ability to change, he naturally has to find a way to get some benefits anyway. If the Lu family has a great cause, they will definitely not care about this little money, okay? Looking at Lu Zishuan, who was full of greed in his eyes, a trace of imperceptible ridicule hung from the corner of Zhang San's mouth. How much is it? After hearing the other party's consent, Lu Zishuan's expression immediately became excited. As long as he can get a compensation payment, then he can do a lot of things in the future. How much is it? After pondering for a while, Zhang San took out a coin from the inside of the briefcase, then draw up $1. It's my private sponsorship for you. When he finished saying this, he also threw the coin on the ground easily. It looked as if he was giving alms to a beggar. You play with me. Looking at the coins tumbling on the ground, Lu Zishuan let out a sharp roar. In that case, let's break the net together. Even if I go in, Lu Rumo won't want to feel better. It is already an established fact that the other party caused harm to himself. As for Zhang San's words, can people believe what a dog says? Nothing wrong. In Lu Zishuan's eyes, Zhang San was a dog of the Lu family. As long as you make a ruthless appearance, the other party will definitely notify the Lu family at that time. He believed that in order not to leave a stain on Lu Rumo's life, the Lu family would definitely choose to compromise when the time came. Yes, then you can kill the fish and break the net. Looking at Lu Zishuan with a hideous face, Zhang San quickly buttoned the button on the briefcase. By the way, I remind you, guess when the time comes, will the judge sentence Miss Lu Rumo to self-defense and counterattack? Although it is a bit troublesome to operate, it is not completely impossible to operate. If you want to know the name of Zhang San, his extrajudicial fanatic, you can't just talk about it. You bastard, XXXXXXXX. After listening to Zhang San's words, Lu Zishuan completely broke through the defense. He didn't think about this aspect at all just now, but after such a reminder from the other party, he also reacted. In terms of the energy of the Lu family, it is basically not difficult to solve this kind of traceable case. Not to mention that Wang Jingze will definitely identify himself, and a complete chain of evidence will be formed with the monitoring of the corridor. The more he thought about it, Lu Zishuan's face became more ugly. Could it be that this time, I really can only admit it? Chapter 107. We girls won't joke about our innocence. Then, Mr. Lu Zishuan, what you want to do in the future depends on your mood. Seeing that his purpose had almost been achieved, Zhang San turned and left the ward directly after saying hello to Lu Zishuan. There is an old saying in China that those who know the time are off topic. It is called attacking the heart as the top, and attacking the city as the bottom. Now Zhang San has come to such a move, trying to fundamentally resolve the trouble this time. After all, if it can save trouble, who would want to do troublesome things, son of a bitch? Seeing Zhang San's departure, Lu Zishuan, who had already regained some strength, suddenly angrily smashed the thermos on the side directly to the ground. The Lu family is simply deceiving people too much, and one day he will retaliate fiercely. But before Lu Zishuan could start YY's revenge plan in his heart, a nurse walked in from the outside. Lu Zishuan, who is in bed number 2B, has time to ask his family to go to the front desk to settle the fee. While speaking, the nurse glanced at the smashed thermos on the ground again. There is also a hospital thermos for 250 yuan. Remember to make it up when the time comes. Lu Zishuan. The next day, at the corner of the third floor of number 1 middle school in SZ City, seeing Lin Hong walking into the toilet, Leng Qingqiu also sneakily touched it after taking a deep breath. Since the normal conventional methods are impractical, then I can only use some unconventional methods. There are only 3 days left before the final day, and she has no other choice. Although the behavior of blocking the toilet, no matter how you look at it, it tastes a little bit too heavy, but this is already the best way she can think of at the moment, who told Lin Hong and Shinyuchu to be the same as Siamese twins, so they would be able to separate a little bit. Sneaking to the door of the toilet, Lin Qingqiu turned his head to make sure again. After making sure that there was no one around, she quietly opened the door and walked in, and the first time she entered the bathroom, she met Lin Hong, who was washing her hands, with a wave of eyes. This is the men's restroom, and the women's restroom is next door. After pulling a distance from the opponent without a trace, Lin Hong gently helped the glasses on his nose with his hand. This product appears here now, so you don't have to think about it to know that it's not a good thing. Lin Hong, let's fulfill the marriage contract for the two of us. Regarding the teenager's actions, Lin Qingqiu also decisively chose to ignore it, and directly revealed the winning three-piece suit that had already been prepared. She didn't believe that the other party could resist after she was like this. Although she looks a little worse than Shinyuchu, she has absolute confidence in her figure. The skin is white and beautiful, the waist is thin and the hips are thin, each of which is enough to make the male creature obsessed. As long as Lin Hong is still a man, Lin Qingqiu believes that this wave will be able to take down the opponent, and if the opponent still doesn't play cards according to the routine, then she also has a plan B. Although plan B is a bit embarrassing, it's better than being married to Li Zhongping. Get out of here, I'm not a casual person. After avoiding Lin Qingqiu's flying flutter sideways, Lin Hong also frowned in disgust. He didn't expect the other party to make such a move. No matter how he looked at it, it was quite explosive. Okay, that if you change to someone who was not strong-willed, it is estimated that you will have to kneel on the ground in minutes. As for whether it is one person kneeling or two people, I know, it's not a human being to get up casually, right? While speaking, Lin Qingqiu also completely opened his outer coat and exposed his slender waist. Lin Hong, don't restrain yourself, I know you want it too, right? Coupled with the winning three-piece suit, it looks like Dexter after eating too much. Get out of here for Lao Tzu. After kicking Lin Qingqiu, who still wanted to get close, out with a kick, Lin Hong rubbed the tiles with his shoes in disgust. Lin Qingqiu, you are so disgusting. Originally, I thought that although this guy was a scheming bitch, he at least had a bit of a bottom line for being a human being, but now it seems that Lu Zishuan is simply inferior to Lu Zishuan before. It's not right, that guy is not a complete person now. Damn it, you forced me to do this. Clutching the kick's stomach, Lin Qingqiu's face also flashed with a hideous look. After casually putting her coat on her body, she let out a sharp cry comparable to when the mage was singing, "Help!" That's right, this is Lin Qingqiu's plan B. As long as Lin Hong didn't play cards according to the routine, she would look like she was being played by the opponent or something. That time, with the pressure of the fallacy, it can be tied to the hand as well. To paraphrase something funny but serious, no girl would just bet on her innocence. I used to believe this sentence, until there was a cracked human playing COS, and because of Lin Qingqiu's scream, many students and teachers ran to the bathroom one after another. A boy with an indifferent face, a girl with untidy clothes and sobbing with her face covered. After seeing the scene clearly, a teacher couldn't help but start to question Lin Hong, this male classmate. How dare you do this in broad daylight? This kind of thing is inferior to pigs and dogs. He seems to be Lin Hong from the first class of senior high school. I didn't expect him to be such a person. That's classmate Lin Qingqiu, right? This is terrible. Lin Hong classmates, why not look for me? But buddy, you seem to be a boy. What are you doing? Can't boys pursue true love? Why are you so vulgar? Stop, don't cry anywhere, okay? After interrupting the passionate speeches of several teachers with a wave of his hand, Lin Hong took out his mobile phone from his pocket and said without hesitation, "You are so sure that I am wrong, not this guy deliberately. You fart." Hearing this, a female teacher immediately stood up. We women don't take advantage of our reputation. Without waiting for the other party to continue to beep, Lin Hong directly clicked the play button on his phone. Lin Hong, let's fulfill the marriage contract for the two of us. Get out of here, I'm not a casual person. I know, it's not a human being to get up casually, right? Lin Hong, don't restrain, I know you want it too, right? Accompanied by the sound of the sound, there were all the horseshoe worm operations that Lin Qingqiu had just performed. Since he knew that this guy had ideas about himself, how could he not be a little defensive? To Zai's latest technological product, pinhole recording glasses, you only need to touch a fixed position for 2 seconds to connect the phone and turn on the screen recording function. When Lin Qingqiu came in at the beginning, Lin Hong raised his hand and touched his glasses to turn on the recording. Otherwise, he has no problem with his eyes and what glasses to wear. Chapter 108, Ling Buting's decision, and as the video played, everyone's faces became weird. To say that the most exciting expression among them is naturally the female teacher and Lin Qingqiu. The former is because she just said that girls don't joke about their reputation, but they get slapped in the face in the next second. The latter never expected that Lin Hong would actually have such a hand. After perceiving something wrong with the faces of the surrounding students, Lin Qingqiu also hurriedly pulled on her clothes and rushed out of the bathroom with her face covered. She has no face to stay here anymore, and she has to evacuate before everyone reacts. As for the next things, then you can only think about it later. At least in this school, I definitely can't stay anymore. Then teachers and classmates, please help me call the police. Without stopping Leng Qingqiu, who wanted to run away, Lin Hong put his mobile phone back in his pocket with a sad expression on his face. Afterwards, he said with tears on his face, "My reputation has been seriously injured, and then I will launch legal proceedings against Leng Qingqiu in accordance with the law." Acting, it won't be the same as him, the masses will always be on the side of the weak, so there is no need to wrangle Leng Qingqiu. Anyway, with so many mouths broadcasting for themselves, it won't take long for the other party to force themselves to be widely circulated. If Leng Qingqiu were forced to stay now, it might cause his shame to reach a new level, so as to ignore these rumors die in the days after this. Wouldn't it make the other party too happy? You must know that the greatest punishment for a person is not temporary pain, but continuous torture. He, Lin Hong, thinks he is not a good person, and he naturally has to fight back against those who dare to provoke him. Looking at Lin Hong's sad appearance, many male students expressed their envy to the separation of the qualitative wall. They are also all students, so why can't they encounter such a good thing by themselves? This kind of mood is like what a news story said: a senior sister dragged her junior brother into the grass because she was too excited. As for the rest of the matter, I think everyone understands it. The crowd came and dispersed quickly, especially the female teachers, who ran away in the first place. No way, who made them scold the most unpleasant just now. If this will stay, it will only increase embarrassment. Just when Lin Hong was thinking about finding someone to investigate these teachers, if the teacher's morality was okay, he would put up with it first, and if there was a problem, let them all get out of here. Ahang, are you okay? An anxious girl's voice also came from the corridor not far away. After looking in the direction of the sound, he saw Shinyuchu running here anxiously. Slow down, slow down. After hugging the girl rushing towards him, Lin Hong stretched out his hand and rubbed the opponent's little head. What can I do? After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the teenager, Shinyuchu breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. At the same time, he also described what happened in the class just now. I just heard in the class. The approximate meaning is that Lin Hong got into a fight with someone in the bathroom. Of course, this is all based on a false version. With so many people around the door just now, naturally, there are a few inaudible guys who can only rely on imagination. I'm here, so I can't go back empty-handed, otherwise, others have melons to share. Wouldn't it be a shame if they didn't know anything, after all? Except in the magical India, there is no place where the Chinese can give up the excuse that they have all come. It's okay, that's all spread by others. Seeing Shinyuchu's worried appearance, Lin Hong thought for a while and decided to use a euphemistic tone to roughly describe what was going on in the bathroom. After all, for such a simple little girl, what if she is frightened by straightforward words? As a result, after rubbing the opponent's little head, he said softly, "It was that guy Leng Qingqiu who came to trouble me, and I was beaten up." Anyway, from the analysis of the cause and the results, there is really nothing wrong with him telling this. Didn't Leng Qingqiu come to trouble? Didn't he beat the opponent up? All have. It's just that some of the details are omitted. Although this matter will be known sooner or later, at least there is already a psychological expectation that it is not. It turned out to be the case, but it's fine if you're okay. Although he said this on the surface, Shinyuchu's heart was not calm. As a smart person, she was keenly aware of something wrong. Leng Qingqiu, this guy dared to beat his man's idea. It seemed that the other party had forgotten what happened on the rooftop that day. If you know that the same thing can happen once, it can definitely happen a second time. Okay, let's go back to class first. Seeing more and more people around him looking this way, Lin Hong also knew that the matter should have just started to circulate. I'm really looking forward to what Leng Qingqiu will look like in the end. Well, let's go back. After perceiving the gaze of the people around him, Shinyuchu also became more certain of the conjecture in his heart. At this moment, the existence called murderous intent in the girl's heart began to soar. Whether it is Leng Qingqiu or Leng Jia, there is no need to continue to exist. Half an hour later, Leng family villa in SZ City, in the living room on the first floor. You idiot. After angrily giving Leng Qingqiu a large pocket of money, Leng Jingding panted and said angrily, "This is your plan? If it weren't for the news that Lao Tzu spent money to block it, you would now be a bitch on a rotten street." I mentioned it before. In order to monitor Leng Qingqiu and Lin Hong, Leng Yuding put a lot of eyeliner in the school. As soon as the toilet incident just came out, he also received the news as soon as possible. At the same time, he also understood that it was no longer possible for the Leng family and the Lu family to cooperate. At present, the only way out left by the Leng family is Li Zhongping, and Leng Qingqiu is the stepping stone to his Leng family. After trying to understand this, Leng Jingding also directly spent a lot of money to suppress this matter. Regardless of whether anything happened between Leng Qingqiu and Lin Hong, at least the other party must be clean before meeting Li Zhongping. If something really happens, it's a big deal to go to the hospital to fix it. Anyway, as far as the situation is concerned, reputation is more important than whether it is the first time a father. Shut up, don't go to school next. After interrupting Leng Qingqiu's words, Leng Yuding directly issued the final order. These days, get ready, I will let Li and you meet. At this point, this is the only way to do it. As a qualified businessman, timely stop loss is the most correct thing. No, father, I don't want to marry that. Pop. Chapter 109. Who was the prey and the hunter? After interrupting Leng Qingqiu's casting with a slap, Leng Yuding turned to the servant on the side and said, "Lock her in the room. From today on, you are not allowed to take a step out of the room." Yes, my lord. Yex2. No, father, please don't. Seeing the maid clip her arms, Lang Qingqiu suddenly prayed in tears, "Please give me another chance, I will definitely not let you down again." But no matter how she cried, she was still dragged back to the room by the two servants. Waste. Looking at Lang Qingqiu, who was dragged away like a maggot, a trace of disgust flashed across Ling Jingding's face. Sure enough, expecting a little girl is the stupidest thing. If it weren't for this, the Lung family would not have lost tens of millions in vain. Thinking of this, Lung Yuding also decisively walked out of Lang's villa. Next, he is going to meet Li Zhongping. He thinks that the other party should be very interested in marrying a new daughter-in-law. Let me out, you guys, let me out. After being thrown into the room by the two servants, Lang Qingqiu didn't care about the physical pain and staggered up from the ground, but no matter how she knocked on the door, no one gave her even the slightest response. Damn it, damn Lin Hong, damn old man. After confirming that he was hopeless to escape, Lang Qingqiu's expression was instantly covered with ferocity. You forced me to do this. On the way back from school some time ago, she accidentally got a contact information. The things sold inside are all kinds of utensils that can open mountains and break stones. Originally, with Lang Qingqiu's courage, even if he got it, he didn't dare to contact him. After all, regardless of the question of truth or falsehood, she didn't dare to use it even if it was true. But as the saying goes, rabbits bite when they are in a hurry. This is the case in Lang Qingqiu now, and she has been forced to. A dead end by Lang Yuding. Therefore, she wants to avenge everything and retaliate against these bastards who wantonly manipulate her life. So after finding the contact information from under the bed, Lang Qingqiu also directly dialed the contact information above, and after about 2 seconds, the other end of the phone was connected. But after the connection, the people on both sides did not speak. Therefore, the air gradually quieted down for a while. After about a few more seconds, Lang Qingqiu suppressed the tension in her heart. I need a boom package that can blow up a CR. 100W. After the card number is given to you, half of the deposit will be paid first. After the deposit is received, we will send the things to you. The moment Lang Qingqiu's words fell, there was also a hoarse and low voice on the other end of the phone. Obviously, the other party was disguised. How do I know if you were lying to me? Facing the opponent's request, Lang Qingqiu did not immediately agree, but continued, $500,000 is not a small amount. What if you run away? This little money is nothing, that is, the price of a piece of jewelry casually, but if the other party doesn't have what she wants, she has to think of other ways. Cash, pay in one hand and deliver in the other. Can I use gold of the same price? After hearing the other party's request, Lang Qingqiu also had a strange and cruel smile on the corner of her mouth. At least in this way, there is no need to worry that the other party is a simple internet scammer. Yes. This time, after a pause for several seconds, the other party continued to speak in a hoarse voice. Where are the things delivered? The address is XXXXXXXX Lang's villa. Can it be done in 2 days? No problem, the money is ready. The moment the words fell, the other party had already hung up the phone. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the mobile phone in a busy state, Lang Qingqiu tried his best to suppress the gradually crazy laughter. Don't worry, the immortal, I will send you on the road soon. As long as Lang Bukding can be solved this time, then she can use the method of succession to obtain the assets of the Lang family, and at that time, whether it is Lin Hong or Shinyuchu, they will all face her Lang Qingqiu's revenge one by one. At the same time, Shinyuchu, who was being missed by Lang Qingqiu, suddenly received a message on his mobile phone that the fish had taken the bait. So who will be the hunter next and who will be the prey? At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the sauna room on the 4th floor of Liujia Villa Hua. Exert force. Don't stop. Yes, this is it. Ah. Looking at Lu Rumo, who was comparable to Lu Rushua's Max replica, Lin Hong let go of his opponent's head helplessly. Heaven and earth have a conscience, I'm really just helping to get the bones right or something, but this movement is noisy. How can it be the same as what illegal transaction is being done? If it weren't for Wu Ma's help every time, he would really jump into the Yellow River and wouldn't be able to clean it up. Okay, ha. Feeling the comfort that came from his body, Lu Rumo groaned comfortably like a pile of mud. Brother, your technique is simply amazing. At the beginning, the old Chinese medicine doctor in our medical school felt a little worse than you. Hearing this, Lin Hong removed his gloves and complained, when the old Chinese medicine doctor gave you a bone straightening, were you so unorthodox? You are not serious, your whole family is not serious. After giving his brother a blank look in anger, Lu Rumo Yijing said wordlessly, I have worked hard for so many days, can't I relax? Fortunately, I have become accustomed to working overtime, otherwise after studying the pharmacological fusion for so many days, my spirit will collapse sooner or later. Cheng Cheng, you are my second sister, you are what you say. Seeing that the opponent's IQ returned to kindergarten again, Lin Hong was not ready to continue to raise the bar with him. Then I'll go back first, you can lie down and rest for a while. Staying with stupid children for a long time will more or less affect IQ.so. In order to ensure that his brain will not become stupid, he must quickly stay away from Lu Rumo, perfunctory stinky brother. After supporting his upper body with his hands, Lu Rumo turned his words and said, by the way, Lu Zishuan was kicked out of the hospital today. I heard the nurse in the outpatient department say that it seemed that it was because there was no money to pay for the hospitalization. Chapter 110, that guy Bobby is so inhumane. In fact, when she just came back, She wanted to share this happy event, but his own brother's massage technique is too counterintuitive. Therefore, between sharing gossip and enjoying massage, she also decisively chose the latter. As for why you don't share and enjoy while sharing, then normal people will beep when they enjoy it. Of course, this is a serious enjoyment. It's like eating hamburgers or something, but it's just a simple enjoyment of food. Got kicked out without money? Welcoming Lu Rumo's gloating expression, Lin Hong blinked suspiciously. I remember my eldest sister said, didn't the goods still hide a lot of money in private before? Now that she had decided to give up Lu Zishuan, now Lu Ruyan naturally complained unscrupulously. The depressing life of those few days really made her uncomfortable enough, and in her complaints, everyone also knew that Lu Zishuan actually had a small vault. As soon as he learned of this, he asked Wang Day to freeze Lu Zishuan's bank card. No way, who made that card belong to the Lu family? And this Lu family's things will belong to him sooner or later. In other words, the Lu family is now using their own money, and the money Lu Ruyan gave Lu Zishuan was also his money. Although it was only a small amount of money, Lu Zishuan didn't deserve it either, but unexpectedly, he hadn't started on his private small vault yet, and the other party seemed to have cleaned it up by himself. Who knows, maybe it's used to do something shady. Recalling the picture of the other party being thrown out of the hospital today, a trace of joy appeared at the corner of Lu Rumo's mouth. A good temper does not mean that there is no temper. Lu Zishuan actually has the courage to target himself, so naturally he must be prepared to suffer, right? Everything has cause and effect, and no matter how bitter the fruit you plant, you have to eat it. Looking at his gradually perverted second sister, Lin Hong silently distanced himself from the other party. Then how is the matter between you and him? Since he was still in school these 2 days, several people told him not to worry. Therefore, he has not yet had a clear answer to the entanglement of the case between Lu Rumo and Lu Zishuan. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. Recalling Zhang San in his own description, Lu Rumo propped up his chin with one hand with a bashful expression, then just let it go, that guy. When she was halfway through speaking, she was directly stunned in the same place. The old saying is good. In addition to 1% of talent, a person's success also has that 99% of hard work. But if you don't have that 1% talent, no matter how hard you put in, it's useless, and with talent and hard work, there is only one chance left. To put it simply, it is an epiphany, and at this moment, Lu Rumo has also entered this state. Previously, the two drugs in Kovardi had been forcibly intervened by themselves and others, but no matter how the experiment was conducted, they did not get satisfactory results. But what if it goes with the flow and allows it to merge autonomously? The moment this idea appeared, Lu Rumo was as if Watson had discovered a blind spot, and his whole person suddenly became clear. Brother, I'll go to the lab first. After opening the blanket on his body, Lu Rumo hurriedly ran out of the room. She couldn't help trembling at the thought of being able to work out the full version of Kovardi right away. After taking off the blanket on his head, Lin Hong twitched the corner of his mouth helplessly. Sure enough, the brains for scientific research are not very good, but fortunately, I threw this hot potato out at the beginning. But what kind of shower gel does the second sister use? You can buy some for the girl Shinyuchu. And just when Lin Hong was accumulating energy to complain, a good show is also being staged under the dilapidated apartment buildings on the outskirts of the city. Boy, you made it easy for us to find a meal. Looking at Lu Zishuan, who was surrounded at the entrance of the corridor, the bald man with a scar on his face said with a grim smile, the principal plus interest totals 620,000. I'll wipe you 0.7 million, and pay it off in one lump sum today. No. Isn't it only 200,000? Hearing the words of the bald man, Lu Zishuan's face also showed an angry look. Shut up, don't think I don't understand the rules. At any rate, he is also an old customer of the entertainment venue, and it's not that he hasn't borrowed money from the other party. It's only been less than a week. Is the interest rate a bit exaggerated? What about the agreed 9 out of 13 return? You are completely overbearing. Okay, how about playing rules? Looking at Lu Zishuan with an unbelievable expression on his face, Ba Xian directly stretched out his hand and pulled him up from the ground. Lao Tzu's rule is the rule. Say you owe 60. No, if it's 700,000, you owe 700,000. If you don't give money, you see how Lao Tzu kills you. I finally caught a fat sheep. How can I make a fortune if I don't make a good profit? And the purpose of his coming to the other party this time is not just for money. I have no money for the time being. Give me a few days and I will definitely prepare the money for you. As he was suddenly pulled up, Lu Zishuan inevitably pulled on the wound that had just been stitched. This time he almost didn't lose control of the pain, and directly performed a wave of what is called the 9 days of dung dance. But in order to protect his dignity as a man, he forcibly suppressed the pain again. Pop. After slapping Lu Zishuan on the face with a slap, Ba Xian grabbed the opponent's hair and began to roar, don't you have any money to come out to play? Do you think I opened a charity hall when I was closed? In order to finally get what he wanted, he naturally has to be more fierce now. Bah. Brother Bucky, I really have no money now. Seeing Ba Xian's fierce and vicious appearance, Lu Zishuan ignored the saliva on his face and the pain in his brain, and hurriedly begged for mercy. Please give me 2 more days. In just 2 days, I will definitely raise enough money to pay you back by then. Okay, just 2 days and 2 days. After pushing Lu Zishuan to the wall, Ba closed his face with a grin and said, "But after 2 days, there will be 1 million with principal and interest, and you kid, don't want to run, I will let people watch you. As long as you can eat seafood, what if you wait 2 more days?" He didn't believe that Lu Zishuan could come up with a huge sum of 1 million in a few days, and even if he took it out, it didn't matter. He only said the amount of 1 million, but he didn't say whether the 1 million was US dollars or renminbi. So no matter what, Lu Zishuan has already eaten this product. Chapter 111, the prey got the weapon and thought he was the hunter, damn bastard. WQNM's 1 million, do you want Lao Tzu to eat shit for you? Although he had already greeted the 18th generation of Ba Xian's ancestors in his heart, Lu Zishuan still looked humble on the surface. "Brother Ba Xian, don't worry, I will definitely put together the money for you. In any case, you have to deal with the current situation first. As for the things after that, I can only think of a way later. Remember what you said." After reaching out and patting Lu Zishuan on the shoulder, a hideous smile appeared on Ba Xian's face. "If you dare to play tricks on me, I will make you regret coming into this world." "No. Got it, brother Baki. Brothers, let's go." "Ba, damn bastard." Seeing the figures of Ba Xian and the others disappear around the corner, Lu Zishuan staggered up from the ground and limped towards the apartment. And the next time, we have to find a way to get some money out. It is said that the guy Ba Xian is inhumane, and he doesn't want to experience this rumor. Time passed in a flash, and 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. The weather today is not very good, and the whole sky is grey. It was as if it was foreshadowing that something bad was about to happen. This time, the small garden of the Lang family villa was in a hidden corner. "This is what you want, where's my money?" After a man who was about 1.7 meters tall and dressed in a black robe opened the password box in his hand, he looked straight at the girl standing in front of him. "Here it is." Looking at the safe in the opponent's hand, Leng Qingqiu took out a large lump of gold from the pocket of his shirt. Thanks to her performance in these 2 days, Leng Bukding also expanded her scope of activities to the entire Leng family villa. Otherwise, even if something arrives, it's really not certain if there is a chance to get it and use it. This is a timer and a start button, which can be used together or separately. After confirming that there were no problems with the gold nugget, the black-robed man handed over the controller and timer to the other party. "Happy cooperation, looking forward to the next cooperation. There will be a chance." Looking at the square object about the size of a mobile phone in the safe, a trace of morbid paranoia flashed in Leng Qingqiu's eyes. As long as you can get rid of Leng Yuding and thoroughly grasp the right of the Leng family to speak, after thinking about it, I should often use such good things, but looking at the girl whose spirit was obviously not right, the corners of the black-robed man's mouth hung with an unclear arc. "It's just that I'm immersed in the cold autumn of a better future, and I didn't find anything wrong." A few minutes later, after climbing over the wall and leaving the Leng family villa, the black-robed man took out a mobile phone and dialed a phone without remarks directly. "Miss, the fish has already got the bait." "Very good, let's start fishing." After saying this, Shinyuchu hung up the phone directly. After waiting for so many days, it was finally time to close the internet. This kind of cat and mouse game, no matter how many times it is, makes people feel extremely happy. "Miss, it's time to go downstairs to prepare." But just as Shinyuchu was thinking about the follow-up network collection work, Shirley on the side was reminding, "According to the monitoring, this young Master Lu's vehicle has entered the Shin family villa within 3 kilometers. According to the current speed, it is expected to arrive here in 5 minutes. She never expected that the safety net of the Shin family would one day be used as a love reminder. Sure enough, a woman who has fallen in love, no matter how cold she used to be, will gradually become outrageous. Is it almost there? After hearing Shirley's report, Shinyuchu also subconsciously glanced at the clock on the wall. Sure enough, it's still the same as the previous few times, half an hour earlier. As she spent more and more time together, she became more and more aware of each other's small habits. This process made Shinyuchu very obsessed. Just like in the process of developing a small pet, the reason why the other party came back today is also because the Shunlu family reached an in-depth cooperation, and she, the nominal illegitimate daughter of the Shin family, naturally received a lot of preferential treatment. Taking this opportunity, the two agreed to go out to celebrate together. "Shirley, how is my appearance today?" With a happy mood, Shinyuchu also spoke while walking quickly in the direction of the first floor. "Now that everyone knows that Lin Hong is coming, it is natural to go to the gate to greet him." "No problem, miss, you are still as beautiful as ever." Looking at the girl full of expectation all over her body, Shirley silently complained in her heart after she finished speaking, "It would be great if you could do this all the time." After all, Shinyuchu, who is in a state of non-love brain, is very dark in both character and style of behavior. If it weren't for a period of study abroad in the previous years, Shirley would really not have to live with such a boss. That's good, that's good. After getting the answer he wanted, Shinyuchu did not let his guard down, but continued to speak. "Shirley, come and help me check my hair again." "Shirley, good lady." A few minutes later, in front of the gate of the Shin family villa, after throwing himself into the boy's arms, Shinyuchu arched his head coquettishly. "Aheng, here you are." "Hey, why are you waiting here?" After reaching out and rubbing the girl's little head, Lin Hong smiled and nodded to Shirley on the side. He had the impression that this secretary seemed to be someone who was specifically responsible for taking care of Shinyuchu's daily life, because I feel you are almost there. While speaking, Shinyuchu gently stood on tiptoe and dropped a soft kiss on the young man's cheek, the seal that was agreed, can't be dropped today. It's normal for a girlfriend to stamp her boyfriend, isn't it? It's just an oath of sovereignty, isn't it? Originally, this matter was actually proposed by Lin Hong to take advantage of it, but now it seems that Shinyuchu, the girl, is a bit cheaper. After finishing this, the girl turned her head slightly and closed her eyes shyly at the boyfriend and girlfriend seal, as the name suggests, is the boyfriend and girlfriend seal. You cover me, I cover you, and now that Shinyuchu has completed it, then the rest is naturally, the silly girl is getting bolder and bolder. Looking at the girl who was looking forward to it, although her face was covered with crimson, Lin Hong also leaned over and covered her cheek lightly. It's still soft and waxy, and it feels the same as eating glutinous rice dumplings. Looking at the two people who were constantly throwing dog food, Shirley felt that she shouldn't be here, but under the car. What's wrong with being single? If you were single, you deserve to be abused. But while there is laughter and laughter here, the Lang family villa on the other side has a completely different scenery. Chapter 112, Lang Qingxiu, who was about to take action, and the beggar who suddenly appeared. Mr. Li, this is my daughter. After enthusiastically letting a big fat man who was about 40 years old and weighed 205 caddies sit down, Lung Yuding began to introduce Lang Qingxiu, who was standing aside and dressed up. It just happens to be the age at which you can squeeze water out of the water, and it matches a successful person like you the best. It's just that this tone is not so much introducing her daughter as promoting a commodity, and today's cold autumn, she is wearing a white gauze skirt. The length of the gauze skirt is not particularly long, but it is comparable to a little above the knee position. In this way, you can not only show your slender legs, but also add a lot of points in some aspects. Not bad, it's really beautiful. Looking at the young and beautiful Lang Qingxiu, Li Zhongping also swallowed greedily. He likes this kind of soft and weak girl the most, especially the moment he pinches the other person's neck. That's right, Li Zhongping is not a normal person either. His first few wives were actually killed by his special hobbies. However, because of the money and background, no one has come to confront him. After all, it's not so much for an irrelevant family member to have unpleasantness with such a powerful person. It's better to take advantage of this opportunity to get more benefits, as long as you like it. Seeing Li Zhongping's appearance as Brother Pig, Lang Jingding also hurriedly turned his head and gave Lang Qingxiu a wink. Qingxiu, you are here to take good care of Mr. Li. Damn old immortal, damn fat pig, just let you be proud for a while. After forcibly suppressing the hostility in his heart, Lang Qingxiu smiled at the two of them and nodded. Good father, I will entertain Mr. Li well. As long as she can get through this morning, she will have the opportunity to send this disgusting guy away. At that time, my mother must take them to feed the dogs. Come here and let me take a closer look at you. Seeing Lang Qingxiu's well-behaved appearance, Li Zhongping also patted the sofa beside him, and said with a lascivious expression, we will be a family soon. We have to get to know each other well first. Although it is not possible to enter the final link, it is no problem to collect some interest first. They are all foxes for thousands of years, and they naturally understand what they need from each other. Doesn't he just need a new partner for Lang Zhuding? Then he can fulfill the other party by himself, but well. Follow-up cooperation matters will naturally have to be discussed in detail later. After all, the weight of Lang Qingxiu alone is not enough to make him pay too much. Damn fat pig. Looking at Li Zhongping's facial features that were almost squeezed out by the fat, Lang Qingxiu was galloping with 10,000 sacred beasts in his heart, but in terms of performance, she still had to make a well-behaved appearance. Okay Uncle Li, I'll be right over. TSK, this skin is so white and smooth, it's usually well maintained. After Lang Qingxiu sat down, Li Zhongping naturally took him into his arms. Don't worry, I will treat you well in the future. Go to hell, go to hell, go to hell. Resisting the urge to spit out soon, Lang Qingxiu had to restrain the instinctive reaction of wanting to go, and tried to cater to the other party. Then thank you Uncle Li, I am looking forward to my future life. She vowed that as long as she got through this morning, she would drag these two bastards out to feed the dog. Let's not mention the tragic experience of Lang Qingxiu. At this moment, on a small road not far from SC Happy Commercial Street, I'm going to speed up. Well, I'm ready. Hold my waist tight. Good. While speaking, Shinyuchu also stretched out his hand and hugged Lin Hong's waist, and a happy smile appeared on his face. This feeling of being spoiled made her feel extremely relieved. Feeling the force coming from his waist, Lin Hong controlled the speed while speaking softly. Sit still, let's go downhill. Because the other party just glanced enviously at the boy riding a bicycle carrying people, he also bought one in a small shop on the side of the road. Isn't it just a bicycle? He can do it if others can, and compared to simply taking a car, this is indeed more conducive to cultivating feelings between the two. After all, if you want to live too much, go to your head. Off topic, if you want to live a good life, daily surprises and romance are always indispensable. Of course, this is based on worry-free food and clothing. If you can't even afford to eat food, you still have to talk about the nonsense of a calf. In the back seat of the bicycle, the breeze gently blew Shinyuchu's hair, and it also took away the suppressed troubles in her heart. After leaning her head on the boy's back, The corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up sweetly. It would be great if it could keep going like this. After feeling Shinyuchu's small actions, Lin Hong couldn't help but slow down a little bit, enjoying the breeze wantonly, enjoying the gentleness from the girl. But as long as there is an endpoint, there is always an endpoint. About a few minutes later, as the vehicle drove to the bottom of the slope, the two also came to the purpose of today's date, a street near SZ Joy Commercial Street. Seeing the look on Shinyuchu's face that was more than enough, Lin Hong stretched out his hand and rubbed the opponent's little head. Why, do you want to do it again? I came out to play for fun. If the other party wants to do it again, then do it again. Not it's just that it's going to take a lot of hard work, and it's going to take a lot of hard work to push the bike to the top of the slope at an age Wang sledgehammer. For Xiaomei, Wuma, I will endure it. Now I want to go shopping with a hang. After hugging the young man's arm with a smile, Shinyuchu rubbed the palm of the opponent's hand coquettishly. When it's later, let's go riding together, okay? Today's time is still very long, so there is no need to rush for this little while, and she would rather go shopping, eating and drinking with Lin Hong than riding a bicycle. At that time, wouldn't it be hee if you took a bite of me? Okay, then listen to you. And just when Lin Hong was about to say something, a beggar with a ragged and lame leg knelt directly in front of the two of them. Two well-meaning people, please give me some alms. Looking at this sudden appearance of the beggar, Shinyuchu's spirit became tense in the first place. Someone has played this routine before, pretending to be a beggar and assassinating or something. It turned out to be this guy. Unlike the girl's vigilance, Lin Hong calmly took out a red banknote from his pocket. This is for you. Thank you so much. Seeing that the other party was so generous, the female beggar just wanted to say thank you, but after welcoming Lin Hong's meaningful smile, his face instantly became frightened. Chapter 113. No matter what, I will stand by your side. It's you. Don't come over, I have nothing left. After a cry of horror and sorrow, the female beggar didn't even take the money, so she turned around and fled here, and on the way to escape, she didn't stand up even if she fell. Instead, he continued to crawl towards the distance with both hands and feet. It was as if behind her, there was some beast that chose people to eat. It's her. At this time, Shinyuchu had already remembered the identity of the female beggar. Isn't it Bai Jie, the eldest lady of the Bai family, who was fighting against herself at the banquet of the Lu family at the beginning? But why did this guy become like this? She obviously hasn't done it yet, but thinking of what Bai Jie said to Lin Hong for a while, Shinyuchu also subconsciously looked at the boy next to him. Is it possible that Lin Hong did all this? I did it. Welcoming the girl's puzzled gaze, Lin Hong's expression gradually became serious. Yuchu, I am actually not a purely good person. For those who want to hurt me, or someone I care about, I will give them the greatest revenge. Even such revenge would be cruel to many people. Originally, he planned to slowly tell the girl some invisible dark sides after a while, but the appearance of Bai Jie interrupted this layout. In today's society, kindness alone is untenable. You have seen that a powerful person cares about an ordinary person, and only someone who is more powerful than them can make him take it seriously. After the banquet at the Lu family was over, this Bai Jie was still thinking about targeting herself. So sorry, let the entire Bai family pay for your behavior. After using some of Uncle Dong's little energy, the Bai family became history in just 3 days. Bai Jie, on the other hand, naturally became a beggar. This process is a bit tortuous and tomato juice, so we won't describe it carefully here, otherwise, I can still write at least 30,000 words, but in my heart, you are the best person in the world. After reaching out and gently holding Lin Hong's cheek, Shinyuchu greeted the young man's eyes with burning eyes. No matter what you do, I will stand with you. Is this kind of thing that makes people bankrupt at every turn too much? At least in the eyes of the girl, it is not excessive at all. If she did it instead, it would be impossible for Bai Jie to have the right to live. Even if you can survive, the best result is to go to Southeast Asia and become a beauty bottle. Where will it be like this now? Except for the lame leg and ruined appearance, the other parts are still healthy. Silly girl, you are not afraid of the things I do. Looking at the girl's clear eyes, Lin Hong stretched out his hand and gently placed it on the back of the opponent's hand. You have to know those things. Shoo. After gently pressing his fingers on the young man's lips, Shinyuchu smiled and shook his head slightly. I am not a child, and I also know some things in the family. So I'm not afraid. It is the greatest luck of my life to meet you. You Chu. Looking at the girl's sincere gaze, Lin Hong wanted to express his heart with actions, but before he could lean down, two people walked out of the betting shop on the side. Of course, if that's the case, it's nothing, but the important thing is that one of the boys was hit by a big fight as soon as he came out. Park Budong, you big liar. After viciously giving the opponent a large sum of money, Xiong Hengxiao collapsed and roared loudly. Didn't you say that meeting me cost you all your luck? Then why can you still win the lottery when you buy it, but I can't? I think you just stole my luck, you lower-headed man. People around. After saying this, Xiong Hengxiao ignored Park Budong's confused expression. After putting the lottery ticket that won 300,000 in his hand in his bag, he turned around and Yodo, my Nima, stop for Lao Tzu. Seeing Xiong Hengxiao running away with the lottery ticket, Park Budong also reacted and chased after him. At this time, return the lottery ticket to my lord, you next girl. People around, now I understand. But because of such a disturbance between the two, after Lin Hong and Shinyuchu glanced at each other, they couldn't help laughing. At this moment, silence is better than sound, and both of them understood what each other wanted to express. I don't know if God saw this scene, so I want to complain for Park Budong. After a thunderstorm, it began to rain sparsely in the sky, and within a few seconds of Xiaoyu, it had super evolved into a pouring basin. The pots are splashing. The basin splashes with a big scoop. Don't fight anymore at it. Hey, it means a lot of rain anyway, you chew, this way. Seeing this, Lin Hong also took off his coat and covered the two of them, and quickly ran towards a nearby building. If you pull the camera away, you can vaguely see the big characters XX Hotel in the air that has become a white screen, and just in the gap between the two of them hiding from the rain, in the Lang family villa on the other side, damn fat pig, my old lady will send you and the immortal on the road later. In the bathroom, Ling Qingqiu kept rinsing her arms with hand sanitizer. The thought of being touched by Li Zhongping's fat pig here made her nauseous and wanted to spit it out directly, but those who succeed in major events are not informal, and this small setback is nothing. Immediately, the entire Ling family will be its own. Thinking of this, Ling Qingqiu subconsciously touched the remote control hidden in the dimensional container. As soon as Leng Jingding and Li Zhongping get in the car, they will immediately send the two of them back to their old age and rejuvenation. Qingqiu is coming out soon, your Uncle Li is going back. Here it is. After responding to a cold book ding, Leng Qingqiu took a deep breath before walking out of the bathroom again. Let's go to the company to discuss the specific things. After patting Leng Yuding on the shoulder with satisfaction, Li Zhongping looked at the girl who was walking out of the bathroom with greed on her face. After the discussion, I think. I understand, don't worry about that. Although the other party didn't finish speaking, Leng Jingding also understood the meaning in an instant. As long as you are sure, you can get your certificate with Qingqiu tomorrow. Tomorrow night at the latest, you will be able to have a nice wedding night. As for the matter of being the other party's father, he was very interesting and did not mention it. After all, everyone is a smart person, so it's better not to mention some things that are not easy to put on the bright side. Otherwise, in the end, good things may still turn into bad things anyway. He just wanted Li Zhongping's power and money, and it didn't matter if he was the other party's father or not. Chapter 114. Someone suddenly appeared. Okay, then it's settled. After greedily glancing at the deserted Qingqiu, which has the appearance of a closed moon and shameless flowers, Li Zhongping stood up from the sofa with a cane. Without further ado, let's go now. No problem, let Qingqiu join us. While speaking, Leng Jingding turned his head and cast a wink at Leng Qingqiu. Let her go to the company to experience it first, and it will be convenient to serve brotherly in the future. Are you not? Anyway, he had already decided to sell his daughter, so he didn't have to worry about the last trace of relationship anymore. That's very good, then you can go with us in Qingqiu. Hearing this, after Li Zhongming nodded in satisfaction, he turned his gaze to Leng Qingqiu on the side again. The opponent's slippery skin and slender neck made him rare tight. Damn it, how could this happen? Hearing that the two of them were going to take themselves out together, Leng Qingqiu's heart kept flashing with various gods and beasts. She was going to send these two goods to heaven. If you get in the car together, wouldn't you send yourself away too? But if you don't go, God knows what moths will appear later. Therefore, after thinking about it for a second or two, she also smiled and nodded to the two of them. Good father, then I will learn how to serve Uncle Li first. The things of the ancestors have never been outdated, and this trick is to advance as a retreat. I pretended to agree first, and when I was about to get in the car, I forgot to take my things. After that, as long as you grasp the distance, you can send these two damn guys back to their youth. It can be said that in the current Leng Qingqiu, there is an almost perverted obsession with engaging in Galang book ding. Then let's go. After coming to Leng Qingqiu's side on crutches, Li Zhongping also stretched out his fat pig's trotters and hugged his slender waist. What's your name, Uncle Li? Do you want your husband to know? I lost your nagging mother, you fucking disgusting fat pig. Feeling the greasy touch around his waist, Leng Qingqiu's heart also began to curse constantly, but even so, her superficial kung fu still hasn't been lost. Okay, husband. That's good. Amidst Li Zhongping's greasy laughter, the three of them also walked out of Leng's villa together. However, after arriving in the parking lot, the smile on Li Zhongping's face instantly disappeared. What are you doing, you fat pig? Hurry up and take your hand away from me. Looking at the deserted autumn in Li Zhongping's arms, Lu Zishuan only felt that the sky had collapsed. The script shouldn't be like this. Even if the other party didn't choose himself, he should have been pulling with Lin Hong endlessly. But what is the situation now? Why suddenly appeared a middle-aged greasy big fat pig? As for the reason why Lu Zishuan appeared here, he naturally came to Leng Qingqiu to borrow money. That guy Ba Wan is inhumane, and if he can't get the money again, he will be screwed. He used to be the young master of the Lu family, and he once had a marriage contract with my daughter. Seeing that something was wrong with the atmosphere, Leng Jianding also hurriedly explained to Li Zhongping, but now the Long family and the Lu family have nothing to do with each other. So this kid, naturally, has nothing to do with Qingqiu. This is the biggest dependence of the Leng family's comeback at present, and it must not be because of Lu Zishuan, the little Karami. Uncle Leng, what are you talking about? Hearing that the other party hurriedly clarified his relationship with Leng Qingqiu, Lu Zishuan also tried his best to express it. Qingqiu and I grew up together since childhood, even if I left the Lu family, the two of us will still be. Shut up. But before he could finish speaking, Leng Qingqiu from the side said in a cold tone, I have nothing to do with you anymore, get out of here right away. Don't say anything that will misunderstand my future husband. She never expected that Lu Zishuan would suddenly appear in Leng's house. If this miscarries her plan, she will drag the other party with her even if she dies. Qingqiu, what are you talking about? This must be fake, right? Looking at the indifferent-looking girl, Lu Zishuan pointed to Li Zhongping on the side angrily and said, this dead fat pig must have forced you, right? Don't be afraid that I will take you out of here. He couldn't believe that Leng Qingqiu, who had always been regarded as a forbidden place by himself, would actually throw his arms around a fat pig even if he chose Lin Hong. He endured it. After all, in that case, I still have the opportunity to wear a hat to the opponent, but what is your choice of a fat pig? Is it possible that Lu Zishuan is not as good as this fat pig? Come on, drag this idiot out for me. Seeing that Li Zhongping's face was already hard to see to the extreme, Leng Jingding hurriedly asked Jiating to drag Lu Zishuan out. This fat pig with his mouth closed and fat pig with his mouth closed, he can't stand it either. No, you can't do this to me. But no matter how Lu Zishuan struggled, he still couldn't avoid the fate of being dragged out for a while. It seems that Miss Leng has a lot of debt. After loosening the big hand placed on Leng Qingqiu's waist, Li Zhongping turned his head and looked coldly at Leng Bukding on the side. Mr. Leng, I hope I can get a satisfactory answer. It's been many years, and no one has dared to scold themselves like this for many years. It seems that only the first wife scolded herself like this, but he strangled her that night. This also caused Li Zhongping to awaken certain bad hobbies, and thus sent away several wives in a row, but this is nothing to him. After all, everyone gets what they need, right? I give your family the power and status it needs, and your family pays a woman who can be sacrificed. Brotherly, this is all a misunderstanding. After hurriedly grabbing Li Zhongping's arm, Long Yuding smiled and said, otherwise, how about I let Qingqiu go over tonight? Anyway, sooner or later it will pass. There is no difference between 1 day earlier and 1 day later. It's just that the contract or something has to be signed quickly, otherwise, I'm afraid I won't get a good price. Mr. Leng should call me Mr. Li. Our relationship is not that good yet. In the face of Leng Juding's softness, Li Zhongping did not give any good face. As a qualified businessman, whenever and wherever you have to look at how to get higher profits. Isn't it just a good opportunity now? An opportunity to knock on the bamboo pole of the Long family hard, this damn old fox. After reading the implication of the other party's words, Leng Jingding gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, and said again, regarding the contract, I can make a 5% concession on the overall basis. Now is not the time to care so much. It is the most important thing to hold the thigh of the Li family firmly. Of the life of the Leng family is not good now, so it's a big deal to fix more fake and shoddy products in the future. You have your Zhang Liangji, and I have my bridge ladder. After the calculation is completed, everyone will open 50-50, and no one will run against anyone. Chapter 115, in that blazing flame, someone swan song, well, since Brother Leng is so shameless, then I am disrespectful. While speaking, Li Zhongping also stretched out his arms again and hugged Leng Qingqiu from the side. Just let my daughter-in-law go home first, how about we two go directly to the company? The ripoff should be moderate, but if it is too much, it will be counterproductive, and sending Leng Qingqiu home first was also to avoid Leng Jingding making a fuss about this later. Who is your brother? Sooner or later I will kill you. Looking at Li Zhongping, whose attitude had undergone a 360-degree change in an instant, Leng Jianding cursed in his heart while smiling and said, no problem, then let Qingqiu go to Brother Li's house first. Okay, then I'll go to my husband's house first. While talking, Leng Qingqiu also came to an extended version of Lincoln. Father, I'll just take this car over. This car is Li Zhongping's car, and she did not put surprises on it. After all, her original purpose was to send away Leng Bukding. Therefore, preparing surprises in advance is naturally also placed in the opponent's car. Although the plan was slightly different from what was expected, the final result was almost the same. As long as the two of them are sitting in the same car, they can send them away in a wave. Just take this car back. Seeing that Leng Qingqiu was so proactive, Li Zhongping was also satisfied and said to the driver on the side, Xiao Wang, do you know how to send your wife home safely? Xiao Wang, Lao Wang next door. I see, master. Looking at the stunning beauty of the girl on the side, Xiao Wang couldn't help but swallowed quietly. After all, Li Zhongping is old, so sometimes he is asked for help by the other party. If you count it, this is already the third one. A woman from a rich family is really not comparable in an alley. Damn it, I must dig out this guy's eyes later. After perceiving the eyes of Lao Wang next door, Leng Qingqiu glared at the other party in disgust and got into the car. Now the main thing is to fix the other two, and it is not appropriate to conflict with this disgusting guy for the time being. And just after Li Zhongping and Leng Jingding got into the car, Leng Qingqiu quietly put his hand on the remote control in the dimensional container. As long as she waits for the other party to drive a little farther, she can immediately implement her Plan, with one button, you can get everything in the Lang family. If it weren't for Li Zhongping, who obviously wanted something, she wouldn't be able to wait any longer. After all, the Li family is not much worse than the Lu family. It would be nice if they could get a piece of the action, but when he thought of the other party's fat pig-like appearance, Ling Qingqiu decisively gave up such an idea. She just lives alone for the rest of her life. Does she want to be eaten by such a fat pig? But before the vehicle in front of him could start, a burst of fire burst out from the bottom of the car in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the strong impact force was like a violent behemoth, instantly devouring everything in the car, and due to the very close distance, the car in which Ling Qingqiu was sitting was also affected, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The blazing flames instantly enveloped Ling Qingqiu. What? The heat wave came like a tide, the skin seemed to be stung by countless needles, and breathing became extremely difficult. For a while, the only life activity left on the scene was the extremely stern screams. On a hillside near Lang's house, the black-robed man silently put the remote control back in his pocket while staring at the two cars swallowed by the fire. Then, he sent a message on his mobile phone. The fish has already been put in the pot, and the heat is just right. As a professional life planner, their principle of life is generally to send it away painlessly, but that woman provoked someone she shouldn't have provoked, and she could only experience the most extreme suffering in the world. At the same time, in a 5-star hotel room, listening to the pattering of water coming from the bathroom, Shinyuchu, dressed in a bathrobe, also showed a smile of unknown significance on his face. Although the development of things is a bit unexpected, the overall situation seems to be developing in a good direction. The only catch is probably that it's not a good time for relatives to come. Otherwise, maybe some beautiful stories will happen today. And just when Shinyuchu was about to think about the name of his and Lin Hong's first child, the sudden ringing of the mobile phone ringtone also pulled his thoughts back in an instant. Well done. Looking at the message sent, Shinyuchu backhanded and sent a message to Shirley. Although in the traditional sense, it is generally a secretary who has something to do, it's okay. But the boss of this meeting is busy falling in love, and naturally the secretary has to do the things under his hand. This time the opponent exceeded the goal. Not only the owner of the Lang family, but also the owner of the Li family was also affected. If she didn't take the opportunity to bite off a piece of fat at this time, she wouldn't dare to say that her name was Shinyuchu. Yuchu, I washed your clothes for you. And just as she finished sending the message, Lin Hong also wiped her hair while walking out of the bathroom. Although it is not very cold in this season, it is still easy to catch a cold if you don't rinse in the rain. Or originally, he wanted to book 2 suites, but he triggered the law that there must be only one room for men and women to stay in a hotel. Since it's all like this, then you can only let it go anyway. The two of them are boyfriend and girlfriend, so there's nothing wrong with resting in the same room together, right? At most, it's just rubbing. Okay, a hang, thank you for your hard work. After putting the mobile phone aside casually, Shinyuchu stepped forward and took the bath towel to wipe the boy's hair. Looking at the gentle and considerate appearance of the girl, Lin Hong paused a little embarrassed. There is no way. The charm value of Shinyuchu in this state is directly maximized, and if you accidentally see something you shouldn't see later, the consequences will be unimaginable. He is not an ancient general, so he will not go to the battlefield to fight in blood. A hang is unexpectedly cute. After perceiving the boy's small movements, Shinyuchu took the opponent's hand and came to the edge of the sofa. Let me blow your hair for you, or you will catch a cold later. I don't know why, she always has a sense of sight that she is raising a dog. Him. Ah Huan, who loves cocoa and warms people's hearts, seems to be quite suitable for Lin Hong. I should have said the sentence. After pressing Shinyuchu on the sofa with his backhand, Lin Hong picked up the hairdryer on the table and jokingly said, if you don't blow dry your hair, do you want a cost kelp weirdo? By the way, are kelp weirdos really not delicious? I think teacher Saitama eats very well, but it seems that eating kelp really has no effect on hair. I forgot for a while. Feeling the warm airflow from his neck, Shinyuchu narrowed his eyes comfortably. At the same time, the whole body exudes a lazy aura inexplicably. In the past, she didn't have the habit of blowing her hair, so she basically lay down on the bed and went to bed after washing, and except for his mother, this is the first time that someone else has blown his head. Therefore, this long-lost and strange feeling caused the girl to fall directly into it for a while. She's really a cute silly girl. Looking at Shinyuchu, who was enjoying with her eyes closed like a little cat, Lin Hong gently fiddled with each other's wet hair while adjusting the temperature and wind speed of the hairdryer. The warm wind slowly blew through the young woman's hair, making a slight whirring sound, and with the hot air of the hairdryer, the expression on the girl's face became more relaxed. After about 10 minutes or so, every hair of Shinyuchu became dry. Even if you get close, you can still smell the faint fragrance exuding from it. Alright, go to Yuchu. Just when Lin Hong was about to let the girl go to rest for a while, he found that the other party had fallen asleep at some point. The stupid girl. Looking at Shinyuchu's quiet smiling face, Lin Hong also bent over and picked him up lightly, and gently put him on the bed. But when he was about to get up and leave, an accident suddenly came at this moment. For support, wow, new people will appear soon. Friends, if you like it, please have some book reviews. I found a lot of accounts that maliciously swipe 2-star book reviews, and open 2-star reviews of the same color. I don't understand, I really don't understand. Chapter 116. Congratulations, you will accept the long-wasted years. But just as Lin Hong was about to get up, a pair of slender and warm arms were wrapped around his neck. Due to the sudden incident, he did not control his body's balance for a while. Puff. Accompanied by a tremor on the soft bed, the beautiful face of the girl close at hand also suddenly appeared in front of Lin Hong, almost in an instant. The indefatigable old heart also began to beat faster. Use this kind of thing to test cadres? Which cadre can withstand such a test? This is not dried sweet potatoes and peanuts, but a real learning opportunity. Haven't you seen someone who was a high-profile big man, but still insists on learning a foreign language every day? Don't go, don't leave me, Mom, don't leave. But just when Lin Hong was still trying to restrain himself, Shinyuchu's whispering voice calmed him down instantly. This stupid girl. Looking at the girl's slightly frowned brows, Lin Hong lay lightly on the other side of the bed. Don't be afraid, I will always be there. Maybe it was the words of the teenager that played a role, or for other reasons. Within a few seconds, Shinyuchu's frowning brows gradually relaxed. At the same time, her whole body curled up into Lin Hong's arms. Ahang, we will always be together. Well, we will always be together. After reaching out and patting the girl on the back, Lin Hong lowered his voice and said softly, have a good rest, my silly girl. The sound of rain outside the window was hoarse, and the room was warm and comfortable. The corners of the lips of the girl lying in the arms of the teenager also unknowingly hung a shallow smile. Steady hand, I was warned bluntly, hey. And just when the years were quiet on the two of them. On the other side, the city's first people's hospital had already exploded. After several hours of rescue, Lin Hong, who had burns on 90% of his body, was reluctantly rescued. This meeting, he was lying in the intensive care unit, receiving 24-hour supervision. Now I have to say that the fate of the fiancé in the True and False Young Master's text is really hard. Lao Wang next door, who was the driver, went directly to see his former lovers. Lin Hong, on the other hand, was barely rescued by the sudden heavy rain that fell from the sky when he was halfway burned. As for the two people Long Yuding and Li Zhongping, who were in the heart of the explosion, they realized their rejuvenation on the spot. If this is the case, it is estimated that they are already lined up for trial below. Of course, Lin Hong didn't hang up, but it has something to do with her being one of the leading women in this world. After all, the protagonist can always have more or less of the world's favor. Replace it with people who can understand. That is, these people have part of the luck of the world, and these good luck can help them do a lot of things, and at the same time, they can also turn evil into good for them. The luck of Lin Hong's body was used by all of them to resist the fatal damage of this explosion. In other words, although she survived, she is no different from ordinary whiteboard NPCs. From then on, it will no longer be favored by the world, and even that smart brain will gradually become the same as ordinary people. This time, in the intensive care unit, looking at a nurse in the intensive care unit, Lin Hong's eyes flashed with hatred, but because her vocal cords were destroyed in the fire, she could only stare at each other with her still intact left eye. There is no mistake, this nurse is the black-robed man who sold her boom. Now that the plans have been implemented, it is natural to take a look to see if any have survived. As for why the black-robed people appeared here, or why they appeared here. Of course it's because when you're out and about, you give yourself your identity or something. As long as your skin is thick enough and your disguise is perfect enough. What if you pretend to be her husband, a technician number 88? It's not easy yet, it's simple. It's just been caught and locked up for more than 10 days. The main purpose of men dressing as women is also to avoid some unnecessary troubles. Life is really hard. Seeing that only one left eye was still intact and Lin Hong all over his body, Li Jianjian also had to feel that the opponent's life was in danger. There is no mistake, this young man who was less than 1.7 meters tall is called Li Wenjian. The original intention was to make him grow tall and strong, but it turned out, it can only be said that it is good to listen to the naming of this thing. The main thing depends on the genetic sequence of DNA, unless it is a genetic mutation, it is really difficult to directly advance from version 1.0 to version 10.0. Whoa. It's you bastard, you dare to show up. Due to the destruction of the vocal cords, Lin Hong could only make a sound similar to a whimper even in anger, and these few times, she almost didn't hurt her to death. It's so easy to die, why bother to be as inhuman as you are now? After shaking his head slightly regretfully, Li Jianjian pointed a mirror on his chest collar at Lin Hong. There is no way, and he doesn't want to do it either, but I'm just a wage earner, so what I should do is naturally up to the boss. The boss's request is that if the other party is still alive, let him continue to endure the pain. If you ask a once beautiful girl what she cares about most, it is naturally her own beauty, and Li Jianjian's wave of operations can be described as directly killing people and punishing their hearts. Oh ha! Impossible, this can't be me. After seeing his current appearance in the mirror clearly, Lin Hong directly let out a beast-like wailing. She couldn't believe that the ugly monster in the mirror could actually be herself, for the originally beautiful face was burned beyond recognition by the fire, and some of the exposed skin was rough and distorted. Don't get excited, this is just the beginning. Looking at Lin Hong, who was roaring like a wild beast, a trace of mercy flashed across the corners of Li Jianjian's eyes. Then, he took out a syringe from his pocket. While injecting the contents into the drip, he explained to him, "This is our latest product that has been developed and will destroy the body's neurons." In other words, congratulations on your happy paraplegia. A disfigured but movable person is too troublesome, but a person who is disfigured and unable to move or speak is not threatened at all, especially after the Lang family is completely annexed. Lin Hong will be transferred to a special nursing home. The people who were uniformly detained there were all people who had previously targeted their bosses, and those guys who went in without exception all had a common idea. That is how to end one's life quickly, so as to avoid the daily suffering. Thinking of the scene in the nursing home, Li Jianjian couldn't help shuddering. I don't know where the boss found such a perverted guy. As for Yan Yongxin, why don't you just call the King of Thunder and Lightning? Chapter 117. If I say it's fake, then it's fake. What? Stop it, asshole, you pervert. After listening to what Li Jianjian said, Leng Qingqiu's nerves, which were on the verge of collapse, also completely collapsed. Disfigurement, high-level paraplegia, what a distant term before today, but just today, at this moment. She actually realized it all firsthand. That's it, little girl, you have to practice more. Looking at Leng Qingqiu's extremely collapsed eyes, Li Jianjian decided to give another gift. By the way, there is one more thing. My boss's surname is Shin. She said that you idiot was destined to find us from the moment you picked up the flyer. So everything you carefully prepared is considered a good performance in our eyes. Isn't it just killing people and punishing the heart? He is best at this job, okay, what? Shinyuchu, you are so cruel. Looking at Li Jianjian's playful eyes, Leng Qingqiu tried her best to get up from the hospital bed, but the strength of this anesthetic has not passed yet, and even if she works hard, what effect will it have? Take advantage of these 2 days to enjoy the rare leisure. After putting the syringe back in place, Li Jianjian turned and pushed the stroller out of the room. In 2 days, you will find that it is better to be dead than to be alive. What? I'm not reconciled. Why is this happening, Shinyuchu, you bastard? After Li Jianjian left, Leng Qingqiu's unwilling roar was left alone in the ward, and just when Leng Qingqiu was facing despair alone. On the other side, in front of the gate of a dilapidated apartment on the edge of the city, accompanied by a heavy breath, Lu Zishuan staggered from the outside to the corridor on the first floor. It's just that compared with when he set off, he didn't have a good place all over his body. Not only was his face swollen like a pig's head, but his clothes were pulled almost like a tramp. If it weren't for the sudden explosion at that time, all the people of the Leng family would have been attracted. Whether he can come out of Leng's house intact or not is still two different things, damn it. Why did this happen? Recalling the picture of Leng Qingqiu surrounded by fire, Lu Zishuan couldn't stop shuddering. That he always felt that something was wrong with this matter, but he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. But in any case, the Leng Qingqiu line was completely abolished. Let's not talk about whether the other party can survive. Even if he survives, it is impossible for him to be with such a person. It seems that it is time to look for new prey, but where to look for it? You can't go to the same city. What if you encounter a pervert? Yo, are you going to beg along the street? And just when Lu Zishuan was immersed in how to find the next sucker, a very arrogant and deserved beating voice instantly pulled his thoughts back. After looking for fame, I saw Ba Xian, dressed in flowing clothes, walking towards this side with a group of social idlers. Damn it, this damn bastard is coming fast. Looking at Ba Xian, who was walking towards him surrounded by his younger brother, Lu Zishuan cursed and swore in his heart, while pretending to be respectful. Brother Ba Xian, why are you here in person? I'm about to send you the money. It's over. Taking advantage of the chaos in the Lang family just now, he found a lot of good things from the inside. As for why he could find these good things, of course it was because he used to visit Ling's house a lot. You must know that when he was the eldest master of the Lu family, Ling Juding's attitude was polite. Where is the money? After taking Wang Ba steps to Lu Zishuan's side, Ba Xian said unceremoniously, hurry up, I'm in a hurry, even with $1 million principal and interest. If this guy can really take it out, then plan B will have to be implemented. Here, this is it. Seeing a group of people surrounded him, Lu Zishuan could only take out a diamond necklace from his pocket. This necklace is worth at least 3 million. I will go to the pawn shop and sell it. This is one of the gifts he gave to Leng Qingqiu before, and it was designed by Lu Ruxue herself. There are a total of 10 on the market now, and the price of each is more than 10 million. But after all, this is not my own thing anymore, and I can only walk through some invisible channels. Pop. After slapping Lu Zishuan on the face with a heavy slap, Ba Xian played with the diamond necklace in his hand while speaking fiercely. Do you think Lao Tzu is an idiot? Do you dare to say that this kind of stall is worth 3 million? As a veteran of the black market who has been in the black market all the year round, Ba Wan naturally knows the authenticity of this diamond necklace, but is it important to be true or false at this moment? Not important, because he said this thing is fake, then it can only be fake. If cash is not easy to handle, he has 10,000 excuses for this kind of little thing to kill each other. What? As a result of a sudden slap from the closed door, Lu Zishuan fell to the ground without standing still, and it just so happens that there is a sharper thing in the back pocket, so, not that kind of sour taste, perhaps only those who have experienced it in person can understand it. Hey, you kid, dare to touch me. Watching Lu Zishuan rolling around on the ground, Ba Xian greeted the little brother directly to the side. Relax the bones of this calf. Today I want to let him know that touching porcelain is a bad behavior. Yes, boss, XN no, brother Bucky. Ah. Hey, I'm such a good person. After putting the diamond necklace in his pocket, Ba Xian leisurely looked at Lu Zishuan, who was educated by a group of younger brothers. Boy, it's not good to touch porcelain. Now that brother Ba is in a good mood, I will help you get rid of this habit for free. What? A few minutes later, I'll give you 10,000 for these rags. Where did the rest of the money go? Looking at Lu Zishuan, who had turned into a pool of mud, after taking out all the things in his pocket, he twisted his neck maliciously. If you don't have money, it's not impossible to use your waist to pay off the debt. One waist counts as $500,000 for you, and the rest can be made up with eyes or something. I'm holding your old mother, you pounce on the street with your property. At this moment, Lu Zishuan also understood that the closure of the goods was intentional. After all, who the hell would say that something is fake while quickly stuffing it into his trouser pocket? But in order to save his waist, he could only fight back his anger and stood up trembling from the ground. Bawan, what do you want to do? Let's not talk about it. Pop. Chapter 118 Bobby's True Purpose and the Upcoming Conspiracy. After slapping Lu Zishuan to the ground again with a slap, Ba Xian stepped on the opponent's head with his foot, while speaking uncomfortably. Po Jiezai, what did you just call Lao Tzu? Bucky, I'm grass. What? Feeling the power that suddenly deepened on the skull, Lu Zishuan's brain, which was dominated by anger, instantly regained its clarity. Brother Ba Xian, I was wrong, Brother Ba Xian. Just treat me as a fart and let me go, I really have nothing left. The good things that were taken out of Lang's house were all snatched away by the bastard Ba Xian before he could cover the heat. If it weren't for his own strength, he really wanted to greet the other family. No, you still have one more thing I want. After retracting some of the strength of his feet a little bit, Ba Xian's face also showed a lascivious smile. I like the woman in your house very much. As long as you hand her over, then the account between us will be settled. There is nothing wrong with it. It is Lu Ruyan who Ba Xian is thinking about ever since he came to collect debts and glanced at Lu Ruyan that time. He vowed to get each other, but after following him for several days, just as he was about to do it, the other party disappeared directly, returned to Lu's house. Seeing the duck flying to his mouth, he was naturally unwilling, but I really couldn't find where Lu Ruyan was, so Ba Xian could take advantage of Lu Zishuan's path. After all, the two of them lived together, so the relationship must be unusual. As long as you can make an appointment, the next plot will naturally be Jia. Thinking of that picture, Ba Xian couldn't help swallowing woman. And after hearing Ba Xian's slightly lascivious voice, Lu Zishuan instantly understood what the other party was trying to do. Who else can there be besides Lu Ruyan, a woman who has been in her own apartment? It can't be Xiao Wanqing who has only been here once, can it? That's right. Looking at Lu Zishuan's dawning expression, Ba Xian also took the opportunity to continue taking the medicine. As long as you can hand her over, then the accounts between us will be even. He has done this kind of thing a lot before, and most people who are cornered will choose to compromise. As for the uncompromising part of the people, he didn't say that he only had this means. You must know that human nature is the most untested, and many people would rather sacrifice others in order to protect themselves. Okay, I promise you. Hearing this, Lu Zishuan agreed without hesitation. If Ba Xian had said that a few days ago, he might have hesitated, but now. But anyone who hesitates for a second is disrespectful to themselves. Okay. In Lu Zishuan's concept, now Lu Ruyan, like the other two sisters in the Lu family, are traitors who have betrayed themselves, and to treat traitors, naturally, there is no need to have any compassion. Therefore, Lu Ruyan did not have any psychological pressure on Lu Zishuan. Now it is better to say that doing so, on the contrary, satisfies his gradually distorted and perverted mind. It's your kid's acquaintance. Seeing that Lu Zishuan agreed so readily, Ba Xian also moved his golden right leg away in a good mood. Call that woman now, I'm going to get her today. Since seeing Lu Ruyan, he has felt that these outside are vulgar fans. Therefore, after coming down in the past few days, the anger in Ba Xian's body is also very great. No problem, Brother Bucky, but can you let me try it too when the time comes? After getting up from the ground, Lu Zishuan took out his mobile phone with a broken screen and said morbidly, I am a person, I like to drink a pot of water the most. Pop. After slapping the opponent in the air again, Ba Xian spit in disgust. TNN, you are more disgusting than Liang Kuan. That TM is my woman. Do you want to covet this trash too, brothers? Teach this calf thing a lesson. Yes, boss, Brother Bucky, don't do it. But in the afternoon, at 6:30, in front of the gate of a hotel near Happy Street, due to the season, it gets dark quickly. At this moment, the street lights on the street were already lit up one by one, and the vast twilight quietly enveloped the entire land. Looking at the blushing girl next to him, Lin Hong stretched out his hand and pointed to the street not far away. Let's go there and have something to eat first, and let's go back together after eating. Because it was rainy, there was also a reason why both of them were more relaxed. The two of them also rested together at this meeting. If it weren't for someone's stomach screaming, I guess we would be able to sleep together for a while. Okay, I listen to you. Hearing this, Shinyuchu also nodded obediently, although there was a little accident in the middle. Overall, I had a very pleasant day. After all, she had been looking forward to this kind of thing for a long time, and to say that the only catch is that maybe it's just pure rest. Is there anything you want to eat? Looking at the girl with a smirk on her face, Lin Hong led the other party to the snack street, while softly introducing, there are octopus balls, soiled bamboo shoots frozen, bowls of chicken, kunch special for these stalls. As for some stalls farther away, they can only be seen if they are closer. After listening to the young man's introduction, Shinyuchu said that he had never heard of everything, but he seemed to feel pretty good. So, she gently pulled the other person's arm. can you have a little bit of everything? As for what to do if you can't finish eating, isn't there still Lin Hong on the side? With the clarification of certain relationships, some of her behaviors also unconsciously became a little bolder, and just a few small indirect kisses. Shinyuchu said that he is not imaginary at all, okay? You little glutton. Welcoming the girl's pitiful little eyes, Lin Hong said what he could do, of course, was to satisfy the other party, and don't talk about such things based on his food intake, just don't panic if you have 2 more servings, but the amount of exercise must be increased. After all, it has become a curse to get fatter with a girlfriend. Thinking of a handsome guy who was 183 feet tall and 135 pounds in the stockade back then, under the feeding of his girlfriend, it soared to 189 kilograms in 1 year. As for the abdominal muscles or something, it's just a wave of 99% back to 1, okay? But in any case, the night market life belonging to the two of them was also officially opened at this moment. Chapter 119, Big Crisis in the Alley? 10 minutes later, After squinting and enjoying the feeding from her boyfriend, Shinyuchu also showed a satisfied expression on her face. Sure enough, delicious things have always only appeared in the streets and alleys, although it is inevitable that some unethical guys will secretly use hex technology, but in the area of taste, there is really nothing to choose from. Let's try this time. Seeing the girl's look of enjoyment, Lin Hong took out the octopus balls from the bag on the side. It's a bit hot, be careful. Good. And just when Shinyuchu was about to accept the feeding from the teenager, her keen sixth sense made her aware of a feeling of being watched. Almost subconsciously, she also turned her head in the direction of the right. It's just that after seeing a sneaky figure, the girl's whole body was stunned in an instant, and she directly cost 1, 2, or 3 wooden people. What's the matter? Perceiving something wrong with the girl, Lin Hong also turned his head and looked in the direction of the other party's gazed eye. In the next second, a big smiling face of his aunt caught his eyes. Oh, you don't have to worry about me. Seeing that both of them looked at their own side, Xiao Wanqing also walked out from behind the pillar. By the way, Xiaohong, did you bring your ID card? Even if I don't go home tonight, my mother won't say much. Looking at Xiao Wanqing, who looked unorthodox, Lin Hong twitched the corner of his mouth helplessly. What about the good lady Gaoling? How did it feel that the more I touched it, my mother became more and more black-bellied and funny? Hello, auntie. Shinyuchu, who was relieved at this time, also hurriedly got up and said hello to the other party. This is my future mother-in-law. If you don't behave positively, you won't be able to do so. As for why she was able to recognize Xiao Wanqing so openly, it was also because of the cooperation between Xin Lu's two families that she went to meet once. Otherwise, you will have to pretend to be confused. Hey, Yu Chu is so good. After slowly coming to the front of the two of them, Xiao Wanqing rubbed Shinyuchu's little head with satisfaction. Don't call auntie, call mom. Shinyuchu, hey? Lin Hong, oh, awesome, it has to be you, mom. A few minutes later, this guy's character seems to be getting worse and worse. Looking at Shinyuchu, who was hiding from Kosyuji, Lin Hong turned his gaze to Xiao Wanqing, who had a grinning face next to him. By the way, mom, why did you show up here? Don't tell me, have you been watching us all day? Cut, I'm not that free, okay. While speaking, Xiao Wanqing gave Lin Hong a blank look of disdain. It was your eldest sister who asked me to go shopping and asked me to come here and wait for her for a while. This little bichuzi is still stuck at this stage, and as a person who has been here before, she expressed great contempt. Hey, what kind of eyes are you looking at? Welcoming his mother's eyes, Lin Hong really wanted to pry the opponent's head open. How old am I? Is it really okay for you to look forward to it like this? If it really doesn't work, just toss the 3 idiots at home and stare at me honestly. What's the matter? Add some oil, brat. Ignoring Lin Hong's resentful expression, Xiao Wanqing stretched out her hand and patted him on the shoulder, then said solemnly, the 3 goods in the family have been completely abolished. So now our Laolu family, it's all up to you. No, I think they can be saved. Forget it, let's just treat it as a simple cow and horse. Don't mention it, let me see. Dee, woo. And just when the two of them were arguing with each other, their mobile phones both made a harsh alarm sound at the same time. Looking at the mobile phone that was constantly alerting, the two of them glanced at each other and said at the same time, Senior Sister, Ruyan, we are in danger. That at the same time, in a remote alley near SZ Happy Street, Lu Zishuan, what do you think you know about Xiaohong's past? Looking at Lu Zishuan, who suddenly stopped, Lu Ruyan said impatiently, you'd better not lie to me, otherwise, I will definitely make you pay a painful price. Originally, she didn't want to deal with this product, but the other party said she knew something about Lin Hong's past. This is undoubtedly the most deadly temptation for Lu Ruyan, who wants to get closer to Lin Hong. If you describe it simply, it's probably the kind of mood that you suddenly smell the taste of food after being hungry for 3 days. The price? Listening to Lu Ruyan's indifferent voice, Lu Zishuan turned his head and looked at each other with a grim expression. My good sister. It doesn't matter what price I will pay for the time being, but now it's time for you to pay for betraying me. Lu Ruyan is just the beginning. In the future, whether it is Lu Rumo or Lu Ruxue and Xiao Wanqing, he will retaliate fiercely. I want to think that for the sake of the innocence of my sister and daughter, they will also be obedient. What do you mean? Looking at Lu Zishuan, who suddenly changed his face, Lu Ruyan subconsciously clenched the wolf spray in his bag. Since she was completely disappointed in this guy, her IQ was returned to the high ground. Therefore, just in case, not only did Xiao Wanqing come out, but he also brought some tools for self-defense. What do I mean? After nodding to the alley, Lu Zishuan smiled fiercely and said, "Don't worry, my dear sister, you will soon know what I mean." Accompanied by a burst of crazy laughter, 6 or 7 social idlers also appeared in the alley. At the moment these people saw Lu Ruyan, they all swallowed involuntarily. At this moment, they finally understood why Ba Xian would never forget this woman. As far as this appearance and this figure are concerned, it is no exception to say that the fairies in the sky have descended to the earth. After all, although I, the great Emperor Ruyan, have been scumbag and poor, I have never been ugly in any world. Okay. If you rank the appearance of the Lu family, then she is undoubtedly in the first position. Lu Zishuan, you scumbag. Looking at the social idlers who appeared around him, Lu Ruyan's face also showed a trace of panic. She never expected that Lu Zishuan would be so frenzied as this. Now it seems that I still underestimate the other party. Yes, he is indeed a scumbag. After kicking Lu Zishuan to the ground with one foot, while stepping on his head with his foot, Ba Xian molested Lu Ruyan and said, "Beautiful woman, you see, I'm taking it out on you too." So next, should we enter the link of mutual consent? Chapter 120. Bye you brothers, today Big Brother will treat you to some pot washing water for this woman who made her heart go out to her heart. Ba Xian was almost unable to control her excitement. If the other party knows a little bit, he doesn't mind taking care of Lu Zishuan first. After all, there is a very big difference between active and passive. But if the other party doesn't know what's good or bad, then don't blame yourself for not knowing how to pity Jade. Damn it. Seeing Ba Xian and the others slowly approaching him, Lu Ruyan could only keep retreating towards the corner. In the case of a large number of enemies, running away is undoubtedly the best choice. It's just that she is currently being attacked back and forth, and she has to find a good opportunity. And as everyone continued to approach, Lu Ruyan's heart was also accelerating. After a while, it directly broke through to the 100 mark. Chick, don't toast, don't eat, punish wine. Seeing that Lu Ruyan made it clear that he would rather die than give in, Ba Xian gradually lost his original patience. I'll give you another chance. If you were better, I would still be very gentle. Go to hell, scum. During the angry scolding, Lu Ruyan also took out the chili water spray directly and pressed it down on the eyes that were about to close. What? Due to the sudden incident, Ba Xian also firmly greeted a wave of chili water to wash his eyes. It is well known that capsaicin in chili peppers binds to nerve receptors in the eyes. This leads to a strong burning sensation and discomfort. As for the specific taste of this, perhaps only those who have truly experienced it can understand it. While everyone was stunned, Lu Ruyan also seized the opportunity to run out of the circle of this group of people, but just as she was about to run to the exit, she was hit back by Lu Zishuan, who was specially blocked at the intersection. Sister, don't go in a hurry. Looking at Lu Ruyan, who was sitting on the ground with a horrified face, Lu Zishuan's face appeared distorted and hideous. This good show hasn't started yet. How can you, an actress, leave early? If the other party destroys himself, then he will also destroy the other party. Since the Lu family made him unable to be a man, he had to return this pain exponentially. What? Catch that bitch for me. At this time, he relaxed a little bit, and he also cleaned his eyes with the mineral water handed over by his younger brother, while roaring loudly, "Everyone has a share today, I want that bitch to know how good I am." Yes, boss, X. And thinking of Lu Ruyan's stunning beauty, Ba Xian's younger brothers were also instantly full of energy. What can these stunning beauties do even if they have to brush the pot by themselves? Damn it, get out of here. Seeing a group of younger brothers coming towards him, Lu Ruyan hurriedly got up and grabbed Lu Zishuan by the hair, trying to get the opponent to move away, but it's a pity that she overestimated the quality of the opponent's hair. Tear and pull. Voiced by Teacher Tom's family. Accompanied by the sound of the grass being pulled up, and the screams that resounded through the clouds, Lu Ruyan had a pinch of hair in his hand. In contrast, Lu Zishuan's forehead appeared blank. If you express it in a more straightforward way, it is that now he has the hairstyle of a middle-aged math teacher, Mediterranean. My hair. Looking at the pinch of hair in the opponent's hand, Lu Zishuan yelled emotionally, "You stinky woman, how dare you do this to me? Get out of here." Lu Ruyan, who reacted at this time, also threw away the hair in his hand, and was about to continue to bypass Lu Zishuan and run away. But the idea is ideal, but the reality is very skinny. Due to Lu Zishuan's desperate blocking, she was finally blocked in a corner by Ba Xian and a group of subordinates. "Stinky woman, how dare you do it to me?" Looking at Lu Ruyan, who was surrounded by himself and others in the corner, he closed his face and roared angrily, "Lao Tzu will take care of you today. But it's not just me, my little brothers are going to take care of you too. Brother Bucky, then I. Pop." After slapping Lu Zishuan out with a slap, Ba Xian shook his hand with a look of disgust. "What the hell are you? Get away from Lao Tzu." Although he is closed and inhumane, he is not to the point of betraying his family. Therefore, for Lu Zishuan, he had no other thoughts than disgust. Moreover, the other party is not his own younger brother, so why should he enjoy such employee benefits? If you want to join, then you should give money to worship at the pier. Just want a prostitute for nothing with one mouth alone. I'm afraid you didn't light up in the toilet and look for shit, help. Seeing Ba Xian and the others approaching him little by little, Lu Ruyan could only shout for help while holding chili water in his hand. Stop screaming, even if you break your throat, no one will come. After turning his head to avoid the attack of chili water, Ba Xian directly grabbed the bottle in his hand. This thing is pretty good, you can add some fun later. It is located in the downtown area, and it is the most lively time for the night market at night. So let alone Lu Ruyan's cry for help. Lu Zishuan's screams just now did not attract anyone's attention. As for the question of fun, anyone who knows the content of Fengyu Essence should know it. Even if I die, it won't be cheaper for you beasts. Seeing that the last means of defense was also taken away, Lu Ruyan was ready to bite his tongue and kill himself as soon as he was ruthless. Although simply biting off your tongue will not kill you, you can use the gushing blood to choke yourself to death. It's okay, we can also take advantage of the heat. While speaking, Ba Xian's face was also full of morbid madness. You bastards, I won't let you go if I'm a ghost. Hearing Ba Xian's extremely perverted speech, Lu Ruyan's face also showed a deep despair, and just as she was about to end herself, a stern scream instantly attracted everyone's attention. After looking for fame, I saw the two outermost younger brothers lying on the ground. Wudong faction. Beside them, there was a young man with a gloomy expression standing. Boy, the hero saves Meiku. Ah! Without waiting for Ba Xian to finish speaking, a huge brick of German-speaking people hit him firmly on the face. With the constant drop of tomato juice, Ba Xian's nerve called reason was also completely broken. Kill that kid for me, it's mine if something happens. I think he has been mixed up for so many years, except for the time in the bathhouse. When have you ever suffered such a big loss? But before Ba Xian calmed down, another physical pain caused him to kneel on the ground in an instant. It was Lu Ruyan who grabbed the opponent's stun gap and made a sneak attack to lift his own legs. The strength of this blow and the tricky angle are simply sharper than the sea cucumber's footwork. Even vaguely, you can still vaguely hear the sound of 100 broken points. Chapter 121 Xiao Wanqing's invitation. You don't need to understand the fist shaking, it's my uncle Fiesta, don't move all of them, otherwise I will abolish it. Due to the fact that he had just bitten his tongue, Lu Ruyan was also forced to become a big tongue this time. Although the spelling is not clear, it can basically express the meaning you want to express. And looking at Ba Xian rolling on the ground, and Lu Ruyan kicking in front of 100 points with his feet, Ba Xian's younger brothers also stopped. I don't know why, they were a little envious of their boss inexplicably. Sister nice, this wave is beautiful. After seeing Lu Ruyan's operation, Lin Hong also seized the opportunity in an instant, and quickly knocked down the little karami on the side with a few punches. As for the remaining guys who were far away, they gave a few intimate shots to lift their own legs. In an instant, only one of the 6 or 7 punks who had just been standing was left standing. Damn, you don't talk about martial arts. Seeing that he was the only one left, Lameo looked at Ba Xian and then at a group of friends who were lying upside down on the side. Afterwards, he also yelled decisively and began to charge towards Lin Hong. But just when Lin Hong was about to do something to him, Lameo staggered and fell directly to the ground. It hurts so much, I can't get up. It's only a few hundred yuan a month, so what's the fate of it? Didn't you see that several brothers nearby have started the Wudong faction? This guy has eggs. He really kicked it.so in order to avoid injury. It's almost enough to play a role and grind a foreign worker. The main focus is on the one who has meat to eat. Don't come to Lao Tzu if you have something to do. Looking at the dead green hair on the ground, Lin Hong twitched the corner of his mouth, but for the sake of safety, he still took off his arm. After all, who knows if this guy is acting? What if he will be attacked later? What? I'm all like this, you pay it back. Pop. The world is finally a little quieter. After fainting the green-haired fan with a slap, Lin Hong raised his eyes and looked at Lu Ruyan not far away. Sister, are you okay? Oh, filial ruthless mud almost have picked up within the nest. Oh, Xiao Hong, you almost won't see me anymore. After giving Ba Xian a hard kick, Lu Ruyan also quickly ran to the boy's side and hugged him in his arms. But looking at Lu Ruyan sobbing in his arms, Lin Hong subconsciously looked out of the alley. I saw 2 figures, one big and one small, walking towards him and the others with different expressions. Xiao Wanqing, it seems that Xiao Hong and Ruyan have a good relationship. Shinyuchu, calm down, she's just a Hang's sister. A few minutes later, in a burst of sirens, the group of social idlers led by Ba Xian were all taken into the police car by the police officers. Although Lin Hong really wants to take care of these guys himself, but while the bracelet sends an alarm to a loved one, it will also send the location to the police station. Therefore, not long after Ba Xian and the others were solved, the woo who washed the floor also came over. There is no other way, so I can only hand these guys over to the ground washers first. When it's a little later, he's taking time to find someone to take care of these guys. As for now, he still finds a way to coax the stupid girl in front of him. Does it hurt? Looking at the back of Lin Hang's hand with some broken skin, Shinyuchu put it in his arms distressed, and sighed in a small breath. As if he wanted to use such behavior to take away the pain together. It was originally very painful, but welcoming Shinyuchu's misty puppy eyes, Lin Hong rubbed the opponent's little head with his other hand. After being called by the little fairy Yuchu, it doesn't hurt at all anymore. Listening to the young man's slightly ridiculed words, Shinyuchu couldn't help laughing, but in the depths of those gentle eyes, there was still a shocking chill hidden that he dared to hurt the boy he liked, and the group of people in Ba Xian already had a way to die. My brother was taken away like this. Looking at Lin Hong, who was playing with Shinyuchu, Lu Ruyan left unwilling tears in his heart. This is a fresh brother. I just got it, okay? Before he could cover the heat, he was caught by someone else's cabbage, although this cute little Chinese cabbage, she also likes it tightly in her heart. Look at Xiuhong, and then look at you. Looking at the two of you and me not far away, Xiao Wanqing glanced blankly at her eldest daughter who was squatting aside. Let's talk about it. What's the situation? Facing the disgust of her mother, Lu Ruyan's fragile heart suffered another severe blow, but she didn't feel comfortable in her heart. She still briefly described what happened tonight. Here's the thing, it's Lu Zishuan. That guy. In the next few minutes, Lu Ruyan described the cause and experience of the incident. Originally, she didn't plan to tell the matter out, just because she was worried that it would cause Lin Hong psychological discomfort. After all, they had already decided to give up Lu Zishuan, and they would still meet each other or something. But now that things have become like this, it's impossible not to say it. This wide-eyed wolf. I will definitely not let him go. After listening to the description of her eldest daughter, Xiao Wanqing's face became completely gloomy, because Lu Zishuan did not show up at the scene when several people came over. Therefore, she thought that Lu Ruyan was simply surrounded by these gangsters, but now it seems that all this was premeditated. Lu Zishuan, this bastard, came here to destroy Lu Ruyan. Well, I must kill this bastard myself. Hearing this, a trace of hatred flashed across Lu Ruyan's face. If it weren't for Lin Hong's timely arrival this time, she would really bite her tongue and kill herself. I will send someone to find that guy. Now you can collect your emotions for me. After giving her daughter a kick angrily, Xiao Wanqing turned and walked towards Lin Hong and the two not far away, and when she came to the two of them, her face had already changed back to the warm smile of the past. Yuchu, go to your mother's house to rest so late today. Shinyuchu, hey? Chapter 122. It's better to get rid of these large sizes completely. Looking at Shinyuchu, who was obviously stunned, Xiao Wanqing also smiled and joked. Why, don't you want to talk more with your mother? The eldest daughter's affairs have to be done, and the affairs of her youngest son cannot be left behind in order to be able to become a grandmother as soon as possible. She felt that it was necessary to make more efforts. I think she and Lu Zhigua got to know each other in the true sense back then, and it only took more than a month before they got married with a home run. Now that his youngest son and the other party have been confessing for more than an hour, he is stunned that there is no movement at all. Of this made Xiao Wanqing see it in her eyes and anxious in her heart. All three of my own large ones have been abolished, so it would be bad if the small one was abolished after a long time. Looking at his old mother who was lying with her eyes open, Lin Hong didn't know if she should be moved or something for a while. There is nothing wrong with matching himself in Shinyuchu, and he is indeed very happy to do so, but it's only 8 o'clock now. It's already late, isn't it a ghost? And it's not that there is no car to pick up and drop off. No matter how you listen to this excuse, it's bullshit. Okay, good. Okay. But before Lin Hong could say anything, Shinyuchu on the side blushed and nodded in agreement. This kind of door-to-door stay opportunity, you can't miss it if you say anything. She missed the part of the rest that she had just hugged the teenager, but she missed it so much. Okay, then it's such a happy decision. While speaking, Xiao Wanqing grabbed the girl's arm and turned around and walked outside with the other party. Although this little girl is not simple, she seems to be quite concerned about her stupid son. It seems that maybe it won't be long before I can really become a grandmother. Thinking like this, Xiao Wanqing's mood couldn't help but become a bit more pleasant. On the other hand, Shinyuchu blushed blushingly and lowered her head embarrassedly, not knowing what she was thinking. No. Looking at Shinyuchu, who was abducted by Xiao Wanqing, Lin Hong blinked in a daze. Obviously I'm her boyfriend, asshole, why don't you have your own part in this? At this moment, he inexplicably felt that his girlfriend had been bullied by his mother, but in any case, several people finally took a vehicle together to Liuzhai, and just as a few people were on their way to Liuzhai, several small groups of people who didn't know each other also began to act. Although they don't know each other, the destinations are surprisingly consistent. It can be said that there are 5 seats in a car. Except for Wang Dai, who is more honest, he thinks about Wu Ma every day. The rest of them, without exception, have 800 hearts and eyes. Because of this, it is destined that tonight's SZ cannot be calm. In the evening, at 9:15, in the living room on the first floor of the Lu family mansion. You're welcome, Yuchu, just like going back to your own home. After leading Shinyuchu into the mansion, Xiao Wanqing enthusiastically introduced him to the things at home, while softly exhorting, if you need anything at night, you can find Xiuhong to deal with it. Your rooms are next to each other, so don't be polite to that bastard. I see, Mom. Looking at Xiao Wanqing, who was full of enthusiasm, Shinyuchu also blushed and looked at Lin Hong, who was chatting and farting with Lu Ruyan not far behind him. I will go to a hang if I have something. If possible, she still wants to find each other at 12 o'clock in the evening, but the first time I came to stay overnight, it seemed that a little bit too much to do so, but if it's sneaking in quietly, it should, maybe, be no problem. But just as Shinyuchu was still struggling with how to sneak in, a woman with the head of a chicken coop suddenly appeared, and after picking up Lin Hong, he circled in place excitedly, and shouted happily, it's done, Master Dao. Ba. My experiment was finally successful. I'll go, this is still my gentle and intellectual second sister. Looking at the chicken coop head above his head, and the dirty-looking figure on his face, Lin Hong really couldn't associate it with Lu Rumo, who was clean and clean, but if it weren't for the right voice, he would have thought that there would be a lunatic at home at some point, especially that sentence, Master Dao. I don't know why, there is always a sense of sight that will be refined in the next second, second sister, put Xiaohong down quickly. Unlike Lin Hong, who was still in a daze, Lu Ruyan directly reached out to stop the overexcited Lu Rumo. It was not without such an experience. The other party kept himself in the study for a week, just to overcome an academic problem, but if it hadn't been for Wu Ma to say that this product was still alive, they would almost have called the police and broken the door. Okay, yes, I'm so excited. While speaking, Lu Rumo also put Lin Hong down, and shook his arm with some difficulty. Xiaohong, you are going to lose weight. My hands are so sore now. Due to the last medical accident, the hospital gave her a week's vacation. In the face of such an opportunity, Lu Rumo naturally couldn't give up easily. So after returning from the hospital, he locked himself in the laboratory without saying a word, and just now, the newly released indicators of Covardi finally reached the expected value in her heart. Only some practice is required in the follow-up, so even if Covardi is developed in the true sense. Looking at Lu Rumo, who complained about himself, Lin Hong really wanted to say something. I am eating at your house, but no, it seems to have been eaten, but in any case, it seems that you picked it up by yourself. This inexplicably made me lose weight. Is it too much? I am 1.83 meters tall and weigh 150 kilograms. Where am I fat? Ahem. At this moment, there was a sudden cough not far away, and this coughing sound instantly attracted the eyes of the three of them. Xiaoma, even at home, you have to pay attention to your image. Seeing that all three of them looked at themselves, Xiao Wanqing also had a very kind smile on her face. Although there was nothing noisy between her siblings, she was also very happy to see such a scene. But what kind of shape are you in now? Is the country non-mainstream style? What if Shinyuchu, the little girl, was scared away for this reason? She doesn't want to restart these three tubas. It's just a waste of time and energy. Okay, hearing this, Lu Rumo subconsciously looked at the girl next to her mother, and the air was also inexplicably quiet at this moment. A few seconds later, what? Accompanied by a scream that was enough to scare the people to death, Lu Rumo covered his face and turned and ran back upstairs. She had already recognized Shinyuchu. Isn't that her brother's girlfriend? And the most important thing is that she finally realized her current image just now due to the successful research and development of Covardi. I was too excited to ignore this point. After reacting now, Lu Rumo was almost embarrassed to pull out 3 rooms and 1 living room with his toes. If you continue to stay, it really is. It's so embarrassing. Looking at Lu Rumo, who was screaming and leaving, Xiao Wanqing almost didn't hold her 40-meter-long machete. I just reminded you to pay attention to your image, but you just gave me such a show, right? If she hadn't wanted to play a good mother in front of Shinyuchu, she would have to show Lu Rumo what maternal love is. But before she could suppress this breath, a head suddenly popped out of the position on the 3rd floor. What's the matter? What's the matter? Did the second sister have a boyfriend? Looking at her 3rd daughter wearing a black mud mask, Xiao Wanqing's fist hardened completely. Chapter 123, 3 groups of people, nesting dolls within nesting dolls within nesting dolls. After the calf, there seems to be something wrong with the atmosphere. Looking at the smiling face of her old mother, Lu Rushue shrank her head back decisively. Yuchu, you and Xiaohan will go to the 4th floor to play for a while. After forcibly suppressing the anger in her heart, Xiao Wanqing turned her head and smiled at Shinyuchu and said, Mom, I still have some things to do. Good mother. After perceiving that the atmosphere was not right, Shinyuchu trotted decisively to Lin Hong's side. Her keen 6th sense told her that it was better to be obedient now. Second sister and 3rd sister, I wish you good luck. Lin Hong, who was also aware of Xiao Wanqing's murderous aura, also decisively took Shinyuchu's little hand and walked quickly in the direction of the 4th floor. The target audio-visual room is isolated from all sound transmission from the outside world. I just hope that when I come out by myself, the 2 warriors will still be safe and sound. It's fun, stay a while longer. After watching the 2 of them walk into the video room together, the expression on Xiao Wanqing's face gradually changed from warm to gloomy. After 2 or 3 seconds of silence, a terrifying soundwave swept across the entire Lu family mansion in an instant. Lu Rumo and Lu Rushue, come out to me, you 2 stinky girls. And you Lu Ruyan, don't run either. Now that you are the oldest and the oldest, those 2 goods will learn badly from you at first glance. You are almost 30 years old, when will you bring me a son-in-law back? Looking at her mother, who was in a runaway mode, Lu Ruyan suddenly twitched the corner of her mouth helplessly. Good guy, you have to be punished by AOE if you don't do anything. And just when the Lu family chicken flew and the dog jumped in front of the gate of the SZ Public Security Bureau on the other side, Ba Xian was clutching his crotch and was helped out of the situation by a group of younger brothers, and looking at the backs of Ba Xian and the others leaving, a certain police officer on duty also showed a look of pity in his eyes. It's nice to stay honest and not go out. After going out, I and others have to prepare to wash the floor again, but Ba Xian and others naturally did not know about the inner activities of police officers. At this moment, they are all immersed in the joy of not having to go to jail. It has to be brother Ba Xian who was awesome. We actually came out like this. After eagerly lighting a fire extinguisher for Ba Xian, Meo said with a flattering expression, but Lu Zishuan actually dared to pit us, we must not let him go. If it weren't for the other party's tip-off, how could Lin Hong and others find that location? At least, Ba Xian and his younger brothers thought so. Therefore, Lu Zishuan has now been blacklisted by their group of people. As long as that guy can be blocked, a fat beating is definitely inevitable. As for what will be done in the future, it is not inhumane. Anyway, he has a heavier taste for closing. Even if it is a rooster, he likes it very much, huh? After spitting out a mouthful of fairy spirit, Ba Xian spit out fiercely, "It's not just that bastard Lu Zishuan, there is also that woman and the kid who beat us. I want them all. But before Ba Xian could finish speaking, a big gold cup galloping by directly knocked a group of them out. But I don't know if it was intentional or intentional. The force of this collision was not fatal, it just caused a few people to simply lose their ability to move. What? Pounce on the boy. I dare to hit your uncle, don't you want to live anymore? Looking at the big golden cup that turned off the fire and stopped, Ba Xian cursed and wanted to get up from the ground. I don't know why, there is always a bad feeling in his heart, but this collision just hit his waist, causing him to have no strength to support his upper body at all. Brush and pull. With the sound of opening the door, 6 or 7 masked, hunky men came down from the big gold cup. What do you want to do? Seeing this scene, Ba Xian was discouraged in an instant. Don't look at the 250,000 or 80,000 styles he usually pulls, but inside he is full of bullying and fear of hardness, and the other party's menacing appearance doesn't look like a good person at all. Do it. Ignoring Ba Xian's inquiry, a middle-aged man who took the lead waved his hand to the people around him. Don't make a fuss yet, the boss specifically ordered them to entertain them well. After speaking, he also took a meaningful look at the alley not far away. Yes, boss, XN no. Don't come over. Cop, help, cop. What? Don't hit Kuan. After a Kuan hour, after throwing a group of people who had completely abolished their limbs into the car, this group of people also drove the vehicle away quickly. Hey, I said don't go out. Looking at the big gold cup that was gradually disappearing, the police officer who stayed behind shook his head imperceptibly, then turned and picked up the mop and bucket. Now that people have finished their work, it's time to wash the floor, but fortunately, there are 100,000 yuan of overtime pay per hour, and it's not very tiring to drag around here. And just as the police officer was mopping the ground, it was in an alley not far from here. Sister Shui, what shall we do now? Looking at the group of people in Ba Xian who were suddenly robbed, Shin Shursan asked Shirley next to him, do you want to follow up or? 13. You take a group of people to follow quietly. After taking a meaningful look not far away, Shirley turned to the people behind her and said, from 6 to 9, go with me to find Lu Zishuan, there should be news from Shinsan's side soon. Although she was a little surprised by the sudden appearance of these people, but according to the analysis of the opponent's behavior just now, it should be consistent with the purpose of himself and others. After all, if you just pick up someone, there is no way to interrupt all 5 limbs. Okay. No matter how you look at this situation now, you are all coming to the door with grievances. Therefore, the current thing to do is to find someone to follow secretly in the back. If that group of people didn't deal with it cleanly, they would be fine if they cleaned their tails with their hands, and in contrast, Lu Zishuan's green tea is still wandering outside. So finding each other has naturally become their first choice. Yes, Sister Shui, XN. At the moment the words fell, the 2 groups of people also got into a big gold cup separately, and quickly drove in different directions. It was discovered. Looking at the backs of Shirley and the others leaving, Lu Xian frowned slightly imperceptibly. Tell your wife about this place. There are also divided into 2 batches to keep up with them. She didn't expect that it would be so lively tonight, and in addition to herself, there were 2 other groups of people squatting. However, it seemed that everyone's goals were quite the same, so she had no plans to conflict with it for the time being. The most important thing now is that it is more important to keep up with it quietly, and just when Lu Xian and others followed silently. Inside the Lu family mansion on the other side. Chapter 124. Who doesn't have a Dragon King's subordinate? A newcomer appears. There are 2 other groups of people. Looking at the message displayed on the screen of the mobile phone, Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Lu Xian is the old man who has been following her since she entered Lu's house, therefore, the possibility of the opponent deceiving himself is almost 0. Asm other, she naturally knows very well what the virtues of her 3 children are. Don't look at the fact that after the 3 of them met, they were all blown up on the surface, but when it comes to this kind of gray thing, it's really just a scream without a sound. To put it simply, a few people are well mixed in the white aspect, but in the gray aspect, they are actually similar to novices. Even the best Lu Ruyan is basically in the rules of that book. For an approach like this that is not within the rules, the 3 of them have no experience at all, and after excluding the 3 large ones, there are only 2 remaining candidates. One is his own baby son Lin Hong, and the other is the well-behaved and lovely future daughter-in-law Shinyuchu. Xiao Wanqing also has a bit of understanding of her son's urinary nature after getting along with him over the years. Therefore, it is very likely that one of the groups of people wanted to come here was arranged by the other party, and the other group? Thinking of this, Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but look at Shinyuchu, who was sitting obediently. So far, only a few of them have known about the incident at night. After ruling out all the impossible, the remaining clues are not straight to the opponent. Looking at the girl who was smiling and talking with Lin Hong, Xiao Wanqing's eyes flashed with an imperceptible light. It seems that I still underestimate this future daughter-in-law. At the same time, at a remote pier in SZ, what? Looking at the expressionless group of masked strong men in front of him, Boss Shin resisted the pain from his body and hurriedly said, "All good men, as long as you let me go, then no matter what you want, I can give you everything, even my 80-year-old wife and 20-year-old mother can do it." Looking at the closed skull that was already a little delirious, Long Outyen kicked it out several meters away in disgust. "Waste things, hitting your grandfather thinks he has dirty his shoes. As the all-powerful Dragon King abroad, would you have a crush on your wife who was in her 80s? Isn't this a naked insult? If it hadn't been for Lin Hong and Lin Yaodong to work together to fix it, he would still be calling the wind and the rain in the Dragon King Hall. However, it is also a good choice to be able to return to the country. After all, the Chinese have a tradition in their bones, that is, falling leaves return to their roots. Even the Dragon King, who is the apex of mercenaries. Long Outyen still has such an idea in his bones. Boss, how do these guys take care of it?" After throwing the last lump of mud on the ground, Mei Jianqin excitedly asked, "Do you just lose it, or do you cook a meal first and then lose it?" "Nonsense, didn't the young master make it clear?" After angrily giving the opponent a large pocket on the back of his head, Long Outyen looked at the mud all over the floor with disgust. "Let them first experience the Ming dynasty's means of punishing corrupt people. Don't play it all at once, there will be the next round when they finish the experience." "Hey, then I'll do it." And Mei Jianqin, who had received a large sum of money, was not only not unhappy, but walked towards a punk who collapsed on the ground with excitement. "Punishing rape and eliminating evil, he likes to do this kind of thing the most. He has already thought about it, and he wants to save this guy Ba Wan to the end. After all, physical pain is secondary, and mental pain is the most painful and terrifying. If you want to see the process of making leather with your own eyes, the other party should also enjoy it very much." "Jia Jia Jia, what? No, you devil. Please kill me. Koku." Watching the operation of several people on the fishing boat, Shinyuchu, not far away, swallowed with difficulty. Once he thought that his treatment of the enemy was cruel enough. Unexpectedly, I actually met a more perverted one today. Compared with this group of guys, their methods are no different from those of children who have just graduated from kindergarten. Compared with Shinyuchu, who was still calm, some people with almost the same psychological tolerance couldn't help but retch. "Withdraw, we are no longer needed here." Looking at the little brothers who were vomiting beside him, Shinyuchu could only shake his head helplessly. Even he almost couldn't help it, let alone these guys with poor psychological qualities. However, the hearts of a few people were very tacit at this time. They agreed that after this trip back, they would have to add money for everything they said. "Nima's psychopath, you will have nightmares for the rest of your life after reading it." And just when Shinyuchu and others chose to retreat, a voice came from Long Outyen's headphones. "Boss, don't you care about that group of people?" "No, that group of people should have been sent by the young master and his new mother." While speaking, Long Outyen looked at the top of the mountain not far away. "Put away your things, it's no freer here than outside." "Good boss." At the moment the words fell, a sturdy man was also carrying a huge barret and began to dismantle it. "But boss, you said this group of people was sent by the young master's new mother. Is that possible? Does the young master still have a mother?" Faced with this sudden and nonsensical question, Long Outyen almost performed a flat fall directly. "Grizzly bear, shut your mouth to Lao Tzu." "But the boss." "Shut up. Okay. I was obviously just curious, and I didn't let it be asked. It really is." Looking at Mei Jianqin, who was already a little sick, and the broken thoughts that kept coming from his headphones, Long Outyen covered his eyes with his hands helplessly. "It is said that the scavengers are all high-level and low-spoken, so why is it that the guys Lin Hong found for himself are not normal one by one?" "Don't run, stop for Lao Tzu." Hoo. Listening to the voice coming from behind, even Lu Zishuan was so tired at the moment that he was about to faint, but he still didn't dare to relax at all. Struggling with the discomfort while panting heavily, he tried to find a densely populated place. Not far behind Lu Zishuan, a fierce man in a black suit was following. Seeing the man pressing step by step, he could only continue to grit his teeth and run. You don't have to think about it to know that this guy is definitely from the Lu family. If I did something like this today, if I get caught, there will be absolutely no good fruit to eat. But after all, people's physical strength has limits, not to mention Lu Zishuan, who was already negligent in exercise. After persisting for 2.5 minutes, he fell down in front of a food stall. "Boy, why don't you keep running?" Looking at Lu Zishuan, who was lying directly on the ground, Shinsan also had a playful expression on his face. Although it was a task assigned by the eldest lady, the game of cat and mouse also made him very addicted. Otherwise, Lu Zishuan, a guy who belongs to exercise, how could he run under his hands for so long? "You don't come over." Looking back at Shinsan, who was walking towards him quickly, Lu Zishuan crawled forward with both hands and feet. "If this is caught back by the other party, there will definitely be no good end. Boy, tell me honestly." But just as Shinsan was about to make a wave of GGG's speech, a beautiful figure stood in front of Lu Zishuan. Chapter 125. Hang, I can't seem to leave you anymore. The girl has long waist-length hair, delicate facial features and heroic spirit, coupled with a set of pure white casual clothes. People feel very well behaved at first glance. After blocking the middle of the two of them, she yelled at Shinsan justly, in broad daylight, "You dare to force a good woman and man. Hearing this, Shinsan subconsciously glanced up at the sky. If the incandescent lamp is also considered the sun, this meeting should also be regarded as broad daylight. Damn it, what kind of look are you in? Perceiving Shinsan's slightly caring gaze for the mentally handicapped, Lin Hong suddenly roared angrily, "Damn guy, how dare you look down on this lady?" Originally, she just wanted to be an ordinary heroine who had a rough road and drew a knife to help, but in this situation, if you don't teach this muscular man a lesson, he won't be named Lin after all. The old people at home often talk about it, and they can't be bullied by others outside. Little sister, I advise you to get out of the way quickly. Shinsan didn't pay much attention to Lin Hong's speech. After all, no matter how you look at it, the other party is just a second-year girl with a bursting sense of justice. As an excellent Woha young man, it is impossible for him to break the beautiful fantasies of others. Compared with the bad guys, there are always more good people in this era. I should have said this sentence. The moment the words fell, Lin Hong blew a whistle at the food stall not far away. Immediately afterwards, dozens of young people in casual clothes rushed out of the inside. Hey! Looking at a group of young people who surrounded him in an instant, Shinsan sighed helplessly, Why do you have to force me? 10 minutes later, it's probably like this. Shinsan blocked his nose with a tissue, while speaking firmly in a voice, Sister Shuat, believe me. If it weren't for my carelessness, those guys would definitely not be able to take Lu Zishuan away. Although his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, his firm eyes seemed to be the one who finally won. And watching Cuckoo, the brain shell, take out tomato juice, and Shinsan, who deliberately pretended to be a master, surely could only helplessly pull the corners of her mouth. Okay, you can go to the hospital to deal with it first. It's okay, Sister Shuat, I have no problem at all. You're almost bleeding tomato juice, asshole. After complaining in her heart, Shirley waved to the rest of the people on the side, motioning them to pull this guy away. That if you continue to talk to the other party, maybe you can just break the defense later. She still has to maintain a high and cold profile, and she must not reveal anything wrong. Sister Shuat, believe me, Sister Shuat, I'm really fine, Sister Shuat. Shut up, you. Looking at Shinsan, who was pulled away by a group of people, Shirley adjusted her emotions. Afterwards, she sent a message to Shinyuchu. She has to report carefully to the other party about the events of tonight. Of the 3 groups of people at night, who are the other 2 groups besides themselves? If one of the teams is the Lu family, then the other is cruel. Thinking of the news from Shinshur-san, Shirley couldn't help but shudder. In terms of the behavior of that group of people alone, it is simply an evolved version of my own Miss Max. Okay. It's just different from Shirley's fear. At this moment, Shinyuchu was facing a big choice in life. This time, in the room on the 3rd floor of the Lu family, looking at Lin Hong, who was preparing a bed for herself, there was some unknown light in her beautiful eyes. Okay, that's almost it. After laying the sheets, Lin Hong turned and looked at the girl standing aside. Yuchu, come and take a look and see if you need to prepare anything. Originally, this kind of work was prepared by Wu Ma, but Xiao Wanqing wanted to create opportunities for the 2 little guys. He also waved his hand directly and asked Wu Ma to leave work early to accompany Wang Dasheng. That's it. Looking at the neatly laid sheets and bedding, Shinyuchu blushed and whispered, Can you try the night light on the side? I'm afraid of the dark at night. After all, sometimes, it is not suitable to do bad things when the light is too bright, and in the dark environment of the black paint, it is more secretive to act quietly, isn't it? Okay, then I'll try. Hearing that, Lin Hong didn't think too much. After turning around and turning off all the lights, he turned on the night light at the head of the bed, and perhaps it is because of the original intention of this layer, which was originally for girls to live in. Therefore, at the head of the bed, they are equipped with a night light that can be kept on for a long time. How about this brightness? Looking at the faint light of the night light, Lin Hong turned and looked at Shinyuchu on the side. The brightness of this thing can be self-adjusted, and the other party, as the user, naturally has to take it as the standard. I feel like it can be a little brighter. While speaking, Shinyuchu also walked slowly in the direction of Lin Hong, a little brighter than I. What? Gotcha. Before the voice fell, it was accompanied by a girl's exclamation and the sound of the switch closing. The room also fell into complete darkness at this moment. Puff. As the soft bed trembled, Lin Hong felt a warm embrace. In the pitch-black room, only the moonlight outside the window was still working hard to cuckoo. And with the faint moonlight outside the window, Lin Hong could vaguely see the girl's beautiful face close at hand. The slender eyelashes flashed slightly, adding a little different feeling to the clear eyes on weekdays. The plump and plump lips seemed to be telling some kind of story or a hang. Looking at Lin Hong's same face, the depths of Shinyuchu's beautiful eyes flickered with unspeakable light. After reaching out and gently holding the other party's wide palm, she leaned down and kissed the soft lips. This kiss is like a drowning person who finally grabbed a lifeline, warm and long. After about 5 minutes or so, Shinyuchu snuggled panting in Lin Hong's arms. At this moment, her complexion was slightly red. The pink cherry mouth was also slightly opened, sucking the fresh air greedily in small mouthfuls. Although the offensive charge was organized by the girl, she had already lost her dominance halfway through. So half of the time, she was the one who was drawn and driven. After slightly calming the violently beating heart, Shinyuchu drew a circle on the boy's chest with a reddish complexion. A hang, I can't live without you in this life. proper dependence and coquettishness are a good medicine for a long-term relationship, although I have never been in a relationship before. But in order for Lin Hong to be happy, Shinyuchu put a lot of effort into it. In the bookcase of the study room alone, there are no less than 100 books on the psychology of love, and at this time, she was indeed inseparable from each other, both in terms of soul and body. Chapter 126. I don't think I'm pregnant, Zishuan's PUA, fool, I won't let you go. After reaching out his hand and gently stroking Shinyuchu's blushing pretty face, Lin Hong said softly with a smile on his face, not only in this life, you won't be able to run away in the next life. It's the greatest blessing to meet such a lovely little girl. Okay, therefore, it is absolutely impossible to let go, and he can't wait to lock him in his side for 24 hours. Hey, it's nice to have you. While speaking, Shinyuchu leaned his head gently on the young man's shoulder. Then, my dear Ahang, do you still want to taste my lips? Due to the initiative just now, the girl's lips are as beautiful as fire at this moment. With those clear eyes, it gives people an inexplicable sense of throbbing. At this moment, Lin Hong noticed that this little girl's body seemed to be has an inexplicable talent. Don't you want to? Seeing that Lin Hong didn't answer him, Shinyuchu had already acted on his own. She first rubbed her head coquettishly against each other's neck like a little cat, then he switched to eating mode again, lowered his head and bit the slender neck, and licked it gently. It didn't take long for Lin Hong to have an extra red mark on his neck. This is a mark that belongs to her, Shinyuchu alone, indicating that the other party is already her property, this little girl. And just when Lin Hong held the girl's head and wanted to give the other party an answer with action, in the next second, the door that was originally closed was suddenly opened from the outside. Whoops, X4 accompanied by a burst of exclamations, for sneaky figures lay on the ground together. Fortunately, someone is padded, otherwise it must hurt very much. Looking at the three daughters who were used as meat mats, Xiao Wanqing muttered in her heart. Then, she looked up at the two people in front of her. Then what, you go on. After saying this, she also dragged a person with one hand and quickly ran outside. No, what should I do? Looking at the two younger sisters who were dragged away by her mother, Lu Ruyan's inner drama suddenly reached a climax. It was agreed to eat melons together and run away together. As a result, he was abandoned like this, but in order not to embarrass the atmosphere, she could only silently cause Sadako, while using the method of landing on all fours to quickly retreat. He also stopped by to help the two of them close the door again. Shame. Ashamed to death. V // omega / V. Looking at the door that was reclosed, Shinyuchu quickly got up from the boy's arms. At the same time, her face was instantly covered with red clouds. Although there were some small chuckles in my heart, I still felt more embarrassed. Looking at Shinyuchu, who had fallen into the steam G mode, Lin Hong could only sigh helplessly in his heart. It seems that today, it can only be like this. These living treasures of my own family don't make trouble early and don't make trouble late, but they make trouble at this time. I'm so unwilling. I didn't even return the anger of being bullied by this girl. Next time, you must double your return next time. By the way, can I go out and come in again? Is this even the next time? Half an hour later, good night Ahang, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, have a good rest. Looking at the gradually closed door of the room, Shinyuchu stretched out her hand and rubbed her sour cheek. At the same time, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although there were so many accidents in the middle, in general, she had a very happy day today, whether it was Xiao Wanqing's call to her mother or some small actions by Lin Hong just now. After temporarily putting aside the messy thoughts, Shinyuchu reached out and picked up the mobile phone beside him, and looking at the news from Shirley above, the expression on her face couldn't help but become a little more solemn. There are two groups of people. One group is the Lu family, and the other group who peeled daylilies don't know for the time being. Also, Lu Zishuan was also rescued. After reading the news roughly, she also quickly edited a new message. Continue to investigate another group of people. Also, find out Lu Zishuan for me. The other party was the mastermind who planned this incident, and from another point of view, he caused Lin Heng's injury. So no matter what, Shinyuchu didn't plan to let the other party go so easily. As for who sent the other group of people, there is no need to rush to investigate for the time being. After all, judging from the other party's actions, it should also be with the Lu family. After all this was done, Shinyuchu curled up in the bed again, feeling the temperature and taste of the other party in the quilt. She couldn't help but touch the corner of her lips subconsciously. It's just that, it should be okay. The night is still like ink tonight, but the girl's heart is sunny. At this time, in a 5-star hotel room in SZ City, damn it, it's so damn it. Looking at the sad face of the bald boy in front of him, Lin Wanrong's face also had an expression of jealousy and hatred. Don't worry, I won't let this kind of scum go. As a Miyoshi young man who grew up under the red flag, she absolutely cannot tolerate this kind of ugly bullying incident happening in front of her, and adhering to the educational philosophy of the older generation of the family, this way must treat others in their own way, let the guy who bullies others feel the taste of being bullied by others. So she, Lin Wanrong, has decided that she will take someone to meet the bastard who is happy to bully others tomorrow. Oh, let's forget it. Looking at Lin Wanrong, who looked jealous and hateful in front of her, Lu Zishuan suppressed the ecstasy in her heart while continuing to pretend to be pitiful. Their family is very powerful in the local area, and I don't want to hurt you because of it. It's not a blessing to lose your horse, it's not a blessing. You just lost to deserted autumn, but you met a better cow and horse. As far as the other party's arrogant appearance of swiping the card, he is obviously also a master of good money. In addition, this kind of straightforward personality is obviously better to handle than Ling Qingqiu. As long as you work hard to PUA, you may not have a chance to win the opponent. As for whether Lin Wanrong will help Lin Hong after she goes to Lin Hong. In fact, it was already within Lu Zishuan's consideration a long time ago. Now the girl thinks that Lin Hong is a bad guy from the bottom of her heart, which is that she has formed a subjective consciousness with Lin Wanrong's character. The two will definitely work directly after meeting. At that time, he only needs to fan the flames on the side, and the two groups of people will definitely fight. In this way, even if Lin Hong is innocent, what can he do? I'm not going to face Lin Wanrong yet. Subjective consciousness coupled with objective guidance. He didn't believe that the two of them could still sit down and talk well of power? Hearing this, Lin Wanrong seemed to have heard some joke. If you want to compete for power in this territory, this lady has really never been afraid of anyone. Chapter 127. The Guangdongguanxi transport weapons appeared. I caught the treasure, I must not let her go. Looking at Lin Wanrong's confident appearance, Lu Zishuan also became more determined to take down the opponent's idea. In any case, at least in the area of money power, the other party seems to be not short of it, and this is also a very good choice for him who is currently poor and white, and if you successfully win it, you might be able to rely on the other party to catch a better woman for you. But although he thought so in his heart, Lu Zishuan's face was still super embarrassed. No, but this matter is settled. After interrupting Lu Zishuan's speech with a wave of her hand, Lin Wanrong walked out of the room and said, "Have a good rest tonight, and we will set out tomorrow to get justice for you." Now the two brothers in the family pretend to be poisonous to sell rock sugar, and they have successfully reduced the deabsorption rate in a certain area by 80%. To be alive is to make money that loses your head, but what you commit is a crime of fraud. But in any case, this is a good thing for society, and today, she finally stood up. Combating bullies is her first step to becoming a messenger of justice for Lin Wanrong. Ha 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 ha. But it wasn't until Lin Wanrong left the room that Lu Zishuan let out a suppressed morbid laugh. After meeting Lin Hong for so long, I finally met a good thing, but there is an old saying in China that is very good, and it is calm before the real storm comes. The next day, at 6:15 in the morning, in the lobby on the first floor of the Lu family mansion, why don't you sleep more? Looking at the girl who came to the lobby on the first floor, Xiao Wanqing put down the beauty magazine in her hand and beckoned to her, "Come here, let my mother see if she has a good rest." Ah Heng's mother is really as cheerful and enthusiastic as him. Looking at the warm summer evening breeze, Shinyuchu also walked slowly to the opponent's side and said softly, "No. Mom, I'm used to getting up so early. Because every morning at 4 o'clock, she has to get up to prepare for Lin Hong early. So this also indirectly led to the fact that her biological clock has basically been fixed, and being able to stay up so late today is also worried that getting up too early will affect others." That's good. I thought you weren't used to sleeping." After reaching out and rubbing the girl's little head, Xiao Wanqing stared straight into the opponent's eyes. "Yuchu, do you have any plans for the future?" The eye is a portrayal of the mind, it can show people's purest heart. Of course, it does not rule out that some trained people can disguise their eyes well, but Xiao Wanqing had confidence in herself, and she was confident that she could see through all the nothingness and pretense. After all, after taking root in the entire GD for so many years, the intelligence network behind the Lu family is naturally extremely dense. Except that the team suspected of being sent by Lin Hong is still uncertain. The remaining team can basically be determined to be from the Shin family. Although this group of people have been very careful in their actions, don't underestimate the energy of a family that has been rooted in the local area for many years. It only needs to be captured by the camera, which is enough to expose a lot of information, but in this way, it also shows the awesome aspect of Long Outyan. After all, except for the moment at the entrance of the police station, the whole team was not captured by any cameras at all of the future. Welcoming Xiao Wanqing's dark and ink-like eyes, Shinyuchu didn't have any timidity. Instead, she smiled and said, "I want to go to the same university as Ah Heng, and then we will go around the world together." This is what she desires in her heart, and naturally there is nothing to hide. As for what to do about the company's affairs, isn't surely still there. So much money was spent and so many people were raised. Isn't it just that when she wants to fall in love, she takes good care of her existing family business for herself. If you can't even do this little thing well, then you can get another person with an annual salary of tens of millions. But if she wants to realize this dream, she still has a lot to do. Not bad, it's quite qualified. Looking at the longing light shining in Shinyuchu's eyes, Xiao Wanqing also had a slightly imperceptible smile in her eyes. Although it is not simple for a girl, as long as she can be kind to her son, it will be done. In today's false society, who doesn't have two masks? As long as you don't play with other people's feelings at will, it's not a fault to hide yourself. After taking back the thoughts in her heart, Xiao Wanqing took the girl's little hand with satisfaction and joked half-jokingly, "Yuchu, then do you have any plans to make me a grandmother when?" "Hey." Looking at Xiao Wanqing with her aunt's smile and look of expectation, Shinyuchu Brandstein Ji is also online again. 2.5 hours later, ahem, Yuchu. Looking at Shinyuchu, whose complexion was still a little red, there was also a little unclear meaning in her eyes. After thinking for a while, Lin Hong finally asked the question in his heart, "Did Mom say something to you this morning?" From the time he got up in the morning, something was wrong with this girl. Or rather, the way you look at yourself is very good brushed, and this kind of inexplicable gaze also made him always have a feeling of being molested by the other party. Although it's nothing to be molested by a beautiful girl, you have to know the reason for being molested to know. Nothing. Thinking of what Xiao Wanqing said to herself in the morning, Shinyuchu blushed and shook her head hurriedly. How to say this kind of thing? I can't tell Lin Hong that both of them have already thought of the child's name, and even if you really want to say it, you have to wait until the lights are turned off at night. At least at that time, the shame will be reduced to a certain threshold for some reason. Good guy, no matter how you look at it, there is a problem, okay? Looking at Shinyuchu's slightly dodging eyes, Lin Hong was 100% sure that Xiao Wanqing must have said something to the other party, but just as he was about to continue talking nonsense, Wang Sledgehammer in the front row suddenly said, "Young master, there is a car following us." Hearing this, Lin Hong also subconsciously looked out of the car window. I saw two big gold cups appearing on the originally unmanned road, I don't know when, and these two big gold cups, at this moment, are blocking the vehicles of themselves and others in the middle of the front and back attacks.